And we are now live streaming, so proceed. Everything is set over here, except, of course, for the restrictions that I'll send you another image, another screenshot that was a follow-up from Facebook. It is indeed, I am indeed considered a terrorist by Facebook. I am defined as such. So my very image is considered verboten. And so I've just sent you another message through your private messenger, and the problem is we can't make calls through Facebook, so we're restricted to Skype, which is preferable anyway, but nevertheless a bit of an inconvenience. So I do want people to understand that my Facebook page may not be up much longer. The YouTube channel has been rescued by the Artilect, but we won't go deeply into that. There's no point in dwelling on that publicly. But of course the enemy is relentless. There's a lot of activity that I haven't shared with the public, simply for security reasons, that is not to add any mystique for myself. As always, I try to be as public about every assault as possible, because that in itself is, shall we say, security requisite or required by certain security procedures, but then there's a careful balance that has to be drawn as well. So that all being stated, my usual admonition, as soon as we start transmission, we are assailed by Autobots, literally automated bots that press the down vote that keeps us off of searches. And therefore it's up to you to counter that. And we're going to count on all of you to provide as many upvotes from as many IP addresses as possible. It's a dirty war, and the enemy fights as dirty, well, far more dirtier than you can ever imagine, because unless you're some individual who just wallows in a sewer of shit all day and just ponders dirty deeds, you would never begin to conceive about how the enemy even thinks, how they process. So we're going to count on you, however, to learn to think like that to a degree. You do need to fight as dirty as the enemy does, or you're going to lose, because nice guys finish last. And therefore, in order to create a future where nice guys have a chance at winning, you're going to have to do dirty right now and vote from every goddamn IP address you've got. And that means your tablet, your PC, your cell phone, your laptop. Just enter an upvote from all of those, whatever's got a different IP address, and it helps put the show back on searches, because even though YouTube processes out the fake downvotes after an hour or two, during that time they've served their purpose, and it prevents us from getting on searches. And so in order to spread the news, it's guerrilla warfare. You've got to fight it because it's your war. And if you don't fight it, well, you're the one that loses, more so than I. So what you're going to have to do is get out there and fucking fight. And that means spread the word. Spread the goddamn word that Douglas Dietrich exists, that the son of Hitler is out there, and that every effort is being made to suppress him, which only goes to prove that he truly is the son of Hitler, or they wouldn't bother to go all out to censor myself in every way, shape, and form. They would let me damn myself by saying that. That alone would cause me to be dismissed by the public. But they know ultimately I will be validated, vindicated, and for that reason, they don't give the public a chance to refute me at all. They're too scared. So with that, Marky Milk says loud and clear, Douglas. David Fitzsimons says hi, Doug and Peter. T Tank Barry says support these authentic transmissions. He says loud and clear. Good evening from Shasta County. My love to all of you, gentlemen. And that means we're heard near Salem, Massachusetts, Atlantic City, New Jersey, and of course Shasta County, California. With that, we are going to test Peter Moon and see if you can hear him. Take it away, dear Peter.
Okay, I have some things to share tonight, but first, before I share anything, I'd like to know if I can be heard. If our friends in the chat room could let us know that you can hear me as well.
Sounds good. I want you to know that the online broadcasting software recognizes your voice, so it's almost certain they all hear you, and that's a good sign, good start. But we're gonna wait till people reply before we really get into it. Right now we're building up the steam, numbers are building up, and as always, Peter Moon draws in quite a few of these numbers, and we want to thank everyone for participating with us on your Labor Day weekend. And I think that here, T. Tankberry says Crystal Peter. So you're crystal clear in Shasta County, California means you're heard all the way across North America, Peter. Take it away. And
Great.
Marky Milk says loud and clear, Peter, as well, so he can hear you near Salem, Massachusetts.
Okay, well, thank you all for that. Now, I'm going to start off with what is we have some very interesting things to go into tonight. Of course, I've been working on the new book, which is, not only interesting, it's a very important book. I'm going to share. I'm going to start with sharing something. Let's see here. Something that I wrote out in the message that I sent out. And this is what I sent out to my audience. And first, before I go into that, my friend Krister wrote, and he says, he basically said that he, was, let me see, I'll see what he said. Anyway, let's see. Krister basically was asking me, he says, hope you are fine. Still no contact with Douglas on Skype. Maybe you can do an intro, invite us to a common Skype call together with you if he likes that. Now, you've already accepted him on Skype, correct?
Yeah, he's in my favorites list. Yeah,
I told him that.
Yeah.
So I said, he did accept your request. You can come on tonight if you can figure all that out. I'm going to a party now. So I mean, it's late. It's late. So anyway, this is what I sent out to the, and of course I was moved by other things going on in my life, and I said, I think I'm going to start out my newsletter like this. In this life, I have experienced different hard knocks, some of them very hard. But far more importantly, I have received many blessings, and many of these blessings are beyond all reasonable expectations. One such blessing, and it's only one, is my association, friendship, and collaboration with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
We will continue our dialogue tonight, and which we're doing right now.
Yes.
Now, before I got a response to this, which excites controversy of my association with you.
Of course.
But first I want to say something about my blessings. I was feeling very blessed the last few days, just blessed beyond belief. In other words, I was in an accident a couple months ago, and I was okay. I suppose that's a blessing, that I was okay. And there was hassles to deal with, but I've had so many incredible blessings. And but then today I had the opposite. It was at football. I noticed before we started the game, one of the guys had these tapes on his fingers. And I said, are your fingers okay? What's wrong? And he says, oh, I jam my fingers. And I said, look, I'll show you an exercise that will really help you with jamming your fingers. I showed him how to squeeze the towel. I even showed him another exercise, which is called steel palm, which you'll know. I've never met a martial artist who ever heard of steel palm other than in my school that I belong to. Wow. They call it iron palm. Yeah. And iron palm can ruin your hand. And
yes.
The difference between steel palm and iron palm is steel. Steel is a refinement of iron. You're refining it. So anyway, I was showing him how to do this, and he goes, I'm going to do this. He says, I'm going to do this. I respect what you say. He says, you have better hands than anybody out here, which shocked me. That shocked me because I don't consider that I have better hands than anybody out there. Nevertheless, it's still a compliment. But that was very nice that he thought of me that way, and I was shocked. And then I proceeded to drop 3 balls. One that was, the quarterback apologized. It was high. I still should have caught it. There were key plays. The second play was a touchdown right on my gut in the breadbasket. I should have caught it, but I didn't. And I felt really bad because it really let the team down. And then the third one, I would have caught, except it was a very good pass. I was like diving down for a first down, and this guy came and just whacked me legally. It was a legal whack, and he stepped on my foot, and the ball just kind of came out, and that was like the last straw as far as my having good luck for the day. And he comes up to me. I can't believe how just polite and gentlemanly these guys we play with that are black. And he comes up to me after the game. He says, I have to apologize for that. I really apologize. I'm really sorry. I said, you didn't do anything wrong. I said, what you did was legal. He says, I know, but guys get so upset when that happens. I said, no, I said it was legal. And I just could not believe his apologetic and his, he's patted me on the back and everything. And I was shocked. I mean, just such a gentleman. It's unbelievable. Of course, I felt bad about this. And I'm very blessed to have such a small non-blessing. Dropping footballs is nothing in life when you look at the bigger picture. Nevertheless, one has an ego. And so I was confronted with my non-blessings. And thank God my non-blessings are only so small. And then we went to Tiandre's birthday party, which this is like, last week we had the surprise party at the stadium for him. And this week we had his party, and I got to meet his in-laws and see the new house and the new place he'll be living in or is living in. And we had a party with everybody. I'm just so amused at myself for not only being with these younger guys, and some guy made some crack about me. I don't know what the hell he said. I was talking about something about school when I was in school. I was saying 28. I don't know what I said about school, and he says, "Oh, you had that? They had that back then." It was just a smart ass. It was funny. It was funny, but he knows how old I am, and he's a very good player, and I can guard him with impunity. If I guard him, he's not going to catch anything. Which, he doesn't really know that because I don't say that and I don't guard him very often, but I can completely neutralize this guy. And he's like, 40 plus years younger than I am. It's not because he's not good. He's just not as, I can keep up with him. And I'm as big as he is. So anyway, that was funny. But I said, what the hell am I doing with these young people? It's like I'm so accepted. And of course, I would also say one of my greatest blessings in football, I had I'm just, leading up to what I'm going to be talking about, but I had a dream the other night. It was with this Qigong teacher, Adam Meisner, who's on Facebook, and he's very gifted. He grew up in Asia. He studied with all these different masters, and he's very accomplished. And he says things that are so damn subtle that some people get, I guess, and some people don't. And he gets some of the most inappropriate comments, and he knows they're inappropriate. In fact, he posted something from the Bhagwan, Osho, what do they call him? Osho, that guy who had all the Rolls Royces.
Right, yeah, that's Mr. Bhagwan Rajneesh.
Yeah, and he says, and it's just a short audio of him going, people are retarded. People are retarded. People are retarded. And he's posting this because, see, when you get into any deep discipline of the martial arts, whether it be Tai Chi, Qigong, or anything, the first thing, you're changing your state of consciousness and your attitude towards everything if you're going to go deep. And you have to see that people are doing things wrong. and doing things wrong passionately. And when they are, and when you can divorce yourself from that, you start to carve out a new life for yourself. This can also take place in cults, but it's different in cults because you see that, you're belonging to a tradition that other people aren't part of, and you're divorcing from the consensus reality into a new consensus reality. But I've made comments from time to time on his postings, and I don't know if he knows who I am or not, as far as being Peter Moon, but he knows that I get him on some level. And anyway, so he appeared in my dream. And in the dream, he was giving a lecture or a YouTube video, and he says, "Chi is quality." He said, "Chi is character and it's quality." And then he says, "Chi is comportment." And comportment is how you conduct yourself. Very important. I mean, this was something that I learned in Qigong, not from the teacher saying it. It was sort of telepathic. You have to conduct yourself appropriately, which would have to do with honesty and all that. This is very important because Adam talk, and not different from my teacher, he'll talk about skeletal alignment. And if you don't align the skeleton, you're not going to do anything. Your skeleton has to be proper. You have to be focused on your physicality. And part of your skeletal structure in martial arts is so important because if that's not aligned, you forget about it. You don't have a chance versus somebody whose skeletal structure is aligned. So when he says comportment, he's talking about how you conduct yourself, but part of how you conduct yourself is how your skeleton is stacked. But then again, this also applies to your life. Like if you have, let me say you're living with hornet's nests in your aura, your body, mind, space, your living environment, the people you're around. It's a big important part of Qigong. Now, of course, somebody can question me. We can say, "Oh, well, Douglas Dietrich, he's got all sorts of hornets around him," and that's true, and I'm going to address that. But anyway, comportment, and I felt that this was more directed at the people that follow me or listening to me. One's character has to be correct, and one has to look inward and be self-reflective and humble, even contrite, because if one doesn't handle one's misgivings, one is not going to go anywhere. Now, I'm now going. So anyway, and I was going to say that back in my history, when I was in my athletic peak, I had dropped 3 balls once in a game that weren't even passes. One was like a lob pass, one was like a lateral pass, and one was a hike. They hiked it to me. I was kicking the ball and I dropped it. It was just embarrassing. I wanted to take myself out of the game, but there were no substitutes, so I couldn't. Then I proceeded to just stay in there, and I did 3 interceptions and runbacks, 2 of them all the way, 1 of them from half the way. This is your 3 interceptions and what I call a pick 6 it just doesn't happen. And it didn't really happen because the referee called me out of bounds on the 3rd one. He didn't like me, getting 3, but it really was. I didn't step out of bounds. So he was on the other side of the field and he decided he'd neutralize me. But it was just, in other words, what I learned about character and comportment on that day was don't give up. don't give up because you've been defeated. And that's a very important part of character. Of course, I had my defeat on the field 2 days after having that dream. So it reminds me. And then, of course, I got invited to play in another league tonight, which is great. I don't know if I will, how much time I can dedicate to football, because it does tax me physically. I'm trying to, get more fresh and better. But now, that's enough preamble. I'm going to address a question from a very dear friend of mine, okay. Here it is. Here it is. When you have a chance, dear Peter, can you please elaborate for me on your statement that one such blessing is my association, friendship, and collaboration with Douglas Dietrich? Please. I have known, admired, and respected and looked up to you for many years. But the root and nature of your association with Mr. Dietrich remains a mystery to me. Fair question. Fair question. Because on the surface, and this is on the surface, and things do not always appear as they are on the surface, Douglas is a 1/4 vampire, subspecies of human being who feeds on human blood and needs to for his genetic sustenance, to sustain himself healthy. Now, this could be very off-putting, and it as with my other friend, it tends to invite judgment and saviorship, as if, and I will personally admit, when I learned of this, I wasn't fond of it. I didn't say, "Oh boy, I'm to a vampire. Oh, this makes me cool." No, it's like, no, not that at all. It's just, it's incidental to the work I'm doing. Incidental.
Thank you.
And it's something I have to deal with. And if vampirism is truly, as he says, and there's certainly a case to be made, and it's in the book Vampirology, and we can do a much better book on that when we have the time. And I will state for the record, as has been stated before, that book was slopped together quick and fast so that to protect the copyright on it for Douglas.
Yes.
Because it was about to be stolen, and he kind of was in a panic situation. And I knew how to slop it together fast. I edited the first couple of pages or maybe a little more just to make it as coherent as possible, and then it goes into the diatribe, which is certainly understandable. It's just not as smooth reading as it could be. And there's also more ramifications to go off on that. So that was something that came up. And in fact, I didn't want to mention his vampirism in the new book, but I did because I had to.
Right.
I'm not going to go deeply into it. I refer to the book. I mention it incidentally. And so I would say that's one thing that's going to raise the fur on people's backs is the fact that he has this this identity with vampirism, number one. But as I say, if he is an apex predator, or if vampires exist and are apex predators, it behooves all of us to know them.
Yes.
So I'm not going to learn about them from any of the idiots on the internet or any of the people who glamorize it, because this is not glamorous, and he doesn't glamorize it. So number one, that's an opportunity to learn the truth, but that was never what I was seeking. That's incidental.
Yes.
It's an incidental truth that I have accrued. But what I would say is that it was my dream to be a writer, and that dream was actualized through my connection with Preston Nichols. And Preston Nichols was a fulfillment on my adventures with Scientology.
Yes.
And I will crank this back a bit to Scientology and say, why did Scientology excite me? Because I was looking for the master game in this world. And Scientology had so much to offer.
Yes. By the way, here's a hyperlink so that more people can hear you. If you put that on your timeline, Peter Moon is getting to an important part of the narrative, a decisive factor in his life that enabled him to gain a strategic comprehension of much of what was going on around him. So please continue.
Yeah, I'm just putting up the hyperlink.
So
now.
Much to offer.
Yes.
By the way,
no worries.
No, I go. Were you going to say something before?
Oh, no. Oh, I was just going to say that, it's an important part of your narrative because without the Scientological background, you probably wouldn't have been prepared to handle Preston Nichols and probably wouldn't have understood where he was coming from. You would, most people would have been judgmental and reactive. The reactive mind would have kicked in, as is displayed when they think of me. So back to Peter with that. That takes us back.
Yeah, and of course what Hubbard did, and not just for me, but for anybody who was exposed and bought into his game, was he excited human potential inside of you. And we're going beyond human potential into spiritual potential. Now, I just saw an old colleague of mine, and extensively interviewed on her misfortunes in Scientology. She's and she bought into Hubbard's Sea organization just like I did. I remember her, always very friendly, as many people from California tend to be. Although my Romanian friend said when she moved there, she says, I never saw so many heartless people. Wow. And she had a point, because I was thinking back when I went to school, and I said, well, yeah, the kids were heartless. They weren't. The neighborhood was not heartless. Well, some of the kids were, but yeah, that was like the big part of my life was the neighborhood. School, no, school was. So I can kind of see her point. We'll talk about that in the future. I'll talk to her about in the future. But in any case, back to the Scientology thing. This excites all of this human potential inside of you. Now, the difference between me and this old colleague, I got my feet wet and my mind wet with Scientology processing before I ever entered the Sea organization. I went deep. I went deep inside my mind to the point where I, left my body. I can't say she did the same. She did not indulge in the technical or counseling aspects. I was extensively schooled in them. So I had a very different viewpoint. In other words, I was ecclesiastically, what you'd say, accomplished. She was accomplished in her own right, very intelligent woman. But anyway, whatever it is, I got traction out of this whole thing, to the point where I had phenomena occurring in my life, and spiritual phenomena, and what I would also call a great reconciliation of the spirit. I achieved great reconciliation of the spirit in Scientology, and that's what enabled me to depart from it so seamlessly, relatively seamlessly, because there were rough edges one had to seam over. So my adventure with Preston Nichols was, not only was I able to work with him in a way that nobody else had before, I was able to discover secrets that were fundamental to the way this universe is constructed. And not only was his time travel story, which was so intricate and so bizarre, and so much of it made sense, And if the time travel didn't make sense, certainly the conspiracy around the whole project did make sense, and we proved that. And we got the whole state park changed. We got it turned into a state park and recognized as a state park, as opposed to it being this forbidden zone that you couldn't go on.
The parallels with the Presidio military base are striking.
They are. And as I said very early on in my Montauk research, I said the Presidio, or I didn't say the Presidio, I said San Francisco is a Montauk project in its own right, having been exposed to that culture. And what precipitated so much of that comment on my part was when I would either audit people in Scientology who were from San Francisco, actually when the ship was there, and they'd tell stories of being pulled in by the FBI or whatnot and being interrogated.
Yeah.
In a way that was completely disingenuous. With, you're not going to have the FBI doing that in Sacramento, no, or in Bakersfield or some, run-of-the-mill California town. Not even in L.A. That would have been done by the LAPD.
That's right.
But so in other words, San Francisco was like, now I didn't really connect it to the Presidio at the time because I didn't. The Presidio was totally secret and off limits. It just was not something you thought about because you couldn't go there. It was. Yeah, and it was, of course, it wasn't like Montauk. It was a military base. It wasn't in hiding.
That's
right. And that's the first thing I ever learned about it from my teacher in 10th grade, Eurasian civilization.
Right.
And we're coming across the Golden Gate Bridge, and he says, and we go to we go by the Presidio. He goes, that's a Presidio. He says, you can't go there.
Yeah.
You can't go there. Nobody can go on it. That's the first thing he said. That's the first time I knew about it from studying California history. So the Presidio is like a big mystery.
Yeah, a big blank spot on the map. Here there be dragons. Yes, go on.
Yeah, and so at Montauk, the best I could get from Montauk was Preston Nichols and his fragmented memories of it.
Yeah.
And then also with a tendency to indulge in hyperbole or exaggeration or misdirection because of his own program.
Or at least, in all fairness, cascade memories. Yeah. As I almost said.
Yeah. In other words, now I know very close personal friends of him. He says, I know who Preston programmed. I know who Preston programmed Preston. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, I haven't pursued that because what do I want to know him for? It's like Preston was a highly skilled individual. He was very knowledgeable, and that's why people used him. And they used him, and this was, what he suffered. So when I was dealing with Preston, I was dealing with somebody who, it was my skills that enabled me to deal with him, my psychological skills. And of course, I have a very adept understanding of psychology. I don't call it psychology, just like I have an adept understanding of certain sciences. But I don't call myself a scientist. I'm just a writer, and that's very liberating to me. I'm not pigeonholed into anything else. I'm a writer and a publisher. That's it. And so Preston just helped me, I guess what you'd say, fulfill my dream in terms of becoming a writer. My dream was never to be a publisher. But all of my Scientology experience, which taught me about publishing, going into correct a publishing organization and learning the fundamentals of it, I'm learning what they're doing wrong and what they should do that's right. And that was an education I got in 1979. And I didn't forget it. It was an osmosis, an influence. So then I said, wow, well, I can do much more. I can publish my own work. So that was very, part of my skill set, or the skill set that I developed. Now, with Preston, he could only take me so far because I began to investigate. Now, he helped me investigate. Tremendous. We investigated that base. But I also began to discover occult correspondences and synchronicity, which went deep into the occult and revelations. And then I was introduced to the Montauk Indians. That goes very, very deep into my current connection with Romania. I can't go there. Maybe this is part of the connections I made in August of this year. I can't go into that right now on all the Romanian stuff. I've alluded to it in the past, but just to get back to this question, is that these synchronicities led right into the occultism of Montauk 666. Montauk was being operated on the basis, we call it Satan's world. All of these 666 correspondences, Aleister Crowley and whatnot. Preston, no, he really wasn't on board with that. He didn't, and then I found out that through all the occult correspondences that the base had ancient pyramids and that the pharaohs were the guardians. So this opened up new corridors of consciousness. In my book, Pyramids of Montauk, Explorations in Consciousness. And I learned to, how this connected to the whole planet and the grid of the whole planet and whatnot. But any way you look at it, so much of it, the frequency is jammed by what we can call the 666 frequency. Now, testament to that, and it's in the book, is when I found out that the base was once Native American land. I said, I'm going to go find out what's the deed to this land. And I went to the Suffolk County Records Office, and I pull up in my black Ford Mustang, and right opposite me is an identical black Ford Mustang. I said, wow, you don't see too many of these. And the license plate was 666. And I saw a lady getting out of it. She looked like she was a nurse or something like that. She was old, and I didn't dare go up and talk to her. I thought about it. I said, no, I'm not.
Interesting.
Yeah. Then right after that, I go into the records, and I find that the Camp Hero Air Force Station, where the Montauk Project took place, it's a deed, a quitclaim deed, whereby the U.S. government quits its claim on the property and gives it to New York State, with the reservation that they have rights to the underground, meaning the minerals and all that. So they give it, plus they say we can take it back anytime we want.
Of course.
Now, I called a friend of mine in real estate, and she said, quitclaim deed is not worth anything. She says, you never take anything with a quitclaim deed, because it's not a deed. Now, I subsequently found out that there is a deed to the property, and it's hidden. It's confidential. We're not allowed to see it. So this is, see, what this says, the 666 is telling us this is, Satan's secret, so to speak. So I can also tell you that I was very keenly aware of how much the press, the local press, and the bigger press, these are stories I've gone into before, of how they were stopping the publicity of my work and trying to torpedo me. And I was keenly aware of this. I was known about in newsrooms all over the country. Don't mention this person. And it's very funny. It's because you're going into a gray matter that even extends beyond what might be listed in a bulletin saying, don't put Peter Moon on. It's almost like they didn't have to. There was some sort of subtle mind control going on. But I wouldn't preclude there being actual orders to have me not mentioned.
Right.
I knew from Wade Gordon, one of my authors, he told me, he says, man, and Joe Matheny, the same thing. He says, man, your name is, God, these people hate you. This all people all over the world hate you.
Oh.
And when we're talking about all over the world, they're talking about media and Hollywood.
Yeah.
And just my name is just bad. And why? I wrote a book. I exposed stuff. A lot of people like my work. They respect me. Okay? So why do I get this acerbic reactions? Of course, I'm triggering people's gray matter. I'm triggering it. Now, so I'm in the trigger business.
Yes.
I'm not trying to upset people. I'm trying to expose the truth. And when you expose the truth, it comes with a certain price. I happen to be good at it, and I happen to have a very thick skin, and astrology and Aquarian moon, I can be quite indifferent to what people think. If somebody's, and people used to say, oh, look what they're saying about you. Who cares what they're saying about me?
Thank you.
What power do they have? And it's not that I don't care, because, I don't, but then again, it's like, how empowering is that? It's not very powerful. In fact, when there are people that care more about what you say about them, and they're shocked when you don't care what they say about you. What you think about, you could think they're an idiot, and that disturbs them badly. Whereas if they think you're an idiot or say you're an idiot, you don't care. They feel very disempowered by that. It's disturbing, and that's their own problem. But I'm getting back to the to answer this question. So I've been subject to, tremendous, what's the word? Abuse, I suppose. It's abusive, boorish reactions. People that don't think straight, that don't have good comportment.
Right.
Now, it also, as I delve deeply into the censorship issues of the media, I recognized that Michael Aquino was an enemy of mine.
Yes.
And I wasn't trying to expose him. But he certainly, as Douglas later confirmed for me, that he was basically orchestrating, a campaign against me, which is just ignore him.
Yes.
And sometimes it's more than that.
Right.
So Michael Aquino was a opponent of my work, and I knew this. I was well aware of him long before I met Douglas. And I was introduced to Douglas via this miraculous miracle called the Artilect. And that's the whole story I won't go into, but the Artilect connected me up with him through happenstance, and I discovered him. And I've been building up, but it was a long time to get access to Douglas. And Douglas has so many answers to what was blocking my work. But we also, and see, the main difference between Douglas and Preston Nichols, or even David Anderson for that matter, is Douglas is willing to talk.
Thank you.
He's not holding back. He's not indulging in censorship, and he knows a tremendous amount. He was schooled in the occult, not because he was knocking on the door of Michael Aquino and saying, "Can I please learn this, Mr. Aquino? Can I please learn this?" Let me tell you, the position that he was in, there are so many people that would salivate at being in that position just so they could learn this dark magic.
So true.
And he was being schooled in this dark magic sort of in part by Aquino bragging about what he could do, but also Aquino was putting together his coup de grace, his master work. All of his magical mind was to create this device called the Vox Arca.
Yes.
And it was billions of dollars were invested in it.
Yes.
To create this device which could iterate grimoire, magical spells of ancient times, which the human voice could not do. And he was researching all this, and he was quite gleeful and happy at his diabolical genius. But he couldn't do the work himself, so he had Douglas being his gopher. In other words, doing the research, purchasing the materials, doing all this stuff.
Yes.
And Douglas ended up probably knowing more about it than him, and also acquiring it.
Yes.
Now, that's what keeps Douglas alive. Now, you might say, well, why is this important to me? Well, this is very important to the Defense Department of the United States of America.
Yes.
It's very important to the whole politics of the United States of America. And here we're not even going into the mysteries of Taiwan and the fact that the Artilect, which was a product of Douglas's mind,
Yes.
in part, created the whole chip industry as we know it.
Yes.
The magnitude of what Douglas is dealing with permeates the entire morphogenic grid of humanity.
Yes.
It's like the magnitude of what he's doing. Now we go back to what I was trying. I was trying to, learn the master game. And Scientology was a stop-off. It looked like a permanent stop-off, but it wasn't. Everything has a shelf life.
Right.
And, Preston Nichols had a shelf life for me because he's passed away now. Everything has a shelf life. And I would also say that this device, the Vox Arca, when Douglas does diagnostics on it, which we won't go into, other than the fact that what it brings up is apocalyptic visions, it's quite traumatic. And as I'm pointing out in my newsletter, David Anderson's work, the end of time, has to do with time. And when you're dealing with time, you're dealing with the end of time, whether you like it or not. And some of my personal experiences with Romania involve around the end of time as well. That has to do with the Mount of Olives. And so I think Douglas has more to offer in terms of revelation of these mysteries and what's going on the earth than any person I've ever met. And the fact that, he consumes human blood, the fact that he grew up with gangs, has a great, I guess, what you call association with the underworld. These things are incidental. But of course, if you're going to discover what's going on in the underworld, you're going to be better off talking to the mafia than you are with your local Christian minister.
Yes.
And I would also refer back to, Jesus in the Bible hanging out with publicans and sinners.
Yes.
So Douglas hangs out with a lot of publicans and sinners.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, and find me a better source of information. David Anderson, who I very much love and appreciate, he's not exactly coughing up information for me to write about. Radu Sinamar isn't coughing up anything new. He's way overdue. So I think that answers the question. and I hope it does. That's a long response, about, not quite 50 minutes, 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So there we
Sometimes
go.
it's necessary to have a long answer because no other answer really does the question justice. The question is actually very complicated when one looks into it because what it's asking for is something that is really profound. What motivates someone to affiliate with another individual? And so people who are asking a question like that are expecting a long answer. If not, then they don't know what they're getting into. So,
Well, yes, and when the book is done, I think it will
thank you.
explain it better.
Yes, the book itself will answer.
Part of this is promotion for the book, which is a very esoteric book, and I would also say that Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft, who both each wanted to expose this information, were killed over what we will be revealing in this book, plus much more that they didn't know about or which evolved as a result of what they couldn't reveal. And of course, that has to do with the helazon, which we've talked about. And of course, these are very deep things. And so, it's, the news likes to report on heinous things that occur and bad people.
Yes.
Well, in effect, I'm reporting, with Douglas's help, on some of the worst people in the history of humanity.
Thank you.
The cults of Edom.
Yes.
The cults of the kings of Edom. So this will all be clear. So, the question is a good question because, frankly, some people are creeped out by you, and some people are intrigued in a very perverse way.
Right.
Some people are genuinely interested and they're finding out information.
Yes.
I mean, some people are like intrigued in a perverse way to where, they want to, I don't know. Anyway, but I'm gonna address something else.
Yes.
So anyway, I was, talking about I feel so blessed in this world to have, just had the career I've had, to have so many of the friends I've had, so many have passed on, but I still have many friends that haven't passed on. So I've just really been feeling my blessings lately, particularly with this trip that I took. The blessings are too numerous to mention. So anyway, this is something that came up today, and it was intriguing. I didn't intend to go down this rabbit hole, but it fits perfectly. I was driving to my friend's birthday party tonight, and I turned on New York radio station WMCA. WMCA it's gone through different variations over the years, but it is now owned. Let's see, what's the name of this group that bought it? I have to remember that I did all of this research on my incognito
browser.
Yeah, I didn't want to put it on because I have to find it now. But anyway, I think it's the Salem Broadcasting Group.
Mm-hmm. Sounds apropos.
Oh, Salem Media Group. MCA is owned by Salem Media Group. Now, American radio broadcaster, interested in Christian values. Now, this caught my mind. The Salem Media Group really, I said, why are they calling themselves Salem? Of course, in the Bible, Melchizedek was the prince of Salem. So you can say there's a biblical connection with Salem. And this is where we have Heru Salam. Salem means peace. Heru is, of course, the Egyptian god Hero, or hero, like Camp Hero. Mm-hmm. Hero. Heru, Raka, definite Egyptian connection in the name Jerusalem. But in any case, whether they mean, Jerusalem is part of Salem or whatnot, I don't know why they call it the Salem Media Group. But WMCA is a Christian radio station, and I will sometimes listen to it. And it's interesting to see what the preachers say. Sometimes they're interesting, sometimes they're not. On the way down, I was shocked by what I was hearing. They were basically talking about the Satanic Temple of America. And they were actually interviewing the head of the Satanic Temple of America. Have you ever heard of a Christian radio station interviewing?
Actually, the outreach is not unheard of. Like I said, a good precedent was like one of the interviews that was granted by the founder of the First Church of Satan, Anton Szandor LaVey. Was like he had been incommunicado for years, and it was like after over a decade, he was approached by a Christian group for an interview, and he granted it. So in his case, I believe it was probably far more sincere in an attempt to bridge a gap, maybe have some communications, may have, according to rumor, impacted the last days of his life when he's rumored to have converted to Christianity or found Christ or something like that. But as for the Satanic Church of America, which is separate, this is not the First Church of Satan, just so people understand that, they're not affiliated. It's a far more sinister, insidious. Anton Szandor LaVey was at least blatant and a showman, and had undeniably charm, far more charming than Mike Aquino ever could be, though Mike Aquino was seductive and had his own sense of mesmerizing power. It was more of a mesmerism than it was any actual charisma. But with this particular satanic cult that Peter Moon is addressing right now, they have nothing of that sort, nothing to offer in terms of a personality, a representative person. And this is, of course, because they're Adamic, they are Edomite. And with that, we turn it back to Peter Moon, and that's why they have no one to offer as a front person. They're faceless.
Well, they actually do, but
they have, what we would call, shall we say, something like spokespeople. They have spokespeople, but it's not, you understand what I'm saying, though. It's not the same as someone who would be representative in terms of a responsible figure. People could look at Michael Aquino and they would say that man is responsible for what the Temple of Set does. People could look at Anton Szandor LaVey and they'd say that man is responsible for what the First Church of Satan has done. But the spokesperson would be more of, you get the point, more of a buffer. So back to Peter with that, and please, any reflections you have on what I just said, please. Yeah.
Well, more to the point of what I was saying is they're interviewing this guy, and basically I'm listening to this now. I'd heard of this because I'd heard of it before. I think it might have come up in one of our discussions. But I'm listening to this Christian guy talk about Satan, and then there's a woman, I don't remember her name or this book she wrote about the occult, and she describes it a little different, or they described it a little different than if you go to the Satanic Temple on Wikipedia or perhaps on their website, which I haven't really perused their website. I just pulled it up. But in other words, I was hearing sort of a different slant on it, which I'm sure neither side would dispute. But basically...
by the way, before you go there, I just want you to know before I forget, because it might dribble out of my ears... for those who don't know, I was working with a sponsor for a long time named Ben Estenius, who paid to have me go down to Arizona, and it was this incredibly miserable experience that I'm not going to go into that part. But one of the things that happened that is so much in keeping with the pattern of my entire experience with pretty much everyone and everything is that all of this effort that he had me deliver a presentation, none of it was recorded. Now, I don't know whether to believe him or trust him on this, but if we go by what he says, the individuals who were paid did not deliver, and they did not ultimately record what was presented. Something which I can't understand how he would not check on that while he is paying them to do something. But nevertheless, the cameraman who was responsible for all the technology to record everything was a member of the Satanic Temple. The Satanic Temple of America, and his claim was that, we're involved with this for free speech. We're simply all of this is But nevertheless, he censored me by making certain that nothing I said in presentation was recorded at all. So it's free speech goes out the window. They certainly bothered to get themselves hired by Benestenius, and then made certain to censor Douglas Dietrich. With that, we bring it back to Peter Moon, which I think tells us all we need to know about them. So go on, Peter. Yes.
Well, yeah, no, precisely. This is what goes on. But they were basically talking about how this group, the Satanic Temple, and this was the Christians talking, not the guy who was representing them. Right. That basically they came out of it was a publicity stunt for a movie, and they created the Satanic Temple as a publicity stunt. Now they're saying it's all kind of like a satire. It was all like a satire. Now this is common how these satanic cults start.
Yes.
You know, they'll create a meme, and they'll attract people, and then it'll, you don't know you're being recruited into something that's really satanic.
Yeah.
Or you might think you are, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, well, and as they say, their aim is to, clean up the stench surrounding Christianity, which, there's a noble goal in that. But because there's a lot of stench around Christianity, there always has been in civilization, going back to the first century. I think the biggest stench around Christianity was the crucifixion itself. That was stench. So in any case, they're sitting there and they're now, but they've organized to the point where they're going into schools. They're offering they're presented at schools, and there's satanic clubs after schools. They're talking about how this is all being presented for schools, and they're saying, and the guy's being interviewed. He says, well, it's to give you an alternative to this. It's an alternative. And he says, and he insists that they're defended by the First Amendment of the United States, and really preaches on that. And that, Christian people are privileged, is what he's saying. Less and less so in these current times. And while he may have some valid points from either a legal or cultural or bias standpoint, it's only to serve a more sinister agenda.
Yes.
And they were exposing it. They're talking about how they're giving kids instructions in how to use Ouija boards, and describing the danger of Ouija boards, and even to call demons, how to summon demons.
Yes.
This is what we're dealing with. And the Satanic Temple on Wikipedia, basically it says co-founders Lucian Greaves and Malcolm Jerry met in 2012, and the Satanic Temple was active by 2013. In an interview with the New York Times, New York Times is not going to give me an interview.
But they'll give it to the Satanic Temple.
An interview.
That's right.
Malcolm Jerry stated that the idea of starting a satanic faith-based organization was first conceived to meet all the Bush administration's criteria for receiving funds, but was repugnant to them. The idea was motivated by the former President George Bush's formation of the White House Office of Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships. Now, George W. Bush, who they're talking about here, was a Satanist. He's part of a satanic cult in Brownsville, Texas.
Yes. With
all these murders associated with it when he left on a weekend vacation. You can read about that. Of course, it's not. And that's the question they asked him during the election he was starting to run for president. They asked him about that, and he says, "I'm not going to play gotcha politics."
Right.
And the press goes, "Oh, he's not going to play gotcha politics. Wow, man, we're not going to mess with him." And,
Incredible.
And he became president. That's the idiocy of the media.
That's right.
Now, it says the Satanic Temple opened its official headquarters in Salem, Massachusetts in 2016. The former Victorian funeral home is painted charcoal and doubles as the Salem Art Gallery. And don't think they didn't pick a funeral home as by accident. They're calling up dead spirits. Salem is the source of so much that my friend Buddha used to tell me, who lived in Massachusetts, and tell me how all the OTO and people were going up to Salem. He said it was a hotbed of negative occultism.
Of course.
And it's been, people have tried to set fire to it, bomb threats. They have tax exempt status. So, this is just another satanic vanguard of bullshit.
Thank you. And they claim, another thing that they claim is that they're all about the constitutional separation of church and state. That's a big thing of theirs. So they're trying to present themselves as constitutionalists. So it's not just free speech, it's separation of church and state. So what Peter just brought up about Bush Jr. and this kind of Christian facade that he was putting forth so desperately, even to the point of these faith-based funding efforts. The Satanic Temple is trying to say, well, if you can teach children about Christianity in schools, and that's a separation of church and state, this is why we're promoting teaching children about Satanism, homosexual activity, and by that they're speaking of homosexuality in the perverse sense, like teaching children how to use dildos, etc. at a very young age, and that they actually put out pamphlets on this, which by the way, this is what is again claimed to be in satire and claimed to be done in the name of free speech and separation of church and state, saying, well, if Christians can teach children to do things, we can teach them to do this. But if you can't see past the facade, if you cannot see past the excuse here to produce pamphlets to show children how to use dildos, if you really take this all at face value as just satire and that these people are operating in the name of a good cause, ultimately by being as repugnant and as repulsive as possible, then you're out of your mind, or you're incredibly naive, or you're just plain one of them. This is how they literally get away with murder. So when it comes to, they speak of course, Christian ideas of sacrifice, the bloody sacrament, in terms of the sacrament really being about the body and blood of Christ, and that therefore they promote cannibalism and the eating of children, and they're putting this in pamphlets, and they're passing it out at kindergartens and preschools. At this point, you've crossed lines that are just beyond acceptable to anyone. But the fact remains that when you think about the sponsor I had for years, and everybody who listens to me from the old days who remembers that I used to promote, of course, the true crime tours of the individual named Ben Estanius, the fact that he would wind up hiring one of these individuals to film a presentation for me to deliver, obviously he's no longer a sponsor of mine, and this is one of the primary reasons why I had to disaffiliate. But think about what I'm speaking about. It's like the reach of the cult of the Kings of Edom through these front organizations, and this is basically a front organization for the worshippers of the anti-gods. Its reach is just everywhere. So someone who comes and sponsors me for years, and then makes every effort to basically, quote unquote, get me down to deliver a presentation, and then sets it up so that the people filming me are involved with this front cult of a far more ancient insurgency of humanity, a cancer on the human species. With that, we turn it back to Peter. There's nothing more that could be said without going into volumes of erudition on this, but I think Peter can do it justice with the summation.
Well, yes, it's like, you can't
get rid of the, Douglas can't get rid of the flies.
Yeah.
He can't get rid of all the flies that flock to what he has to share. And that's because, and this is why I'm interested, because I'm trying to help him get rid of the flies so we can get at the core truth. As you begin to understand what he's been part of, there's an orchestration here that there's a great magnificence of what he represents. It has to do with the peacock angel, which I'm writing about now, and was something I didn't even want to put in the book. I didn't want to put the peacock angel in the book because I think it's too unwieldy, because it gets into so much complexity.
Yes.
But then I had to study the peacock angel's people, the Yazidi, in this book, Slayer of Souls. And while the book had a lot of disinformation in it, it also was very entertaining and taught me some things. It just kind of told me what the peacock angel was and what it wasn't. But more to the point is, as you begin to read the story, you see Douglas's role, and the peacock angel's role is like, wow, this is like putting humanity on notice in a very big way. Yeah. That, isn't necessarily going to be done by Radu Sinamar or one of his mentors giving a lecture inside the inner earth and it being dutifully relayed. Well, that might prove very enlightening and even be equivocal to what I'm saying. Well, that's not what I'm saying here is much more alive and electric as it affects the whole network of Silicon Valley. And what I will also say, part of this 666 business is this computer, this great computer, the 666, which was to take over the minds of man. It's the great feared, to chip us all. Well, the government's been chipping people for a long time. But they can't have AI without consciousness. And that's what the chipping is, but it all short circuits. I mean, these people that are chipped they're not as effective as the Borg in Star Trek. Thank goodness they're not. But it ended up using Douglas's mind for the AI, and that's where the peacock angel came in.
Yes.
There's a certain beauty of synchronicity in it all. It's hard to explain. This is what the book is about. So I have to do my work. Perhaps the book will more fully explain.
Well, what the book,
and it risks. There's a big risk in it to the degree that people are going to, get upset. Oh, it's making Douglas too important. Making him too important.
Interesting.
I mean, they're going to have that reaction. Well, how is he so important? Because
it's one of those things where that's understandable. It would be it's not, shall we say, comprehensible from a rational sense. It simply happened to be a person who was in the wrong place at the wrong time all too many times. But it is inevitable due to my lineage. Because of my lineage, I was certainly under watch from the moment I was born, from before I was born, because they were watching my mother in particular very keenly, and she was under a microscope, so to speak. But when it comes to the book itself, what it will do more probably very succinctly, among other things, is that Peter will communicate to the general public that without having suffered the trauma of the Night of the Broken Circle, I probably would never have survived the downloading, or rather, at that time, they used the term uploading. It's a term you never hear much of anymore. Certainly, we upload YouTube videos, but it's not used as often as downloading. But the term they used very early in the game, when these terms were just being phrased, just being coined, They use the term uploading of my persona, my personality into the machine, the facility, which was, of course, far more than a machine, a bio-machine, as it was referenced by the MDs involved. So without the trauma of the peacock angel, the possession thereby, I likely never would have survived, along with the nanoplasma that was transfused into me before then. A combination of factors that made it possible for me to survive the trauma of the uploading of my entire personality into a biologically enhanced cybernetic mechanism. So with that, we turn it back to Peter, but his book will explain that, how one couldn't happen without the other. So it was a series of events that were fairly organic, yet nevertheless are synchronous enough where one realizes that nothing in fiction can really do justice to the poetry of life. So back to Peter. With
that's quite true. And it's a tremendous undertaking, because one thing about my work, it, as I was explaining, I sent my one of my friends in Romania. I sent her some books, and I explained to her. I said, "Look at my work," and this occurred to me about 10 years ago, maybe even a little more, that my work was so voluminous that Peter Moon is an institution.
Yes.
And when I say institution, I don't have a big building and a big, staff, but the work of it is so voluminous that it could make up a college course.
Absolutely.
Even a degree, and even graduate degrees, especially when you consider the ramifications of it.
Yes.
And comparative analysis of Peter Moon's work and all this, because it's so extensive. Because I look at now, especially now, that was when I'd been writing for 20 years. Now it's like 30 years plus.
Yeah. And
it's like, wow, this is something that people would ostensibly study in the future. But it's not just the fact that there's volume. There's so much content and so many complexities that, wow. But what happens with my work is I keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper. It's not like James Redfield, who wrote the book Celestine Prophecy, and his sequel wasn't so good and he kind of went away and you never hear of him again.
Right. Or
Dan Billman, who was caught falsifying information or whatever and was a ruse, and he was a big headliner. Now he's no longer around. It's just like so many of these people, they have no substance.
Yeah.
They might have something to offer. And then you also have people who are heralded as these, media dynamos that, don't really know what they're talking about. So my work is substantial, and it keeps getting deeper. It's like a pyramid. And if you look at my two aspects of my own horoscope, which is Capricorn, which Capricorn is the sun sign, also my Mercury, it's like it climbs the pyramid. And then at the top of the pyramid, or the mountain, the goat climbs over and exalts himself to the top of the pyramid. So it keeps getting bigger and more, I guess, magnificent when you look at the subject matter. And then the Uranus in my 10th house of career, triggers people. It throws people off. Surprises. Wow, what the hell is this? And this is what I do. And I'll never forget the guy who used to head the Chamber of Commerce on Long Island. It was called the Long Island Association, and I had a relationship with him. And when I began to get into Montauk and started telling him about this stuff, he goes, "Where do you dig these people up? Where do you dig people up?" Because he had a certain spiritual component to him, and he listened to me. He listened to me. So, "Where do you dig these people up?" Yeah. And now I'm digging up even more with Douglas Dietrich. It's like we're digging up, these are the Plutonian aspects of existence, which is the underground. And everything I'm on writing about puts Radu Sinamar on notice, whether he's aware of it or not, because it's like he has to come up with something commensurate with what I'm engaged in. So, because this is the problem blocking all of this energy from Shambhala. Why don't we have grace? Why don't we have healings? Why don't we just have pure joy in the world? Well, it's all of the above. So while we're living in this incarnation, we battle with it, just like you're going to get the bugs out of your home. And if you want to get bugs out of your home or your garden, you get diatomaceous earth. I mentioned that because I was in the garden shop the other day and I forgot about diatomaceous earth. It's great for getting rid of bugs and stuff like that.
Cool.
But to get back to what I'm talking about, yeah, this is, very substantial pathway I'm going on here. Now, to get back to the Satanic Temple, they have something called the Grey Faction, Grey. I'm not sure why they call it Grey.
Joe, of course.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah.
Well, listen to what this is. It's an initiative. Well, wait, first. Okay. It says the Grey Faction is a project of the Satanic Temple with the goal of exposing malpractice and pseudoscience associated with satanic ritual abuse conspiracy theories.
Of course.
The Grey Faction protests medical conferences, initiates legal action, and petitions medical boards. The faction has protested conferences held by the International Society for the Study of Trauma and Disassociation, which advocates for the discredited practice of recovered memory therapy. The group has also petitioned for investigation into the killing of Gigi Jordan of her child, which was connected to the discredited practice of facilitated communication. Now, they don't want you to be investigating satanic ritual abuse. They don't want you going into look at your triggered memories. What does this tell you? What does this tell you?
Everything you need to know.
Well, exactly.
It's just like the man who there was a man who organized. I'd have to look his name up. The community. There's a community, of course, that is supposed to expose satanic ritual abuse, repressed memories, and the man who organized it was a psychiatrist who did so after his daughter came out and exposed the fact that he had been raping her since childhood. And so her memories, quote unquote, were brought out by another psychiatrist, and therefore this psychiatrist organized an entire movement to discredit repressed memories, or the very idea of them, that really, he claimed, impressed into the mind by the counselor, that that if anyone comes up with a repressed memory, then the counselor needs to be investigated. That's where all of this goes. So it turns into actually a true persecution, a witch hunt, if you will, of counselors who are exposing satanic ritual abuse. But please, back to Peter. Yeah.
Okay. The organization first gained media attention in 2013 after a group of Satanists assembled at the Florida State Capitol to show their approval over a bill Governor Rick Scott signed into law the prior year, Senate Bill 98, which allowed student-led prayer at school assemblies. The group further stated that as the bill did not specify a religion, the prayers could be led by a student from any religion, including Satanism. The Satanic Temple members announced they were coming out to see how happy we were because our satanic children could pray to Satan in school. Now, there's something called the Pink Mass. In July 2013, the Satanic Temple held a pink mass over the grave of Katherine Johnson, the mother
of Westboro Baptist Church founder Fred Phelps. The Mass was held after the Westboro Baptist Church announced their intention to picket the funerals of the victims of the Boston Marathon bombing. QueerTY.com suggested they had based the idea of the Mass on similar activities held by factions of the Latter-day Saint movement, where they would perform proxy baptisms. The Pink Mass was officiated by Greaves and consisted of two gay men kissing over Johnston's grave, while Greaves touched the tombstone with his genitals and chanted an incantation intended to change the deceased's sexual orientation. A misdemeanor charge was issued against Greaves, and he was told that if he returned to Lauderdale County, Mississippi, where Johnston's grave is located, he would be arrested. Shortly before Phelps' death on March 19, 2014, the Satanic Temple expressed interest in holding a similar ceremony for the church founder. The blessing of same-sex marriages is allowed in the Satanic Temple. So, they've got all sorts of activism going on.
Oh yeah, well they're an insurgency. They're a front for the kings of Edom, so they are going to use every angle that they can to subvert. And what they're doing is they're subverting society. It's something that should be obvious to everyone. And the thing is, if you try to act against them, then you're going to be called a fascist. They'll say, "Oh, you're a fascist because you're against free speech. You're trying to persecute these innocent people who are only practicing their religion." But if you confront them about, "Oh, well, your religion demands the violation of children before they're of the legal age of consent," then they're going to say, "That's all satire. It's all satire," and they're going to claim it's just a big joke, and how stupid you are for believing the joke, and then you're made a fool. So you can't win. In this way, they will ultimately rule your universe. This is their intent. So I've looked it up, and so that I could give people the name of these people. Jennifer Freyd, surname spelled F-R-E-Y-D. She exposed her father and her mother, Pam and Peter Freyd, of basically sexual abuse. And that's when both these parents, who were both practicing psychiatrists, Peter and Pamela Freyd, created this school of psychology that would fight all memory. And what happens was they launched a lawsuit and won their damage suit against their own daughter. In other words, their claim was to sponsor a bunch of other people who had been exposed for incestuous assault. And they said that whenever a person is claiming that their parents or their family sexually assaulted them, then you have to investigate and prosecute their therapist, because they feel that all of this is the result of false memories implanted by therapists. And they won $10.6 million at the time, the largest settlement in a lawsuit alleging that therapists had instilled false memories. This is, by the way, this involved hundreds, ultimately thousands of people in this lawsuit. So you're talking about literally hundreds and hundreds of victims, hundreds and hundreds of family members, and ultimately what they call it now, in terms of medical industrial complex terms, is Ramona false memory syndrome. Basically based on the California man, because it was all here involving Michael Aquino. That's how I knew the ins and outs of it all. Gary Ramona. So they basically sponsored Gary Ramona, who was a Temple of Set cultist, who successfully sued psychiatrists who he claimed implanted false memories of abuse. Now, the thing was that Aquino had been preparing this lawsuit ever since, though he didn't realize it, I began exposing him. And what happened was when all of these lawsuits were mobilized against Michael Aquino, this was part of Michael Aquino's response. So what Michael Aquino did was he mobilized one of his cultists who had been, of course, raised in the cult, sexually abused intergenerationally. And then this individual who had tried to break free of the cult, exposed through his therapist what had happened to him, then sued his own therapist with Temple of Set funding to claim that the therapists were at fault and therefore all the cults are innocent, that this is all false memory syndrome. Technically, in the medical vernacular, the professional vernacular, Ramona false memory syndrome, based on the Ramona false memory case. So in this way, then these testimonies are no longer acceptable in a court of law. Yet at the same time, psychiatrists are left in a damning position. Psychiatrists, for instance, are required by law to report anyone who has fantasies of murder or sexual assault. If you were to... My own psychiatrist told me this once. He was the older Jewish individual. To his credit, all glory to him. Dr. Harry Z. Koren, retired now, probably dead. The last psychiatrist to really practice seriously Freudian psychology. One of the first psychiatrists I saw, not one of the first, but one of the first I saw seriously outside of a intensive therapy, kind of like voluntarily, but not that I ever entered counseling involuntarily, thank God, but I voluntarily entered a long-term outpatient counseling with Dr. Harry Z. Koren, Jewish background. That's important to mention, and all credit to him. He knew of my background and he understood it was not delusional. And he knew about my background in terms of the Hitler lineage, and he never took it as delusional. He took it as explanatory of much of what happened to him once he started treating me. Contacted by cultists and threatened, etc., for no goddamn good reason. He was very sympathetic, even visited me in the hospital during my lung collapses, which of course he was never required to do. That was a wonderful individual. But this individual brought up the fact to me. He said, quite seriously, if you plan on killing anybody, don't tell me about it, because I'm required by law to turn you in. And he mentioned that because he felt that this was destructive to any serious treatment. In other words, if psychiatrists are required to turn their own patients in, they can't treat them. And therefore, no one's treated, and therefore murders get committed. In other words, it's a self-destructive cycle that society has perpetrated on itself. And in both those terms are accurately used in this case, perpetrated and perpetuated upon itself. But in the other thing is that here they are as well. If they then try to treat people for being sexually assaulted by their own family members, then they are considered criminals and are prosecuted in court for instilling false memories. It's, if anyone thinks that, well, you wonder what produces someone like Hannibal Lecter. No, this is a metaphorical character. How could a psychiatrist not turn into a character like that when confronted with these restraints that prevent you from doing anything you ever intended to do? With that, we turn it back to Peter. Of course, psychiatrists were guilty of enormous abuses, which is what prompted L. Ron Hubbard originally to create Scientology as a way to avoid psychiatry. But you see my point as well. And with that, we turn it back to Peter, who will add other perspectives to this.
Well, I'm going to talk about here now Lucien Greaves, who's one of the founders of the Satanic Temple, along with Malcolm Jerry. Lucien Greaves' real name is Douglas Mesner. Born in Detroit, Michigan, his mother was a Protestant who took him to Sunday school. He studied neuroscience,
of course,
with a specialty in false memory syndrome.
Of course, thank you so much.
Greaves has spoken on the topics of Satanism, secularism, and the Satanic Temple at universities throughout the United States. They certainly don't give Douglas or myself a forum there. And his featured speaker at national conferences hosted by American Atheists, the American Humanist Association, and the Secular Student Alliance. He's been instrumental in setting up the Protect Children Project, the After School Satan Project, and several political demonstrations and legal actions designed to highlight social issues involving religious liberty and the separation of church and state. This is what we're dealing here. He wrote the foreword to the Little Book of Satanism by La Carmina, published October 25th, 2022 by Simon & Schuster. Simon & Schuster once called me and wanted to know all about my books. I sent them. They were all excited about publishing them. Well, they could have turned millions of dollars just with their kiosk machine.
Yeah. They have tremendous influence. Go on.
And it's less now.
Yes.
But
this was back when publishers really mattered. Go on.
Yeah. But the thing is, they want to push the Little Book of Satanism.
Of course.
They want to push other false books.
Yeah.
So again, this is what I'm dealing with, and it's self-explanatory.
By the way, wait, false books doesn't even do it justice. I mean, they want to. Look, I have just been restricted on Facebook, for being a dangerous individual. Douglas Dietrich is considered a dangerous individual. Why? Because along with Peter Moon, I expose phenomena like this. This is dangerous. It's not just a false book, as Peter says. It's a dangerous book. This is like Satanism for children, of course, and this is like, if you ever look through it, of course, learn to sleep with partners of any sex, as well as your pets. It's a highly pornographic book that invites people to aberrant, and what used to be considered medically as aberrant lifestyles. These days, we would simply consider the majority of them alternative, although I believe that most people would still be triggered by animal sex or bestiality, even if they've programmed themselves not to be triggered by homosexuality. So you have a book that's insisting on all forms of experimentation for children. And Simon & Schuster, back when publishers really mattered, people would be sending publishers boxes of candy and flowers just to try and get on the good side to get their books published, because these were the people who had the power over someone's ability to share their material at all. Now you might say, oh, they've gotten desperate to sink to this level. No, this is where they were always at. It is, of course, it speaks volumes. And here I am, considered dangerous. But these people are everywhere. These people are literally, if you were to simply claim that you were affiliated with Satanism, you would be given center stage. That's how I got on Coast to Coast AM. I simply told people I was affiliated with Michael Aquino and that I was serving him. And that's when George Norrie, who is an ardent Sethianist, the term Satanist does not do it justice. He is, of course, an Edomite, but he was a member of the Temple of Seth. As a Sethist, he brought me in. I knew the passwords. And he brought me on Coast to Coast, and that was how my run on Coast to Coast was established until Michael Aquino heard about it, because he never bothered to listen to Coast. It wasn't until it was brought to his attention, rather belatedly, that he blew his top and called up George Norrie and asked him what the hell he was doing. So that's, when I was shunted off onto, John... Holmes? What the fuck was his name again? John Holmes was the porno actor. John B. Wells. I was shunted on to John B. Wells and helped establish his career by his own claim. And then he went off to start his, caravan in the desert, or caravan at midnight, even though he's strictly a daytime person and doesn't stay up at night. He admitted that I was what got him all the numbers with which to run off and start his own show like that, after which he refused to interview me. When he finally offered to do so after our book was published, Peter Moon told me not to bother because he said it must be an ambush, which I agreed with and just didn't bother to respond to him. There you have that. By the way, the goober who worked for John B. Wells, who had been working for him forever, kind of like his Igor, his Renfield. This individual who wrote me asking me for an interview with John B. Wells said, "Hey, somebody must have hacked into your website. A bunch of weird photos of someone cross-dressing." You know, I felt like responding with, "That's me, you idiot," but there was not even any point. So at any rate, back to Peter with that. Oh.
Well, it's all so typical and also ridiculous.
Yes.
So yeah, I think we kind of, made the case. I mean, what more do you want to say?
Thank you. Well, I mean, it is shocking what you said about the fact that this man was working with the whole repressed memory syndrome. It's at this point, it's so interconnected. It's incestuous in and of itself. Please, Peter, take it from there.
Well, yeah, and of course, it goes back to that Osho quote.
The people are retarded.
People are retarded.
Yes, thank you.
People
And he would know. He would know. He was a predatory sex cultist. He would know of all people. That's what he was doing. He was basically boasting. People are retarded, and he could easily take advantage of them and prey upon them.
Well, exactly. So, what more needs to be said? As perhaps I should, shift direction into what I was working on with your book, and maybe I kind of stated it, but let's see here. Yeah, I mean, this stuff has got a lot of meat to it. Yeah, I'm just, there's this whole operation that took place at the Presidio with the creating this organic computer that's right on the cutting edge of everything that developed in the tech industry. And it's all being orchestrated by the Peacock Angel. It's just too bizarre. When I put this together, when I cut and paste this together, it's like I start to see what actually happened. So the story is deeper and more coherent than I could believe. And it's not easy for Douglas to just lay it out on a platter. In many ways he has, but it's somehow it's so involved and so extensive, that summating it into a narrative is the big challenge. And so I've just had the opportunity to see so many things transpiring since I went to Romania that I can't begin to communicate them all. It's going to happen over a slow time release period. And I might have had some questions for you, but this is almost a silly question. It's not a silly question, it's almost one. Let me go here to my newsletter. Oh, yeah, I have something very interesting to touch on here. But first, I want to ask you I'm going to give you the spelling I have that I'm putting, because I never put it in my newsletter, the correct spelling of Biofax Simulagra. Okay. Now, I'm going to spell it. Tell me if I'm right. Biofax or C?
C.
C. Okay. Hang on a second. B-I-O-F-A, oh boy. F-A-C, S-I-M-U-L-A-G-A-R-A.
It's fine with F-A-C-S-I-M-I-L-E is fine. Facsimile. Just like facsimile, and just put the word bio in front of it. So biofacsimile would be certainly the singular. And what I use is kind of, shall I say, it was in it was inside nomenclature or vernacular because we're dealing with occult people who often work with grimoires and understand to them the phenomenon of the biofacsimile. Anybody can look up the term facsimile on the internet, and you'll get the correct spelling, which is just F-A-C-S, fax, and then imile, simile. It's only one S, but that...
Okay.
Yeah.
But when you always refer to it as a biofacsimilogger, which is plural,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yes, it's a plural, but it's like it doesn't really, shall we say, doesn't need to be used for modern English that way. Let's put it this way: to everybody I was dealing with at the Presidio, they were all heavily involved in the occult. Everybody who was dealing with interrogation and torture was heavily involved with the occult. So these were people who looked at the biofacsimilacra as golemic. To them, this was a golemic phenomena. And so they were imbuing further and further life into these theoretically inanimate. They were certainly animate, at least to a higher degree than most people would ever believe possible. But they were not alive in the technical sense, quote unquote. And so they were imbuing them with further and further life so that they could torment them all the more, break them all the more, and therefore just enjoy themselves. So in terms of the, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to enter this into the message box for our friend Peter Moon here, and this will provide an easier, shall I say, way to write this for the general public's assimilation. But what I'll also do is soon enough I'll send him like the way the occultists would refer to them, and that shall probably go into the book. So this would be like the conventional way. Facsimile would be the kind of like countable and uncountable, meaning it could be plural as well as singular, but the plural technically would be facsimiles or facsimilia. So that would be the correct Latin. So when but of course this is where we get the term fax machine from. And with the term fax machine, we just simply shortened it to FAX because it was a combination of facsimile and Xerox. So it became FAX, which is kind of like a brand or trademark term, but the reality is that it became universal. Like so many quirky brand names do when their product becomes ubiquitous or pervasive. So the fax machine, FAX, was coming into play at the time that I was working at the Presidio. The fax machine was only died off fairly recently. I would think it's totally dead by now, but I'm sure there's still government places that used it. The governments were using them, forever. Just because the government's so far behind in technology, they were still using 80s and 90s technology well into the 2030s, 2020s at least, I mean to say. I'm thinking it'll all be dead by 2030, that there won't be a single fax machine left in use. But because the facsimilacrae were being used at the same time as the fax machines were coming out, they would refer to them as biofax as BIO, bio, FAX, biofax, like that. So they would say biofax, certainly in the singular. Bear in mind, nobody there was really, in terms of the general sense, the lower ranks was very conscientious about language. So they would say something like biofaxes if they were talking in the plural. But when we got to ritual, and biofacsimilacra were used in ritual, make no mistake about it, then the higher ranking commissioned officer level people would use far more exacting occult phrases. And those are the phrases that I use. So they'll be archaic, anachronistic by today's standards. That's where you get the terms I use like biofacsimilacra or biofacsimile. So what I'll do is I'll send Peter a couple of copies of those words the way they were spelled, so he can ultimately integrate them into the book. In the original Latin, which is what we would be using oftentimes when the occult rituals were involved, they actually, it was always an emphatic. In other words, the Latin would always have an exclamation mark after the first three letters. Fac, F-A-C. It would be like, simile means like alike, similar, simile. Fac would mean make it, like facture, like manufacture. You're like factory. So to make alike is facsimile, but they're actually two separate words. So it would be F-A-C space simile, S-I-M-I-L-E in the original Latin. But because the first part of that phrase would always be emphatic, written in the proper Latin, there was always an exclamation mark after the F-A-C, then a space, and then simile, like fac simile. So just to show you how complicated it gets, but that's important when you're conducting a spell, because phraseology is everything, because it also puts the mind into the emphatic state when you're using the original Latin. That's why the grimoires were written in Latin. That's why the church was speaking in Latin, because the church is conducting a form of magic. When they pray, when they conduct their rituals, the church is out there hijacking magic. They've incorporated it. They've co-opted it. So they make it holy through prayer and their own ritual. So this is why they were conducting their phrases in a dead language, all of their spells, so to speak, the rituals, because that's part of the magic. The lay people cannot understand it because it's a cloistered organization. And then later on, they tried to become more populist and change the language, but a lot of Catholics are not happy with that. So we'll see what happens in the future. But there you have it. Hopefully that puts that in some perspective, Peter.
Oh, totally. And thank you for that. Yeah, no, that answers my question on that. Where I want to go from here is that I re-listened to the discussion we had with Nicole while I was in Romania.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what was very interesting, and some people might not have heard that because it was on at an irregular hour for me.
Right.
And it was on, I think, we got up at 7 o'clock in the morning, so it came on at like 1 o'clock or 1 a.m. or later. No, not 1 a.m. or, 1 a.m. or something like that. But anyway, what came up towards the end of our conversation was the fact that so many of these biofax simulagra dolls, and for those of you, the biofax simulagra were basically human-like dolls or robots that are extremely realistic and are equipped to bleed, cry, and express emotions with skin, and they could be used as sex toys or, as he said, for getting emotions out of people who are interrogators. Yes. And torture. So these things could be tortured, and it was quite a sick prospect. But in any case, first off, the one thing I noticed is that these dolls look like his mother. And he explained to me that, of course, because she was a movie star in the 30s, and of course
throughout Asia, through both Japan and China. Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is celluloid degenerates.
Yes.
I know that from my book covers have degenerated over decades, and so I've had to get new butt covers in certain instances because the original, they're not on computer discs, so they have to be reconstructed. Same thing with films if they're not preserved. So that's why we've lost it. But then I also learned, we were talking with my friend Nicole, that Douglas has also been used as a model.
Yes.
Some of these biofax simulagra, which is, it's like he was a point of reference and obsession with the Presidio itself. It's as if the whole Presidio was preoccupied. Now, Michael Aquino certainly had a lot to do with this, but it goes beyond that. Could you comment on any of this?
I think you've said it all. It's pretty much, in a sense. You've given certainly the summation, but just so people understand, this is one of those things that the closest thing I can think of that would make this accessible to people, or to give them a kind of frame of reference that would be make this more, there's no other word for it, nothing other than accessible to them. It's going to be, and let me stick this in the private, here, let me just stick this down here so I can make a note of it. So there is another term I entered for Peter. The original Latin would look something like this, facsimile. When it comes to the modeling that was done on this, the closest I can think of to a modern example outside of myself, so people don't think that this is all anecdotal or something that happened to Douglas Dietrich and nobody else, and therefore is not necessarily an experience anyone can relate to, is basically there was a woman who found out that her child was the model for sex dolls. And as a result, she, of course, pursued it. She realized that there were sex dolls for sale that were basically modeled on her daughter, and started to investigate what was going on. I'll see if I can find the article about it so that I can give people at least a reference to that. But in my case, we had no such real options, my mother or myself. We couldn't go to the media about it, and it was something that we never really paid much attention to. We took it almost as a matter of course. My mother, because of her background in terms of celebrity status in old Asia, and again, to put this into some perspective for people, because it's important. A lot of people find what I say to be unbelievable because they live in a different world, a different historical period. They don't know what it's like in the old world, how different things were. Okay, so I just found this article that can help people find out a little bit about this phenomena as it manifests today. Here we are. And what I'll do is just provide the search in the link to Peter Moon, the search link to Peter Moon, but anybody can look this up. Basically, use this as kind of like your tag. Horrified mom discovers her little girl's photo was stolen and used to create a sex doll. So they use the ampersand as opposed to the word and with that, I'm going to put the link here inside of the text box for Peter to look at, and he'll find all kinds of articles. This woman, one of these cases, was living in Florida. Florida mom finds child sex doll on Amazon resembling her daughter. Mom says kid's image stolen, turned into sex doll. Mom finds sex doll designed after her daughter. This goes on and on. Most of these probably referring the same case, though there are many cases and parents simply don't come out because they don't want to traumatize their children any further. There may be a sex doll out there that looks like their child, but so long as the child doesn't know about it, then at least that child will live in blissful ignorance the rest of their lives. But people have no idea. For that's one mother who came out, there's about 1,000 out there who have not. So that already puts it into some perspective. As for celluloid, like Peter says, doesn't really do the subject justice. Just to give people an example of the extremity of the situation, so they understand it, my mother was a movie actress. Now, one of the people whose Facebook timeline that I'm on now, Sora Aoi, who's one of the, probably the most famous actress in Japan, without exaggeration, full stop, is Sora Aoi. Your average American, if told about Sora Aoi, is going to say, who the fuck is Sora Aoi? But Sora Aoi is famous throughout Asia. Now, in our internet age, your average person doesn't know about Sora Aoi. It shows you how ignorant the West is of Asia. So what goes on in Asia pretty much stays in Asia. Yet, if you were to go anywhere in Japan or China, or any place in its environs within the geosynchronous orbit of those two Asian giants, one thing I like, it comes to my mind, was when China and Japan were fighting over islands in the Pacific recently, over jurisdiction, and then Korea jumped in and claimed the same islands. One newspaper headline said it best: Korea brings its shrimp to a whale fight. That's how big China and Japan are compared to everyone else around them. But everyone in Korea would know what's going on in China and Japan because they're stuck in the middle. Same with many other nations. But Sora Aoi, anywhere in China or Japan, people would know who she is because since women are so rare in China, because of all the child abortions against females, and your average female is so valued, worth her weight in gold because there's no females around. Very few of them need to do anything like go into porn. So there's very little domestic porn in China. So the porn they consume is Japanese. So Sora Aoi is known all over China and Japan as the woman who taught Chinese boys about sex. Otherwise, Chinese boys would get no education about sex at all because it's forbidden to educate about sex in communist China. And there's almost no point because there's no girls, demographically, statistically. So when it comes to Sora Aoi, she's like this international star in Asia. And as a result, she gave me her timeline, which she got married and retired. She got married and retired, and she gave me one of her many timelines. But this one was one of those that was running out of the Philippines, and basically, with her permission, she was making some money off its content, along many other ways she was making money, and just, turned it over to myself to use on Facebook because I had been permanently banned. So I'm on this timeline now, which may also get permanently banned, simply because I keep mentioning Douglas Dietrich on it, who's considered an international terrorist and an extraordinarily dangerous individual by Facebook. So when it comes to that unknown there of a very famous person, my mother was famous we're talking before World War II, in both China and Japan, in the same manner that Sora Aoi was famous. Did my mother star in pornography? Yes. She had some pornographic films she produced, as well as starring in conventional films. But in those days, the celluloid that film was kept on not only degenerated, it was the same chemical ingredients that were used to produce TNT, so it would actually literally become extraordinarily flammable and literally explosive with age. So for reasons of safety, film was in those days never considered permanent. It was always considered a transitional art, as if you were appearing in a theater stage. If you have a live entertainment platform, the people pay for live entertainment because you're having an experience that can never be repeated. It is a once in a lifetime experience, and therefore you film it yourself, you take photographs yourself. That's your way of preserving an experience that is otherwise a non-permanent transitional experience, but that's part of its allure. So in those days, like going to a theater and you see the theater play, which might be the same thing over and over again, is still people go to see it live because it's still different every time they see it. And so people would consider film to be like that, a non-permanent transitional entertainment that nobody expected to be preserved for the ages. Nobody in the old days really thought of film like that. And so they would just destroy film after literally a few years because it would become, basically it would blow up. Literally, people would light up a match around it, like cigarettes, whatnot. And don't forget, people were still using a lot of candles in those days, still lighting up a lot of lanterns, and film would periodically go up and take everybody with it. I'm not kidding. So in order to prevent theaters from going up and taking the audience, they would destroy the old footage. And so this happened with a lot of my mom's films. And to give people an example of how profound this is, if you ask any individual about Japanese culture and say, who was the first giant monster? And of course, Japanese don't use that term. They use the term daikaiju, which has a much more profound meaning. It means greater cryptid, meaning like you would talk about Bigfoot or Loch Ness Monster. You would call these cryptids. So in Japan, when you see these giant monsters, they're called daikaiju, meaning greater cryptids, like greater mystery beasts, beings beyond our understanding. So when, if you were to ask people about who was the first daikaiju to emerge from Japanese cinema, everybody would say Gojira or Godzilla. That's, every American would say that. Even most Japanese who are not familiar with cinematography. But if you were to ask a historical expert on cinematography or cinematic history, they would say King Kong. So for those of you who don't know, as soon as King Kong was released, the Japanese made their own King Kong. And it was titled King Kong in Yedo. Yedo was the original name for Tokyo. And that was Samurai Tokyo. It was Tokyo of the feudal era when it was technically just transitionally becoming the capital. And so this movie, King Kong in Yedo, was King Kong emerges out of the sea and terrorizes feudal Japan, and the samurai fight back as best as they can. Now, that film was famous in Japan. All we have left is a single frame from that film that survived World War II because of the Allied bombing. So when the Allies bombed Japan, so much of that footage went up in flames or literally exploded. We're left with a single, mysterious frame that invites speculation of King Kong emerging from the sea in samurai-era Japan from that film. So he was actually the first Japanese giant monster to appear in cinema. And then, of course, later on they made King Kong vs. Godzilla, in which he was actually the first billing. He was billed before Godzilla. It was King Kong versus Godzilla, not the other way around, for that reason. The Americans never think about that. So when it comes to my mother, the overwhelming majority of footage is either unknown or destroyed with the Allied bombing, or disintegrated or destroyed for safety purposes, as I mentioned. So people would have a hell of a time trying to find Takabayashi Hideko, or her Chinese name, Zhu Qinlin, in cinematic history. But at her time, she was not only a celebrity, but an acknowledged celebrity spy, along the lines of Harry Houdini, or someone along the lines of Sidney Riley. Most of you probably don't know who Sidney Riley is unless you're interested in the history of espionage, but he was the James Bond of his day, who was not only a spy, but like James Bond in the fictional universe, a celebrity spy. Everybody knew he was a spy, but he was still a spy. That was the case with Harry Houdini and Sidney Riley. Mata Hari, who was an adult entertainer and infamous for being a spy, well known to be a spy, while still conducting adult entertainment, literally burlesque. And so when it came to, and she was ultimately, unfortunately, executed by the British. So when it comes to my mom's case, she escaped that fate. But the one thing that she did not escape was kind of a disintegration into obscurity. Now, at the same time, this was something that didn't necessarily bother her. It was something that she adopted to, and because she was infinitely adaptable. But when it came to her fame, this was one of the reasons she was used as a model for multiple bioeffect simulacra, which were sex dolls. Just to, again, put this into perspective, from the Nazi sense. For those of you who don't know, well, of course you all know, one of our recent hit films, probably one of the greatest grossing films of all time at this point in history, is Barbie, along with Oppenheimer. They call it the Barbieheimer or Barbieheimer phenomena. But we haven't gone deeply into Oppenheimer other than to cover the fact that he was an Adamite and point out the fact that he wanted the world to end. We can cover that in another episode. But Barbie, of course, as a doll, well, you're all familiar with her. What you might not know, but you could easily look up, was the fact that she started off as a Nazi sex doll. And this was because they produced a number of life-sized Barbie dolls in the Third Reich to serve just in moments when nothing else was available for the troops on the front line. No woman or, which was, by the way, in the Third Reich, this was kind of rare because usually they had women serving on the front lines and could always ship them from the camps to serve the troops on the front. Plus, women could be raped on the front lines. Usually women were generally accessible. But there's times when they were not. So the Nazis produced a sex doll, life-size. That was the model for Barbie. They shrunk her to 6 times... it's called, when you take a look at action figures or Barbie dolls, they're 1/6 the height of a human being. So she was shrunk down to 1/6 her original size for kids. But she was originally a German sex doll that looked the way she looked, the way your kids play with her, the classic Barbie. but just 6 times taller. That's so. For those of you who don't know, Barbie was a Nazi sex doll. So all of this is factors into the history of the bioeffect simulacra and why they would model so many of them on my mother's image. And then later on, because of the fixation with myself, modeled them on my image. But this was actually kind of a contract. In this case, it was Michael Aquino who provided all kinds of images of myself to the manufacturers in Japan. And the manufacturers in Japan produced them according to my likeness and just took that on as a regular template. That's why many of the times when I show bioeffect simulacra on my photographs, they look so much like either myself or my mother. And this is almost like the standard, just like Barbie became a standard where she has a certain look. So that hopefully puts some of that into perspective. And does that raise any other questions, or does that?
No, it's well explained, and I thank you for that. And it's this is a lot for people to digest, because I think when people first hear Douglas Dietrich, it's like, what wall is this coming off of? Understandably. And the more they listen, I think some, criticisms from, I guess what you'd say, people who've listened, and some people who were even, I guess what you call fans that kind of got affiliated with you and then became disaffected because of their own misbehavior. They're intrigued because they're hearing something that they know there's something to it. And then they have a hard time processing certain things you say because of whatever reason. Because whatever you say might trigger judgment, it might trigger this, that, or the other thing. But they can't stick with the whole program. One reason is they don't have enough time. And if you have enough time, then you've got to learn and discern. And the discernment is what's important here. Fortunately, I have enough time to deal with it. Many people don't, because they have to live their lives. So I guess they don't have the time or the inclination to stick it out and learn what there is to be learned. And I'm very, very happy that I do. And I've pieced this together. Where does it go? We'll find out. What I would also say, though, one thing that is very curious to me is that if I look at all the work I've done, whether it be in Scientology or in all the different things I've learned, all one is really doing is receiving information, sharing information, processing information, and experiencing relief, enlightenment, or trauma for that matter, depending on the situation. But the game is all you can do is receive information, filter it, discern it, study it. You can call it enlightenment, you call it whatever you want. This is all we do. It's not like you have to go out and slay dragons. Sometimes there are experiences which are harrowing, but for most of us, these are few and far between, if at all. So it's like all you're really doing is, in a life, is you're processing information. And of course, there's activity that goes with it. If you're a surgeon, you're changing physical matter. If you're a carpenter, you're changing physical matter. If you're a mechanic. But so much of what we do is internal. It's internal. And then when we get these heavy-duty situations where there's post-traumatic stress involved, this becomes a whole different order of processing information. And that's what we were taught to do in Scientology, was to go deep into the core of that which was not accessible. Yes. That which is not accessible, and then clear it up. And one of my friends asked me the other day, he says, well, something about being clear. I said, well, if you clear your own mind, the problem is you have to deal with other people whose minds are not so clear.
Yes.
And that can be quite a problem, because the first thing they'll want to do is wrap around a rope around your neck, because they perceive that you're different and you don't have their angst. You don't suffer the same angst. And people will often want you to suffer like they do. It's just, it's not even personal. It's just like, well, if I'm suffering, you should suffer too. Just like you might see somebody who's not suffering, it's like, well, you don't have to suffer. Just relax, have fun. And the person who has a burden can't do that so easily. So it's like, we have a tendency to want other people to be, feel, and act like we do, but it doesn't work that way. So, this is also what we're dealing with here with all of this phenomena. It's the world is a trail of tears. It's samsara, according to, the Hindus and the Buddhists. It's samsara. It's the veil. It's the veil, the maya, the illusion, which includes suffering. Suffering is not all it entails, but it's illusion, it's deception. And we wake up with a warrant and a privilege to live life under some mysterious program with all of this individual experience, which can be relegated to the concept of karma, because everybody gets themselves in these very strange predicaments with their life. It's like, okay, how did you end up here? How did you end up here? Everybody has an involved, if not interesting, story. Sometimes the stories are interesting, more interesting others, but they're always involved.
Yes.
And even a common person's story can be very interested in how they got to the United States or this, that, or the other thing, and all the adventures they have. I think to listen to some of these immigrants who've made it successfully, or who do in the future, I think their story would be very interesting to hear. And we'll probably be hearing these in the future, of these people who've made it in America the hard way. So I don't it's about 11:18. I still have a ways to go. I'm a little run down in terms of tired and whatnot. I don't know.
You've been through a lot this Labor Day weekend, but
no, we did. It's been a great Labor Day weekend for me, because it just has. What can I say?
Yeah.
Feeling very blessed.
Yeah.
Little bit tired right now.
Oh, I mean, that's understandable. We can take this any direction that you want. I mean, you can simply enjoy yourself and kind of hang out. We could bring Aristides on and...
Questions in the chat room, if there are any questions. I haven't looked in the chat room recently.
Let's take a look. And so our dear noticer says, wow, she's very blown away by what you have to offer. And so definitely want to give her a little response there. Other than that, people were bringing up various things about what you were bringing to mind, and certainly praying for the safety of Team Dietrich in general. And Noticer was relaying some of the things she noticed about what was done with, say, for instance, she says there's one man who, in his book Blue Like Jazz, he and his friend set up a confessional booth in one of the most liberal universities in Oregon, and then when the kids would get curious and walk in, they would apologize for how Christians have acted to them. And as she pointed out, Jesus said, if they hated me, expect the world to also hate you. And excellent point being made there. Aside from that, Amor Fadi was speaking about positive reinforcement, talking a lot about, of course, the crickets. The crickets are very active in your neighborhood, dear Peter, and they certainly were joining us tonight to provide the background music throughout what you were saying. And Tad Ricketts was sharing his love and respect. Other than that, let's see what comes up in the mind of, say, someone like Aristides. So Aristides, I believe you've joined us now. Let's get you off mute if you can hear me now, and that would be great if you could say hello to everyone, check in with us, and provide a little bit of your thoughts concerning Peter's weekend, subjects he's been talking about, by all means.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Here, just getting plugged in here. That was a lot.
Yeah, and don't overwhelm us all at once.
Sorry. Real quick here, it's like there was, in fact, some. I'm going to go back and review some parts where I kind of slipped on attention because the stuff going on. It was always very, very fascinating. Especially like the, I think going back a ways, like kind of describing like the different, satanic churches or whatever, and I think some people just wouldn't know the difference, but I think a lot of people would be curious to be able to discern the difference there. I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter. I don't know, but
Well,
a lot
go ahead.
of people probably think it's just all the same thing. It's all the same mix of people, and there's.
Well, I have something to say about that. See,
Mm-hmm.
one of the problems with Christianity in itself, it wouldn't suffer this humiliation and denigration if it was doing its job. See, this is the problem with Christianity. It's not true to its own founder. It makes its founder a reprehensible control freak. Is what it does.
Mm-hmm.
It's ineffectual what it does. Effectually is what it does. It makes him a reprehensible control freak, and backed by Jehovah, so to speak. And it's this non-lifelike insurgency. You must obey. You must follow this. You must do this. You must do this. And of course, this is just a robotic command. It's for your own good, so to speak. But this is not a command that a thinking, sentient being can relate to, because it denies your own livelihood, your own livingness. And this is the problem with Christianity. So of course, you have to understand that is not Christianity. Christianity is something that is ostensibly based on love, not, I'm doing this, I'm taking you out to the woodshed because it's going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt my only begotten son more than it's going to hurt you.
That does turn a lot of people off. I think that's what drives a lot of people to, I don't know, I'll call it like the garden variety Satanism, which really to a lot of people is just, it's kind of everything's kind of a Venn diagram, but, kind of a Venn diagram with paganism and all that. And people are explaining, Satan is really this. It's really, it's not, it kind of breaks into all that, and some of that could be well intentioned, and over on the whole other side of things, as Douglas mentioned, it's basically just a front for the they call it the Kings of Edom. So and there's a whole spectrum in between.
Yes,
that makes sense.
No, it does make sense, and then I think Joseph Campbell, the great author of mythology, pointed out. He says, in ancient times, he said that the God was the goddess, because this is all where we came from, and so you didn't, as he described the priest, is sitting there with an altar facing the audience. He said the priest would be facing the goddess. The goddess would be what you're actually worshiping. And then he says it gets convoluted into the priest kind of facing the congregation with an altar. And said he said it's like Julia Child, the cook, a French chef, doing a demonstration. Instead of, actually looking at the source of the worship, which is the goddess. Which is, worship, because this is where we originate from. This is, we originate from the womb. This is where we come physiologically. So the goddess was a natural. This is holy because we're coming from the womb. This is sacred. And wow. And all the fertility rites are sacred because this is how life is generated. This is the generator. The pangenitor, this is the creation. And then, what is some, man in the clouds with a beard ready to throw lightning bolts at you? What is this? This is not, where creation comes from. So it kind of puts things in a different perspective. Just from, religion, and so much of what is done in the name of good in this world is done through Christianity, or was, with what you call goodwill towards man and all this, and you can find goodwill in the church. Sometimes people will meet in a church, they'll marry from their connections in a church, and like-mindedness. And I remember a couple of my friends from West Virginia would talk about going to church on Sunday, and I looked at them and said, what on earth would you guys be going to church on Sunday for? They say, because that's when all the women look their Sunday best. And that, was basically a way to pick up women.
Wholesome women.
I never would have, thought that, I wouldn't have thought like that. But I didn't come from West Virginia either. So, but I did actually have that thought run through me when I saw Commander Cody's revival tent, and he wasn't Commander Cody.
Mr.
Commander,
Pickle.
I always called him Commander Cody because Commander Cody was a very popular musician and very good musician who used to perform in Davis. He was a legend there, a complete legend, and he performed, into the early 2000s, I think, and quite famous in his own right. But I used to refer to the Reverend as Commander Cody, and I remember going to that revival tent because I was curious, and I said, the only reason I could think of going here was because, some of these women that are here are so dumb that you could probably, influence them to do anything. That was the way I took it. I perceived that.
Right.
Correctly or incorrectly.
But he also, I call him Mr. Pickle because of his incredible story. You can relate that because it never.
That's a great story to tell. And it wasn't Reverend Cody.
Okay.
Reverend Cody actually had a guest speaker from the South, and this speaker, he looked like a used car salesman, but he was pious, a pious Christian, and he had on a plaid sport coat, which was extremely tasteless. And
white shoes too.
I don't know if he had white shoes. I think I put that in my book. And there's a reason I put the white shoes, because it had to do with his favorite dish, which was called Florida Delight. But he had a beautiful wife. This wife was beautiful, and I said, how could somebody so beautiful, love a man who was so
vapid,
so just derelict, and just the antithesis of intellectual, and of course, I was surrounded by extreme intellectualism there in that town, and I said, boy, this guy's the opposite.
Also, don't forget how frightened your friend was. You went into the revival tent with your friend, and he got freaked out.
Yeah, well, he was frightened. He was a little spooked by it, but he doesn't remember it that well at all.
He blocked it as a trauma. Oh,
yeah. And they're coming around saying, Jesus loves you, Jesus loves you. And he's going, I said, no, just let's just hang out. Let's see what's going on. I was curious, because I never had been to anything like this. I'd been to Catholic Mass, which was all in Latin and all gobbledygook to me. So I never really learned anything in Catholic Mass.
But that's the point. But don't forget the cheerleading. Give me a J!
Oh, no, I'm going to get to that. Yeah, I'm going to get to that. It's a great, yeah. So anyway, I'm sitting there, and they have guys, getting up there and singing and doing their kind of rock music, or rockabilly, whatever it was, Jesus, and we're gonna see what we're up here jumping about it. So why we're so excited, and then they start doing the Jesus spell act. Give me a J, give me an E, and they're jumping up and down. And the lady next to me, she said, "Hallelujah, hallelujah." She's just soaking this stuff up, and so. And then they come around and they say, what's your name? Okay, Jesus loves you, Jesus loves you, Jesus loves you. And okay, thank you, thank you. And I readily concluded, I said, this stuff looks pretty harmless. I said, it makes people feel good. It felt relatively harmless, but it's just kind of like a pep talk. But then he gets up, the Reverend, and he says, there's a lot of good religions out there. There's Hinduism, there's Buddhism, there's Islam, a lot of good religions. He says, but I'm going to tell you a story. And I hope you appreciate this. He says, my wife makes this delicious dish called Florida Delight. And it's my favorite dish. And I hate to think of what a dish called Florida Delight is like. I want to think about it. It doesn't sound. In fact, maybe I've never done this. I want to see if there is a dish, or if it's just something they made up in the neck of the woods. Florida Delight.
It's probably Ian West's favorite crack recipe.
There is a recipe here. Okay. Florida Delight. Oh, okay. It looks like it's a dessert. 1 cup of flour, half a cup of chopped nuts, half a cup of butter. That's the crust. Part 2, 1 cup of powdered sugar, 8 ounces of cream cheese, 1 cup of cream or Cool Whip, 1 box of any flavor of instant pudding. So I don't know if this is the same because
no, it's not, because his sounded more like a gruel soup, because it had the pickle, so it had to be more savory.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to call something Florida Delight.
Yeah.
And it made it sound like it was a dish, not a dessert. His favorite dish, Florida Delight, deep dish. Anyway. So anyway, he said, my wife makes this incredible dish called Florida Delight. And one day she made it, but there was something wrong with it. It was something wrong with it. And then, I asked her what's different. And she says, well, forgot to put the pickle in. And he says, so it didn't taste right with the pickle. He says, it should have been called Florida Twilight or Florida Twilight, but not Florida Delight. And he says, you see, this is what's wrong with these other religions. He says, they don't have Jesus, and Jesus is like the pickle. And, it just was, I never forgot that. And I remember telling one of our other friends who was like this guy, he went to Yale. He ended up going to Yale. He was real smart, really, really fast runner, really good in football, really nice guy. And I remember, I thought of him as somebody who was just very intelligent. I remember telling him this story, and I just remember him wincing, his intellect was too much to process it.
To cope.
Yeah, it was Florida Delight. So I never forgot that, and what a character! What characters they were, and then there was a sequel with Reverend Cody. He was I was now in Scientology. Now I knew Reverend Cody from high school because he had come into our humanities class to speak to us. We had different ministers come in and talk. The wackiest one was a Mormon. And he came in and told us that God lived on another planet. He's like you and me, but he lives on another planet. It was just a bunch of horseshit. I don't think any Mormon would relate to that. I've asked him. I don't know what, It was almost like he had a license to come in and say whatever he wanted to say.
For what it's worth, there is Mormonism has various schisms and various schools of thought and various doctrines. So there is a sub-branch of Mormonism that is very fascinated by planets and the concept that there are certain fixed worlds on which we can ascribe heavenly bodies to, or actual God, so to speak. Go on. I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah, and I think I told one of my friends who had become a Mormon, one of my school. He was actually the brother of one of my classmates, and he didn't relate to this at all, of this guy. But anyway, Reverend Cody, he was like short, he was bald, and he had horn-rimmed glasses, and he looked like he was probably gay, now that I think back about it. He did have a certain gay element to him. And so anyway, I was in Scientology now. I'd gotten a job as a dishwasher, and I did something I rarely did. It wasn't my job, but I was a dishwasher. I would go out and bust tables, because I would bust tables when I wanted to get the dishes and get them done, before the waitress or waitresses would come and bring them. And I remember it was a weekday morning, and he's sitting there talking with three women. And, he's about, 30 feet from me or so, maybe a little more. And I look and I see that this son of a bitch is, and I'm very self-aware now with my Scientology awareness or whatever it is. And I said, this guy's just bilking these ladies out of money. They're buying him lunch, and he's getting them to donate. I said, he's pulling the wool over these people's eyes. And I just kind of like saw what he was doing, and he felt me immediately as I thought that. And he turned around, looked me straight in the eyes from across the room, and stood up and says, "Bless your heart."
Yeah.
Passive aggressive. I told one of my friends, and he says, "Oh, that's very good." He says, "Yeah, that's really good. You could project your intention like that." It's like I wasn't looking for him to do that, but that was the last I saw of Reverend Cody, who I still think of as Commander Cody. No insult to the musician, but who really was an exceptional performer. Yeah, I mean, this guy was a performer in his own right. So that was, I guess, the only other dose I had of Christianity, other than what Catholicism, was at baseball camp on Catalina Island, and I was there for 2 weeks at a baseball camp, and so you're away from everything. It's a boys' school. It was a boys' school. Now I think it's some environmental thing, and so we had dorm rooms and stuff like that, and we'd learn how to play baseball basically, which we all knew how to play, but we learned the fine points, or if we were lucky, we did. And they said that, the kids started talking and say, okay, if you go to church on Sunday, you get away from the camp and you get to go into Avalon, which is the little square mile town in Catalina, and you get, go shopping or buy something. So they sort of said, oh, okay. So all of a sudden, the second week, a bunch of us were going to church. And so the boat was maybe we had to get 2 boats or something. I don't know. Because, you have to take the boat and travel down the leeward side of the island. And so I remember they kind of divide you up. Okay, who's Catholic? And I looked at the church. I said, it looks creepy. I said, there's about, 6, 7 guys that raised their hand. And I said, I'm not going there. God, looks like a creep out. So I went with everybody else, and it was the Protestant service. And wow, what a beautiful amphitheater in the round. And you're outdoors, and the minister comes and he speaks in the middle, and it's just beautiful. Catalina morning. Catalina can, very beautiful, very beautiful. And so we're sitting out there and just, man, and he's talking and you see the blue sky, and he was inspirational. I actually got something out of it. He was a very, very good minister. He gave a nice talk, and I said, wow, this is inspiring for whatever reason. I got my first experience of Protestant Christianity. But I was like 14, I guess, or 13 or 14, I guess. And then we got back to the camp, and we got chewed out. We got chewed out for going to church, for going to church so we could go into town. I thought that was really funny. I go to the church for the first time in my life, really. and I get chewed out of it, not individually, but collectively. I said, that's just, and I think the guy who chewed us out, if I recall, he was Jewish. Yeah, he looked like a Native American, and he had a big alcohol problem, and he was a character. But and then I guess when the owner, who was the twin brother of Major League Baseball player Jim Lefevre, he Tippy was called, and he went to the mainland, and this Jewish guy started like firing people. He was like left temporarily in charge, and he started firing people. It's like if you left Aristides in charge of your show for 3 weeks or 2 days, and he fires everybody that you work with. It's like what goons I survived through in my youth. I mean, if I think of all the teachers, not all of them were goons, but so many of them. It's like, what a cast of characters. It's like, and I've delineated some of my PE teachers, and people think I'm just making it up. It's like, these people were so completely ludicrous. They think I'm just making it up. And, you couldn't make up characters that good because they're so unbelievable. I think what Paula would say when I tell some of my stories, she'd say, well, you're embellishing it. She'd say, well, it couldn't be this way. But in other words, it's true. But when you tell the story, if you're going to convey it correctly, you have to convey some of the most ludicrous aspects of these people.
It's incredible to me that she could be that naive, especially considering what manifested in Romania, just the kind of corruption that took place there over the years.
I think it has more to do with me, and just like, it's like thinking, here I go again with some bizarro story,
Right.
and and then maybe, I guess maybe just toning down the entertainment value of the story, because it is entertaining, and I guess it's told from the viewpoint of entertainment. But I would tell you that if anybody was side by side with me, they would not refute my version of it.
Right.
It's too bizarre,
Yeah.
too bizarre to be believed. Just what characters, what ridiculous characters, and I guess some people just conduct themselves that way. But I guess it all added up to colorful life experiences. Yeah. One of my friends was amazed that I could even remember so much stuff.
Yeah, well, that's why you're a writer. It's yeah.
Yeah, because he seemed to have let it go.
Like I said, he's blotting it out as a trauma.
Well, I'm not as a trauma, because no, he went to the camp with me. He remembered all that stuff, but we had a lot of fun together, and I think I thrived. I thrived too much on the fun, whereas I created a lot of fun for people back in those days. Created a lot of fun, and I think and it was really fun to see it evolve in Transylvania, because one of my friends said I was so good at bringing people together from diverse neighborhoods. Now, these were white neighborhoods. These weren't ethnic neighborhoods, because that's all that lived there were white people. And bringing people from different neighborhoods together, and sneaking out at night and having meeting in a park somewhere in the middle of the night, just having fun, not really doing anything too negative, just having fun and getting people together, and that's what I was doing in Transylvania. I pulled all these people together, and we had a really incredible dream workshop, and that's the real magic of I guess the work is the dream, and that's what there will be some dream workshops in the future. Right now, I'm just letting things find their equilibrium. We're Mercury retrograde. We went into retrograde, I think, on the 23rd of August. We've been there about 10 days. We'll be there about 12 more days. 15th doesn't seem like a long way, but it's 12 more days. So we'll be in retrograde. It's a great time to review your options, review your contracts, review whatever it is, your decisions, and then towards the end of the month, as the planet turns direct and as we move into the fall with the new moon, it's a good time to start planting new seeds. So yeah, I'm just going to let the future evolve itself, because so many people in the dream group I was in, they're like really connecting with each other on our common thread. I don't have too much time to look at it or to commit much attention to it, just because of time. But one of the young women from Romania, who was our driver's girlfriend or group, she wants to get everybody back together again. And I'm going to talk to her, but it's like the logistics of getting all those people together again. Mm-hmm. What are the odds? It's impossible. I mean, especially two guys from Bulgaria. I mean, that's not easy. You could have a workshop in Bulgaria, but then you can't necessarily get everybody to Bulgaria. Where we might have I think we might actually have a new group in Idaho in the future, not for another year. Mm. And I might do something at Montauk, but with my extant friends out there, which will add a whole different quirk to the experience. And I don't mean that in a positive way. Just because it's at Montauk, it can be kind of weird.
Yeah.
But I don't know where it's going. But there is going to be more on the Dream workshop, because the dream is what's important. I've just kind of been talking here to, ease my tiredness, not saying too much here for the last half hour, but just telling old stories and whatnot. But yeah, the Dream workshop is going to continue. It's going to manifest with more, because I think when I go back to 2018, when I had gone to Choclavina Cave and we discovered the scout camp, it was like, wow, what a discovery. This is great. We all wanted to go back. And as soon as I got back from the trip, I started to think, okay, I'm thinking about next year. I'm thinking about next year. And it took me until January for it to dawn on me that nobody's going back. Not one single soul, only myself.
Wow.
And that turned out to be a great trip, because I went with my Romanian friend and his son and another young lady, and we had a great time. That was a trip I got sick, but it was still a great trip. And then after that trip, everything was undermined by COVID, so there was no traveling for me. Paula went to Romania in spite of COVID. She went in spite of it, and she suffered in terms of, having to do all these tests and stuff, costing her money, but she didn't care. She went and did that. But I didn't. I didn't want to have anything to do with any of that.
Right.
So I just didn't travel, with the exception of when we traveled to California and we visited you.
Right. That's right.
But and we happily wore masks, Yeah. But so this year when I come back, next year I'm just going to let things follow their natural course. And this is what I've really been learning about astrology, is if you can plug into the movement of the planets and see what's transpiring, you can just kind of like let your life flow as it should flow, and not be too much in a hurry to do anything. Just let life flow. And right now, I think what I've learned on the trip is to accept more fun in my life, more joy, which is, kind of an effort for me to, get in the car and go to the party tonight for 2 hours.
Right.
It required effort. I'm glad I did. But part of me would have just rather stayed home and slept. Because I was tired.
Yes.
But I did. And it's like, okay, create more joy, have more joy, aside from just work, or even the mindset of working. Because I can work as a Capricorn with Virgo rising. I can, and Mars in the 6th house of work, it can make me just, work. And even to the point when I go on a trip, I'm working. If I go to California, I'm working because I'm seeing you. That's classified as work.
Yes.
In my own mind, and it is work.
Yes.
Or to the Gold Country, which is work. Going to Romania, no matter what fun I have, it's work. Because I'm writing about it, so it's like, wow, it's more experience to write about. So it's like, it's hard to get me away from work. In fact, it's more fun if you can have joy in the context of your work, it's more fun. The only vacation I ever remember having, well, there's two. And there might, because California is always involved with so much driving. It's joy, but there's work involved in just driving, and logistics, going here, going there. It's not as much time to relax as one. You're not focusing on relaxation. I'm focusing on logistics and seeing people. I think in 1987 I went to Cancun, and I think in 1989 we went to the Bahamas. Those were two, two joys of just relaxation. But my favorite moment in the Bahamas was when the TV was on and Gorbachev was in the Bahamas. And they showed him, and I said to my wife, I said, look, I said, he's got a map of the Bahamas on his head. He's got a birthmark, and he does look like the Bahamas. Gorby.
Yes.
Former occupant of the Presidio.
Yes, that's true. For those of you who don't know, when he defected, if you can imagine something monumental, he belongs on the cover of history textbooks just for that. Something so monumental as the head of the Soviet Union dropping all the balls and defecting to the United States and abandoning his people. That's what happened with Gorby. And then he went to establish a think tank, and he set it up in the old Coast Guard building, which was known to be haunted. At the Presidio military base. He probably never spent much time there, but he was definitely, shall we say, supposedly running his operations out of there. He would appear on shows, show up as a consultant. He was just kind of, at that point, became like a sponsored by the government as one of their shills, so that he could go all over the place and just how would you say it, regurgitate blather or something. There's nothing he said that was ever truly quotable or really referenceable as memorable even. He was just defected to the U.S. and was given kind of a position here with some level of respect and dignity, and was able to live out the rest of his life in retirement. Went back to Russia once, and nobody would talk to him.
Did you ever see him there?
No, I never saw him personally. I know that one of the men that I was dealing with at one point in private security, one of the Russian emigres, was part of a plot that was seriously considering assassinating him, just as kind of like as a traitor. So I mean, this is like the equivalent of Adolf Hitler saying to the Americans at the height of the war, "Hey, I'll defect." I mean, that's what Gorby did. It was unbelievable. So it's like when does the leader of an empire do that? It's bizarre. It's probably a human first in terms of the human experience. But he died with a whimper as opposed to a bang. It's just one of those things. But the empire died with him. I mean, who's gonna steer the boat after that? The captain abandons the ship when the Titanic gets hit.
Now I pick up here a website. It's Ken Raggio presents Bible study resources. Mikhail Gorbachev, from the Presidium to the Presidio. It says precipitated a massive import of socialism into the U.S. government. But I just share some things here on Gorby. It's quoting Malachi Martin, who's a former, or maybe a priest, who was very much into conspiracy.
Right. For those of you who don't know, he was the author of the original Exorcist book, in the sense that The Exorcist was based off his book Hostage to the Devil, Malachi Martin. But go on, please, Peter.
Martin says in Windswept House,
yes,
within 2 years of Gorbachev's ouster, Gorbachev Foundation USA had moved into the disused military offices of the Presidio in San Francisco, there with a fantastic view of the bay to cheer him. Gorbachev set about his new role in earnest. He launched GF Netherlands and GF India, and he formulated plans for Green Cross International, his own version of ecumenical activity for the spiritual alliance of all true believer in man's earthly habitat. The Presidio in San Francisco is one of the most famous citadels in American history, blah, 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 established in 1976. This is just talking about the Presidio. It says, Judy McLeod, editor of the CanadaFreePress.com, published an article on November 15, 2006, entitled Nancy Pelosi, one of Mikhail Gorbachev's most useful idiots, which connected the dots between Gorbachev and Pelosi.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, is there a Gorbachev-Pelosi-Murtha connection? McLeod reported that Nancy Pelosi was an investor in a real estate investment entity called Presidio Partners. Presidio Partners holdings included the Presidio property where Gorbachev would eventually set up shop. Nancy Pelosi worked with Congress on the basis of Agenda 21 of the United Nations Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit and House Joint Resolution 166 to pave the way for the Presidio to be available to such entities as Gorbachev's. Working with Pelosi, John Murtha played a key role in working with U.S. Navy officials, Pelosi's nephew, and Presidio Partners to ultimately bring about Gorbachev's tenancy at the Presidio. In October 1996, the U.S. Congress passed a sweeping reform bill which establishes a new management structure for the historic Presidio. Reading between the lines, the U.S. government essentially handed over this prized compound to the New World Order gang. In a nutshell, the Presidio quickly took its place as a globalist utopia free of U.S. controls. The typical world citizen would be shocked to learn the real agenda of these master engineers and facilitators. Pelosi chaired the arrival of Gorbachev to the Presidio as a tenant. In a speech, blah, blah, blah. In the Canada Free Press reported that in April of 1993, Mikhail Gorbachev became the first civilian tenant at the prestigious Presidio. In a dedication ceremony, the former Soviet president and his wife were given the keys to a Coast Guard officer's house by a 3-star American general, where they were to run the Gorbachev Foundation, the mission of which was to conduct research on global political and environmental issues. What a word salad. Many times before and since, Pelosi and her unpatriotic cohorts brazenly utilized their positions in the U.S. Congress to put forward the most reckless globalist socialist agendas, not even authorized by any mandate of the American voting public. Her radical liberal globalist socialist projects are entirely extracurricular to her official role as a government official. Gorbachev, Pelosi, and Murtha are all manifest crusaders of global socialism, certainly not American nationalism or patriotism. One can only wonder just how deep their relationship is. In less than a year, Gorbachev opened his office in a white shingled bayfront house at the Presidio under the shadow of the Golden Gate Bridge. Immediately, Gorbachev set about to launch his State of the World Forum, also at the Presidio. Blah, blah, blah. What is going on at the Presidio? Discussed the state of the world and new directions for the future of the nation state. Former Senator Alan Cranston was quoted, "There appears to be a great cynicism everywhere about government, and there's a yearning for new directions." Cranston became the chairman of the Gorbachev Foundation USA. Gorbachev directed Brain Trust would help guide the world affairs. Like, yeah, Senator Cranston's going to take us out of the doldrums. The Earth Charter, composed by Gorbachev and UN environmental guru Maurice Strong, was presented at the Presidio Congress. This article is almost as bad as Gorbachev himself. It says the Green Movement ultimately produced what is now known as cap and trade, which is all a big scam. Can Gorby really solve the world's problems? And then it quotes, this is, it just really basically says what a bunch of BS it is, which it certainly sounds like that, but, how much damage did it do? It's incalculable.
Yes.
You can't even know what it is.
Yes.
I don't know. It's just weird. And I mean, who knows what that? It could even trace back to Dugan. Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
And is there a relationship between Gorby and Dugan?
I have to be honest. I don't know. But it would not surprise me. I will say that definitely. Just so people understand, Peter Moon will likely put in my trip to Russia and encountering Alexander Dugin into the book. I presume, or maybe not. I mean, we have so many. Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about it.
Okay. We're there's so many things to cover, and we have to consider what might confuse the issues even further. But the fact remains that when I helped to bring about the collapse of the Soviet Union, which you would think normally that would be an accomplishment to be proud of. Nevertheless, the end result, of course, and not only its origin points, which kind of contaminated whatever the end result would be. Understand I was working under the orders of the Department of Defense at the time on something that was organized by Michael Aquino, and it all had to do with Satanism. And bear in mind, consider what I'm saying in light of what Peter Moon and I have already articulated about the Temple of Satan in America earlier this episode. And how when I went to Russia, it was to help a satanic organization overthrow their government. The Soviet Union, of course, to speak with technical clarity. But make no mistakes about it, in the Soviet Union, Russia was the first among equals by far. It was simply a form of Russian imperialism under the guise of ideology. In fact, all it was propaganda masquerading as an ideology. So when it came to Russian propaganda masquerading as an ideology, it's kind of what we have going on with the reactionary right all over the world today, whether you've got these movements in Europe or in America. Most of them are like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., when Brooke Gibson was on here and began to reiterate what he was saying about, NATO expansionism caused Russia to invade Ukraine. When she was quoting RFK about that, all RFK is doing is regurgitating Russian propaganda. So there's not even an ideological factor here, but there is when it comes to Satanism. So when it came to my contacting the Satanic Underground, which I've already articulated in past episodes why the Soviets would not touch them, they couldn't even acknowledge their existence because that would acknowledge the existence of a god. For there to be people antithetical to that god, they would have to acknowledge the existence of a church, meaning a church representative of the divinity, were they to acknowledge resistance to that church and the divinity it represented. Since that church had been destroyed, there could ergo, in terms of their logic, be no Satanists. Therefore, the Satanists were untouchable. And when I contacted them, I was in no fear of interrogation myself by any Soviet authorities, because that would actually be conceding to the reality of this resistance. So when they did what they did, and what manifested in the collapse of their own government, resulted in their own leader running to, of all places, the Presidio. Why the Presidio? One has to assume the connection was there. Considering how important so many of the people who were connected to the Duganist Satanist movement, and people in general suspected, anyone with any common sense suspected Gorbachev. The term they use in espionage is super mole. So if you heard the term mole, a mole is an espionage agent who infiltrates the other side. People thought of Dugin along the lines of James Bond or Harry Houdini or Sidney Riley, who was Russian after all, admittedly Russian Jewish, but nevertheless Russian by nationality, Jewish by ethnicity. People think in terms of my mother. But taking a look at Gorbachev, he was a star. Believe it or not, he was a rock star. When he came to the United States as the head of the Communist Party, they treated him and his wife like they were the Jack and Jackie of Kamalotsky. As if they were the John Fitzgerald Kennedy of Russia, because they were the youngest leader that Russia had ever had for fucking ever. He was considered young and sexy in Russia, believe it or not. His birthmark considered cute. But many Americans considered it the literal mark of the beast. So when he came to America, many people in espionage circles considered him a super mole, and he was. This is why many people said, look, this guy is using his consultant status to influence American policy, not just domestically, but internationally in terms of our foreign policy. And it would be like I said, Adolf Hitler defects in the middle of World War II, and they say, okay, we'll make you a consultant. And he winds up moving into the Presidio and impacting American policy as a consultant. You would be aghast. You would say, how can this happen? So how did we let it happen with Mikhail Gorbachev? Because Aquino said it's okay. And set him up so that he could get a facility turned over to him, a 3-star general handing him the key. This is the Temple of Set at work, people. And the impact he had, as Peter Moon said, the damage he did was incalculable. We'll never know for generations before historians are able to tabulate it. And if they do so at all, it'll only be because I'm finally recognized through the work of Peter Moon. So with that, Peter, whenever you're ready, you can retire with a good conscience tonight, knowing that you've earned your rest.
Well, what I would say about, just about if we ever do, that where that would belong in a book is if we deconstructed the whole Russian connection. Yeah. That's kind of an elaborate thing.
Right. Understood.
And you'd probably throw in China with it too. It would be an extension of I don't know. It's might be a bit much for this book. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes.
Yes.
But anyway, thank you for addressing the Presidio. Yeah, and he indeed was treated like a rock star.
Yeah.
It's the whole situation is.
Well, the American left idolized him. That's what ultimately empowered a crazed communist like Bernie Sanders.
Yeah. A lot of crazy, naive people.
Yes.
But for whatever, not to say that Lenin was a good guy or altruistic, but he was altruistic compared to Stalin.
Yes.
Like you could compare Lenin to L. Ron Hubbard and Stalin to David Miscavige.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Analogy.
Yeah.
In terms of, somebody who has idealism but flaws.
Yes.
And, it's like you don't need, governments are all about psychotic control, it gets crazy. It's like, why do we have to go in and change the government? Because we want more control. People are just basically trying to eat and live and profit, improve their lot in life.
Yes.
Government actually gets in the way of people doing that, as opposed to helping them. It should only be there to allow that process to happen without people being unduly taken advantage of or taking advantage of others. And they
say that about religion too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because that's Scorpio. Pluto, it's all about control and power. Yeah, control, power, religion.
So I had an idea. Maybe you could listen before you go. You're busy with this book, and you've done the demystification of World War II, but maybe you guys should think about doing a work on the demystification of religion and spirituality, considering all that you both know. Someday,
I think this book sort of.
But maybe just framing all that, I guess it's hard to decouple it from a lot of the story Douglas has gone through, but, considering everything he said about Christianity, and I think a lot of both Christians and non-Christians alike would be fascinated with all that, all the religions and Satanism, the Edomites, and just something somebody could pick up and finally just once they could read through it and be like, now I understand religion and spirituality on this planet, because I think so many people are struggling.
We'll see where it goes. First, they got to finish this one.
Oh yeah. but
Well,
just
sure.
you know,
See where things go.
the theory. It's like a theory of everything, sort of. You know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that suggestion.
Yeah.
That,
I mean,
and
it'd be a big job, but you guys can do it.
retire into the night, and that's September 3rd.
Yeah.
And I'll see you on Wednesday. Oh, on Wednesday I'll have Maria DeAndrea with me.
Excellent.
And that's the plan. She said she'd be with me, so
Wonderful.
I intend to have her with me, and that should be a very exciting show.
It will be. It will be. Tell her how excited I am, and blessed be.
Okay, all right.
Good night, dear Peter.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Aristides. Bye-bye.
SkyBooksUSA.com, and everybody make certain to check into that, as well as his Time Travel Education Center. With that, what we have now is the redoubtable Aristides taking the stage for several minutes. What I'll try and do is get him someone to bounce off of, because heck, you saw how he overwhelmed us with such an input of juicy subject matter when he first came on. Wouldn't want to risk that. Sorry, I can't resist giving you some shit. So
I'm sorry, man. I'm not spending hours preparing the monologues here. I should be.
Yes. And
it's like you kind of get into a zone too. Like you hear like somebody like Peter talking like stuff like that for a couple hours, and then that that's all. It was just this whole lot of stuff. And then it's like well, what do you think about all that? Like, wow.
So let me hit everybody. I'm going to hit a few people I don't normally hit, and I'm going to hit. Obviously, there's some people we won't be hitting, so let's take a look here. Joe Tai is, of course, following the normal pattern of an asset and contacting everybody, and expressing his dismay and his, he's attacking. He's on the attack, so I don't know if you got any communications from him, but it would be funny. No. It would be morbidly entertaining if you did. Let's see now. Hitting, of course, we'll add some people. We'll see if I can find El Nemo on this thing. If not, remind me to add him on in just a moment here. Okay, might hit Brandon Young, Viviana Sanchez, Troy Bellamy, and let's see who else comes on.
I might be able to add Nemo.
Send me over.
I can add people, right?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to add people. Just don't add Ian West, Joe Todd, Michelle Carmela Sultana for a moment for the
We're just talking about Nemo. We're just talking about Nemo. Because you usually have trouble finding them and adding, so... But if I go add, there, I just did it.
I mean, nothing wrong with Carmi, but I'll try and bring up some perspectives on that.
I wasn't trying to add everybody. Just
do it.
Just help finding Nemo.
Finding Nemo. Now that's funny. I like that. Yeah, Finding Nemo. I'll press his thing and see what comes up. He does not show up in my.
I add him. I
added
him.
You pressed,
it says I added him.
Yeah, I pressed it. Look at me. I pressed it. Pressed the add button myself as well. So we see if he gets added on twice. Is he on with us according to what you've got?
No, I added to the conversation, but I didn't
see him respond.
I don't see anybody. Okay. Let me see.
We'll see if he does respond. Yeah.
What is it? Oh,
yeah, man.
There he is. Hey. Okay, there's our man, and we're very glad to have you. As you could tell, Aristides was a bit overwhelmed when we brought him on. Troy Bellamy joined us as well. Good man. And Troy Bellamy is, of course, a man living in occupied territory occupied by the enemy. He's the Resistance, and he joins us. And it says Brooke Gibson is unavailable. Oh my God! Though people are probably surprised.
What a shame.
We'll see what happens. Oh shit! She showed up. She joined after all. Amy Como is showing up. I think. Maybe not.
I'm sorry. Were you talking about me? Should I not have shown up? I
spoke of you earlier, though it was well. I said you were What did I say, Aristides? I said she was quoting RFK. I said you were quoting RFK, and so I was pointing out something about that. That's all. But
we know she likes him. We know she likes him.
Well, hopefully we can cure her of that. I consider.
Or, you know, what we could cure you of is the fact that you want Donald Trump to win, which is why you're pulling for fucking a fucking Biden. Because it's not going to happen. Biden will never beat Trump, so you're a Trumper now. And I hope that we can cure you of that.
No, honey. No, honey. I'm not.
Okay. Well, everybody can listen. I'm betting him $1,000 fucking that he'll never fail. There's no way if Biden and Trump go head to head. All of you.
We are staring.
Hopefully, one of them will die. Let's just hope one of them dies.
Yeah, both. Why not both?
That'd be great. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is that's.
But RFK too. How about all three of them? That'd be great if we could get them all on a plane.
How about you know who should really die? You, because I ain't standing here more than any of them. Let's vote you out first.
Well, you get rid of me for at least 15 minutes because I'm going to, do my lines. And I don't mean a routine.
I thought you meant 15 minutes because you're like fucking you stupid guy that's fucking died, and you'll just come back and haunt me, and I'll be like, I paid more to put you in the ground than you ever fucking left me, and now you're coming through the window again. No, don't need it.
I mean, everybody seems to do that in your life these days, so I might as well join the parade.
No, not everybody. Only since you, bitch. Only since you.
It's kind of like if people ever look up, I can't remember whether it was Robot Chicken or not, but probably was. It was Darth Vader where he kills Jar Jar Binks and then Jar Jar Binks comes back as a Force ghost.
First of all, it's not. I don't think it's Jar Jar. It's Jaw Jaw. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't it Jaw Jaw Binks?
I don't know. The whole thing is so racist anyway. It's like it's kind of like our dear Peter when he said, "Oh, I couldn't believe what a gentleman my fellow black football player was. So gentle, coming up to me." And I was like thinking,
you know what I would love?
What a surprise!
Peter wants to prove he's black.
Hey, yo, I'm changing the subject.
Yeah, it's just time to show his penis.
Yeah. Anyhow, so moving right along. Troy, hey, my man. Yes. Since we're on a topic.
You brought it up, not me. Don't blame me.
I did. I spanked myself. Okay. Yeah, and I don't mean in the way that Brooke thinks. Like I do when she gets on camera. Oh my God. That's my life so hard. So, Troy.
Going to keep my mouth shut there.
Yeah. It's like Nemo. Let's test out everybody's audio. Do a round table intro. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
can you hear me fine?
We can, my man. Yes. How about you, Troy? Let's hear you again.
Troy Beltman here. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Thank God. Now we can. Are you driving?
Yes, actually I am. I'm driving. I just came from a Florida State football party.
Cool.
Woo! It's football season, fish. At least I have someone else that gets college football on the goddamn phone, even if you are a Florida State fan. It's fine. I'll take that over Douglas being like, what is it? Like, do you pass it? Is it a touchdown? Are you like hockey? Like you hit them with the stick? I don't know.
Hey, lingerie football is the only game I'm fit for. Come on.
Sammy Romero is the only other person that knows anything about football that I've spoken to.
That's true. He does. Oh my God. So now Troy's pinging us. He's pinging.
Yeah, I know. It's just like, I'm not gonna.
What was that ping sound?
I didn't have on my seatbelt. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. I just thought you were trying to record me again. I'm like, I'm not even on camera, so stop.
That was an accident, Brooke.
Okay. You know who else was an accident? Actually, Douglas is gonna break on this one because he won't know this. Well, it's the Florida State comes and plays Clemson, and I will tell you this. Douglas, go ahead and go break and hurry the fuck up.
Yeah, Will, honey, thank you. I'll take this break now. And by the way, I want to draw everybody's attention in the round table to the fact that Aristides brought us Jar Jar Breaks.
Is it Jar Jar?
It's spelled that way. It's sure spelled like it's spelled Jar Jar.
Whatever.
Yeah. At any rate, I'm gonna go mute. And
maybe it was better.
I love you all.
I'm probably wrong.
And Brooke.
I love you. Just go do the coach. Shut up.
I love you, Brooke. Okay, I'll be back. Mute.
So
just remember, Brooke, we all love you in spite of yourself. not because of you.
I love myself for myself, and I think you also love me for me because I'm an awesome person. Also, Troy, remember the guy? So we have Florida State coming up to play Clemson. I'm sure you're familiar with the Clemson-Florida State rivalry you had.
Yes.
And I wasn't a big fan of Florida State. Obviously, like they dropped fucking rocks off the bridge. Y'all weren't the greatest with your stupid tomahawk shot. Bullshit.
Oh,
But what I will say
well,
is this.
I have two cousins that play for Clemson this year, but I went to school in Tallahassee at Florida A&M University, and it's right across the street from Florida State. So
Okay.
I know a lot.
Well, I didn't. I have family. Most of all of my family has graduated from Clemson, except for me because I ended up getting pregnant while I was there. So anyway, and that was by Gamecock. So obviously I was drunk. But I have a beautiful daughter, and so anyway, my point to that is the game. If I know the rest of you are bored by this, but just really fast, just asteroid. Do you remember? So Tom Hawkshock hated it, fucking hated it, and then there was this guy, and he was fucking Winston. Remember Winston?
Jameis Winston, that's my man.
That's my man. They came over and played, and I was literally like, fuck this. I mean, like, I wouldn't pull against Clemson, but like, I always pulled against the Gamecocks, and I pulled against Florida State. Those were two teams I hated. But when Jameis Winston went to play for, when he was playing for, I was like, I love this fucker. And I would, except for with Clemson, I would pull for fucking Florida State with Jameis Winston. And then my point to this is I don't even know where this came from. I think, didn't Douglas say that's what you said, or that's a lie or something? I was like, yeah, that's kind of like, Jameis Winston when he got busted for stealing the steaks out of the fucking, remember?
It was crab. It was snow crabs.
Was it snow crab?
Yeah, it was snow crabs. Basically, football players in any of these towns, whether it be Tallahassee, Florida State, Clemson, they basically get carte blanche. They can go anywhere, any store, and be like, hey, can you hook me up with some food or some crabs or whatever? And some worker back there who recognizes him will give them the crabs. And he just happened to got caught that time,
Yeah, caught because he was Jameis Winston. He's like me. He's like what Douglas said. Jameis Winston's like the male version of me if I could play football. He's just like, fuck it. Also, he's loud. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I liked about him. He was just like, fuck y'all. Like, he was so, I don't know. There was something about him I loved. He's very honest. But that didn't stop his career, even though everybody thought it would. He's in the pros now. Still. Right?
Yeah, I mean, he got in trouble for a couple things. Not only the crabs, he got charged with it. A girl accused him of sexually assaulting him.
I think that was bullshit.
Got the pros, and she ended up having to pay her a lot of money.
I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm not saying that I'm a female, and I am not saying that every assault victim by a famous person is rape. I mean, is lied about, because obviously people use their advantageous or their advantages of where they are. But I think Jameis wants to, maybe I just like it. Maybe he fucking did rape. I don't fucking know. But what I'm saying is, I'm sorry, if you're going to with Jameis Winston, who's already fucking, like, he's probably going to think he's going to fuck you. You're going to get drunk. And then you're going to suddenly be like, meh, pretty sure the crazy guy who's loud, I think he took advantage of me. Like, maybe you shouldn't have gone to his room. Maybe you shouldn't have gotten drunk. I mean, there's not
Exactly.
I
mean, I don't want
to own your own shit. It's okay for me to go out in a skirt. Like, that's bullshit when guys are like, hey, you shouldn't go on a short skirt. You're going to get raped. Like, that's stupid. But if I go out, I don't care if I'm fucking pants up to my fucking neck or in a turtleneck. Am I fucking, like, going to drink and come back to your hotel room or your fucking dorm room and then, like, okay. And then suddenly wake up and be like, I kind of regret that. Or maybe I don't even, not. What were you thinking when you were walking in that dorm room? What did you think was going to happen with the alcohol in the dorm room? He didn't, and she never said he held her down and raped her. Like, so that's the other thing. Like, that was, like, it was an assault because, I maybe said no. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I just think it's all stupid. But maybe everybody else doesn't. I mean, that's fine. There are plenty of rape victims. Obviously, my daughter, if she was hearing this, she would cuss me out because she believes every girl that has ever said she was raped was raped. I don't believe that. I believe that we have to take complete accountability for ourselves as males and females. And obviously, you guys don't have control of your dicks. You fucking, like, literally. So I do believe there are a lot of rape victims, but I do also believe that women are, as a woman, can be very cunning and you know, I mean, there's a famous guy and he's cool. What do you think? You're going back to his apartment and to hang out, and then you're going to get drunk with him, and then you're suddenly going to claim rape or like assault. So I think that it's so hard to know. So you never know. So I'm not saying she was lying, but I am saying I like Jameis Winston, and I think he's cool.
If only the women were raping, point a gun at me and tell me to pull my pants down. I know, don't make me.
Has that ever happened to you?
I hope it does soon.
Well, you know what? If you come over to America, I'll make sure it does.
Uh-oh.
Pull your pants down and give me your dick, motherfucker.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you to pull your pants down with the gun and give me your dick, and then by the time you do, I'll have you tied up, take pictures, and send them to Douglas and be like, what can we do with this money? He's tied up in my chair. All right.
I know. Please don't.
You know? I have some pigs that are hungry, though. I keep trying to get Douglas here to feed him to them, but he doesn't fall for it. Y'all are all boring. There's no.
Right. Well, that escalated quickly.
Anybody want to feed the pigs?
You have pigs yourself?
Oh, I have a whole little thing. That's what I mean. No, I don't. I'm sorry. No. No.
I know you've had animals. I'm just asking if you have like your own pigs.
I mean, I have. If I had pigs, I might have 26 acres. I might have some pigs on them, but that would not be because I can feed them anything and nothing's left over. Not be for body hiding.
Mm-hmm. Of course not.
No, I actually do not have pigs. Honestly, I kid around about that. I do have 26 acres. We had some pigs on it, but we do not anymore.
Is it true you get a subsidy from the government if you got animals on your land like that?
Do what?
Is it true you get a subsidy from the government if you have animals like on your land, like farming?
Well, I mean, that may be true if you have enough farm animals. We didn't. We had a lake property, and then we had 26 acres. Like, we still do have the acres. It doesn't matter. We didn't have enough to be. We never applied for farm acreage. Actually, to be honest, the pigs came with the fucking land we bought. There were a few there. Like, they died. So I don't know. I mean, I had some chickens here. I don't know. Douglas killed or whatever. But I didn't apply for I didn't get a subsidy on those, but they weren't alive long enough, and he didn't let them live long enough before he sent his little spell or whatever the fuck he did. Nobody's going with that either, huh? No? Okay. If Douglas is here, he would laugh. Okay. Yeah. I had some chickens and ducks. No, I did not get a subsidy, but they weren't alive long enough. And no, the pigs, I think you may do that. I think you do get so it's a farm subsidy, I believe, but we didn't have a farm and we weren't trying to do that. My father actually bought that land. And that's been years since pigs were there, but I threatened to bring them back yearly.
Cool. Well, with all the men in your life, you probably don't need to get pigs, right?
I mean, I that's the point. I do need pigs to take care of that men in my life. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's why I threatened for the pigs, because you know what pigs do, right?
Yeah, there's some stories.
Roll around in their own shit.
No, if I can blow your brains out, or I can cut your dick off, whatever, you're dead. I throw you in the pig fucking sty. Fucking pigs within a fucking few hours. There will be bones. There will just be bones, and then maybe by the time police even came looking for you, there would not even be that many bones. And with the shit and the pigs like sty, so they eat anything. Especially if you're not, like, that's what people do. Like, if they're not feeling, like, they will just you can throw a body in there. And
That's what the mob would do. They'd feed the pigs.
Yes, if you don't have a lake near you and you can't drown somebody with a fucking thing, and they're all into pigs. Whatever. It's one of the things. So anyway,
I thought the
that's
mob
why.
puts the bodies in the meat processing plants.
My mom does all kind of things. Have you seen Lake Michigan? Oh my god. But yes, they do a lot. They do meat processing as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure the mob probably does everything. I don't know. I wouldn't
Just
doubt it.
making people turn into inadvertent cannibals.
I am fairly certain that we've probably all eaten more things.
Of course.
To know. Yes. But yeah. I just hope mine was a bad person. You know, like I hope I ate like a really bad. You know what I hope I hate? I hope I ate a gamecock here. Or one of those USC Troy players, you know, like University of fucking Florida. Maybe before fucking him. I hope I ate one of them. Take either one. University of South Carolina. Like, I would eat them in a heartbeat. Or not in a heartbeat, but I'm just saying if I'm going to have to eat meat, I don't eat meat. I would prefer those. You're boring. I don't know. I'm just talking to randomly fill conversation because y'all can't come up with another subject. And Troy's just beeping. I don't know. He's just like beeping.
I was backing up. I'm sorry. I had my microphone on. I was backing up. So.
Okay.
What type of car do you drive, Troy?
A Ford Explorer.
Ugh.
Why did you say ugh?
I don't like Fords.
Really? What do you like? What do you drive?
I drive nothing.
Okay, well, what do you like?
Just a good old Chevy or just
a Chevy. Oh my god!
A nice Japanese Nissan car, Skyline.
First of all, it's a Nissan.
Or 350, a classic 350Z. That was nice when they came out.
First of all, I'm gonna give two things here. Troy, Ford beats Chevy any fucking day. He's wrong. Okay, but like I'm a Ford girl. But as far as first of all, it's Nissan in the United States, but I get a Nissan. No,
we pronounce it Nissan over here.
Nissan. I know you pronounce everything wrong. I know. So, but it's fine. It's first of all, you said the problem is that you didn't pronounce it wrong. I'm sure that's like how it is there. What you did do wrong, though, this is wrong. You said a classic Nissan 350. And that's not a classic, to be honest with you. Classic Nissan would be your 280 and then your 300 DX. The 350 didn't come out until fucking the 2000s, man. That's not that was a make on. First of all, the 300 was a make, which was the better of the 280, right? But the 300 ZX was awesome.
Anything around 20 years ago is considered a classic to me.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not a no. That would be like, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
I forgot.
I like how he pretended he didn't understand the question. I just got back to hear that. Yes.
Yeah. Classic car, he said, was the classic.
I know what a classic is. I'm just, in my opinion, it's a classic for me.
Oh, he was just saying his own.
Nissan, by the way, 350 was a remake on the 300 ZX, which was an awesome model. There was also a 280. But there's never been anyone in the world that's been like, that's be like saying, I don't even fucking know. Do you know Jeep? You know Jeep? They fucking made a Jeep Commander. I owned one. That'd be like the classic Commander. Now they've been for like 5 fucking years, 7 years, fucking 2004 to 2010 or whatever. It's not a classic on the Jeep fucking a Jeep. Period. The actual Jeep Wrangler, or it's not a classic on the fucking Jeep Laredo. Like, no, it was a remake of that. You would never say that's a classic.
Yeah,
I owned one and I love that car, by the way. And someone totaled it and hit me, which, believe it or not, was not my fault again. The person totaled my car, but I would say I love that car. And so to me, I loved it, but I would never say that was a classic.
Like
And
I said, the
it was
350Z is around 20 years old.
Yeah, and you're not 20, and you should know better.
Like I said, it was
280
my
is probably
opinion.
twice as old.
Yeah.
Yes,
like,
I know that. I'm well aware of all the classic old and
understood.
I'm just saying
He was just
350Z.
he's just saying he feels a general
sake.
sentiment. Yeah, just a general.
The reason only I come back at you on that is because I was actually just talking to my mother about a person that I knew, an ex, and they had two 300ZXs. He's passed away now. It was my ex-boyfriend, and so I know about 300. As a matter of fact, I had a third one, and it was spun out the twin turbo that he had. Like, he had two twin turbo 300ZXs. So I am very familiar with the Nissan. So I guess that's where I'm a little defensive on. Like, I remember when the 350 came in because they had done away with the 300, and then they suddenly were like, "Oh, we're going to try and do a 350," which lasted for a little bit. Like, to call it a classic is just insulting, I guess, to me personally. Like, it's not.
Well,
it was not. It was never a classic. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's fucking classic.
Right. Oh, by the
Me,
way,
it is because I've used it a lot in a lot of racing games as a child.
Oh wow, that's neat. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing that. By the way, Nemo shares a common hobby with Brendan Zogit, who's joined us. They're both.
Really? Is that right?
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh. You remember that before you
Collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yeah.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Wait a minute, Brendan.
I was the one that reminded you about it, yeah?
Yeah. Yes. Brendan Zogit.
No, I'm not dead broke about
Thanks, Brendan. Thanks for finally letting me fucking know. Which, you know who just let me know that? Like a day ago or today?
Yeah.
Fucking, you know who? Let me know. Douglas. And do you know who? Douglas, why don't you tell him what I kept telling you to do? Because he didn't give a shit. And you're like, I don't know. He's probably dead. And what did I make?
Douglas knew from the Force. He has like the Force.
No,
he can tell I'm still alive.
You really, truly didn't know, and who was like on your ass, like reported missing. Then at least, is this what happens if I go? Like, if I just don't call you for fucking 4 weeks or a year, and you're like, I don't know, she's probably dead.
Doug's done worse.
Well, she actually had me on the verge. She wanted me to call Sacramento Police Department to run a welfare check on you or start investigating you as a case of a missing person. But that's what prompted me to actually look at your Facebook timeline.
Right.
That's when
That's when you gotta, like.
They probably they would have just reported me dead. I don't think they would have even done the footwork.
Yeah. They just would have wrote him off. They would have.
You know who should work then? You know who should work for the Sacramento Police Department? You should, Douglas. Well,
Brendan almost got it.
Look at his timeline, and I'm like,
I mean, to be fair, I told Doug ahead of time that if I didn't respond, to just leave me to the Force. You know.
Well, fuck you. You didn't tell me that, and I had muted you for some shit before, and you called
Well, he
me.
does too many drugs. He didn't remember what I said.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, that's right. That's
He
right.
never
He
told
does-
me that. He never
he didn't
said
remember.
lead me to the Force. No, you didn't say that to me, and Douglas didn't say. He's like, I think he's probably dead. I don't know. Anyway,
Because Douglas
let's
got
go on
blasted
about-
after I told him that, and then he forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
because he's on drugs, and that's what he just fucking.
I told him, I said, if I go to England and I can't come back, I'm staying there, and you will never hear
You
from me
weren't
again.
even going to England. You were going to some fucking. You weren't
Oh,
going
I
to
mean
England.
Pitcairn Island. Sorry.
Yes.
Well, now that I'm back, I could say where I went. I went to England.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute! You went to England, and
Yeah.
you know what? Around the same time, I think.
It's
George-
still technically owned by Britain.
now
though,
we know where
Pitcairn Island.
George and you were both. Okay, it makes all sense.
Yes. By the way, just so people
I'm
understand.
just giving you a hard time. It's
Oh,
fine.
understood. No. We get that. Yeah. Believe it or not, I mean, some people do get some of your jokes. They don't all come off as a direct assault.
As the other Brendans, you mean? Brandon,
Brandon.
Oh,
yes.
you managed to piss off Brandon Young?
No.
It's
I
was gonna say, like, his hippocampus turned back on, or what?
yeah.
That's my. I missed you so
Oh, that was
much.
rude. I'm
That
so
was
sorry.
she.
Sorry, Brandon. I'm really sorry.
No, he's still like laughing about his wife in hospice. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
so-
by the way, just so people.
So it's definitely still off then. Yeah.
Off. You mean the
The hippocampus
engagement.
or the frontal lobe
yeah,
or
pretty
whatever.
much. Yeah. No.
whatever that part of the brain is.
Yeah,
for
it's
emotions.
let's just put it this way. It's like his affect has been completely flatlined. So that
Yes.
whenever he tries to deliver, but the problem we have
He's
is why he
always
would
been
think
that
that a
way.
joke
It's-
was appropriate, right, Brooke? I mean, concerning his
It's like you can't even the affect, okay?
Yeah.
His affect's always. I'm sorry, Brent. Like, yeah,
Flat.
my affect's oftentimes flat. Yeah, but I get it. But what? Or maybe I'm just wrong. But my point is, there wasn't even if you had a great affect, there was no way to make that funny. Yeah, like,
Thank you.
Good
you.
point.
Yeah, my wife to be, my fiance, got burned alive in a lab accident, quote unquote, in which she lost all of her hair at least.
and she's
And
at the hospital, and he is laughing.
yeah, or making a joke where, and then she grew hair on her tits, which is like,
Yeah, that, yeah.
it's just was so bizarre. So, and we're like, okay, so was this all? What do you?
At first, we all
just
thought it
shut
was
down.
fake. Like,
Yeah.
she didn't even get in a lab, and then we find out she actually was in an accident.
Yeah.
And this is fucking. Apparently, she was in an accident. I don't know for sure, but that was all true. He's like, no, she was.
Yeah, I never would have even believed she was real, except for the fact that he had brought her on the show once. If he hadn't done that, I would have thought that he was just, like a new blow-up doll.
I wouldn't have believed she was real, other than the fact that he was like, she's honey, and I'm fucking just cooking it. Like, and I heard her in the background, like, I'm hunting, and I don't know. I don't know.
And even that we can't take seriously. We know that she exists, but apparently there was an accident. But for some reason, he thought that it would be apropos to make a joke about her accident, and then says, well, you can't, how are you going to handle it if not with humor? Well, some things you don't handle with humor at all.
Yeah, I think it's a bit much, but
Yeah. So, but such being said, Brendan, we are glad that you are alive.
No, we aren't. He could care fucking less. He didn't care. He didn't know. He didn't remember.
It's okay.
Whatever you told him, he
It's
said,
all right.
He thought you were dead. And he went on about, like, it's
Totally fine.
on air. He just continued to talk. Also, when we privately talked, I was like, do you really think well, he probably is, I don't know. And he continued to tell me, like, look at this. Guy sent me this. It's
I'm
funny.
actually impressed that Doug didn't just assume I was a turncoat, which is rare for him. So
I'm surprised he didn't either. Like,
Right.
Because that's
So-
his first thing.
so in that way, I give him points.
So you'd
That's
rather
like
be
plus
dead
points.
than a turncoat. I guess.
Yeah, exactly. He that's actually a good thing. That means he trusts me enough
Yes.
that I wouldn't turncoat. I'd rather die. So,
Yes.
It's true.
Still to this day, if I cuss him out right now on air, I will hang up and he'll tell you all, she's like the enemy,
It's not that. No, it's not. It's not when you cuss me out. It's when you engage in character assassination. It's a different thing. It's a totally different thing, Brooke.
It's not like enemy like direction. It's like you might as well be.
Yeah.
At that point, kind of
No,
thing.
but that's my point. I've told him that before. I'm not your enemy as far as what you called enemy.
But if you're on someone's thing, like, you have to at least like acquiesce to their points, like
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
unless you're like Pierce Morgan or something.
I don't, and that's what I told Douglas. I will never acquiesce. So I guess you can all use that word and continue it on. I will never acquiesce, but Doug has me on, and I respect Doug. But when I have,
I guess that's fair.
like I'm me.
But-
That's the point of not acquiescing.
But there was something I wanted to bring up.
Yes,
Doug.
please. By all means.
Like that thing I sent you about Yamashita's gold. And,
Yes.
And what's that bastard's name?
Keen. No, I'm talking about Ferdinand Marcos.
So
you all
Ferdinand
know the other
Marcos.
one. I know.
So
understand that,
you were
that
the
one of
first
Aquino's
person-
relatives was president
Right.
of the Philippines. Another President
Right.
Aquino. Yeah, so go on, Brendan. Yeah.
Yeah, so Ferdinand Marcos. So this story broke in 2022, and they made like some kind of Netflix documentary or some online documentary about it.
Yeah.
But you were the first one to expose that.
Thank you.
The Marcos family.
Thank you.
Oh my God!
Made their
He
fortune
just
from
did
Yamashita's
4 lines
gold.
of cocaine, and
Thank
you're
you.
now building his head up big.
No, it's true. Douglas was the first one to say
I
it
know.
publicly.
He said
That
something
Yamashita's
so
gold
true.
was in the Philippines, and that family took it.
Yeah. Thank
And
you.
they came out and it looks like in the 90s and said it publicly, but no one really spoke about it. Douglas was the only one that
You know
made
what
it public.
also Douglas hasn't done? Is do anything with all his knowledge, like steal the gold, suck somebody's dick for $1 million.
Well, by the time he
Nothing.
knew about it, it
He's
was
done
gone.
nothing. He's like, please send me $20 to make rent this week. Welcome relax. Am I acquisitioning?
I mean, to be fair, like his biosire took all the money to Antarctica.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing left to claim. I mean,
Is that where you're calling us from now? Is that where you went to visit? Okay.
No, because Antarctica. I can't get into the whole like how the Earth is constructed and stuff. It would be too controversial.
You know who you should call? There's a guy in Florida that will tell you exactly.
Yeah,
Ian
but
West.
they don't know anything. I mean, they don't know anything about it.
Yeah, they don't. No.
Yeah.
And by the way, Todd McDonald contributed 200 United States dollars. He did leave a message that I'll read out later.
It's for Brooke. I'm pretty sure it's for Brooke.
He's in the chat room, and I want to let him know that he's a wonderful human being and provided an in-depth analysis on some things I had said on the latest interview I had with Christine Joanna Hart, which I'll try to have again either this month or the next. I'll talk to her as soon as Labor Day weekend is over. Hey
Todd, if you right now in the live chat, you go, I'm being stabbed to death. You know what he'll do? Continue that laugh. And I'll be like, you got it. You should call 911. And you'll just be like, I think he's lying. And then the next time when you don't show up, I'm like, maybe you should call 911 that guy. Like, maybe you should report that Todd, whoever he was. And he'll be like, maybe.
Oh my God.
Whatever.
So I do want people to understand, aside from crediting Todd McDonald, also there was at least a $25 or $30 donation. I'll look at it again later from Seth P. So I want to thank Seth P. But aside from these new donations this month, and Todd McDonald's is substantial, and he deserves profound credit for his wisdom as well. I'm glad that he's sharing his wisdom in the chat. If he wishes, he can contact me on Skype. It's Douglas Dietrich
just tell him you read his book. He'll with you.
And Douglas Dietrich 1, I'll enter that into the Skype, and he can just contact me there if he wants to appear on the show sometime.
Oh my God! So I didn't even have to say I read your book. I should have just contributed $200. Like that was it. Because I would have rather done that than lie.
You have contributed at least $200.
I know I have. But do you remember? You know what I'm going to contribute today? The last thing I contributed. Do you remember what that was?
I don't remember.
Besides the $100 and some blanket, I'm saying the last cash donation.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
I paid more to you. I paid more to PayPal to send it.
Oh, that's right. It was like,
Moral
she
support.
donated a penny. She donated a penny. Yeah, that's right. She paid more to send that penny.
I also did a quarter.
Yeah, a quarter.
If you just link your bank account like through ACH, it will be free.
I'm not doing that. I'm not linking shit. But I said I give him a quarter, and I was like, call somebody who gives a shit.
She sent the quarter for Peter.
Yeah,
but what I do
It's
want
quite generous for how you feel about Peter.
I just wanted the name of
I never gave it to him.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
kept the quarter, and I said, "Tell him this is for call somebody that gives a fuck." Like the Travis Tritt song, "Use a quarter, call somebody that gives a damn."
Okay, at any rate, before we get too deep into that, I do want people to understand. So what happened is that Brendan's the occult assault continued, so that while he was at peace in England, and Pitcairn Island is owned by England, the United Kingdom. As a matter of fact, they fly in everything.
They have the purest honey in the world, by the way, Pitcairn Island, because it's so remote and
Of
there's
course.
like no one there,
You know
no
what?
cars
When you
and
said
stuff.
you were
to
just,
pollute
I
the
just
world.
heard island. And I assumed you were smart enough to go to a pretty high warm. And you're like, I'm going to an island. I think I'll choose the grayest place in the world and go to their island.
Now,
There's a lot of backstory to that.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, the occult assault could not reach him across the Atlantic, even though there are plenty of Satanists in England. They were not communicating with each other effectively. But Brendan Zogit loved it there. he actually wanted to contact George Knight, and I'm insisting if George Knight's able to come on, then certainly we're going to try and convince him to help Brendan ultimately relocate to England if at all possible and get employed. But
and like it's just not gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. You're gonna get a call.
Oh shit! Then when Brendan,
sorry, Brendan, you've helped me a lot, but I'm gonna be honest. Between me and you and our assaults that we've had, I would not invite either one of us to live like with the third or another person.
Yeah, I mean that's a very fair point because for some reason they like to attack me.
Yeah, no, they definitely consider him the greatest threat there is. Well, that's because he helps me technically, and they want to cut off that technical.
He helps you so much. You gave a shit if he was dead or alive.
It doesn't matter what he thinks. It's what they think. Right?
Yeah, in the end. And so the point is that the assault continued on all of his resources while he was gone. He came home, and his life has been wiped out.
That was me. I totally did his bank account. If that's what you're talking about, he said you were dead. I figured I could hack him. If that's what you're talking about. Douglas, you know I gave you half of it. We figured. I don't know why you're trying to protect. You told me that I thought we were doing this together.
Yes. So he's getting deeper and deeper, but we're gonna pray for him. We're gonna pray for him.
You're gonna pray. You're gonna pray. You know what you're gonna pray over? Your fucking life of coke. You're gonna want to go do it in another 20 minutes. Okay. It's the only thing to pray. Yeah.
So
I honestly, to be honest, Brendan, I literally thought I was like, I messaged you, and it literally felt, oh my god. And this is before some other things happened, but I was like, he is giving me a signal because of the last time we had talked, and I was like, he's signaling, just leave. I was like, he's maybe not dead. Maybe he's just like the only way out is to pretend to be dead.
Yeah. I mean, that was seriously considered by myself, that perhaps to avoid further assault, that he would just go,
I meant further assault by you, period. I didn't even look at the enemy. I just meant, like, the only way out from Douglas being like, you're the enemy, or the enemy attacks you. Either way, you're like, I'm fucked.
There are things that anyone can do, like, that, like, if you follow pure principles and stuff, like there's nothing in the multiverse that can affect you in a negative way if you have goals and things like.
Yeah.
So you can still deal with people, and like, you can still like talk to vampires and stuff, and nothing will happen.
First of all, there should be a warning on Douglas's show. I've already said that. He needs to have a warning if he cares.
I think it's just implied. I mean, you just get the bio.
Well, some of us don't get the bio. Some of us are just stupid enough, are like bored. We just quit our job, like whatever, 2 weeks ago, and we're on YouTube, and we're like, this guy's asking for people to come online. I'll do it.
Yeah, but that's like
zero idea of what you're getting into. Rewind, and that's what happened. I think it was October or September of last year. Yes.
No. The situation, of course. Let's. I do want to thank these wonderful other gentlemen, Aristides and Troy Bellamy and Nemo, for appearing as they have and being supportive. But I do want to give Brendan a chance to explain some of what's happened to him. It's been a while. We do have a lot to catch up on. By all means, Brendan, share with us exactly what went down. Whatever.
What I can share is just, so I left for a while and I was traveling, and then I came back, and so before that my cat got really sick.
Yeah.
Before I left, I told Douglas this, but I didn't tell anyone else. So my cat got really sick, and it's like his kidneys failed and everything, and then so I had to deal with that, and then we had to do all that stuff.
About that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
About that.
Yeah, it was a bummer. It was a bummer, but there's other forces going on, and then that cost me thousands of dollars for the treatments.
They were all Douglas killed.
Yeah.
I've been told that.
The three of us will talk privately later about this. Yes, that's.
So then that cost me thousands of dollars, and then when I left, I was, I left some things. Yeah, I was already dealing with that. So I went to recuperate abroad and did some soul searching. And then I came back and all of my funds were completely depleted. And various things happened with my work, and different things happened with other things in my life, to the point where I am now in like some serious debt and problems are going down, monetarily. So that's what I came back to. So that's why I saw all of your guys' messages and stuff, but I just didn't have the wherewithal to reply, because I've been working like 12 plus hours.
Yeah, I know, but listen to what you just said. You're like, hey, enemy can't attack you. You just have to know. But you were like,
I didn't say that.
I
didn't say I was immune.
$1,000 trying to save it, and then I still couldn't save it, so I ran away to an island, and then I come back from this gray island, and I have no money, and basically my job's fucked and my life is. But you can totally protect yourself. As just
that's not what I said. I didn't say me.
Advice.
I said
follow Brendan Zoga's advice. As you can tell, it works very well.
Let me clarify. I said a being that's doing the right thing or makes a choice to go towards the right thing and pure principles can be protected. So it's a process, which is obviously I haven't gotten that yet.
Basically, what you're saying is that you're not a pure being, or you chose to go toward Douglas, which is not to go toward And either way, you like which one are you saying you fucked yourself with?
Oh, all the
above. Things just like personal things. I mean, lots of personal things that
I'm just kidding. I'm giving
no one's perfect.
That's my joke. I mean, almost no one. I mean, you've spoken to me before, so you know a little perfection.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. And Douglas.
Yeah, so it's like that.
Yeah, that. There you go. No, I love you, and I'm so glad you're back. I am so glad you're alive. I think I'm happier, even though I'm joking. I swear to God, you probably happier alive than Douglas is.
I appreciate it.
I mean, Douglas is happy. He's just like, you're on the show, and it's great. And you support me, and you agree with everything I say. And you say some scientific shit that I like to be like, oh, Douglas. But he didn't give a shit if you were alive or dead. I'm just
honey, I can't express how ecstatic I am that this young man is alive, and how much he.
That's, you know what that voice is? That's the same voice that was like, I also don't understand why anything that me having a crush on this girl from freaking Italy and me suddenly agreeing with aliens are cool, and I agree with the Palladians and they're real and all of that.
We can't hate on Douglas for that one.
I wish
I was.
You know what? Can you go back to the island and die? That's what I wish. I wish we could go back to the island and I wish we would die. That's what I wish.
Like maybe that's who I went to visit. How do you know? Like that's what happened.
Because I can tell you, because you don't have the money to visit.
Those kind of people, they have enough money. You just chat with them about.
I can assure you, though, Douglas has a second girlfriend that you do have the money to visit. Douglas, would you like to tell him about who maybe he was visiting? Do you like McDonald's in Florida? Because I can assure you, I can tell you where to go.
Oh my God!
Who's this? I don't really. I'm not that desperate, but like, what is
second? It's the second of his. I don't know how many lists he has, but it was embarrassing to me, like as a person that it's affiliated with him. Like I was rather him like literally not care that you were dead than him what he did next, which was. I don't
understand. Well, Sarah Sheldon, I don't understand why she triggers you so much. She's just a young.
And she doesn't trigger me. What triggers me is the fact that she's a third-year age. You met her through, like, she's fucking. She's fine, but like, what? Like, this is not some model. Okay, she's not like a model. She's fucking not. She can be hotter than me. Like, that's fine. Show the picture, right? Like, this is not like a fucking. I don't know if you're into Kardashians or you could be into fucking flat-chested women that are fucking like, man, Either way, she wasn't the best.
Whoa, wait a second. We don't.
What I mean is she's not the best. I'm not the best of the blonde
I
Southern
can't
bitches.
speak of this. I need to see photos. Douglas.
Okay,
Yeah,
so some photographs and so at any rate.
And why don't you also, while you're sending them, tell them who introduced you to this person?
Well. Anyhow, so if you're taking a look at the share screen share that's on right now, so she did send us a little photo here. Now there's gonna be some very loud music. We'll turn that shit off. And oh God. But anyhow, she was talking about the filters dangerous.
Who introduced you again? Who did you hear her speaking?
Wait, is this a Michael Jackson video?
Yeah, that's cute. Yes, she's very boyish, but kind of reminds me of my son. So she she was anxious to speak because she's going through a challenging time in her life. Left a lot of voice messages.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, you're skipping a huge part. First of all, you did not say who introduced you.
Yeah. Well, aside from that, she let's see some other photographs.
No, aside. Ian West out of Florida. It's Ian West. And he met her because Ian West, and he literally stayed on the phone while he says she didn't fuck Ian West, which she may not have. Who knows? But he listened to them sleep.
That's fine. That just means they like crystal meth or something.
That's what it was. Yeah, so basically she goes to him for meth.
This boy is like, I live in California. I want this girl so bad. She lives in Florida. She's into crystal meth and Ian West.
He's not into Ian West. She just wants his drugs.
But she slept in the bed beside him.
No, they left the mic on by accident. I could hear everything, and basically he said, let's just lie down, because he couldn't get it up. So they just laid down.
Does that make you feel better about yourself, honestly? Is there something about this story that's making you feel better?
So they just listened to music, and she was trying to talk
about...
And
so then he's like, I want to, and then she, which I give her complete credit for, I'd not credit. She was stupid, honestly, if she actually knew. But, I didn't even have no idea. She actually thinks this guy's a star because, as we know, Ian West replays Douglas like a fucking... He thinks Douglas is a star. And so she's thinking he is. And so she messages Douglas after this. And Douglas now is then going, Florida, Ian West, Mnth, and where do you work? I work at McDonald's. And then Douglas,
she lost all her money. She ran off with a lesbian lover to Austria. The woman spent all her money, so she.
Lesbian. What about you as a lesbian?
There are a lot of meth heads in Germany and
Austria. Yeah.
Have you heard one good thing that would make Douglas be like, I should chase this girl? Like, I'm not putting her down. What I'm saying is, in West.
We can't go into reasons why he's interested.
Florida. Meth, McDonald's, lesbian. Like, I have more reason to chase.
She's bye, honey. You. All you ladies claim you're lesbian.
I told you. I might have been bi.
The young lady with the possum. The young lady with the pet possum was lesbian for a while.
I told you. I will
all say that.
That's not. I will after what you told me the other day.
She probably just wants a piece of the action. I think she's just jealous or something.
The way you penises think. No, the way y'all think with your penises. Just like that. It makes
that's
me
not
sick
true.
To
that's not true in my case.
Yeah, that's not true in Brendan's case, honey. That's right. He's a pure soul. Yes. That's
well, not that. It's just that.
She went mute.
There are other factors.
I am pissing, okay? Do you want to hear the piss?
People keep trying to introduce me, and then they're like, and then I'm like, are they veg? And they're like, why does that matter?
Hey, you know what? I don't care about your Here's the point. Hey,
Brooke is veg. Brooke is veg.
Yeah, but it's not.
Let's be this endpoint. I'm about to share. No. Then, after all that I just told you, that you're still trying to take up the
my dad Hitler was veg, and he killed millions of people. It didn't stop him.
Yeah, I have no
clue. I wrote a great the only person on here that probably ever wrote a great report on Hitler?
Yes.
Me.
Yes. Yes, honey.
Made him
I
look
just
like a
like-
good person.
I'd like just to add
really-
Khazarians
you're-
on people.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even know. I don't
we-
know
we-
who are.
You're
We don't need to
you're
get us in
saying
trouble.
Your
We-
report,
we don't
your
need to get.
your
Yeah,
report
well,
on his
you know,
biosire is better than Douglas's report. That's a doubtful.
Douglas didn't have a report. I have a report. Regardless, end of story.
He has entire like columns and
Yeah.
Oh,
paragraphs.
he has column these bullshit. Do you know what he does? This smart genius boy who we all listen to. I did not even believe he was into this girl, and somehow he was on the phone with me. And this was a month ago. This is when you were vegging out in the Grey Island, okay? And, he fucking is on the phone with me.
Karen Island is more tropical, but yeah.
Whatever. Shut up. Okay, it's no point. Like, the point is, he's fucking on the phone with me, and fucking Ian West fucking calls in. And I'm like, let's three-way it. Oh, this should be fun. Like, Ian, this is when he was still talking to us. So we three-way in, and I had no idea. I hung up. I had no idea. Ian already told me, he's got a thing for that girl that I had a friend with. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, I mean, like,
She has a thing for him, to be fair.
Yes, thank you.
Can you shut the fuck up? You're not.
There's a difference. No,
Pretend
there's
you're-
when
can
it,
you
with
pretend
guys.
you're
There's
on
a
the
difference.
island again. Can you mute yourself
There's a-
back on the island?
With guys, it's different. It's like you could not be into someone, but if they're into you, you're like, you might as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
It's different than
It's
chicks.
crazy, really, because
Thank
you
you.
can be like a 400-pound girl that fucking like whatever.
Well, it depends on the person. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine, and that's my point. I didn't really know. Maybe it reminded his daughter.
if they're
Fine.
400 pounds and they're nice, you might think about it.
Yeah.
Well,
As a matter of
you
fact,
also-
she's much older than my daughter was when I bought her off the street. I don't know what you're bitching about.
Right. If they're
Again,
unsufferable. and,
what you're
nasty,
in
then,
that?
you
Are
know.
you proud of yourself? You stupid. Like, wait, go ahead and repeat that again. and
He's a
make
sex
yourself-
addict. It's different for him.
That's right,
I
honey.
know.
It's different.
I wish to God.
And that's apparently a side effect of the nanoplasma.
Yeah.
Because like Andrew Tate's dad, he became
know.
like a gambling womanizer.
Yeah.
Apparently that's
Yeah.
No, but I know it's Andrew
It's
Tate's
like a side effect of
almond.
the-
Like, their problem is nanoplasma. I'm fairly certain you should all die.
well the
Pretty
father
sure that's
definitely
why
had
I'm
it. Like,
199%
he was a chess master,
lesbian now. Because of
worked for
your
the CIA.
nanoplasma penises, it doesn't matter if you can have a penis or balls. Like, if you just
no,
have
that stuff is just because he's
you're
Asian. It's
fucked.
different.
Like, nah. Okay. Take the weenie to your fucking inner leg and shut up, okay? End of story. The bitch was like, oh.
Why are you so angry?
On the
I'm
right.
actually, I'm always angry. Have you ever met
But
me? Have I never not been angry?
by the way, wait. The one time Brooke missed it when I thought she had hung up intentionally, but it turned out her phone had died. But what had happened was she did an all-night marathon with me fairly recently, so she was on for basically the full 12 hours. But there was twice that something knocked her offline. One was the phone died, and one was something else. But she definitely came back on, and so both times that she hung up, quote unquote, she didn't hang up. She legitimately got tossed off somehow. But when it comes to the period of time that she was off, I had assumed she had hung up because she was angry. This is what I was telling the listeners on air. I said she chooses to be
She's
angry.
the enemy. I know. I'm
That's
sure.
not what I said that time. No, I said she chooses. We weren't even arguing in that sense where something like that would have come
I
up.
just assumed.
But honey, what it had said was that she chooses to be angry, and so what I was saying was that I need to try and convince her to make another choice besides anger. That there's other choices besides anger. Then
You're right.
Then I said to my listeners, I said, think of, oh God, he ran off. Brendan Zoget left. Oh,
He didn't. He fucking got cut off too. That's that whole enemy thing or whatever. He'll come back.
Yeah,
Whatever.
hopefully so, and we do pray for his safety, and
No, you don't. You didn't give a shit if he's dead, and you know that.
that's not true. It's not true.
I mean, you kind of
It's-
gave a shit.
it's
just
kind
kind of. I had to make you think about it.
No,
and
no.
still
It's just
never
that
called
over
the
the years, I've learned to accept loss. It's over the years I've learned to accept loss. Now, I didn't accept it with my parents, and I did my best to maintain them as long as I could. But with everyone else, it would take someone I truly love, like my son, to really overcome that adaptive.
And I remember asking you, are you saying if I just suddenly don't talk to you at all and don't cuss you out, either way, you're not going to report me this? And you're like, oh no, honey, it's not like that.
Yeah, that's right. It's not like that. I'm not quite sure you fall into the zone yet where I would go overboard, but we'll see if it ever gets to that point where, I do put up with an awful lot from you, so it's indicative of something positive, I guess. So, but like I was saying to my listeners, think about this, Brooke, that when the Lucifer possessed half vampire son of Adolf Hitler is telling you not to choose to be angry but to choose other responses to life, then yes, you really got to consider what's going on with yourself.
No, it's true, but maybe you should consider what your father's trying to tell you. I wrote a good report on it. I didn't know, and I actually had some more shit happen recently I didn't tell you about. But that's private. But I was like, I don't even know who's more related to it. Like, I don't.
He returned. Horrible. Brendan returned. Thank God. So, Brendan, what happened?
Brendan talked about his traveling.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
Nemo was saying let Brendan talk about his traveling, but Brendan will talk about his traveling soon enough.
Brendan will talk. I'm just gonna finish this story.
Yeah.
And then Brendan's here, and here's what he did, Brendan. After he listened, shut up, dog. And he listened.
My travels are.
No, dude. I told him on the three-way. I hung up. I hung the fuck up. They must have been talking to. I didn't even know he's in love, or not in love, whatever. Trying to fuck this girl. I didn't know it was another Marina Sarah. I thought Ian West was lying. Like this whole time, he's like, he really likes her, or whatever they're talking. I just thought Ian West is like, same thing. Like,
wait, did you manage to talk to Marina Saren again or no? Like,
no, he did. Okay, No, not since you've been gone.
Brooke hasn't, but I did. But she's very much, let's put it this way, she's very much truly in space. So, you just
exactly.
Yeah, it's like when Brendan disappeared, I have to be that way with Marina Saren. I've just learned to accept, people come into your life again when they're ready and willing to come in.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you gonna fuck Marina the same way you fuck Brendan?
I've never met Douglas in person.
And he hasn't tried, but I can assure you, if you let Marina Sarah in, you would have, because you're in California.
Of course, I would have. I told Douglas privately. I was like, if I was in the same room as her and she was like talking about Pleiadians, I would be like, yeah, I love Pleiadians. Like I love how that thing nurture. I love how nurturing the Pleiades is.
Yeah.
I just fall for my dick. Whatever my dick says, I will go with. Thank you. Like that's just I stand for nothing. I stand for zero. Is what you're saying. I stand
that's
for nothing.
fine. I mean, that's in that situation. That's fine.
Yes, thank you.
In other situations, no.
Yes, thank you. Yes, yeah. But so Brooke, you were saying
I couldn't say something about it because it would be rude to say to another woman. But guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
How would it be rude to say to another one? Tell me, because I mean, like, I probably can eat pussy better than you. I know.
They're just levels. They're just levels,
Yeah, and by the way, a photograph of Marina Saren has been placed into our text box.
Yes, thanks for that context.
Yes.
Oh my God, blow me.
Like I wouldn't even think twice. I'd just be like,
we also didn't think twice.
And it's
Marina
not like
Saren
in a gross
ever
way. It's
fucking
just like
you
that's
or
the thing.
Douglas. She's not thinking twice about it. It doesn't matter how much you're good, ladies. She's not thinking twice. I can assure you.
Yeah, none of us are built like David Bowie. That's fine. That's totally fine.
Oh yeah, David Bowie. You're like, at least
that's
you
her
got
type.
a fucking classic there. Unlike Nemo, like David Bowie is a classic.
That's her type. She likes those like alien-looking weirdos.
He's a classic cokehead. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I'm
Well,
pretty sure
guarantee
he had
that's
gay
what
sex
her
with
manager
Bing
looks
I'm
like.
going
Crosby.
to fuck Douglas is a classic cokehead. I can
And
assure you.
I can look David Bowie-ish, so there is that transgender thing going on with David Bowie that I can cop. So yeah,
Oh my
and-
god.
yeah,
You know,
Yeah, he was
I
like the
can't
OG.
fault
Yeah, he was the
myself
OG
with David
gender
Bowie. I
best,
think
like,
David
in
Bowie's
yeah,
so
That's
that's right.
for sure. Like,
Yeah, that's right. I had some idiot entering comments into the thread of my interview with Christine Joanna Hart. Hey, would you steal your mother's lipstick? You should choose another color. And I'm like thinking, wow, is this guy supposed to be devastating me? Oh my god, I'm just so.
Like,
Just so
yeah, he's so into guys like, oh, you should do like, yeah, I got you know.
Little does he know.
But you're all stupid,
Yeah.
stupid, and you're stupid. The dude went. I hung up the phone. My point is, I'm gonna goddamn finish this conversation unless Douglas doesn't want it. I hung up the phone. They continued to talk. I again didn't believe that he was in love with this fucking bitch. That you're like, oh, Marina Sam, doesn't matter. I'm going to kiss Douglas's ass. I mean, you know what you should also do? I hope you were practicing sucking dick while you're on the island because that's what you're doing now. Anyway, the point is, I am saying that
This is far from dick riding.
Yeah. I don't even care what you said.
If anything, what you're doing is like on that level.
Maybe because Douglas loves it when I totally do this.
Exactly.
He pretends and he doesn't. But my point is, I said, I hung up. They had a conversation, and calls me, Ian West about 30 minutes later, and he's like, I told you, like, he's in love with that girl, like, into the conversation. I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like,
It's just because Ian can't seal the deal. I mean, that's fine.
Thank you.
no, here's the shut up and you know what? Can you just shut up and pretend like you're on the island and let me finish the conversation and then you seal your own deal? Like,
I'm not sealing any deals right now.
I can tell. My point, I didn't mean that rudely. I just meant, like, you're not letting me seal my deal and you can do whatever you want. My point is, Ian goes, dude, you know what I did? And I think Ian's lying the entire time. I still think Ian's a liar. And he goes, I gave him the number to it. He wanted her number. This is not
she wanted to talk to me. That's why I just want.
Apparently, so Douglas asked after I'd hung up,
Oh.
even though not her name had not been mentioned in the three-way. Apparently, and Ian's telling me, no, he asked for a number, and I'm like, oh my god, Ian, you're so like, what are you jealous of that I talked to Douglas? Like, what is the point here? I'm thinking Ian's just lying. He's like, yeah, and I gave him the number to a Chinese restaurant, and it's hilarious. And Ian's laughing. And I literally am so loyal to Douglas. So what did I do? I talked to Douglas either that night or the next day. And when I did, I was like, oh, by the way, he says you're fucking into that girl that's fucking his friend in Florida that works at McDonald's, the 20-something-year-old, 23, lesbian or bisexual, what he wants to call her. Yeah, you're into her so badly that you asked for her number and that he gave you last night a Chinese restaurant number, and it's to fake you out. And Douglas goes, ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. Like I would.
It's not like I didn't expect it to be true.
You're saying she gave Ian a number to a Chinese restaurant?
No, not
No!
her. No, Ian.
No!
Ian just did it himself. In other words, Ian knew that she wanted to contact me, and she had expressed that to him.
You can tell
He
your
was
story
probably
later.
just so high he didn't know the difference.
No, he did it intentionally. He told Brooke that. He told Brooke I gave.
Tony intentionally gave him. But this is the point.
But no one uses phone numbers anymore. She can just hit him up on Facebook.
She had messaged him.
She had messaged me multiple times on Facebook, but the problem is that, as you can see by what I sent you, I can't interact on Facebook because I have restrictions. So they're acting as if like I'm a It's so weird. It's like
that's kind of weird because
I'll send her your number.
Really
Cool.
on Facebook that entire time.
I'll be like, here's Douglas's
and that's
details.
weird. We were interacting, but somehow you couldn't. And she got all her message. Weirdly, he wanted to talk to her. Is what I'm saying.
It's something to do with if you're friends already, you can do it.
Yeah.
Because Douglas has explained this
Is that
before.
what
But if it's someone
Is it
trying
like
to, yes.
I mean, which one is
He's
it?
explained it before.
Is it like deep throating? Is that what you're doing now?
Oh, honey, you've got to understand. So basically,
My name is Brandon Young.
Yeah. By the way, Brandon Young, I want to thank him publicly. took care of some. Apparently, there was a troll in the chat or something he perceived to be a troll, and so I'll trust his judgment.
Are you talking about the person that you just made fun of about his wife growing hair on her tits?
No, he was making fun.
No,
of
he
her.
made fun of it, but I
Yeah,
appreciate Brandon Young too.
Yeah, I mean, we appreciate Brandon Young because of.
No, I mean I appreciate him as well. I do, but I'm just saying you are. I can't believe you took that for you.
Admittedly, there's been a few times Brandon Young got on and he was plastered. He was like so drunk that Brooke called him on it and just said, "Why are you even bothering to talk? There's nothing that's coming out of your mouth other than slurred."
And God, that was back when I was really drinking. So if I called him plastered, there was plastered.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he was, yeah. So there's times like that, but
let's say I also called Ian West the very first time I called Ian West and talked to him.
Yeah, you called him out as what he is, just basically a crackhead. You said, when did you stop using crack? Was the first thing you.
No, I didn't say crack. I said
meth. Meth. There you go.
That's crack. Yeah, crack's too classy for him.
Yeah.
You have to get out a glass pipe and.
Thank you. Thank you. You're right. Yes.
I fucking know. I don't love how he's saying thank you. He's just probably in the bathroom smoking crack, doing enough, whatever. I told Ian unless I would marry him in a heartbeat if he would do exactly what he said he could. He still couldn't do it. But anyway,
which is a life insurance policy. Of course he couldn't.
Yeah, I said I would totally marry you and fuck you every day, 40 times a day.
Yeah, he claimed he was using Viagra. Combined with
he had a special thing.
Yeah,
that's why he's jealous because he can't do anything, even if he had the opportunity. It's like,
No. I would have paid for the Viagra and the meth.
No, it doesn't work after a while. Supposedly with amphetamines,
to take 70 million.
I can give you the breakdown.
No, let Brendan finish here. He's describing what happens.
So I was warned
until I finished my goddamn
back in the rave days.
Just take a break.
Back in the rave days.
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Back in the rave days, I was told if you have too much sex on amphetamines, you'll never be able to have sex again in a positive sense.
No, it's true.
So there's a danger. There's a real danger to it.
No, it's like.
First of all, that's a complete. Well, I mean, it may be true. I don't know. I've never done I've tried meth. I've tried.
Right. And the same goes for Adderall.
But I've taken Adderall. Adderall is a methamphetamine, which I still have.
It's amphetamine.
Yeah, yes. and so he was combining. Yeah, and he was combining Viagra and Adderall and meth, right? Is that what he was saying, Brooke? That was his recipe.
So that's why he can't enjoy anything anymore. Whatever's going on.
I get 30 milligrams a day. He was going to take fucking of Adderall.
Yeah, he's going to stroke out in a couple of years. It's fine.
I don't know if I know the difference in meth, and I honestly have forgotten until a painter guy had come over, and he was like, "Hey, you want a wall?" And I took the piece.
Basically, she caught the painter. She caught the painter huffing his paint. She said, "Hey, can I get in on that?"
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's so funny.
Wait, who did what?
Nobody's laughing at that. It's stupid. So stupid. It's so stupid. But it's fine.
Wait, who's this?
Her painter.
You're working, and I was trying to explain the difference.
This is the painter you called the cops on, right?
The painters are already gonzo.
Yeah.
I don't think huffing's gonna do anything.
Yeah,
that's my point. But I had forgotten that I used to have a higher dose of Adderall, and I was like, I got a 10 milligram and 20 milligram. I'm like, me. And then he's like, dude, they're just painting my house, and he's like, hey. I was like, I can't even remember. I think I was out of Adderall. He was like, I was like, can you give me Adderall? That's what I asked him. I said, can you get Adderall? Because I had literally gone down I used to be on 60, I was going down to 30. And,
so you're the amphetamine user.
Yes.
I have no problem admitting that's my point, which is where we're trying to get if you shut the fuck up. It's different.
I'm being facetious.
I had no fucking idea, because I one time when I was a teenager, whatever you do with meth, then they actually gave it to me in a little. I remember in 16 or 17, and they gave it to me the guy said swallow it in toilet paper. You swallowed it, and I was up for 3 days.
Parachuting.
I don't know. Parachuting. There you go. And I don't know if you know that album by Stone Temple Pilots, STP. My friend stayed up. We analyzed the entire thing for 2 days. And fucking had the entire world figured out, because that's what meth does to you. That was 16. I didn't know. And this guy gives me the piece of what actually, I don't know if you buy salt, kosher salt that's rock salt. He gives me a piece that literally maybe, I want to say one, but maybe it looks like 2 pieces of kosher salt. Like, it is so tiny. And I'm like, that's fine. I'll take that. That'll can't. That'll be fine. And, you know, whatever. And, you know, one each day, like, and, yeah, no. Up for like 2 fucking days again. Like, totally, like, this is not meth. Like, that's the difference in meth people need to understand versus.
It's refined. It's refined.
It's so refined. And I had been on it. I had no idea. I was completely like, so when people say, yes, there is Adderall is a version of meth, but it's so different. I'm just going to be like, it's just refined. It's like the strength of, I mean, I guess it's the strength of like, I'm not going to compare any of you's dicks, but like whoever thinks they have the biggest dick and then everyone who thinks they have the smallest dick, you compare each other. And then whichever one of you does and can't fuck, that's the Adderall. And the one that can fuck, that's the fucking meth. And it's like, oh my God, can you please stop? Can you please stop? I just want to come out. Can you please?
Right.
No,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
drunk and you're like the drunk fucker is just fucking you nonstop and you can't come. That's fucking meth. And I didn't know. I forgot. So I do know now. My point to this is has nothing to do other than the fact that this fucker met a girl who is literally works at McDonald's, 130's age, met him from a meth head.
You can't hate on the hustle, man. You can't hate on the
Can you
hustle just because you
shut
don't have to
up?
do that to survive.
Just shut up. Met him from a meth that he doesn't respect. Who had to go, and then like he doesn't respect. And then I tell him, I said, baby boy, I don't think you probably got her one your number, but and he's like, oh no, of course I didn't. But I'm like, he said he gave you a Chinese like restaurant number, and he's like, oh, I didn't ask him for a fucking phone number. And then, oh, dude, I don't know if he was high. Douglas, which one were you? Were you high? Did you forget? But like a week later, he's like, you know that fucker, I'm not speaking to him again.
It wasn't like that. Honey, it was her birthday, and I decided to take a risk with the number, but I waited till after hours Eastern Daylight Time, and I called and it was the answering service to a Sino-Vietnamese
see how he
restaurant.
makes this sound good?
No, but
I
that's
told
true.
him he was calling a Chinese number. And I also
Yeah, well,
told him,
I figured that if,
I don't even believe you would try to call this
no,
person in third grade.
I figured if Ian truly did pull this, then that's his last time on the show. So that was his last time on the show, because with all the other shit he
He didn't say it on the
pulled.
show, though. He didn't
What's
say it on the show. He didn't say it on the show, and that was not the reason exactly why you could.
No, he never said anything about this on the show. It was in his private conversation with yourself. First, we were in a private conversation on three-way with him when he said this is her phone number. So then I said, okay. And now, of course, I assumed he may be pulling a joke, but if he does, then he has no concept of self-interest and exactly how that's.
You. Who did you trust?
Yeah,
more?
yeah. Of
Who
course,
you
I believe that what you said was
you
very
trusted
likely.
Your dick more.
No,
You
no,
thought
but there was no
maybe-
reason not to try. There was no harm to come from it because I wasn't calling during business hours. But the point was that here's the thing about Ian West was that first off, he got me banned for 2 weeks from YouTube. And this is, of course, how I earn a living. So after getting me banned from YouTube for 2 weeks, then I asked him, is there some way you can splice up the episode and then we can reload it up in little parts without the censored parts? And YouTube will never know, and we could do this. And he never followed it up on that in forever. So he never did anything to make up
for.
for.
Idiot for asking him.
I understand what you're saying. That's stupid of me to expect anything from him, but it's a logical request in light of his desiring to come on again. As you said, every time you called him,
I agree. I do agree
yeah,
on that.
yeah. Thank you. And like you said, every time you called him, 80% at least of the times that you called him, he was listening to me. Yes, especially because at this point he was invested in the program, and so if he's not going to do that for a program he's invested in, what's the point? And then when he says, "Oh, then I'll compound the felony," by pulling this little penny ante shit, then there you go. And like I said, what had happened was the one time she had come over for drugs, basically. he said, let's just lie down, because he left the mic on, and I figured I'd leave it on while I was working to listen in, and they never got into anything because he just said, let's lie down, and when she kept saying,
I don't
let's...
know how you think you're making yourself sound better now. Maybe
like I said, I was working anyway, and he didn't turn the mic off, so I figured I might as well leave the earbuds in.
Ian West, and it's a girl in Florida, and you're just like, oh, I'm just listening anyway. And then I tell you,
so it's not like they're involved. It's not like they're intimate. And
no, my point is, you don't even know. Regardless, you don't know what happened before that or after that. You have zero idea.
Yeah, it was on. I was working for about 2-3 hours. I'm pretty sure I got a pretty good idea.
What made her meet him? You don't fucking know what happened before that date or after that.
I know exactly what happened. She just needs the drugs. She's there for the drugs, and then she doesn't have to pay much for them. All she has to do is lie down.
and then the enemy. Oh, she's like kind of like the enemy. I fucking tell him that. I tell him, hey, dude, gave you a Chinese number.
But honey, what I don't understand is, as I've just explained it, I understand what
Chinese restaurant. By the way, I don't mean Chinese restaurant. Chinese restaurant.
It was actually Vietnamese, but it was like they serve Chinese food because, like, I guess they're afraid that if they said Vietnamese, then the Ku Klux Klan would massacre them or something. So they really were speaking Vietnamese, but they are serving Chinese food. This thing happens all the time. Probably they were.
Stop making me hungry right now because there's not enough in South Carolina.
Yeah, probably because most of the emigres fleeing Vietnam were of Chinese ethnicity because the Chinese.
You're changing the subject. I just want you to say, my friend Brooke told me that.
Yeah, my friend Brooke told me that Ian was pulling this, and it turned out he actually did pull it, which made me say to myself, well, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that, if I'm hoping Brooke, I'm hoping I thought he had potentially just told you that. To, because I thought maybe he feels he owes me something.
You're both liars to me. And apparently, Ian was the only person telling the truth on this fucking podcast. Because he told me, hey.
Yeah, he gave me the phone number to a Chinese.
No. Right. You kept telling me bullshit. You kept telling me I'm not even into blah, 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 blah. I don't like it. And I don't know why it would say I would.
I never said that! I never said that!
You just ignored it and you were like, I didn't.
Yeah, no.
Yes, you did. Didn't make the truth.
To you? You're saying I said this to you?
Yes, when we were on the phone, I even tell you about the time. Like,
no, that's not true. I went through her, I was showing you.
After the Chinese thing, after you called the Chinese, Vietnamese, whatever the fuck you want to call it, restaurant, you then showed me all the messages. But you're going to not.
What are you trying? I showed you all that beforehand. You're conflating. You're conflating the chronology. Look, I mean, it's like what I had showed you before was her photo album. Remember, because look, see the screen share. Look at the screen share. Now you can't deny this. I showed you that her dog was drowned by her big dyke girlfriend, and I said that.
You showed me that.
Yeah.
You showed me that when you first.
Wait, you're showing us something interesting?
Yeah. This on the screen share. I showed that her dog, her lovely dog that she has on her, this dog was drowned by her big fat dyke girlfriend who literally took the dog into the swimming pool and sat on it until it drowned.
We went into that. Shut up. We went into
deliberately?
Yes.
Yes.
To get back at her.
That's the only reason. You know why you mentioned that?
That's horrible.
This is why I know you're fucking and you need to remember, Douglas. You told me that because we were doing a screen share well before we had the three-way. And you were like,
Douglas, did you at least get like a body pic or what?
Well, let's see if we can find a body pic of her. I mean, there she is.
I hate all of you. I hate you all.
I'm not saying it in like a sick way.
It's just I would hate her. I would hate. He thought I would hate. I don't know who thought I would hate, but I hated the fucking fact the dog died. And
she's got that nice boyish look, and then of course this is her sick ass brother. She's got two brothers. And her sick ass brother just kept saying, you know, I really want to get back inside you again. This isn't even the one that raped her repeatedly while she was growing up. So, you know, and the one who
You
raped...
fall for anybody that has a sad, or you know what I should have said? I've been raped and I have cancer and I was raped by my brother and I grew up and a teen is my first memory of being raped. And
I mean, just
you
in
know
America,
what?
you're just like, that's like...
There's her brother that raped her repeatedly while she grew up, and I said, what the fuck is wrong with his legs? I said, Jesus fucking Christ, he's like an orange werewolf and shit.
No. You know you fucking need to have on here? The fucking guy, what's his name? Aristotle. Where's Aristotle?
Wait, that's the brother? It looks like they were fine.
Well, apparently, if
she says...
Aristotle was here, he'd let you know Douglas is into people without fucking lower limbs either.
How didn't she end up killing him after him doing that?
It's like she tries to forgive them, and she says, "Look, they were young and they like couldn't control their hormones and shit."
I forgive all my rapists. Like, can you love me too? I do, and I don't work at McDonald's, but I do work at Burger King and sometimes Taco Bell. Will you love me?
And this is what her ex-girlfriend looked like.
Yeah, they're just like damaged people. There's nothing you can do.
It's just, but Brooke, do you not fall into that category based on, you know, the bull dyke who basically tormented you and tried to make you feel like nothing?
I mean, clearly she's unstable.
Yes.
I can be you're fucking, I gather unstable is going to be a term that we are going to argue on.
Wait, it doesn't have to be. Don't choose anger. Don't choose anger. And again, dwell on the fact that it takes the Lucifer-possessed half-vampire son of Adolf Hitler to ask you not to choose anger, and you might realize what shape you're in, Brooke.
Okay. Or maybe you're right.
Oh
maybe I don't have to run away to an island.
Breathe.
I don't have to run away to an island and then come back and still suck your dick.
That's not what he's doing. That's not what he's doing. Brooke, just because men come on my program and happen not to assault me or assassinate my character doesn't mean they're sucking my dick.
I just tried to tell the truth and they're like,
if anything,
Douglas
owes me a chip drop off for all this trouble.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Swear to God.
By the way, Nemo's asking me if this is the band.
I wish I had eaten tonight. You know why?
That's what's going on. You should just have a Snickers like that commercial.
Yes, but by the way,
because I could throw it up.
But honey, Nemo just posted into our text box. Was this the band episode you're talking about, Doug? Yes, Nemo. Is there something you can do about that, or you've got it up on your channel?
Didn't Ian end up splicing that at all, even though he re-uploaded it?
Yeah, he never spliced it. He uploaded it on his channel, right?
Because he was fucking on the...
Yeah, this is what makes me so angry.
The difference in meth and Adderall, he's on meth. He does bugs crawl out of his skin, and he pulled him out, and then I mean, there's a lot going on.
You're expecting a lot from this guy.
Yeah. Now, granted,
I would have to listen to the whole thing and pinpoint.
Yeah, if you could download it, I'll tell you what it is. Just splice out where. I'll tell you where it is. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Nemo. It's where he comes on with this deep fake of Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is assaulting transsexuals, just saying all you transsexuals are, don't. He just says all these horrible things about transsexuals, and it's Joe Biden's voice. It's the deep fake of Joe Biden assaulting transsexuals is what got it blown off. So
and
that's
the whole Judaism
and the whole but the Judaism thing is all throughout because everybody kept bringing that up, including Peter Moon.
I'm fairly certain the person talking right now has brought some shit up like I don't know.
Yeah, but those are cultural terms like goyim and Judaism. There's nothing wrong.
We still got to be careful. Yeah.
Depends on the context you say it in as well.
That's true. So Brooke, my honey, my darling, you just understand that.
I know. You know what? I agree with everything you say. You know what?
Why can't you always be like that? Wrong. Yeah. If you took up that attitude, just tickle my chin, tickle my balls, tell me how intelligent I am.
I think your brain's big. because you're so smart.
Yeah.
And I think nothing could be bigger than your brain.
Yeah, it
but
gets
I'm
erect too. With
bigger
enough blood, it
penis.
gets erect. Yeah.
Then the penis is like so much bigger, so it's just like so confusing on which
Yes.
is bigger.
Yeah.
And I am wrong, and everyone's right here. And like
At this point, I
miss.
missed the talk about the Arcturians and all that stuff. At least I could fantasize more instead of getting a headache.
But Brooke, there is something important to bring up.
You know what I wish? You know what I fantasized about when I told him to report you missing, and I was hoping you were dead.
Right.
That's what I fantasized about. But now I truly hope you were dead, and if you go back to those fucking islands.
Now, this is one of those touchy subjects. I do want people to understand that Brendan Zogit's financially just really strapped. We want to keep him in our thoughts and prayers. I can't allow anyone to solicit because of the limits of my audience. I only have a fairly limited audience base, so we did have that happen recently. So Brooke, if you could, organically, kind of, the subject.
No, I'm not. And not for this fucker. Hell, the fuck no! You asked the wrong fucking time. You just said I wish that he was talking about.
Yeah,
No! Do you think I'm asking you for money for Brendan? No, I meant what we talked about before the show.
I know exactly, and I will definitely not. You know what I will say? Please donate more to this person if you ask me. Because I swear to God.
Why do you like this?
Just said
Where does this come from?
Hear
Where does
about
this come
the
from?
Arcadians and the fucking Arcturians because he's bored and has a headache. So I swear to God, you don't want to go there.
No! I'm talking about the person you and I spoke about privately.
I know who you're talking about, and I'm going. If you mention it again, I'm going to ask them and give them the.
I thought you said you were going to bring the subject up so we could.
Yeah, no, that was before you brought in Dead Boy, who just said he'd rather hear Arcturians. Shut up.
Honey, you can't let your emotions control you like this. You've got to.
Douglas, there's no
Really?
hope.
Watch me. I don't know if you've ever met me, but listen again. I said, "Hey, Brendan,
This
why
is
don't
how
you
it
talk
checks
more
out.
about the? I will shut up. Why don't you talk about the Arcturians?" And I'm gonna go mute.
Oh my God!
No,
well,
it's not him talking about the Arcturians that I fantasize about. It's the other chick.
Yeah, that's what she knows.
Why would I listen to Doug? Okay.
Yeah, and that's what makes her angry. She knows that, and that's what makes her
Because
angry.
if it was Douglas
Douglas,
talking about
I'll tell you
Arcturians,
what,
I'd never
Douglas,
talk
I'll
to him
give it
ever
to you.
again.
Thank you. I'd ask you to shoot
You know what?
me.
If you,
Right.
To put me out of my misery. Yeah.
hey, okay, we're there then.
What,
Go ahead.
honey? We're
Everybody
talking about.
listen.
Wait. We're not talking about you. We're not talking about you, honey. You got to stop personalizing everything. Oh, there goes the guy who said about my makeup, Dr. Dickhead in the chat. And they say, Mr. Dietrich, I just pulled you out of the dusty cobweb of my mind a couple of days ago, and here you are on live. Trippy.
Oh, he's back right after we talked about him.
Yeah,
Hey, guess
right
what?
after.
We were talking about you.
Yeah.
Why? Well, first of all, Douglas would never be on a dusty. Like I wish he would be in a dusty cobweb, and I would certainly, if he was, I would never come on my show. Like they didn't call. And I go, Dusty Cobb, what are you fucking doing with your life, bitch? And you're like, oh.
Obviously, he's doing nothing if he has time to
And
just
I'm going to click
think
on
about
him
Douglas
now.
randomly.
Like, he's so dusty, random, and I don't care, but I'm going to click. I'm going to look up Douglas Dietrich. It's not like a fucking, it's not like you come up like fucking, like Rogan, you know? Like, I'm sorry, but like Rogan's just popping up, right? Like, you're not coming up even seeing it. Like, he dug for you, bitch. And he's like, but you were in the dusty cobwebs of my mind. Okay.
Why do you think he mentioned the lipstick? Because he's probably what he means is he was up late, in bed by himself.
Yes.
And he thought of some
What
lipstick.
it means is that he put on the wrong color, or he put on the right color, and he wishes you were wearing the same one. He wanted
Exactly,
you to be the person
exactly.
wearing the same color of lipstick.
He was like, maybe he's still there.
Yeah, but by the way, Nemo says, Nemo, do you want to say goodnight to everyone first before you?
No, that was just Troy. I was replying
it's
to him with
daytime.
the
Oh,
wave
that's Troy.
emoji.
Oh, okay. He says, love
Oh
you
no,
guys.
I'm getting all Troy and Nemo. Y'all
No, Troy says, love you guys. I'm going to listen for the balance of the night. Good night, guys.
No, Troy is the fucking only person that knows football here. I'm totally gone. Fucking what?
So when it comes to Troy, if you're still there, say goodnight to everybody.
Troy, say something. Just say something about football. Say something manly, because none of these talk about lipstick. Can you just say something?
Good night, guys. Y'all
You
have
think
a great
football's
evening.
manly? It's a bunch of dudes jumping.
Have a good
on
night,
each other.
Troy.
Yeah, have a good night. Troy.
Really?
All right, you
I
guys
don't
too.
even, you don't even know what football is because you were in England.
Welcome
you think
back,
football
Brendan.
is soccer.
You're
No,
gonna-
I said football and people jumping on each
Good night,
other as in
Brookie.
American football.
Yeah.
Hey, dude. I can't wait. I don't even know we're going to play each other this year. I haven't even looked at the schedule. Clemson's playing tomorrow night.
We do. Clemson
do?
plays Duke tomorrow night, and Florida
Yeah.
State plays Clemson soon.
So you watch.
Oh, you were
we'll
still
both
here.
be
Sorry
watching
about the
tomorrow
football
night.
comment.
Come on, pull for my Tigers. I tell you what, I'll pull for your FSU. I'll pull for your Florida State. Pull for my Tigers until we get there.
Well, only until they play Florida State.
That's what I said, man. Pull for
Exactly.
my Tigers until. So,
All right.
you
Good
saw
night,
that
guys.
fucking Orange Bowl in Tennessee?
Love you
man?
dearly,
evening.
Troy.
Miami?
Yes, correct.
Oh my God.
Did you see it?
I don't think I
Yeah.
ever spoke with him before, Douglas. But
Oh, I should have formally introduced the both of you. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't.
Another
Yes,
day.
'cause
Another
you
day.
don't give a
Yeah,
shit
another
about
day.
anyone but yourself. I know.
Troy, if you're still
Brooke,
there,
you're
this
like
is Brendan.
you're basically like like when you get glass in your foot and you're just like all day you can just feel it.
Yeah,
That's
that's
like you.
You know what I am? I'm a Lego. I'm a Lego that you stepped on, and you're like,
No, like it's like permanent.
It's,
Like, it's like
yes.
you can't get rid of it.
you know what it is? It's so permanent that you can't get rid of it, and you sometimes if you do, you want it back, which is what I
No, I don't know
No,
about
it's not
that. I don't know about that. Troy, we do love you. Troy, Brendan, do say goodnight to Troy. He's still there waiting on your
Yes.
response.
Good night. Good night.
All right, Brendan.
He's
Yes.
not waiting on you. He's waiting on me to show my tits, which I'm not going to.
That would be true.
I'm
We
sorry.
saw them.
I'm
We
sorry.
saw them once. You'd be better off waiting for the Arcturian lady.
Oh, that's cold.
I did. You know what?
You gotta
Yeah,
get
I don't
Serena
know. And Troy
back on,
that's how stupid you fucking are. Like, I am so done.
Yes,
No,
we-
I feel bad for saying that. We didn't. I didn't see it.
I take door number one.
Yeah. I think Troy can tell you. Troy can tell you enough to
Yeah.
record a little bit.
he recorded it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, well that's good for him. Yeah, good.
yeah, that was
At
a
least you didn't
mistake.
have-
Let's keep that clear.
That's my
Anyway, are
only
you going to
complaint
tell
about
him
Maria
at least
Sarin.
take
She
off
charges.
Troy and be like,
Yes.
bitch, you're wrong on
Yes.
I think she's got some nice tits.
Yeah.
That would be true. That I can verify that.
Yes.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you. Yes.
No,
And
Troy, there's a website called Chatterbait.
yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh
So-
my God, you would know.
Every boy knows.
I don't even know what that means. I have
It's
no
basically
idea.
whenever I go cruising for porn, Brooke, Chatterbait comes up as an option, along with other things like fuck, I'm forgetting them now. Young
Oh, you
Jasmine.
mean
or
like
something.
everything Joe Ty sends you. Like you're like, oh, it was only Joe Ty. But then you were like, oh, it's fucking kitty porn. But then I'm sorry, was there a person that's on this call that actually got it?
It was actually.
'Cause I'm friends with you, and I'm friends with this person. Somehow it didn't pop up on my shit.
Oh, didn't pop up, but it was a god shot. We have to be thankful for the fact that Nemo spotted that and informed me about it, because just so you know, Brendan, what happened, Brendan, while you were gone was that basically the FBI put out a sweep using a young girl's face, very young
I'm
girl's
just
face.
glad you said Nemo, because you know what? It's not my football boy.
It-
And we football people, we don't fucking do that shit. Fucking, you know what? We got good.
Yeah, and
So I'm glad you said Nemo. I didn't say Nemo. I didn't call you out. Okay, dude?
yeah.
But
And-
we're
and-
friends. Nemo.
Wait, what happened? You got caught up, Doug?
So what happened was the FBI sweep puts out the face of this extraordinarily young girl that is asking for sex from older men.
Right.
I want older men. And so what happened was that Joe Time
Which would never
responded-
happen, but
Yeah,
they're
right,
dumb. They're
right.
dumb enough to fall for this.
That's right. So he just put it inside of the text box. So if you look inside the text box, Nemo put it in there.
You're so God sucked it. You're like, but he was so smart to call the Chinese girl, the 23-year-old that I'm sure wants to fuck him. Oh my God! Shut
Which
up.
one? Where was this?
Well, Brooke is conflating the Chinese restaurant with the young lady who works at McDonald's, who's wanted to contact me. But anyhow, in terms of this young lady who's in the text box, So she's basically, Joe, come on, man, it's a bait and fake. But anyhow, Joe Ty responded to it saying, I hope we meet you in upstate New York and shit. And and then he crawfished.
He thought he had a chance.
Yeah, yes. I mean, it's and so what happened was our man Nemo brought that to my attention, and I figured it out right away. And by the way,
how did Nemo happen upon that?
it came up into Nemo's feed, which admittedly,
it didn't come in my feed.
Admittedly, it did come in.
If you're friends with them, that's why.
Yeah,
I'm friends with Joe Ty, I'm friends with Nemo, and I'm friends with Douglas. Why didn't it come from my
Nemo
feed?
probably has less friends.
Yeah, it basically.
It'll come up.
I'm not likable, as you said, so I doubt that.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
I'm also not as sexy and don't have great tits, so I'm doubting.
He didn't say that. Well, he did say that. He never saw you on camera. He was just kind of, getting into your sense of humor. Your sense of humor can be, pretty abrasive. So
He didn't like that I called him too because he messaged me with this and shit.
Yeah. Oh, let me see that. What he said here. What vampires really do. I will never be on Team Dietrich like his gay blood boys.
Oh, that's what he sent that one to me. That's one of the ones he sent to me. Too.
Yeah, you plan to have him suck you off? It's like.
And then he shows. He talks about.
I don't think the blood boys are on Team Dietrich. Let's just put it.
Yeah, thank you. Not in this sense, no.
Right.
It's like, but Joe Ty is definitely acting like an asset because this is what they do. Whenever the assets. They always approach.
Well, I think all you had to say was upstate New York. There's not really any more elaboration.
Long Island? I'm sorry, I thought.
I consider that whole area the land of the enemy, like it's Mordor or something.
Is Long Island?
Yeah.
Long Island.
Yeah, Peter's included.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not good with the geography. It's Long Island.
But believe me, the irony, the humor in what you say is appreciated. It's not repudiated.
Are you talking about me or
no? Peter lives on Long Island, which is in that whole area, and
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anyone in that area, including New York City and Long Island, is just immediately on my list of probably the enemy.
It's enemy territory. It's enemy territory. But certainly
behind enemy lines. We'll see.
But one of our dear friends who does support me, Stephen Myers, who does send monetary contributions, is in the middle of the belly of the beast. I don't consider Manhattan to be too much. There's just too many people in Manhattan for it to count, but pretty much everywhere else.
Right.
Kind of like San Francisco, belly of the beast, like kill us all now.
Well, SF is like its own worst enemy, but with New York, it's
tell
like...
about Seattle! Tell about Seattle, Brandon!
Michael Aquino was on, like, I didn't even know the fuck he was, and I now know, unfortunately. That bitch fucking was in. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
San Francisco. Yeah, honey, no one's gonna stop you here. You can go on.
No, I'm talking to him now. I said, no, I don't call you a bitch because I respect.
I know the drawbacks of SF, but nothing compares to the evil fucking hellhole that's called Seattle.
Yeah,
it's like disgusting hipster infested fucking soy boy fucking grunge motherfuckers.
Yeah, explain that to her. Oh, by the way, I'll
low testosterone beta male.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like what those the red pill guys used to describe, everyone that's not on TRT, basically.
Yeah,
I kicked that term up a notch and say soy guy.
I'm sorry, we are being stupid. What's TRT?
Testosterone replacement therapy.
Yeah, which Joe Rogan and all these guys are on.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut at this point.
No, honey, you don't need to. What I'm going to do is I'll be off the... I'm just going to go mute for a few seconds here, a few moments. I'm going to be back in about 2-3 minutes. I do want to respond to somebody in the chat room, aside from the fact that we had this Dr. Dickhead guy in there who was earlier talking about my lipstick. Then he goes on to say, none of this is true. I've done loads of amphetamines and got freaky. Meaning he had sex on amphetamines, so he says we're all lying. I can have almost as much fun without it too. The only difference is
he's stupid and lying.
He's definitely lying.
But here's the thing. I just explained the difference. Like, I've done both. I completely have admitted to everything I've ever done. And if I quit taking my Adderall for 2 days, I literally, which I am trying to quit, like that's the whole, Douglas knows why. I mean, back.
Are you prescribed it, or is this like a recreation?
No, it's prescription. It's a prescription. I have I take.
She does fuck the doctor for it, but.
Okay, that explains why you're so like this. You're just ADHD.
No, I have ADHD. I've had that for a long time. But my point
Makes
is,
sense.
I got off of it and like totally was good. And then Douglas knows, like the whole stomach thing basically came on with him. I don't know. Anyway, but I'm not seeing him. I'm just seeing around that time.
You don't think it has anything to do with all the pharmaceuticals or what?
I wasn't taking none of them.
Oh, well then it was just a withdrawal. Yeah.
Yeah. No, but she had the awful dyke girlfriend, which got her on heavy vodka alcohol, which just burns right through your stomach. All kinds of other factors that go on here. By the way, I want everyone to know Todd McDonald, the man who contributed $200 United States dollars, is defending you. What happened was Anthony King 33 in the chat room said, "Hopefully we can talk about general issues instead of personal issues that are of no concern to the general public." And then Todd McDonald said, "Brooke, at your dimmest you shine great miles. Don't put out your mouth burn piles where hopes fall swift in flames worthwhile, grounding each wish transform freestyle." So he says, great show. Good night. I will hear you all again. So thank you, Todd McDonald.
I don't even understand all that. It's
so poetic. He expresses himself very poetically, but what he's saying is that he feels that you're doing great and he likes it.
Here's the guy that wants to be like, hey dude, you want regular shit? You should CNN.
He probably
NBC,
thought that I actually hate
Joe Rogan. Why don't you shut the fuck up? Because nobody asked you to come here. And unless you're contributing a few $100s, I'll shut the fuck up too. You want to contribute some money to Douglas? I'm sure you'll shut me up. But
right, that's the irony. Is they want everything they want everything free and like nonstop 12 hours of information.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you. That's the part that blows my fucking mind. Right. It's like, yeah, we had this one troll that was in there. I'm from Taiwan and I haven't heard anything relevant yet. And this was 15 minutes into transmission. 15 minutes when I had just said, I need potable water, people. I have no potable water. At this point, people should recognize, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore.
Right. Right. It's like I had to listen to Douglas 3 hours a day walking to work for like 2 years to even get like the full picture. It's like these people, you can't just get it in one show, you guys. Noobs.
First of all, you can't because. And two things, like I came on and I had
what you got to do, Douglas, is just put it all on Patreon, so they have to pay you for it, and then
I was gonna say Doug's content's worthy of being behind a paywall for Patreon.
You know
and then the rest of it they can just deal with.
Mine and Douglas' conversation. How long did we go by ourselves, Douglas?
12 hours.
Yeah, you can do it. You can pull a Maria Sane.
Yeah.
No, I can pull better than
I almost paid the $5.
And you're fucking clueless. If you're so clueless, if you think I can only do a Marina Saren, you're fucking should go back to
That's not what I said.
That's not what he said, honey.
I said if you and Douglas have a spicy conversation, you can put it on Patreon for $5.
Yes, that's right, honey.
$5? Fuck. $5.
It's not to help you, it's to help him.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to help you.
You'd be contributing.
That's the spicy part. 12 hours of me telling you I'm not helping you is basically what we're doing.
It's okay, we'll go back in the Skype files and get that last time you were topless, and Douglas, we'll just make our own.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Hey,
thanks to Troy.
There's no Skype files unless you get Troy Bellamy on the phone. That's the only time. And there was no topless, by the way.
It was something spicy.
No.
Someone will pay.
You think it was spicy?
There was nipple.
You're on a great island near England. I mean, it's fucking the Queen is
Pitcairn
spicy.
Island is in the Pacific. It's nowhere near England.
The Queen is fucking spicy to you at that point. Why don't you shut up?
Oh my God, honey.
They don't even acknowledge Charles at all. Everything still had the Queen's face on it.
You chose an island. You could have gone anywhere in the world, and you chose and I don't even give a shit I don't even care if it was like, hey, there's the Savior there, and Jesus is there. And
The Savior is
You
there.
know,
That's the irony of
and
it all.
all of that
Like,
bullshit. It
that's
doesn't
right.
matter. You know what I would have done? I'd have been like, well, I may die, Kino may kill me, and all of them I may not be safe, but I will go to fucking a
There's a
hell
reason why all
on a
the
beach.
beings that rule the world are there. Like,
Nice. And you fucking, there's a reason why you, and I went on to say, why do not have fucking Maria Sarin, I guess, is what I would say.
have what? Do what?
There's a reason she said that you don't have Marina Sarin, is what she's saying. So in other words, I'm not quite sure what that reason is.
I don't waste
I'm just
waste
saying,
12
like,
hours doing a podcast on Arcturians. Otherwise, she'd talk to me.
That's my point. But you would totally fucking love that if you could get it. Did you not say that? I would love an Arcturian podcast with her.
Not really. Maybe one Arcturian evening, but not a whole podcast.
It's one of these things where, but admittedly,
Marina, I hope you're listening to that. He just wants you for one evening. You will totally take care of her.
At any
She
rate,
knows she's a one-trick thing. That's why she has to keep that whole trip.
there is an aspect to that.
Hey, Marina, I just want you to know I do not agree with that at all.
She's not listening. There's no way she has.
No, she's not.
She's very intelligent. And
She's an NPC. She's not intelligent. What are you talking about?
NPC stands for non-player character, like in a video game, Brooke. But don't trip. It's like, look, Marina.
How do you know that? You don't know football at all, or what? But you know what NPC? You're such a nerd. Oh my god.
Marina would make a lot of money on Chatterbait.
Doug was around when they had like D&D and tabletop games. Of course, he knows about that shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But you know what? He was around. He was also around for football. That's what they fucking had. And he doesn't fucking know anything about it. He's like, oh god. I mean,
because I mean. I even remember like the 90s and early like 80s football, like those.
The 90s? You remember the 80s?
No, those fans like when that era of football was like so just bad.
That's a classic.
It was like dudes in their garage with like bikini posters smoking cigars. It was just like not a good scene. It was not a good look.
You know what?
Handlebar mustaches.
I grew up around all
you're thinking
those
of your
people.
father's fucking garage. I'm not going there. I'm telling you.
He's dead.
Actually, you're welcome. You're welcome to go there because Brendan has no emotional bond with his parents.
And my point is, if your father had a fucking basically a garage with some what did you just say?
Get this.
It wasn't just him. It was like every dude in that kind of genre, that Grease Monkey garage.
Right.
Vibe.
Because his dad was actually very famous for working on cars to the point where his dad worked on incredibly expensive remodeled cars and collector's cars. Vintage collector's cars. And so the problem was that
my dad has. My dad can't work on. My dad has, and I still will not allow him to sell. Is his 62 fucking A? No, it's
It's a John Wick car. The John Wick car.
It's the John Wick car. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
never seen it.
Yeah, but what happened with Brendan Zogia was.
But my dad couldn't do. You work in a car, and he told me football, and he's like, I watch football.
Oh, that's why you were triggered, because you were in that. You know what the garage looks like.
Yes.
No, that's my point. My dad never said. I wish to God he had some sex posters up. Like the only thing I got close was like accidentally walking by his room one time with the pants he's putting his pants on. But there was nothing sexual. There was no fucking like nothing. I might have known I was a lesbian and probably became out gay like Sam was looking because I fucking saw that shit. And it was bi until fucking Douglas started talking to me.
Okay, so I'll be mute for a few minutes. When I come back, I'll finish telling Brendan some shall we say tidbits about Joe Tai and stuff like that. But what I do want to express is the fact that it was his dad working in these garages, and then all these assholes his dad was working with, the very assholes who destroyed his dad's life, turned him onto crack. This is why Brendan has that trauma affiliated.
I've seen that. I've seen that happen. Yeah. Well, I personally, that was not during
That's
my
just
father's
like an American staple, right?
Yeah.
No, it was crack time. It was crack during the fucking like what?
80s,
80s.
Yeah.
In late
it's-
80s, early
yeah.
90s, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So that's just what people did. My dad, luckily, was not into drugs and, came home and drank wine, drink a glass of wine and watch the
Your
soccer.
dad sounds like a saint. Why
Yeah.
are you like this? Like, what happened?
Because she's an only child. She's an only
Oh,
child, and they let her get away with murder. And Jesus
He was
Christ,
too good for you,
dude, it's like you should have heard it the other day. She went stalking her stalker. She had this fucking Lebanese stalker, and this poor son of a bitch didn't know what he was in for. He told her, "I want to move in next door to you with my parents and shit." And then, oh fuck, she went to this guy's apartment complex.
I
and-
never spoke. If he doesn't know the story,
terrorized his community. I mean, there was some poor fucking young white guy with plugs in his ears. She had her cell phone camera on. It was like a found footage horror film. I was on the phone with her when she grabs this guy.
You were on the phone.
She slams his head against the fucking engine block. Well, the hood was up, so down. Hood was down, but she slams his head against it. Pulls his arm behind him. He's like, "Let go of my arm. What do you want?" And she's saying, "Who owns this car? Who owns this car?" He says, "I don't know. My mother's reported it several times." And she says, another loser who lives with his mother, huh? Banging his head against the fucking hood and shit. And he's like, "What do you want?" And she's like, "Well, what about this motorcycle?" He says, "Well, we think it belongs to the same guy because it's so close to the car and it's always there. Leave me alone. Let me go." And then she starts telling him about BMW. "Do you know this fucker works at BMW?" And then, no, I don't know. Never seen who's, and then she
Wait,
explains.
Brooke, your stalker works at a BMW dealer?
Yeah.
Why are you
No,
rejecting this
he's
guy?
a factory. Tell her. I mean, tell Tim.
Yes, so that's basically how it all started.
He works at the factory in Georgia?
No, Greenville, South Carolina. It's actually Greer. It's it's 10 minutes. It's 15 minutes.
Damn, you could have just married him and then divorced him and made money. What's wrong with you?
I'll go mute for several minutes, but Brooke, explain to him how this guy
I'm
was
gonna
coming.
go because I swear to God, if I say anything else, it's gonna go bad.
No. Go ahead and talk about how you
I think I
counterstalk.
can handle it.
Yeah, Brendan can handle it. Tell him about how you counterstalked this guy and basically terrorized him into not stalking you anymore. It's impressive and completely unadvised.
Completely against everything you understand.
Yes, it's ill-advised by any security standards, but...
that was me not to do this, and it was for a while.
Yeah, I had to restrain her from intimidating that community. I mean, she was just basically... Yeah,
Who the fuck goddamn just burped like
that? Was Brendan. It was Brendan, yeah.
Okay, I'm not talking to him. He doesn't deserve nothing. I'm muting. Actually, I'm just gonna hang up, actually.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Was, I mean...
Well, okay. I guess we can all breathe. Okay, Nemo, Aristides, are you there, man? Let's check into Aristides. She came back. Okay, so Brooke, yes, by all means. No, sure.
No. I just thought of this because I did this to some boys the other day, and they were so shocked they're my son's age.
Yeah.
And they were like, "What are you doing?" Because the boy burped right like he did, getting in the fucking car.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh,
yeah, I
that's
apologize.
Cool.
I forgot you were Southern. That's kind of rude."
No, but the boy's Southern. He gets in the car and he's like, I didn't know how old he was. He looked a little like my son's age. I found out because I just went, "Oh, that was sexy." And I thought he only had one friend. He had another friend in the back who was hiding, the nerd boy. But this guy actually had nice hair. He's like my son. He's like trying to look all cool with his hair. And he gets in, he's like burping. And I was like, that was cool as I walked by. And he goes, "You like that?" And
then he farted.
The other guy gets in, and he's a fucking wrestler, apparently. Although ugly as shit and does not look like a wrestler, but I don't know what wrestlers look like. They just very badly. And not like at high school, you know what I'm saying? And I looked at the guy, and he goes, "Oh, you like that?" And I went, and he goes, "Because you." And the other guy, the kid, the wrestler goes, and I'm like, and I did it, and he goes, "How are you doing that?" And then they're like, "Stop." And they're like, "Oh." And they're like, "I don't know." And then the one kid, the wrestler guy, kept going, "I can do that too." And this is what he would do. And I'm like, that's not a burp, dude. You're just fucking making a noise with your mouth, okay? It's fucking taking air in. That's how you do it, okay, dude? And they're like, how are you? You're a girl. How are you? What are you doing? And then the other guy kept going, I can do it. There's only 2 of them I see. And they're grossing them out, I'm sure, because it doesn't sound great. Burps don't sound great. But I am letting them know, hey, I can out-burp you any fucking day of the fucking week. And the other guy, the first guy that burped, he wasn't even trying to burp. He had just done the burp. He wasn't even trying. The stupid wrestler was like, I'm going to try. And he kept doing the, and I'm like, you can't fucking burp. Shut up. Like, that's noise, bitch. That's like a fucking me going, ooh. And my point to this is I was like, hey, dudes, like, it doesn't matter. I'm out burping you. When you fucking meet a girl next time, you're fucking, how old are you? Like 15, 16? I was like, just fucking either be like, hey, she can do something cooler than you. Don't be like your idiot friend over here that's like, oh, I'm just going to outdo you. Like, just own it and be like, fuck shit. I don't, like, either you want to fuck her because she can out burp you or you don't, but you're being an idiot. And then I was like, literally walked around, and there is this little tiny nerd in the back seat. And what I mean by that is the nerdiest boy you can fucking picture, right? He is leaned back the entire time of this conversation. I didn't even know he was there. Like, in the car, he's leaned back, like, on his phone. And these 2 guys are like, one's cool, great looking for his age. Like, you know, it's like trying to do his hair. And then the other one's like trying to be cool, but he's not. This guy's just the nerd of the car. He didn't even know. And I walked around. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I didn't know somebody else was back here. And I was like, you got anybody do anything? He went, he did exactly what I did to me. Now, we have been doing this for 15 minutes. Like, or not, a good 5 or 10. I don't know. This guy never sat up to try to get attention, is my point. He never sat up and be like, I can do exactly what she's doing. Because I kept showing him, like, just suck it in. I kept trying to show him. And didn't get it. That boy, as soon as I walked around, I was like, oh, wait a minute, you got a third person in this car? Little nerd, I saw him lean back, and he was like, and I was like, you can't burp either. And he goes, and he kept doing it. And we were doing it back. I was like, bitch, you're going to get laid. I don't give a fuck. You're, like, the least of these people. Like, I know what you're thinking. You're going, like, just don't stick with them. Don't. Because they were so trying so hard. They were trying. Especially the second. Like, the first one could go off his looks, and he had the car. He's like, the second one was trying so hard. I'm like, just don't stick with him, dude. You got that. Like, how did you? It's like me. Like, even when I was that age, like, how can you be that quiet? He knew he had it the entire time. But he was leaned back. I was like, I don't even know. I hear him done burping. But he could totally, like, the point is he didn't try to stick out. And that's what's sexy to anyone, right? Is to try to not stick out. I have yet to obviously learn.
Is that true? Yeah, I'm fucking not.
Yeah, don't stick out. Don't try to. Like, that was in the 90s, like, you try to stick out. Now it's like, you don't, like, you know, it's cool. Like, people respect the person that's, like, the quiet one. Like, that, oh my God. And if you actually think about it, the person, even the quiet one back in the 90s, was the one that was, they may not have been quiet, but they were the most confident. Now, to be confident, you have, I don't even know. He wasn't trying to prove himself. You, on the other hand, I don't know. You're like, I went to an island, and I went here for a reason, and I'm going to shut you up, bro, because you don't get wrestling, blah, blah, blah.
I didn't say any of that.
You said stupid shit.
You know, because of all this, I had to resort to smoking Blue Lotus, which I don't normally do.
I don't even know what the fuck Blue Lotus is, but I wish I had some because I'm starving. Can I eat it?
Yeah, you can eat it too, but it's like, it's really relaxing.
What is this, like pot?
No, it's called Blue Lotus. I can give you guys the spiel on it. Let me pull it up.
Can you give me a spiel? You know, the only thing I know about Lotus is that flower they did in that movie. What's that movie?
It's a flower, from what I see.
Blue Lotus flower has been used for centuries.
What's that movie? And they eat the lotus when they go in the lotus. They go into the place that
the Lotus Eater.
Huh?
You're talking about, that's a different movie. That's like
And I just want you to name it, and I'm good.
That's the Odyssey, like, you know.
No, it's not. Well, it may be from that. It's the guy's name.
Okay, I'm back. Who? I'll try and name him. Who? Jujutsu? What?
The guy that eats the lotus flower, and they end up stuck in the hotel forever.
What? What?
Are you talking about Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? Because he definitely doesn't eat any.
First of all, I wish to God I was live for that. You know who was live for that? Dude on the fucking bin right now. 913. It's literally the one drug I have never, I know I'll never get.
Adrenochrome?
Right.
Well, no,
Is that
I
what
get
you're
that
implying?
I get that toxic. But I mean, no. And there's also that other great drug that you can get in the hospital. I've gotten twice. But I mean, there's in between. What was it called? Quaaludes.
Quaaludes. Yeah, Quaaludes. I was high on them the other day. Yeah, they were smuggled in.
Wait! You still can get Quaaludes? It's all...
Oh, you shouldn't have said that, Douglas. God damn it.
Douglas! Do you know where a Quaalude is? I just want one. I just want to try it. I want to know what it feels
See,
like.
look what you're such a fiend. Jeez.
I am. I want to know what I've told you. I've done everything but heroin and crack. And
That's boring.
I mean, I've tried it all. At least at some point in my, I'm 45. I've tried something. I'm not addicted to anything, but other than, I don't know. I was
You don't
addicted.
have to try H. You can just eat a poppy and you'll feel the same way.
Yeah.
No, Brendan was going to talk about Blue Lotus. I think he should talk about Blue Lotus.
I want to talk about Blue Lotus first of all. And I do want to talk about that.
Thank you,
do you remember
Aristides.
the hotel? You get stuck in the Lotus place?
Yeah, I'm requesting that I talk about it.
No. So I'm going to
Blue Lotus is a
keep
flower
talking
that has
about the
been used for
Lotus
centuries.
Hotel, where you get stuck in the hotel and you don't know how old you are. You have to go kill Medusa in your fucking head until somebody can tell me what fucking movie that is. I'll just keep talking.
That you're describing the Odyssey exactly.
It's not the Odyssey.
No, it's a play on the Odyssey. So, but basically, she's
okay,
talking. Yeah. So Nemo's gonna make coffee. Let us know as soon as you return, Nemo. Thank you. And I do want everyone to understand that, I'm back now, and I think that we've done very well considering our numbers are actually.
I would like a Quaalude or a Blue Lotus. Can you just let him know? If you're not going to give me Quaalude, what do I do?
Quaalude's trash. I mean, there's a reason they don't let people
Thank you. It's not. It's only like what you would call a thrill, moment.
Very fine.
Cheech and Chong, of course. Cheech and Chong are the biggest sellouts, really, and
oh, for sure.
Thank you. But
I wouldn't be surprised if they.
But just so you know, Aristides did request that our man Brendan talk about the Blue Lotus, so we're going to hear Brendan talk about that. Meanwhile, so people don't hear me chewing, I'm mute, but I'm right here, and I'm going to be going into monologue at some point, but right now we're having fun. It's Labor Day. I don't understand why everyone, who tunes in, plenty of people are cool with what we're doing, and that's fine. They really do enjoy this, and this is a free round table, and we're kind of like free-range chickens. And
they can rewind 3 hours or 4 hours ago, or
Roach is like a velociraptor.
Yeah, and but when it comes to yeah, go on, honey.
You call me the velociraptor?
That would be a compliment, honey. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's what I was saying. I was like, I would like to be the. I don't know.
So the question is, what is the Blue Lotus flower?
Yeah, and tell us all about it and how you get high on it. How you even get it? How do you get it? How do you access it?
How you're going to get it to me and how I'm going to get it.
Yeah, Brooke could use some. You should send her some.
It's a very rare herb and it's hard to get. I had to go on it. I had to go on a quest to an apothecary to even find it. So it's something like basically mythical. Anyways, what is Blue Lotus flower? The Blue Lotus flower is a sacred Egyptian water lily known as Nymphaea cerula. In Egypt and throughout the rest of Africa, it is simply known as the sacred blue lily of the Nile. It is mentioned in the Egyptian Book of the Dead as the lily which shines in the earth. Thailand, India, Greece, and Syria also have documented uses of this vibrant flower, both as herbal remedies and spiritual practices, as an aid to spiritual practice. Eventually, the Blue Lotus was traded as far as the pre-Columbian Americas. Depictions of this Blue Lotus flower have been found on the walls of Egyptian tombs, temples devoted to the goddess Isis in Greece, and in Mayan art as well. In ancient Egypt, the blue lotus flowers were made into an intoxicating, relaxing blue wine that was used in ceremonies as a bridge to connect the divine, as well as for its strong aphrodisiac properties. Some of these strong symbolisms connected to the blue lotus stems from its unique growing condition. Originally found in the Nile Valley and the Nile River, it can now be found throughout much of Asia and Africa. The roots of the flower dive deep into the mud, and its vibrant bloom rises above the water to greet the sun. The flower petals of the blue lotus open each morning and closes in the evening, hence its connection to the sun god Ra. The blue lotus requires plenty of sun and warm environment, and is also considered endangered as a plant species. Its effects have been used in ceremony, spiritual, and as well as health practices. It is known to have mild psychoactive effects due to compounds such as nuciferine, which impacts serotonin and dopamine receptors, and is responsible for its pain management, sleep behavior, and much other such reaction. Blue lotus is known to induce euphoria, calmness, and relaxation when taken in tea and tincture form. It is also used as a sleep aid for the purpose of lucid dreaming or shamanic journeying and insomnia relief. It also contains apomorphine, which has been shown to improve motor function, making it a useful ally in Parkinson's and other such neurologic disease. The ancient Egyptians also used it as a sexual aid due to its aphrodisiac properties. Some people experience mild visual hallucination from the sacred lotus blooms. It is mostly used as tea, herbal tea, smoking, or vaped, and can also be put into wine. Inspired by ancient Egypt, they dried and soaked the flowers in wine for a few days before consuming. Inhaling the smoke of blue lotus is another way to enjoy the effects. You can burn the dried blue lotus as incense as well. It also can be used in an extract form in an alcohol-based or glycerite tincture. Blue lotus flower extract can be added to food and beverages as well, and is a great choice for those who need anxiety relief, etc., etc. Spiritually speaking, the blue lotus flower represents death, rebirth, and the light of the sun. The journey the sacred plant takes, rooting in the mud and bloom to the great heights in the bright sun, is symbolic of emerging from dark into light. The flowers were steeped in the wine in Egypt as a means of achieving altered state and connecting to the divine consciousness. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the blue lotus was mentioned as a vehicle for ascension. A temple in Greece has a carved relief depicting blue lotus flowers being used as an offering to the goddess Isis. It is believed that the blue lotus flowers were used to cleanse and purify the temple. So that's going to be the spiel on this.
Do you just use regular rolling paper when you want to smoke it? Can you smoke it in a bong or in a pipe?
Anyway. It's nothing special. Like there's no special preparations needed.
Okay.
Well, when you said it can be vaped, I mean that's Brooke Gibson right there. She you had her.
I mean,
that.
They're saying just like.
It's a lot cheaper than weed too. I see for over 900 grams you can get it for 124 Australian dollars.
I can't believe you're even talking. I'm just literally Googling and y'all keep talking. And I am watching a YouTube video discuss how to grow blue lotus. Like I had already been like, I don't even need to
It's widely grown. It's widely cultivated nowadays,
well, my point is, I mean, they're talking about prior to scientific classification.
Yeah. It's very mild. There are magical ways to prepare it that actually give it its properties that I am not going to reveal.
Okay.
But if you just if you're casually using it as an herb,
because if you don't,
she's gonna abduct you now.
I don't even think you. Douglas,
Yeah, but it
you wanna let
doesn't
him
work
know?
like that. I mean, magic doesn't work like that. You don't just.
Yeah, I don't.
You can't
You're
take
right.
it.
But when you're tied up in my basement for 4 hours, you might. You might be like,
Is there
I'm
a-
not you.
Is there a book you can provide that teaches you the
No,
magical
it's not magic, and
preparation?
he's not going to give it away.
If you
think-
want, Nemo, if you want to find out, you can find it. I believe in you.
You know,
go find it, but I
You
Find
just
it in
have to
what?
look at. You just look for like the Egyptian source in that thing. Like
That's
you'll
what they're
find
talking
that.
Okay.
about. Yeah. So there's only the really Egyptian source when you talk about the blue lotus, because the way the lotus fucking grows, you would have to talk about a blue lotus out of Egyptian, because otherwise the lotus doesn't even fucking grow that way. You're
First,
talking about
first, if you're interested, just try it and see how your body reacts, and then it will reveal the way to use it and all that stuff. You don't have to like there's a difference between information and knowledge.
Yes.
Like
Through
information, you can
experience. Yeah.
yes, you can get as much information like as you want, but the knowledge is a different thing. So that's why everyone's confused. Like Google will give you as much information, but no one can sort through it. So there's no knowledge. Like no one has knowledge.
what I tell
There's
Douglas
more
when he comes
information
there
than there's
after
ever
he
been.
continues to suck, and he's like,
There's
I'm
no
gonna talk
knowledge.
for 12 hours.
How long is the lasting effect typically? How long does it last when you smoke the effects?
Oh, this
Oh
is
my
my
God, y'all
first. This
sound
is
like
actually my
crack
first time
now.
smoking
When's the
right
last
now
time
as we speak.
well,
But it,
go on.
I usually use tincture. It's only like, I mean, it's very mild, like a couple hours.
It's not crack. I know. I mean, like the only thing I know that people talked about other than pot was crack, and that scares me.
Yeah, you're hanging around with the wrong people, Brooke. I mean, got to start hanging around with more mellow guys like Brendan.
Really? What did you just do while you're on your break, dude?
Yeah, find a beatnik group.
At any rate, Brooke, and Brendan, what I was going to say is what all this brings to mind. I want people to understand that when Brendan suffered this incredible occult assault, one of the main perpetrators that was at the same time is somebody who we feel was not intelligent enough to run an organized campaign, but had some level of animal cunning in them where they could carry out a kind of a relentless attack that got its barbs in, but there was definitely an entire network of people that were operating against Brendan Zogit, and focusing on him. We've described some of what happened before, but one of the things that Brendan Zogit brought up was one of these cultists' identification of themselves in their mania with Akhenaton, or Pharaoh Akhenaten, and Brendan can give us what I would like Brendan to explain to us is what an Atonist is and what makes an Atonist dangerous, please. And explain how Atonism is connected with Akhenaton, please. Yes, about the phenomena.
Yeah, so an Atonist being it's the worship of the dark side of the sun. So the original religion of the priest class of dynastic Egypt, I'm not talking about pre-dynastic Egypt here, just to be clear, but dynastic Egypt, there was a group called the Amunists, where their main deity was Amun-Ra. So Amun-Ra was the god of the bright side of the sun, the right hand, the proper path of the sun. And then came along the 18th and 19th dynasty, when all of history was rewritten by Akhenaton, and he changed the entire religion of Egypt to worship a being called the Aton. And the Aton is this, just a sun disk, a faceless, imageless being that is all life, giving all life, etc. And basically he's the source of all monotheism, according to, I mean, basically he's the first monotheist of Egypt, you know.
Yeah, he
before
started
Christianity.
monotheism. I mean, he started monotheism.
Well, that's actually not entirely true, but it's generalized as such.
He was the basis of monotheism for
It's
Egypt.
generalized as that, but there were others like the the Zoroastrians and stuff. But we don't need to get into philosophy.
Oh, we into the peacock angel? Let's worship that. Okay.
Yeah. That's different too. Like Melik Tausch is actually a Vedic deity, but we don't.
Yeah,
need to
but
go there.
my point
That's for the Yazidi people to worship.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna shut up because I'm a girl and you just are gonna talk about. You know what I'm hanging.
No, you can't accuse us of mansplaining. That's ridiculous.
You were mansplaining. I was agreeing with you that in Egyptian culture that was the monotheist. I was just trying to be like, hey, and then you had to be like, no, but let me explain.
It wasn't. That's not how he meant it to come off. That's not how he meant it to come off. But I do want people to understand that when it comes to Akhenaton, which is
he
how
wasn't a monotheist.
Just so people understand this, Akhenaton, for whatever reason, has copped the fascination of the general public. He is one of the few pharaohs that is actually known aside from King Tut. If you were to actually...
He was the father of King Tut, by the way.
He's not Akhenaten. You're saying that like in America we don't even say it that way. So you want to say it the correct way?
Please, Brooke. What would it be?
Oh, it's Akhenaten, if I'm not very right. That's not what you just said.
I
the American pronunciation would be Akhenaten.
Akhenaten. It's Akhenaten, yes. But
that's not the right way to say it.
I see. Okay. So it's one of these things that...
It would be more like Akhenaten.
Thank you.
I don't goddamn like. I'm just trying to speak for people that maybe listen. You know what?
But if you're like, I mean, and just like how King Tut's name isn't Tutankhamun, it would be Tutankhamun. Like, it's like they have a different language.
Yes, and just so people understand, for whatever reason, if you were to, I was asking the owner of the occult bookstore Fields Books, which was world famous at one point and had been around for generations. Now that it's closed, it's actually the salon where I've been seeing, my cosmetologist for the past several years. But when it came to, we're in the same building, and that building is haunted, and summonings were done in that building. So when she's working on me, we have occult sonic phenomena, acoustic phenomena that does manifest, sometimes very frightening to her. But when it comes to the time that I asked the bookstore owner about, are there any books on this individual? And he said, you wouldn't believe it, volumes and volumes, and almost everybody claims that they're his reincarnation. So he's one of these individuals who, like Tesla, again claimed by the same maniac that was targeting Brendan for a long while. It's just he cops people's.
He added another one too.
It was Bruce Lee, Tesla. And there was someone else besides that. Bruce Lee, Tesla, Akhenaten, or however you pronounce it. And then who else? There was
that just proves that he has a fundamental misunderstanding of what transmigration of the soul is.
Thank you, and explain why. Because you can't be all four at once. But go on, yes.
Yeah. There's no way that's one being just because of their And then for him to reincarnate in New York City is just the whole. I mean, he'd have to really fuck up to go from Bruce Lee to that guy is really there's no way that happened.
Thank you.
There's no understanding of the karmic cycle and that kind of madness, mania.
Thank you. Yeah, that kind of hubristic mania. But beyond which, okay, and why now? Maybe there's explain why there can't be. Who was the fourth character? There was somebody for the fourth individual he had picked up along the way that said he was.
No, you said all of them. Bruce Lee,
Tesla, Akhenaten. Who was the fourth? Yeah, no, there was a fourth.
If there was, it might be.
He added a fourth later, but I can't remember what it was. I can understand why you want to block this out, but go on about Atonism, and the fact that this man essentially converted all of Egypt to the dark side by force, but he's reviled. Right. I mean, the Egyptians hated him, and right after his dynasty, they did their best to essentially scrape his name off the pyramids and shit, so to speak. Go on, please.
They literally erased him from history. The only people that kept him are these Atonists. He's their chief, he's their their source of the world control. He's who gave them the world, basically. The James Bond film, The World Is Not Enough.
Yes,
that's based off of this story where
his progeny and his cult that got kicked out of Egypt, they were ruling the entire world from Egypt at that time during the 18th dynasty. And when they got kicked out, they got toppled by the Ammonists again, and later, and like other groups, and they fled from Egypt, and they went back to the English or the British Isles and places back in Europe, up north. Their creed was the world is not enough, because they had a taste of ruling the world, and they needed to get back to that point. So if you watch the Bond film The World Is Not Enough, you'll get that, like, hints. They drop hints in that film. So like, basically, it's a really big story, but the Atonists are basically the worshippers of the dark side of the sun.
Yes.
So it's actually Set Aton.
Thank you.
It's this inversion of the sun.
Beautiful.
It's not the, that's why on the Smithsonian it's like their symbol is the black sun, and then you have like these other groups that use that symbol,
Yeah.
But what they mean by that is it's the enemy, it's the Set Aton. It's a really deep subject. I'm not doing it justice, Douglas.
No. By the way, basically, Aloma Alber says, and she's a good friend of Peter Moon's, and she says, "What a fun show! Why am I up at 2 a.m.? You guys are funny." Speaking of what went on thus far, and that Dr. Dickhead said, "Gee, I hope I didn't offend the collective," because we called them out. And then
Don't flatter yourself, Dr. Dickhead.
Yeah, thank you. Amor Fadi says, "Have you heard of some dude on the internet named Michael Sarian who speaks of Atonism and ancient Egypt?" And that's when someone else responded that basically, Michael Sarian is insufferable, which he pretty much is. The only thing he's got going for him is an Irish accent. So he takes full advantage of that to just seduce everybody into thinking he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Basically, if you talk with an English or an Irish accent, you can get away with murder in terms of just talking shit. All people are doing is listening to your accent and grooving off it when it comes to Americans. So they think whatever you're saying is important just because it's said with an accent. By the way, I'm not being bitter about this. This is research has been conducted on this.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. That it's funny going to England and they're like, and you have the accent. Like,
yes,
they're like, "Where the fuck are you from?" Like,
yeah.
When I was there, they're like, "Where are you from?" Like,
yeah. And so Brooke, honey, come back on and you can respond. Understand that, you're. Just,
by the way, I'm not against Sarion. Just as it.
Okay.
He's neutral figure in my eyes.
Yeah, I just can't stand the son of a bitch because I just think he's
but
wearisome.
You just look at what he. You just you don't have to deal with him as like personally. Yeah. I'm saying like you take what is being given, kind of like Jordan Maxwell. Like you just take the info. You don't have to like the guy or something. Yeah.
I find him neutral in my opinion as well.
Yeah, exactly. So you just take what you can take, and that's good enough.
Yeah, that's probably the healthiest way to look at it. It's so Brooke, honey, you all right? Oh my goodness. What is it though?
She's probably parachuting some out of it.
Yeah. So Nemo, what is it that this idiot Joe Tai is saying? Oh yeah, some tidbits I had promised to give about Joe Tai. What is he saying on the first screenshot that you put up there, where Joe, come on, man, it's bait and fake, and he's responding, but I can't read what he says. It's all blurry.
Oh yeah, that was what Ian made as a meme.
Okay, no wonder we can't read it. It's like
it is blurry for some reason. I just realized.
Yeah,
sorry.
It's completely illegible. So
I can remember
these people.
What's that?
I can remember because
I'm just joking.
Yeah, no. Well, what did you say? I'm sure it was funny. What did you say? Say it again.
So. Oh, I was saying to Ian, I was like, "You're covering up for these people. You're doing damage control by making blurry screenshots."
He may as well be. It's like he's covering up for them subconsciously. And go on.
He
Nemo.
just made that after I informed Ian about it. He's just like making fun of Joe. Yeah. He was saying in that they you're gonna get hurt by these older men and other shit in that blurry image. He's saying that after he got caught out, after I caught him out, saying she's young enough to be your granddaughter.
Yeah.
And saying she looks underage and all that.
Yeah.
And
Who is
after
this?
he listened to the live streams of you addressing what I've showed you, he got salty, and from that,
Yeah, wait, who is
After we
this chicken? Why is it relevant?
I don't know, she's just some random young
No,
bitch.
no. This girl's image is obviously a real young lady whose images were stolen, and basically what happened is
Facebook dating channel.
Yeah, but what happened was the FBI is undoubtedly using this for a sweep. Now, this is what my whole point was about Joe Tai, was that Joe Tai, at that point, it was a big godshot, as I call it. I got that term from Judith Hager, where like when somebody says something and you just say, thank God I heard that, now I know the situation, you suddenly get, the light bulb goes over your head, so what's going on? But the thing that was always bizarre about Joe Tai was, of course, he came with the whole cover story, which might be real in certain areas about, born in Taiwan, but then Michelle Carmela Saldana, also born in Taiwan. I mean, that's a lot of people coming up to me born in Taiwan, all right? And when it comes to Joe Tai...
There was another one, too, I think.
It just goes on. I mean, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There was another guy who was approaching me on Facebook that kept insisting that, and I kept telling him, what does that mean? Like, okay.
And for a Westerner to be born in Taiwan out after 1950 is like almost impossible, in my opinion.
It's one of these things that, well, in Michelle Carmela Saldana's sense, the only way it made sense was that she was like Candy Jones, in the sense that she was like born there to be a sex slave, with part of some mind control program of the U.S. government.
Right.
Because the one thing I can tell you is that the Taiwanese were very pragmatic, and what happened was the Taiwanese had not yet really came to, before the 1980s, which is was around early 80s, when Jimmy Carter basically truly alienated Taiwan. And that's when he basically not only said, we're going to recognize communist China, we're going to denounce Taiwan, that the Taiwanese truly became hostile to America in general for a long period of time. And so it was during the Carter administration that Taiwanese basically ejected the Americans. But before then, they allowed the Americans a presence similar to what the Cubans allowed with Guantanamo Bay. So just as the Cubans had Guantanamo Bay, where the Americans are allowed to torture prisoners at will, with no subject to international law restrictions, Taiwan allowed the Americans to do that in certain Taiwanese zones that the Americans had military bases on, because the Americans were still using facilities to monitor communist Chinese communications and the like. So while the Americans were still in area and serving some purpose, the Taiwanese gave them permission to torture detainees that were not Taiwanese. In other words, just like, no, the Americans are not abducting Cubans off the street and taking them into Guantanamo Bay to torture them. The Cubans wouldn't tolerate that, but the Cubans tolerate that the Americans bring other people from all over the world and torture them in these prisons in Cuba, because, they're not Cubans. So it's not Cuba's business, they don't care. That's the attitude the Taiwanese had about what the Americans were doing. And so many women, like in the book The Control of Candy Jones, she explains that as a white person, she was brought to Taiwan for torture and mind control. So it made sense that Michelle Carmela Saldana could have been born in Taiwan. So in that light, in that context. But aside from that, then Joe Tai comes up and says, I was born in Taiwan, they dropped me on my head. Well, he's obviously definitely something wrong, something off. But the more you realize it, he's not as stupid as he pretends to be. He's actually quite malevolent. And when it came to, say, for instance, when he was like, the time that I was so deathly sick and I had to call the ambulance because I was suffering from the vasovagal depression, meaning that my vagus nerve was depressed and I felt like I was dying. And then he says, I'll come on, help you, Douglas. And then that whole hour I had to act damage control, so I couldn't get myself together and finally had to call the ambulance, was when he started just shouting out all this vile...
When was this?
Oh, it was years. It was about 2 years ago, maybe 1 year ago. One year ago or two, 1.5 years ago. It was. I can show you which episode. I could look it up.
I didn't know Joe Tott was around for that one.
Oh yeah, no, he's been around for 1.5, 2 years approximately. So it's just I never let him on much for obvious reasons. But when he's been on, he's done as much damage as he could. And so when he was, I'm sorry. No.
I was just yawning, but
yeah,
I was gonna say Daryl Hamamoto style.
Yeah, no, that would Daryl Hamamoto was just as crazy, but it was just Daryl Hamamoto. What he did, just to give people an example of this, Daryl Hamamoto, when he attacked me on my own show on Revolution Radio, Daryl Hamamoto.
I was there for when it happened live. I was like, oh shit.
Thank you. And what he was claiming was that, he started praising, and this is what he would do that no one would do on anyone else's.
Randy Savage.
He would start like pushing various radio announcers that have nothing to do with me. Listen to this guy, Michael Savage. Listen to Michael Savage. And like,
not the wrestler.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm like, don't promote other people on my show. I mean, that's something you're not allowed to do when you come onto anyone's platform. You can't just randomly promote whoever you want. You have to literally vet it. You have to vet it with the host. I mean, that's just known. Then he started saying all about praising, of all people, the great Holocaust denier, Ian Fleming. Not Ian Fleming. It's what's his name? The guy who wrote those books that like on World War II. He was like a big celebrity for a while, and then he like got all fucking notorious, of course, for Holocaust denial. Ian Holocaust. I'll look him up. Denier. But he started promoting David Irving. Okay, so so David Irving was this infamous Holocaust denier. He started promoting him. I mean, this is a Japanese guy who's like had relations that were interned during World War II in American concentration camps, and he's promoting a Holocaust denier. So this guy is like, he starts promoting him, and he's feeding people false information. He says, yeah, this guy was sued by a bunch of Jewish people, and he won the lawsuit, and and I said, dude, you've got it all backwards. He sued a Jewish professoress to make him a name for himself because he thought she wasn't going to cross the Atlantic to actually take part in the lawsuit, and he thought he would just win by default. But, of course, she's Jewish. It's not like she doesn't have connections or money. So she came across the Atlantic, participated in the lawsuit, and, of course, everyone was on her side, and he wound up losing his ass. So it was just the opposite of what Daryl Hamamoto was saying. He had all of what happened ass backwards. So he started flailing after that and just went on this attack. But this, of course, is based on a calculated maneuver, but founded in complete misinformation that led him to go down in flames. But with someone like Joe Tai, what it was is that he had basically, during the time that I was deathly sick, and he said, "I'll come on, Douglas." Then he comes on and he starts this just vile diatribe against the Jews. He just starts spouting all this vile Judeophobic crap, and I kept having to come in. By the way, and I'm lying down, literally, on my supine. I'm supine on my back, drowning in my own sweat, because you get profusely diaphoretic. You start sweating like when you're undergoing a vagus depression attack, where your vagus nerve is depressed. And of course, I'm nearing the point.
What did you do?
Dude, I'm a fucking vampire, and the problem is that in order to satisfy my hunger pangs, I will often eat baseline food, just normal food. And the problem is that it makes your stomach feel full, but your body's not processing it. And because your body doesn't process it, and obviously I'm not storing it as fat, I don't have an ounce of fat. So what happens is that my body is just inert.
Went to a buffet or something.
It was well, it wasn't that, but I just ate food, and then after a while, the food just piles up. Now, it's not that I don't have bowel movements, but the fact is that it's as it moves towards that point. The food's not being processed in any way. It's not being digested, and it's not being stored as fat. So it's just there. It's just inert. So what happens is it's like a bowling ball, and at the point that it reaches a certain point along the level of the spine in your colon, it depresses the vagus nerve, and it can kill you. So this is what happened to my mother, was that due to vagus nerve depression, she suffered a violent syncopal collapse. that resulted in a catastrophic brain injury, a traumatic brain injury. So that could happen if you don't lie down in time. So what happened with myself was I was lying supine, trying to stave off this, hoping it'll go away, just in denial. I was basically in denial, but I eventually called the ambulance. And by the way, there's nothing they can do for you. When they bring you to the hospital, it's just to clarify that you don't have anything else. And then they just say, well, you have a vagus nerve depression, so we just have to wait till you take a shit. And I mean, they could like do something to give you an enema, but that just worsen it and just, potentially, depress your vagus nerve even more. It's not going to help. So the whole thing is that after a while, I've learned to take control of this and make certain it doesn't happen. But that's through fiber, believe it or not. Of all things, 3 tablespoons of fiber 3 times a week is what I do. But just so people know, don't ever do that. I'm not human, not like you.
Or just eat millets.
Yeah, maybe that would be our man's suggestion. It might even work. But remember, I'm not looking for a normal diet. I shouldn't be eating this food in the first place.
Or have Peter take you out on a double date.
Yeah, there you go.
Double date.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, with someone we both know of as a vampire, but Peter never realized. Yeah. No,
would it be less harmful if you consumed it all if it was blended, like in liquidized form?
There's no point in trying to do this in any right way. There's no right way to do this. Right. Basically, I just need to drink more human blood more regularly. Yeah. And
or you should just not be a cannibal.
This is by the way, I don't resent what Brendan is saying. Brendan is saying that we can ultimately rise above what we are.
Yes,
but and he's thinking of examples. But think of the example of that cat. You see, cats are true carnivores. Yet he saw an example, and it's quite true, in my native Taiwan, where you have this cat that was taken in by Buddhists and essentially became enlightened and became a vegetarian. So, by the way, don't ever do that
consciously.
Don't ever do that with your cat. Like if you're at home and you have a pet cat, you cannot. And I've seen cases of this where true vegetarians have tried to enforce their lifestyle on their cats and they just kill them.
Yeah, it's just animal cruelty.
Yeah, and so don't force that upon them. What happened was this cat was taken in by Buddhists, and then consciously itself began to pray before the Buddha. This is all true. I mean, you can find videos of this on YouTube.
There's a video.
Yeah, and then began to basically overcome its normal diet, became a vegetarian. These things are possible, but I'm not striving for enlightenment, so I'm not seeking ascension to a higher order. I'm very much stuck in my hedonism, pleasure.
Right. The first step is admitting it. So I mean,
yeah. Well, there you go. See, Brendan is like Keith Call in his own way.
I don't think anybody ever has confused you with striving for enlightenment. Number one, second, Tori and the cats.
But the point is that anyone can make the decision anytime. Like the thing that stops most people is they don't even know. Like you don't know that you don't know. At least Douglas, it's a conscious choice. He's fine with having another birth.
And I know that I don't know that I shouldn't shut up or be a bitch, and I also know that I don't want to be on this fucking podcast anymore listening to this stupid shit or you. So I'm going to hang the fuck up and be a bitch.
Honey.
Where have you been this whole time? What happened?
Yeah, what's going on?
You put me to sleep with the fucking bullshit. I don't fucking know. And I went to sleep and I woke up and I heard the story.
I had a suspicion you parachuted some Adderall. That's why it's all like.
You know what? At least I'm not like, the blue lotus flower, which no one can get, and I had to go to a special workshop in a special place, the hidden side of town. And I had to hide my.
I had to go to an apothecary.
You can find it on eBay. That's what I found.
Like, you're just angry because he's not sending it to you. If he sends it to you, will you be cool with him?
If he sends it, he's not gonna send shit to me. He's like, has to be so special. He's like, oh my god, it's all secretive. Fuck my life. You both like you got your. At least you're not secretive. You're like, I'm going to do coke and I'm not going to send it. He's like, I had to go to a special lair in the dragon and I fought him with my blue sword and I sword. I got the blue lotus. It's because you wouldn't even get it because you did also have to understand and have the understanding of it. I'm just so done and over it. Like, fuck.
It's like these substances can't just be given to anyone.
You know?
That's what I mean. You're special. I get it. I'm going to bed. Good night. Have a good night. Goodbye.
Honey,
You
love
have to have reverence.
You're special
You
too,
can't
bro,
be
but
irreverent.
just in a different way.
Yes.
I agree.
It's
I'm
not
special.
that
I agree I'm so
you can't
special
handle it.
in a
It's like
different
you
way
can't
that
be
I
irreverent
don't
to
want
it.
to be that goddamn special. I have to be like, hey, I'm that special to fight a dragon on a layer, and then I have to, even if I did all that, and I'm like, hey, dude, hey.
It is like going on a quest. That's what makes it special, you know.
That's you know what? You should play a video.
It's like anyone can order it online. But
You have the terminology for the person that's not really in the video game. I guess I'm one of
anyone can order it online, but to make it activate, you have to go on a
What did you call
quest.
that again? A non-player and like that's what
Non-player character, NPC.
NPC.
I'm an NPC. Consider me that. Okay.
No, honey. What I want to present you with is what someone in chat said. Amor Fadi from Mexico. He says, "Is Michelle Carmela Saldana not a member of Team Dietrich anymore? Sorry, I have no context. Come on, honey, let's go and."
I don't think
That's
she ever
not about
was, to
me.
be
And
honest.
again, I'm an
Not that
NPC.
I'm against
probably
her, anyway.
Michelle. And all he wants to talk about is his last trip in fighting the dragon. But here's the thing. Nobody, Amor, nor Michelle, nor you, nor no one, well, maybe you, he would consider, if he got the Blue Lotus and he added, he's like, you have to be special to get it. You have to be like, fuck my life. I don't know how, I'm sorry, dudes. Any of you, I don't care who likes me or don't, I don't think I'm special. Like, I may talk or be a bitch, but I'm never like, hey, I'm more special than you. Like,
I never
shut
said
up. Like, no, you fucking act.
But honey, he
See,
is.
everyone
honey,
interprets that about me.
Don't
That
need it.
like-
Bye.
wait, honey, he is
They-
special. He has, in a sense, truly ascended to a level of consciousness that's a bit above. And
He's above the average person.
yes, it's true. But we all sense that. We sense that in him. That's why we sense his loss. When he's gone, we sense it as a
No,
loss.
you didn't. You didn't give a shit if he was dead or alive.
That's not true, honey.
He's
And
trying
I'm
to
not
make
even
up for it
playing.
right now,
Like,
which
y'all
is
think
fine.
I'm playing. Like, it's not. I'm
But
not saying
I mean,
care
I
about
don't
you.
mind. Like,
He may care about you. He may very well. I'm thinking he's a man
It's fine to
who
be
probably cares
forgotten,
as
like,
much
it's no
about
problem.
you as anyone else, and I is just like that was it. Unless
Well,
you're
actually, in all fairness, you were not forgotten. You were not forgotten. It's just
We
like
would mention you
Yeah.
in other transmissions while you're away, like wondering when you're going
Right.
to come back.
that's right. As a matter of fact, guess what? Real Dick Geek said Brendan Zoget would be back in September. He said that was one of his psychic visions. That's on record. That's on record.
Right.
One of his
Right.
psychic visions was that Brendan Zoget would be back in September. He's the real thing.
somebody special on your fucking show. Because now the only person I will give that to is fucking him. Because none of you have proven it, including myself. And you're like, meh, I know all this shit. Whatever. History. And he's like, oh, I went to an island and I might have a blue flower. And maybe
Yeah, I mean,
fight
it's
the
September
dragon."
2nd, so he was right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I just want you all to die.
Or third. It's actually the 4th, but whatever, you know.
No,
it's
I
somewhat-
really don't. I think you're all great, and I just want to go to bed. I'm going to bed. Y'all have a good night. I'm glad you're back, Brendan. I really am.
Okay.
I'm glad
What
you
about
see you
Amor
later.
Fadi's question? Aren't we going to get there, honey? What we talked about before?
No, you're gonna bring me to that. Like that's not on. That's on you. And
I
you
didn't hear the question, but
I am.
I don't think I can
done
answer it.
with you tonight. Seriously, Brendan. Like I honestly don't know why I kept you alive. Good night, everybody. Have a good night.
We love you. Oh God, it's like
I'll see it.
she blows my mind. I mean, but of course it's like but such being said, so back to where we were with the Joe Tai thing, and at some point we will get to the Michelle Carmela Saldana thing, Mr. Amor Fadi.
Oh, that was the question, or
Yeah.
what I was saying was I don't think she was ever part of Team Dietrich, but
Right.
she was like a long-time contributor. That's what I would say.
Well, not of any funds, I assure you. But,
No, I mean like
She's
a
appeared in your
long-term
trans.
guest.
Yeah, she appeared in
Like
your
she was on in the
transmission years
Revolution
ago.
Radio at times, basically is what I'm saying.
yeah. She did what she did.
Her and Michael Basham and these people. Like,
Yeah. It's just
I
that
can't stand Michael Basham.
no comment. No comment. He was. Let's just
they're
put it this-
but him and Michelle are both like ex-cultists, like that.
Yeah,
like,
that's right.
Can't
No,
get
it's
out
true.
of their thing. Like
Yeah, that's true. No, that's true.
It's kind of in a way not their fault. But,
Yeah, in a sense, but after a while you have to
they're
take
like Christian
responsibility.
brainwash.
Yeah, after a while you have to take responsibility. If you want to see something bizarre, the last thing that Michelle Carmela Saldana said to me on private messages was not something that's really complimentary, but I wasn't gonna, trip. I just let it slide. But it was basically, as a matter of fact, I can show you. So that at least clarifies the issue. Let's share screen for a second because it is relevant. And
even back in the day, she was like borderline antithetical to what you're saying. So
it's hard to say because she's like so. It's
like
just
passive aggressive level. Yeah.
I wouldn't even give her that much credit. It's more like she's just overtly. She'll just jack the show. It's just her. It's just her. that's basically. But here I'm sharing screen right now. So if we go down towards Carmi, let me look her up because it wasn't. Here we are. This is so weird because everybody remembers that in the latest transmission, the transmission before tonight's, I brought up Michael Aquino channeling all the demons that he brought up to channel the Diabolicon. Then August 26th, which was before my latest transmission by far, because my latest transmission was like August fucking 30th, she said, wow, that was a lot of time and work put in, referring to a painting that I had done, which isn't all that much time and work, fairly simplistic, but nevertheless I feel has a lot of essence. But within this particular painting, it's a city, and the man has the cat, the woman has the little, the man has the dog, the woman has the cat, or it can be interpreted the other way around. I meant it to be ambiguous. But when it came to her, she says, wow, that was a lot of time and work put in. Yes, rest for sure. Of course, brother, time with you is precious. You are precious. Also, the irony that a vampire, a divorcee of Baphomet, Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Satan now turns zombie for God like Jesus. And that's not even like a coherent. It is.
What does that mean?
It's just she's calling me a zombie for God. And there's times when she truly will come out and say very anti-Christian things, very irreligious things, very heretical, and very just.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but she claims she was excommunicated by the church while she was underage. If that's the case, it was for shit like this. Just so people know, because I think enough time has passed. Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who was the lady who drove me down to that Arizona trip and then got me back, because there's no other way I would have gotten down there, because the guys who wanted me down there, which was that baseball player Robert Lacey, and who was a major league baseball player, and my former sponsor Ben Estenius, who had been involved with stock car racing of all things as a driver, a stock car racer, along with other things he did in life. Both of them wanted me down there and then made it impossible for me to get down there. I mean, like, did everything they could to sabotage my getting down there at all. And the only person who brought me down there was Holly Kaditis Kiefer. And, so she's this wonderful lady right here, said, wonderful listening to the show, call me this week. She invited, her home was, I spent maybe a few days, maybe a week in her home. I would say that because it's in California by the sea, it was damp, uncomfortable, prone to leaks from upstairs, all kinds of things wrong with it, but I didn't feel it was haunted. She, however, insisted when I wasn't there, all kinds of paranormal phenomena, poltergeist shit would go down. So she let Michelle Carmela Saldana stay there, and all the shit went away. And I never thought about it. But, then after a while, she had to get rid of Michelle, saying, well, she's just kind of hanging out and just, raiding the fridge and staying in her room. And then she finally, got rid of her. I think it's enough time has passed now where I can say that publicly. When I think about it now, I realize what happened. It's kind of like when I came back from the Night of the Broken Circle, possessed by a fragment of Lucifer, the peacock angel that will always be there. All the paranormal phenomena in my home stopped. I mean, I brought home the biggest, meanest junkyard dog in the junkyard, and all the paranormal shit, the poltergeist phenomena, all that shit stopped cold because of what I brought home now was held the territory. And that must be what happened with Michelle going to her place. That's what I think happened, because when I showed what Michelle had said to our girl Brooke, Brooke said even then, she says, I think she's fucking possessed, naming all this shit before I did, because I didn't open this message until after I had said all these entities that were channeled by Michael Aquino to write the Diabolicon, except for Lucifer. And there were a number of others she didn't list, but she lists enough where, it was almost like prescient or precognitive. And that's when, our girl Brooke said, I think she's possessed. There's truth to that. It's like one time she was on my show and said, we're made in God's image, and I'm writing a story about an astronaut is having this 2001 experience, and he realizes God's taking a shit. And it's just, you come up with shit like that out of nowhere, and I find it just offensive. It's like, okay, that's like, it's just like, it's just crude, and it's just like, it's like meant to be offensive. But then, she keeps throwing herself out on the street by her own claim as the street preacher, and it's like, it's her behavior is not, it's just all over the place, and it's just I try not to dwell on it because it's disturbing. But what happened was I brought her on because she said she had cancer, and I wanted her story to be known. I said, fuck, well, if she's got cancer, I feel that she should at least have her story known, and I wanted to bring her on to talk about her story, which she started soliciting. And this is the trap that I'm caught in. Okay, automatically, the moment she did that, then Ian West, I'll get you a GoFundMe. Aristides jumps in, yeah, and tells her, how you can contact her, give her money. All my funding dries up, and I'm forced to scrabble to make rent. And thank God a bunch of guys got together who are listeners who rescued my ass. But all my normal funding that I would get monthly dried up and obviously went to her. And now I know she admitted to getting contributions. So, oh, good, I was on your show. God, here's the problem. When somebody pulls that shit, I can't shut her down without looking like a villain. You're stuck. At that point, you're trapped because this person has just fucked you. They've hijacked your show. And, oh, look, a young lady with cancer. And, okay, now this is what puzzles me about Brooke. I mean, so Brooke had a long talk privately with Michelle. And then Brooke said she does not have cancer. So Brooke, of course, worked with the pharmacology industry. For those of you who don't know, Brooke has had training as a nurse. And so she actually was going to become a nurse. So she had a long talk with what tests were taken, what diagnostics. There's no tests. There's no diagnostics. There's nothing that's been taken. There's no diagnosis of cancer. So this is what I felt was, okay, so Brooke admitted that in front of Aristides and George Knight. So then when I say, okay, can you go public with it? Then it's like, no. Okay, well, what's this shit? This is what pisses me off. It's like in front of Aristides, yeah, are you there, my man? You can come on and testify on my behalf.
Yeah, I'm here. Look, I already said sorry about that. Sorry
no worries. I'm not blaming you. You did what any normal, decent human being would do. You did what any normal, decent human being would have done that. But that's the point. But you did hear Brooke say what she said, right? That she had a long talk with Michelle Carmela Saldana and testified to us that this girl has never had any testing, no diagnosis. What she has is systemic inflammation, and that she decided to just run with, I got cancer. That's what Brooke said, right? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I remember that.
Thank you. So she said that in front of Aristides and George Knight. So then what I'm asking her is, thank you, Aristides. I appreciate that profoundly. And believe me, don't. I'm not coming down on you. You did what anybody would do. How could you know? But yeah, it's not like you're familiar enough with the situation. So understand that Aristides is not at fault here. It's just that this is part of the problem. See, if I'm left saying shut up, Aristide. Then I look like the biggest asshole on earth, right? Then I'd really start to lose funding. Then I'd really start to lose people's support. So I'm basically was trapped by Michelle Carmela Saldana, and of course I resent that. That's just, okay, she had no right to do that. That's just wrong. Beyond which she even explained, I have this family that's pretty much adopted me. That's why I made the joke about, can your family adopt me too? But she had this family, quote unquote, that sponsors her through quite a bit. So it's not like she's destitute. It's not like she's in danger of homelessness. In fact, she's far less so than I am. So when it comes to what we're dealing with here, we're dealing with somebody who took advantage of me, and then basically it beyond that, when she was on, she would just jack the show. And it was like, Nemo can attest to this. You were talking to George Knight about Wonderland, and then and then
it went on for hours.
and then basically what Michelle did was, I said, hey, there's other people on this call. Nemo can testify to this too. I was hinting to her,
Yeah, George ended up leaving because he didn't get his time to talk because Michelle kept talking.
Yeah, she wouldn't stop. It was like she didn't care. She didn't fucking care. It's her show. And then when I said, hey, I'd like to respond to what you're saying, then she said, my battery's running out. Oh, yeah, my battery's running out. And then so then we had to, let her talk the rest of the time till her battery ran out. Then she got into the text box. And then she was following us all night on the text box from her PC. It's like, okay, what was that? But you see, my point is not to villainize her. It's simply, I wanted her to get her story out. It's not like she hasn't been through some stuff and and she's witnessed to plenty of stuff that I want to get out there, that validates and verifies myself. But there is, she did something that a person should not do. And when she did what she did, and then Brooke confirmed that, beyond what she did not being right, it was simply based on a situation that is not extant, then she's truly taken it beyond a certain line. And this is like, but Brooke wouldn't go there to admit it to the public. Okay, so it's like, that's chicken shit, and that pisses me off. And that's like, and she's saying, she's doing that because Brendan made her angry. And like, how the fuck is Brendan making her angry? It's not like, it's just bizarre. It's just a lot of people are, when I say what I say about Brooke, she behaves like the enemy, which is just in terms of character assassination, and she does rein that under control when you bring that to her attention. But why wouldn't she basically at least share with the public what she shared with Aristides and George Knight and myself? It's something that I need to make public, and at least now the public knows it's true. We have other witnesses to what Brooke said, and hopefully she'll cop to it if she ever participates again, which I have nothing against if she does. But with Michelle, I would have to restrict her from never soliciting again. She does not have the right to do that. I'm happy to have her again for other aspects of her experience, but she did it twice too when she came on my program, and and this is the problem, because you got some young lady, she's claiming she's got cancer, she's claiming all these experiences that make her a naturally sympathetic character. She's got all this going for her where she just grabs a lot of sympathy, and it's not that there's something wrong with that. It's what's wrong with it is that now she's basically undermining the platform, because it's not that she's subverting what I'm saying or attacking what I'm saying. She's undermining the platform because I can't keep hosting on this platform if she starts taking all my funds. So that at that point, she becomes essentially an active subversive. So it's just wrong in so many ways. But I think the worst of it is pretty much what we said. Now, for those of you who don't remember, and I'm sure Brendan, Zogit, and Nemo remember, Aristides wasn't here then. Derek Talley, we were through that once when we had Derek Talley going through quote unquote cancer, and then he started panhandling on my show, and it was about that time I had to kick him off, and then he, of course, just basically joined the enemy, so to speak, but he was always like an asset anyway. Very bizarre individual. And it had this whole suspicious thing about him that I could go into, but there's there's really no point. For those of you who like heard Brendan Zoget saying, you know, at least Douglas Dietrich thinks I didn't turn. Of course, he's bringing that up in a sense of humor, and it's something that it's not like I have suspicion of people saying, oh, they're the enemy. Oh, you know, it's like it's literally these people who come on my show, their behavior becomes literally like Joe Ty's, where they start sending everybody messages saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich, he's this vampire who sucks, etc. I mean, he's speaking against me, but his syntax is so off and his communications are so retarded, it's not like what he says matters. But he's following this pattern that has been on my program before, where people come on, say they're going to help, everything they do is destructive, and then you say, well, I can't let you on anymore, and then they start attacking me. Okay, nobody normal does that. If you're not part of the enemy in the first place, you would just move on and do something else with your life. But these people don't let go. They start attacking. So, yeah, like I was explaining to Brendan before I got, into the physiology of the vasodepressor syncope, that time that I was so deathly sick, vaguely depressed, my vagus nerve depressed, and then ultimately forced to call the ambulance. That's when Joe Ty steps in and starts assaulting the audience with this, what would be conventionally called anti-Semitism. And that's when I was forced to try and go into damage control and just got sicker and sicker. And this fucker was just trying to destroy the show and get me blown off the air. So when somebody does that, combined with what he did otherwise, like I said, Brendan, you weren't there, but if you ever listened to the episode in which it happened, you would be impressed by the supernatural element here. Joe Ty was asleep, quote unquote. His snores were too organic to be faked, and yet they kept getting louder and louder the more emphatic I got to try and override his snoring. And it was like he was consciously bringing the phone up to his mouth and snoring louder and louder. And it was uncanny. And so I agree with Peter Moon that, first off, he's choke controlled like a piece of meat. Or as well, Peter Moon said he's unconsciously in total conflict with you and in competition with you, and is trying to do this unconsciously but very consciously simultaneously. And I think there's real truth to that. So I just finally just said, the God shot, as Judith Agert would call it, came when he suddenly sees this young lady on the net asking for sex, and he's trying to hook up with her, consciously trying to hook up with her, actively seeking out her company. And that's when I concluded, look, this guy is a brainless asset. He's been assigned to me so he could get arrested soliciting a young lady. So that way the enemy could literally say, see, Team Dietrich has this guy born in Taiwan, just like Dietrich, caught trying to solicit an underage girl. And this is something that we know is true, because you can take a look at those screenshots, and the first thing any sane man with any sense of experience knows, this is an FBI sting operation. And the fact that they never followed up with Joe Ty, who clearly responded to her seeking her company, shows you that it's a setup by the enemy. Because otherwise, why wouldn't the FBI follow up? Once I kicked him off Team Dietrich, there was no need to. But if I hadn't done so, actively, publicly disaffiliated with him, he would have been arrested, and they would have promoted that, to the heavens, that, oh yeah, there's this affiliate of Team Dietrich's, born in Taiwan just like him, a gook just like him, tried to get into the pants of this young white girl online, and that was his entire purpose. And like all of them, once he couldn't accomplish that mission, then he goes on the attack, contacting everyone individually to attack myself, which he sent messages to, of course, George Knight, Peter Moon, Brooke Gibson. All of them have reported messages, and some of them have sent me screenshots of what he sent, Nemo Albano as well. So there we have it. And this is what, assets of the enemy do. It's like they start contacting each member of Team Dietrich, says, oh, now you've got to turn against him like me. And see, he's the, and it's no normal person does this. It's obviously an asset does this. So this is not paranoia. So when Brendan Zoget says, I know Douglas, has faith in me, well, Brendan Zoget's not behaving like that. So there's no reason to. Does that make sense? So, I hopefully everybody understands that. That should be coherent.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And so there we have all that. As for hopefully everybody understands now what happened with Carmi, and it's she put me in a bind, and Brooke could have solved that by just being straight about what she had said, but then she goes out and chickens out. So what does that make of Brooke? This is why I say she behaves like the enemy. Is she could have just come out and said what Aristides said he was witness to her saying, but Brooke decided not to do that. So what is that about? It's none of these people make any sense. So at any rate,
also noticed Joe Tyler's trying to suck up to Ian,
yes.
blowing smoke up his ass on one of his posts, saying, "Oh, this is great information. We should make our own fucking podcast or whatever together." So I made sure to inform me, and that he's just trying to get you to join his side, and make sure to block him if you can.
Yeah, and thank you. So at any rate, it used to be that the options they gave you in the here, let's see if I can do it this way. Right now I'm just trying to handle something aside from what we were talking about. I'll bring it up publicly in a few moments. But in the interim, by all means, take advantage of this time, Brendan, to catch us up a little bit more on your travels. Now, there was a lot more that happened that you can share with us, I know. Whatever you're willing or comfortable to share, please do so. If Brendan is still with us. He's listed as still with us, isn't he?
You there, Brendan? No,
he might have fallen asleep. He might have fallen asleep. Holy shit. Well, do me a favor. Aristides and Brendan, Aristides and Nemo, if the two of you can hold the conversation, I'm going to still be here, but I do want to take care of some stuff. I'm going to be here, but if the two of you can talk, please do so. And thank you, Aristides, for staying up this late. Honestly.
All right, yeah. We could do that, and then maybe after that I'll kind of
sounds good.
Off.
Sounds good. Yeah, so just take a few minutes, and Nemo and Aristides hold a conversation. I'll be here, but I'm just taking care of something. Okay. And I don't multitask very well.
Right. No. Did Cho Tai end up contacting you, Aristides?
No, actually, no.
Okay.
I really haven't heard any stupid shit from anybody.
You're so lucky.
Yeah.
He just got real salty after he got caught out and exposed, and he just went on the attack like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Backstabbing traitor.
Yeah.
That's what you can expect with cowards.
Yeah.
Like if me and Doug ever just went on that decision to split pass, I would never slander him or say anything bad about him. I'd still upload his stuff. Just whatever.
No,
I'm not a scumbag who backstabs people.
Yeah, I appreciate that profoundly. And by the way, Aristides, so aside from what you've spoke of earlier, anything else come to mind? I'm sure that you have other things that you can share that you feel comfortable sharing. If not, Nemo can.
Yeah.
If you want, yeah. If you got something to say it. Otherwise, I'll just convey some information.
Yeah. Okay. Like what type of stuff? What type of topic?
Just about classic World War II stuff.
Yeah.
You want me to do that, or you want to talk about something?
Can do that. I mean, it seems like I don't know. It's pretty hot. It's like there seems to be sightings all the time. People attribute to the to the craft, to the the Andromeda ships, and seems to still be happening.
Yeah, there's more sightings occurring. Yeah, I'd noticed you posted a link to a website. It's a government website for...
supposedly, they put out a new website that's going to somehow... let me try to pull it up. It's part of their disclosure thing, but, so of course I don't trust it. What the heck was it? Yeah, officially...
I know by any act of the government, like posting shit like that, regarding acknowledging these UFO sightings, they know that the people are immediately going to assume that
Right.
it's ET from all the programming they've been
Mm-hmm.
exposed to
Right. That's
via
what they're-
movies, TVs, and magazines and
Of
shit.
course. Leading everybody to believe by emission, basically, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
So,
cringe
yeah.
every time I see comments like, the aliens are watching us, or they're going to probably attack us and all this bullshit. And like,
Right. It's the only thing people assume. That's because that's all it's been suggested, you know.
it's
But
just so disgusting. Oh, sorry, you going.
no, right. You know, the website, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office at the AARO, and the website aaro.mil. So I don't know if this is like new. It seemed to imply it was new. Put it out. Here's our new website on, you know, all domain anomaly research or anomaly resolution. So they're going to resolve it for us, apparently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're just so desperate that
That's
they
it.
don't want the people
That's it.
to.
And I don't know if they're doing. I think they stopped those hearings. That's all over. I'm not hearing anything about that. That was, you know, a big blast, you know, through the news cycle, and now it'll be the next thing you just don't hear about, and the news cycle's on to something else. And
Yes.
I don't know. I think it stopped. So now they have a website, and I don't know. I haven't clicked through it. It's in. What was it? In the
I was
last check?
afraid to click on it. I thought I might get a
I already
virus.
did. Yeah, blah blah. UAPs. Source of anomalous detections. That are not yet attributable to known actors. Yeah. So. Yeah. Well, we should dig up some videos.
It's
So we can answer themselves.
So what I had to do right now, and I'll let both these gentlemen continue with the conversation for a few more minutes, but I just want everyone to know that the Dr. D had, and of course this should have been predictable, and honestly, I don't understand why I just give people even the benefit of the doubt. But because he had sent me those messages earlier asking about the lipstick I was wearing, etc., which I didn't even bother me. But apparently he withdrew those images, or those statements. He withdrew those messages, as they call them. That's what it says when you do something on YouTube. You enter a message, and then you delete it. It says, you know, withdrew message or something like that. Apparently he withdrew what he had said on the thread underneath that Christine Joanna Hart interview, in which he had left those lipstick and makeup comments. Then he showed up in the chat room with Dr. D-Head, which automatically Dr. Dickhead brags about, of course, the methamphetamines he's using and the fact that he can have so much sex on them. You know, none of that bothers me, obviously. But of course, it was Brooke making fun of him, saying that was a lie, as did Brendan Zogia. So maybe that's what got him riled up. But he was always a troll, I'm sure. So he began to make some pretty vile comments about the fact that he had bleeding hemorrhoids and wanted people to suck the blood from his bleeding hemorrhoids. He started making that the regular statement. He kept going into that in several angles in the chat room. So YouTube used to offer the ability, and does so every once in a while, where you can go to the person's channel and block them. That was no longer an option. So I tried to find what he had left as an entry in the thread of that YouTube video where I could go to his channel. But he had withdrawn the comments, so that was not an option anymore. And if I looked up Dr. D-Head on the YouTube channel, these days I don't even think blocking is allowed and is an option anymore, even if you find their channel. It's just you can hide the user from your channel. So that's what I did. So interestingly enough, I think our man Brandon Zoget, of course, Brandon Young is totally asleep by now. And so he didn't, delete what he was saying the way he did the other individual. Carl Lindbergh, I have no idea what Carl Lindbergh was saying, but it was whatever he said twice was deleted by Brandon Young. Other than that, Brandon Young left some indecipherable comments himself in the chat. Now, we heard some noise there for a second. Was that you, Brendan? Maybe Brendan woke back up. Yes, it is him.
Yes.
Yeah, so what happened? Did you fall asleep for a bit?
Yeah, did you try to say something?
Oh,
To me?
yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. We were just asking you to participate a bit more while I finish up a little bit here. I did want people to know a little
Yeah.
vampire physiology education here. Remember that
I
I'm only.
actually, I'm pretty close to having to retire into Xenite.
Oh my God! So's Aristides. Can you talk for a few minutes? Few minutes?
Depends on what you want to talk.
anything like what you want to talk about. Well, I'll talk about this. Basically, talk about how garlic scares away assholes. Because what I was going to bring up, a little education on vampire physiology here, so people understand. True vampires are adverse to garlic. They truly, it's toxic to them, and they would never eat it. Now, I'm only a quarter vampire. The effect is different, and I want to point out to people that it's similar to certain kinds of recreational narcotics that are bad for you, such as alcohol. Your body interprets alcohol as a poison, yet it has a euphoric effect as it kills your brain cells. So when somebody's also taking certain mushrooms are killing your brain cells, and your dying brain cells produce those hallucinations. So when it comes to generally things that are fairly toxic for you produce a high, and we develop a craving for things that are toxic to us. And I thought it was brilliant in a film starring Rutger Hauer, where he plays an android, and it's not Blade Runner. Basically, Rutger Hauer, after Blade Runner, was stuck playing an android in every science fiction film that came out, but there was one in which they were portraying cyborgs as drinking water instead of alcohol. And that's the film Omega Doom. And in the film Omega Doom, the androids are survivors of a nuclear holocaust, and but instead of a bar, they got a water bar, and they're intaking very small amounts of water, which of course destroys their circuits and ultimately could kill them if they take too much. But it is something that, when they take it in small amounts, produces a high, a euphoric effect like alcohol would in humans. So that's the point that's made here. So I do want people to know that I love garlic. My mother couldn't stand it, could be nowhere near it. But I get a high off garlic. And when I do eat it, it does produce this, because it has a semi-toxic effect. And in case you didn't notice, there was the film with Blade, not Blade Runner, but Blade, the Black Vampire Slayer, in the most well-received film in the trilogy, the second film in the trilogy. He is shown as being injected as a daywalker, somebody who's half vampire, a vampire like myself, though I'm a quarter vampire. He's shown as being injected with a solution that helps him maintain himself as a daywalker. Chris Christopherson is the homeless man who adopted him and raised him and provides him this solution, and it contains garlic in the solution. So he's taking something that would be toxic to a vampire, but in his case, it's actually efficacious or provides him a medicinal effect, because many poisons, like snake venoms, are used in a medicinal manner as an antitoxin. So in his case, it's garlic as an antitoxin, kind of like snake venom being used in antitoxins or antivenoms. This is kind of like, I do take garlic. So I'm eating a bulb of garlic here while I'm eating this hard-boiled egg, and so I just wanted Brendan to speak about garlic keeping away assholes in his life, and he could talk about that while I finish this up. Is that okay with you, Brendan? You can handle that? Or did he fall asleep again? That is
Do you
so
eat the
pathetic.
garlic with? Do you eat the garlic with the egg to suppress the shit taste of
still
the
here,
egg?
No, I like the taste of garlic. I can eat an entire bulb of garlic raw.
No, I meant, are you eating garlic?
That's the Chinese part.
Yeah.
You said you're eating garlic and a hard-boiled egg. Are you eating the garlic along with it to suppress the bad taste of the egg?
No, the hard-boiled egg is fine to me. I don't find
Okay.
it to be repulsive. That and some bacon jerky. So, I mean, Brendan, tell him about you eat all this garlic and it keeps all these assholes away.
Yeah, like if you eat enough garlic, you'll find that like it'll keep a force field around you of like certain people can't cross it.
Nice.
And it's not just like a smell; it's like just your vibe changes. Like, yeah,
Like a chemical reaction.
yeah, like that's one way to put it. But it definitely is just like, off-putting to others that are more negative or detrimental to you.
Do other vegetables that's related to the garlic plant have the same effect, like onions and that?
Yeah, but garlic seems to have a more like mystical that thing. That's why the ancient Egyptians used it. You know, they used so much garlic that the Greeks knew them as smelly people.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's good to eat raw garlic every now and then.
Yeah, yeah. And it's there were some studies done where if as a male, if you eat like up to 6 cloves of garlic, 6 pieces of garlic a day, you will become more attractive to the opposite sex, but it's not on a surface level. It's like this like subtle pheromonic level.
All right.
Yeah.
Because your body will let out these smells, and
Right.
women will like it. Yeah.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah. And I
Interesting.
wouldn't say anyone should just try that experiment.
I thought eating that much a day would probably be like overdoing it, but I guess not.
Right. That's what that's what the study concluded, that
It probably depends. It varies on the person, or depending on their body size.
Yeah, exactly. And it increased testosterone in everyone. So.
All right.
Yeah. Now, people talk about a lot of good stuff, but besides being stinky, could there be any drawbacks to any types of people like eating too much? Like I saw one guy, I don't know if he had some medical thing. He's like, I don't eat the onions and garlic because there's something it does to peptides or something, or and I saw something else about like they wouldn't feed it to pilots because it made their like reaction time like less or something, like could there be?
Yeah, there are definitely like drawbacks. Like it lowers your blood pressure a lot, so I can see why pilots can't have it.
Okay.
Like it'll lower your blood pressure to where it's like if you were someone with low blood pressure already, it would hurt you.
Right.
But for me, it took my blood pressure to like exactly like whatever that thing in the book was, like 120/80 or whatever it is. It was literally, it turned my blood pressure into like the perfect numbers as per modern medicine. Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah, I have garlic with my meat every time I cook a steak or chicken. I'll just have garlic with that. But it's processed minced garlic. It's not raw garlic.
Oh yeah, see, it loses that thing potency. Still tastes good, but it doesn't have as much of the allicin in it. So.
And to make it worse, I put melted butter with it, so I have garlic butter on my steak.
Yeah, garlic butter's good. Like I make like a garlic roti, but I use crushed raw garlic and mix it with ghee, and then I put the ghee on top of the hot roti or a paratha, and it's really nice.
Yeah, I just usually get a jar of it processed minced because it's just like under $1.50. It's real cheap, in opposed to buying a bag of garlic. Well, it's how long does it stay fresh though? The raw garlic, like you keep it in the fridge, it will last longer. Will it?
Yeah, definitely. Or you just, if you get a braid, like a garlic braid, it can last up to 1 year or one growing season if you don't disturb the braid and like. But once they cut the top off the garlic, it does lower its shelf life. But I mean, you could just keep garlic cloves in like a bag and dry in your fridge, and they'll last for like months. So,
all right.
If you like peel them and just leave them in your fridge, or you can buy them like vacuum sealed as well. Some companies do that too, so they'll last indefinitely.
It's easy.
I've been regularly eating green onions recently because I found that supposed to be really good for you, prevent you from getting ill. I put it on nearly anything I eat. That goes good with it, of course.
Yeah, any of those.
I'm not putting it on my yogurt.
Yeah, it depends on what you're making.
Yeah, good on pizza or certain sandwiches, or having, like, I just chopped up a bunch the other day and have it with my T-bone steak. I cooked it on the panel for a little. And it tastes
also,
good.
this is kind of like a what would be called nowadays a hot take, but I would say that 90% or 99% of all herbs are not medically efficacious if you consume flesh. But that's just my take on it. So,
In other words, what you're saying is that for people who eat meat, then essentially the vegetables they eat are kind of canceled out?
yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Especially with the modern way that the meat is. Like the only meat eaters that I approve of, no offense, Nemo, but like anyone, is the ones that can kill and eat their own, flesh. Those are the people that
You mean kill and
get a
eat their
pass.
own game? Their own game. They hunt game and
those
kill
people
it.
get a pass because then they know from start to finish how it's done, and then they can understand what they're doing.
Yeah. By the way, that's a truly holistic perspective, and the holistic perspective is that unless you're hunting down the animal yourself and killing it, that otherwise you're not getting the benefits. You haven't earned it. You haven't earned the life essence of that animal. And
it's pretty hard
that's
to
how
do
they-
that over here, though.
Yeah. But that's how the ancients would see it. I appreciate that, Douglas.
Yeah, thank you. No, and just so people understand that, I think that people who have that benefit as well are independent farmers, are ranchers, are people who, for whatever reason, it's hard to imagine anyone else other than farmers or ranchers who would have possession of live cattle and live chickens and poultry where they would slaughter it themselves. When you participate in live slaughter yourself and are forced to take the responsibility for killing the animal, then you are earning that. You are earning that because you fed the animal, you've kind of raised the animal, and then you kill it and eat it. So you earn that essence. It's a very different experience. I knew a woman, a young lady who, and along with her boyfriend, they kept rabbits.
In the modern sense, it's like there's what it's eating. Like there's no antibiotics and all these hormones they give them and all this terrible stuff. All the way they put them in cages and stuff. Like more about the animal than you do any other food.
Yes.
I rarely eat red meat, and the only red meat I eat is free-range grass-fed cows that are on the field, not kept in a factory farm.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, this is why Argentinian beef is considered superior, because it is allowed to range, and the taste is definitely different. I do want people to understand, obviously I philosophically agree with Brendan, but of course we live in a world where that's simply not possible for the majority of people.
If it was possible, I would be harvesting my own food, like meat and shit, hunting and that. But it's pretty much impossible to do so unless you're a farmer, got your own land, have the money to get all the cattle and shit.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, before we allow Aristides and Brendan to go to sleep officially, I do want people to understand that one of the things that they have in San Francisco and the greater San Francisco Bay Area, probably other parts of California, I'm sure, is they have like a cow commune thing that people can sign up to, and you would pay maybe several $100s a month at least. Maybe it's more than that, maybe something like $1,000. And what happens is whenever they slaughter a live cow, you're not allowed to choose. They simply randomly select, or they cyclically select, which makes more sense. You'll get the organs, this time a liver, this time a heart, this time, certain parts of the intestine, and always pieces of meat. There's always enough muscle mass to go around to everyone. And then they give this to people who are part of this thing they sign on to. I wouldn't call it a program because that sounds like government assistance, but these people are paying top dollar so that they can be part of every time a cow is live slaughtered. They get these parts. Now, these cows are raised free range, and they're raised in private farms, so they're not coming from Auschwitz, or as they call it, these cow concentration camps where they're up to their knees in their own shit. And that's not an exaggeration. It's not said to repulse people. The conditions under which cows are raised industrially are, of course, abhorrent in every respect. Humanitarian, in terms of humanitarian considerations, and in terms of hygiene and everything else. So they're pumping them full of antibiotics because they're raising them in their own shit. It's a terror. It's a terror. It just goes on in a nightmare that gives you a piece of what they call pink paste. They call it pink goo, pink paste. You know, you get this pink shit in the supermarket that's supposed to be meat, and it's crap. It's so much interstitial fat that it's not red meat. It's pink. And it's like, you know, the goo where it's kind of like turning into glop they put into hamburgers. I mean, there's all kinds of negative things to say about American meat. I think that people who are part of these programs are obviously getting some essence of the animal that you would not otherwise get. It's not as good as if you're raising it and slaughtering it yourself, but it's certainly orders of magnitude above, you know, buying a hamburger. It's a terror.
That's a food co-op. There's lots of kinds of food co-ops out there. Actually, I recommend people find them.
Yeah, and you're part of one?
Not currently. It wasn't for meat, but they're different. That's a co-op. That's the definition of a co-op. Like everybody is, you know, like you said, they kind of going together or whatever. It's private, get their share and know where they're getting it and all that stuff.
That's incredible. Thank you. I profoundly appreciate that. That's why I kept using. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you know, farmers do that with their vegetables and stuff. You can buy a share of their, you know, whatever, or people kind of gang together and buy a bigger share, you know. But with meat, obviously, you know, a little harder to grow than vegetables. So.
Yeah. And beyond that, you know, a lot of people wouldn't know how to prepare. What do you do if you're given an entire cow's tongue or
you gotta have some butcher skills.
Yeah, you have to have some
culinary skills.
And some equipment that may not be normal. Maybe you know, a big barbecue or something for a cow liver or something. But no, thank you for that.
They should just drop the live animal off. Be like, here you go. Like, be like, you really, you know, right?
Yeah, water.
If you're really serious about this, if you really want to understand, you know.
No, it's
just kidding.
No, I really think, I personally, and of course Brendan would find this abhorrent, but I personally feel that children, they used to take them on field trips to farms and various places. And I'm sure they don't take them to industrial level meat manufacturers anymore.
Abattoir.
Yeah, thank you, abattoirs. Sure, they would never take children to that. Oh my God. But they used to take kids on field trips to packing plants and things like that, because I'd find YouTube videos of that where they'd say, oh, look at how life used to be. And they'd take kids on field trips to, you know, fucking, I don't know, Del Monte or Arm & Hammer or whoever was producing some bits of meat packing or something. But honestly, I think Brendan would find this abhorrent, but I think they should take children to live slaughter places where the children could practice some slaughter of animals and get a feel for live slaughter. That way, kind of train children to maybe, if possible, raise their own chickens or rabbits or etc. and be able to perform live slaughter. There should be courses on that.
I mean, they should at least see. Yeah, no, that's fine. They should see where it comes from.
Yeah,
because then you can make a choice. Like nowadays, people, they just walk into a store and see a steak and they don't know what beef even is. Like they don't know. That's why they rename it like pork and beef. Like
do they really?
The whole process.
Tell me about this. What do they say? They have packages that say pork and beef? Like it's your choice?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying like instead of saying this is a cow meat, they say it's beef. Okay. Instead of saying this is
I get it. Or this is pork instead of saying this is a dead pig.
Yeah. The only
like
one they actually tell you is
baby
chicken.
Cow.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they rename it to where. But the children never, like, we never grew up learning what that was, like, until, like, you're on your own. You ask what it is. Like.
Of course, now, Brooke Gibson would find this abhorrent, but the reason I think on those terms is that I think of all the advantages that other nations have where they do perform live slaughter much more regularly among the population. For those of you who don't know, the Arab world, they have, like, holidays where they go out and they slaughter cows and lambs, and you know, they do this publicly, where the population participates. And imagine the advantages they have in combat over any American who has never killed anything alive in his life. And you're facing them in combat, and somebody, it's like you know, a woman who's been raised with a farm environment and has cut the heads off chickens knows something that manifested in, of all people, John Wayne Bobbitt married Lorena, And Lorena was a Latin American female who had come from basically a very rural environment in Central America where she was raised slaughtering chickens and cutting their heads off. So when he pissed her off and was beating her, she came to him in the middle of the night, pulled up his penis, and just cut it off like a chicken head. And that's how she expressed it when they went to trial. And they were, how could you do this? And she said it was like cutting off a chicken head, which I had done, growing up as a girl. And that's one of the things that actually was in her defense that actually helped her win the trial was that, they pointed out to him, well, you married, a woman from the backwoods who had experience with doing this, and then you beat her and abused her. And it's kind of like she felt this was her only response. And, so she won the trial. And, he went on to become a porno actor after they sewed his penis back on. Which
Frankenstein dick.
Yeah, yes, that's right. He said it was his dream all his life fulfilled. He had always wanted to be in porno films, and then he went to realize. I guess it worked out for all of them, everybody involved. By the way, my mother thought that was the funniest thing in the world. When I told her the real story was that, Lorena had taken the penis, put it in a sandwich bag, and she dropped it out in the middle of the desert. And then when the police interrogated her and they went out to the desert to retrieve it, they had to fight off their own dogs, their own tracking dogs, who wanted to eat it like it was a fucking sausage. And so they had to beat off their own dogs with their nightsticks and shit so they could rescue his penis. She thought that was... She just died laughing hearing that story. So there you go. Vampire humor.
And it still worked?
It still worked!
Yeah, how did it work? Like, how do they make that work again, connecting all the nerves and fucking veins and shit?
Well, what's interesting was it was just like a penile extension operation. Now, interestingly enough, it was like when my father developed urinary tract cancer, and they had to perform a penectomy, meaning cut the head of his penis off, that mushroom tip we all know and love.
Ouch.
Yeah, this was when he was in his late 60s, early 70s. And like I said, one thing I always bring up was his IQ tripled after that. I'm not joking. I swear to fucking God, his IQ fucking tripled, at least. And, it was like suddenly his processing capacity intellectually increased by leaps and bounds. So it just goes to show you just where all the blood goes normally. But, aside from that, I followed up on it, and in Taiwan, they cloned a penis because I was thinking about maybe my dad getting his penis back. And in Taiwan, they said the penis is the most difficult part of the body to clone because there's no bones for it to form around. So they cloned one by putting it on a wire. They put the penis tissue around a wire and cloned a penis on a wire. Now, of course, they could. They didn't have any laws where you could have an American doctor get one of these cloned penises and so on. It was impossible to get it a cross-Pacific operation or something like that going by all the laws and problems we had then. And he had other issues we were dealing with to keep him alive eventually that overcame any such thoughts. But when it came to this reality, one of the things that Aristides was shown when I took him and Brooke onto this tour, where I was trying to show this guy who was trying to regrow organs and limbs through CRISPR, he's this guy named Sylvian who is missing his whole body except for his torso and his left arm. His right arm is a stump, but he's got his head, his torso, and no pelvis. No lower pelvis, meaning he has no kidneys or liver or any of that shit, and he's kept alive mechanically. And I'm saying, Jesus, the fact that they can keep this poor son of a bitch alive mechanically to the point where as a human stump, he's able to move around, sit himself up on wheelchairs, and happily maintain a relationship with a girlfriend who doubtless he's eating out and fisting. But it's basically... If they can keep this guy alive, they can resurrect the goddamn dead. I mean, it's amazing what we can fucking do. Yeah, in terms of, but Brendan, so when you deal with this form of meat eating or any form of meat eating, I mean, when you look at the animal world and you see all the meat eaters out there, are you ultimately imagining a future in which all life just kind of ascends to a point where at some point all life stops feeding on each other? Is that what you...
No, it's not necessary.
Okay.
It's just a matter of your goals. Like,
okay.
You know, like, do you want to ascend and, you know, connect with divine and go higher, or do you just not care? It's like, that's all it is. You know?
Okay. So you envision kind of like nature being nature, but you're just saying that there's an option to kind of check out and quote unquote kind of graduate, so to speak.
Yeah, there's free will. Like even the cat, like that's kind of the story about that cat is like, even if the cat can choose it, despite its biology, that means it's an option given by the creator to not do that. So,
okay.
You know, like,
I was wondering if that cat was just possessed by an ancient spirit or something like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously it's just like it's been reincarnated, like that's all.
Right.
That's kind of like the same thing, but saying it differently, right? Kind of like you're saying it's an advanced soul. You're saying the cat was an advanced soul who happened to incarnate in a feline body, right?
No. It's just a being that like it like did something to get demoted to a cat, and then it was, you know, and then it realized its mistake, and now it was trying to get back to, like, you know, because the human birth is considered one of the highest births, especially in Buddhism. It's actually the highest birth.
Yes.
So, like, the cat realized its mistake, and it was like, I don't want to be a cat anymore. So it went to the, you know, that thing. Like,
excellent.
Like divine is merciful. It allowed that spirit to make it to a Buddhist temple and, like, you know, get back. You know.
Fuck being a human then reincarnating into a lower animal. God.
Yeah, exactly. So it realized its mistake, and it was, you know.
Now, you might remember, of course, I had explained at one point when Jambo the Reese Monkey was still involved as basically a saboteur.
Is he dead or something?
Yo, fuck, I wish. You and I will talk about that privately. Unfortunately, he's still very much alive, still very much on the assault. But it goes to show, it's like you said, he's possessed by genie anyway, or the demons. He's just a meat
lesser entities.
Yeah, he's just a meat sock puppet for them. But the meat sock puppet just keeps functioning. It's impossible physically because he just took so many drugs and he's suffering from that rhabdomyolysis. His muscles are fucking melted to flab and shit. So he should be in agony, which maybe he is physically, but
just taking more drugs to kill the pain.
Yeah, doubtless. Excellent point. Your point's well taken. When it comes to that phenomenon, it is what it is. You gentlemen, I'm just gonna put this stuff away back into the icebox. I want to make certain these garlic bulbs don't rot. The bacon jerky that I opened, I'll reseal the package and put that in the icebox, so that doesn't rot. I'll be back in just 2 or 3 minutes. If these two guys wind up checking out Nemo, you can start talking about, I'm sure, the subject matter that... I
got a lot to talk about if that happens.
Excellent. So both of you gentlemen are willing to welcome to check out. I want to say goodnight to both of you in case you do.
Yeah, my phone's dying, so...
Okay.
Yes,
we love you dearly, Brendan. Hugs. Thank you.
Have a good one, Brendan.
Yeah. I'm going back to Pitcairn Island. Yes, good night. Right.
Good to hear from you.
Bless you.
Yes,
thank
gratitude.
You. We love you dearly and value you. Thank you.
Yes.
Aristides, we love you too and value you, and certainly...
Doug, your troll's back in the YouTube chat, just to let you know, under a different name. It's the same guy, though.
Okay, let me go check on that. Thank you. And... handled that, and there we are. I didn't notice her put out she's so cute. So let's just here we are. Hide user on this channel. First thing, you see, there's no option to go to his channel, so, and just looking for him is just going to get you nowhere. So you just press the user's messages will be hidden. So Noticer is about to go to sleep. We love you, honey. Love you dearly, so let me do that before I take off. Do you want to say
Hope
goodnight?
she comes on the chat sometime.
She is. She is. She's in the chat.
No,
dude.
I mean like in the voice call. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Stuck
Yeah.
for.
Well, we'll see. You know, you don't want her to become the subject to attacks. You see, with
Right.
with with Brooke, she asked for it. You know, she lied to get on my show. She said she had read my book. So, you know, she put herself in harm's way.
Yep.
So it's like, that's why she keeps saying I should have a warning label attached, which I agree with. Anyhow, Aristides, if you want to say goodnight to the audience, then go ahead. By all means.
I'll generally say goodnight. If Nemo wants to start talking about something, I'll still kind of hang around. If I got something to contribute to that, I'll try. But if not, then that'll be it.
Okay, great. Great. So I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 3 to 4 minutes, and you guys have got this. Thank you so much.
Right. I'll start off by rating on some things for the listeners. All right. The US has collected 510 reports of unidentified flying objects, many of which are flying in sensitive military airspace. UFO reports rise to 510, not alien but still a threat to US. Washington AP, the US has now collected 510 reports of unidentified flying objects, many of which are, I just repeated that same one, sorry. While there's no evidence of extraterrestrials, they still pose a threat. The government said in a declassified report summary released Thursday. Last year, the Pentagon opened an office, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, solely focused on receiving and analyzing all of those reports of unidentified phenomena, many of which have been reported by military pilots. It works with the intelligence agencies to further assess those incidents. The events continue to occur in restricted or sensitive airspace, highlighting possible concerns for safety of flight or adversary collection activity. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence said in its 2022 report, the classified version of the report addresses how many of those objects were found near locations where nuclear power plants operate or nuclear weapons are stored. The 510 objects include 144 objects previously reported and 366 new reports. In both the old and new cases, after analysis, the majority have been determined to exhibit unremarkable characteristics and could be characterized as unmanned aircraft systems, unmanned aircraft systems, sorry, or balloon-like objects, the report said. But the office is also tasked with reporting any movement or reports of objects that may indicate that a potential adversary has a new technology or capability. The Pentagon's Anomaly Office is also to include any unidentified objects moving underwater, in the air, or in space, or something that moves between those domains, which could pose a new threat. Warrior governments, the United States and Britain don't recognize the Allied nations winning the Second World War, and why the public believe they are the victors of World War II. The general public in the Constitutional Republic of the United States, Republic of France, Great Britain, etc., believe on May 8th, 1945 is the official formalization of ending World War II in the headlines, quote-unquote, Victory in Europe Day, ending the war over Germany. The truth is no government in the world recognizes this date as being the official end date of World War II. Only in the history textbooks, in academia and history programs tell the public this is the official end date of World War II coming to an end. The public believed they won the Second World War. The public believed World War II was over in May of 1945, even though the 2 atomic bombs detonated over Hiroshima and Nagasaki wasn't even considered yet, but your government knows it never ended in 1945. That's a fact. Title 38 of the United States Code, which is law that has been established by Congress, recognized December 31st, 1946 as a cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities or termination of the period of hostilities of World War II, officially pronounced by the President of the United States, Harry S. Truman, under Presidential Proclamation 2714, declared on December 31st, 1946. Under Code of Federal Regulations, which is equivalent to executive orders, recognizes December 31st, 1946 as the end date of period of hostilities of World War II. Any legal declaration of war cannot be terminated until a peace treaty can be negotiated between both recognized governments of a nation state. Until a signatory declaration of peace can be formally and legally conducted, no peace treaty with the recognized government of Germany or diplomat was ever signed in history. This is why your government recognizes your nation state is still legally under a state of war with the legitimate government of Germany being the Third Reich, or aka Thousand-Year Reich in exile. Not the federal government of United Germany, but the NSDAP government in exile, which all the Allied nations declared war against between 1939 and 1941. The NSDAP, National Socialist German Workers' Party, is the government our military and government still legally at war with, which is why the Allies have never declared a state of war since between 1939 and 1941, which is why the Allies are still legally at war time. At legally wartime.
Yes, thank you. So I just got back, heard a little bit of this, and just to clarify for everyone, though I think that what Nemo was saying was clear enough. I just want everyone to know that we are on what's called daylight saving time, and daylight saving time, people can do their research on this, was originally called wartime, and people can look that up, and it was originally applied during World War I. Then what happened was that it was on for 1 year, a single year. Americans demanded it be ended. And then what happened was FDR brought it back as soon as he became president, because he declared us in a state of unlimited emergency, and mobilized America for war, which he had always intended to start. Though, of course, you need to read our book, The Roswell Deception, for the full details. There's no point in my going into this in depth right now. But he had originally intended to start war with England. He was going to start war with England, and then the British essentially bribed him by giving to him the opium trade, which they had won through the Opium Wars. Again, for those of you who don't know, the Opium Wars were waged against China, where the British then forced upon the Chinese people that everybody buy opium every day. And as a result, China became a nation of opium addicts, which didn't end until the time of Mao Zedong. And, of course, the communists killing everyone who was caught with opium. And at that point, China kicked the opium habit. It's probably one of the few positive things you can say about communism. But when it came to the Roosevelt, this was why he was involved with China, was because he was involved with the opium trade. And then ultimately his Flying Tigers were a private mercenary force, completely illegal by all American and international law, that were protecting the opium smuggling, and the Japanese interdicted that, which led to confrontations with the Japanese. And ultimately, because Churchill was insisting he go to war against the Germans, and he had been bribed, to basically side with the British at that point, and the opium trade was bringing in all kinds of money for himself personally, for the American Empire. This is what made World War II against Germany and Japan inevitable. So it was just a incredibly... it was like a worst-case scenario in which everything bad that could possibly happen happened. It was something that no one in their sane mind would ever write out in a movie plot and expect people to believe. Like, nothing can possibly go this wrong again and again and again, repeatedly, to the point where it gets this bad. Yeah, that's what happened. So understand that when you're looking things up in online about the subject of World War II, you have no idea how propagandized it is. You may think you do. You may think, oh, I'm an adult, I'm mature, I'm cynical. I realize that there are things about World War II that are not historically accurate, that have been promulgated for a long time, intergenerationally. No, you have no idea. And until you read the Roswell Deception, you'll just begin at that point to even get some kind of a hint as to how bad it's been, just how extreme the lies have been, and just how unbelievable everything is concerning World War II. The fact that the Allies are the bad guys, that they are the true villains in every respect in what happened.
Yeah.
Well, go on, by all means.
Oh, it's just the propagandization just runs that deep and is that severe that even when people say, yeah, my government and military, they've been lying to me about everything, but I still believe everything they've said about the Third Reich and we won the war against Japan.
Yeah,
but everything else is a lie.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
Yeah,
unfucking believable.
Is evil. That's how fucking strong it is against them psychologically.
Yes, the indoctrination is so profound. It is all that the Allies have to rest their laurels on is the big lie. And believe me, the Russians are just as bad about this as any Americans. The Russians think they won World War II. And anybody who takes a look at their performance in Ukraine, then you truly begin to understand just what a big lie they've been living all these years.
Yep.
By the way, we're being given a lot of footage by Aristides. Oh, I believe this is Andromeda Garrett footage, or in general, but
yeah.
So tell us
UFO
a bit.
footage.
Yeah. So tell us a bit about your.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be. I mean, I don't have the details of each one where it was, but I think they're all recent.
Okay.
Like within this year, last year, maybe, I don't know.
Are these the giant ships that carry the smaller anti-gravitational ships or electromagnetic ships?
Yeah.
Kind of like the airspace equivalent of the battleship carriers.
What happened to your audio? You're echoing incredibly. What happened there?
That's real Aristides.
Oh!
Yeah, I don't know. I thought something was weird there for a minute. Something was weird. But anyway, for what it's worth, there you go.
Well, Aristides, do me a favor and maybe tomorrow, whenever you wake up, send that to George.
Yeah, well, did you add him? I should still be able to tag him if you added him to.
Could you please?
Yeah.
He's added. Yeah, and
you added him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, should be able to tag him, I think.
Okay, great. Let me make sure he's added. I'm sure he's out there. Oh, that echo is maddening. So let me make sure too. Okay,
if you yourself when you're not talking.
Yeah. No, we're dialing him again. Let's see if he comes on. And so our man is tagging him right now.
Right. There you go.
Oh my!
All right, God. I don't know if my audio is weird or what. I'm just gonna go on mute for.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Bless you. Okay, that was Aristides. Oh my God, that's such relief. That echoing was maddening. at any rate,
Have you looked into documents regarding those specific ships, the large cigar-shaped ones that carry other smaller ships inside them?
I will confess that when it comes to by this point, when we get to the mechanics, if you will, of the Flugelrad, the Andromeda Garret, the various craft of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, that America and many of the Allies are still legally at war with, what I saw was nothing compared to a lot of what was dug up by George Knight. So George Knight has a very good sense in general of discernment, and ability to ascertain what's just footage from Iron Sky or some other stupid kind of ahistorical Hollywood production or some kind of cinematic production. Just so people understand, Iron Sky was produced in Finland, which really speaks ill of the Finns. And they lost a lot of my sympathy through that shit. But all I can say is that George Knight has done so much research into this. At this point, he's much better informed than I am about a lot of the technical aspects of this kind of craft. But I certainly saw my share. George Knight's able to deliver stuff that's far more detailed now than I'm able to consciously remember, though when I dig through my notes, certain things are brought back to memory. But honestly, the man who's really on the cutting edge of this at this point is George Knight. When it comes to these kind of craft that form the majority of what we would call mechanical type of UFO sightings. UFO sightings that are clearly solid craft that you could touch if you were physically close to them.
Right.
Yeah. The overwhelming majority of that is going to be Reichscraft. Others would be drones or secret test craft of other nations. When it comes to the really hyper-fast shit that is like making impossible curves and turns, at that point you're talking generally the post-singularity civilizations of the undersea realm. These are, because generally these are USOs, or undersea submersible objects, or unidentified submersible objects. And they arise once in a while. Nemo just put up a nice blueprint.
That's an Andromeda blueprint.
Yeah.
And it shows like the smaller ships inside of it.
Thank you.
Like a carrier, yeah.
Yeah, deeply appreciate it. And in a sense, it doesn't do it justice, in a sense, because basically the size differential is not really displayed here. This would be something like, obviously, when you've got a carrier that's this small, the way it's shown in this diagram, this would probably be a prototype, just what they call proof of concept. This would be proof of concept. Now, I believe I've given you this illustration before, but what I'll hunt for and then put into our text box will be an illustration that better shows what these craft are like, and based on eyewitness reports of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile. This would be similar to police descriptions, where the police are confronted with trying to create a sketch of a criminal based on description. So that's something similar was done with this illustration as a illustration of what a Andromeda Garret and its parasite craft would look like. So I'll hunt for that right now, and then relay that to our friends in the Skype text box. I don't have like links which I can provide the general public, because a lot of the stuff is just not online in any easily accessible form for the public to find. It'll probably take me a few minutes to find this. Then of course we'll see if I go into monologue, which I should be ready to do. I feel much more ready tonight than I do on some other nights. I'm actually
more energized.
I don't know about that, but let's just put it this way. It's motivated. Just that. I'm sorry, what's that?
Motivated.
I don't know about that either, but certainly just ready to ultimately just go into monologue. Let's just say it's been a while. It's been a while since I've actually gone into monologue because
Okay.
yeah, there's been a lot of times when people have interrupted. I was ready to talk about, say, for instance, an analysis of the Trump mugshot, and then when I was going into that, at that point. Then Brooke was, of course, acting very hostile, and that was strange. It's just not strange in a sense. It's almost like maybe at times she thinks she's being funny or something, and just has no concept of how abusive she truly is or can be. But when I was going into just talking about the Trump mugshot for some reason, people can hear this on the latest episode before tonight's. And literally, people can listen to this. It's, and I'm certain nobody's surprised. Every sentence, she would just interrupt and just say something offensive or abusive. It was just incredible. She literally has no control over herself at times. It's like almost like a programmed individual. So I did talk to her about this privately. I do want people to understand that. Well, we'll see what comes of all this. All I can say is that, I try my best to be patient. At least she doesn't do something like solicit. So, we can say that much. Hopefully I can find this illustration. I should be able to. But, of course, my files are so large. Believe it or not, this is one of the few files that's not overwhelmed, polluted, if you will, with pornography. That happens with so much of my other files.
Not to interrupt, but your troll's back under another name again.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah. It's this is one illustration, not the one I was looking for. It's not the one I was looking for. Let me keep looking. But first I'll take care of this. And so basically, what he's doing now is he's just retracting every message that he enters, right?
Yeah. As soon as I said it, it disappeared.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't even bear asking what it was. So I've hid his messages.
Yep.
So
I'm looking at this image you posted.
Yeah, and I'll try and find some of the others that
It's really like a cigar case or something.
Cigar case would be square. I get what you're saying, like an individual cigar case. Yeah. Yeah. And so let me see if I can find this in a different file that I might have in one of the more conventional files. But I was looking through the Reichs file, but the Reichs file is vast. And I
remember one of my older friends I used to be friends with, or I thought it was a friend. His mother's best friend remembers witnessing a cigar-shaped ship flying around in the sky when she was a child. And I'm just like, oh, that's interesting, because I've been watching videos. He tells me this when I mention about a bunch of videos that I've seen of cigar-shaped ships being caught flying around. So just witnesses even in Australia have noticed them.
Wow. And of course, Australia is actually kind of a hotbed for UFO sightings and experiences in its own right.
I remember when I used to go outside for an hour or two and stare at the stars and look at the star alignments and all that, and I'd just it'd be clear sky, no clouds, so there's no optical illusion, but I'd notice what would appear to be a star would start moving, not even in a straight line, like in a curvature or just a diagonal route. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Is that a satellite? Because it looked like a star that just starts moving. And I'm like, I even had to point it out to my dad. He's like, yeah, that's fucking strange. But you'll notice this activity in the sky if you stare at the sky long enough at night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Balls of light just moving, and they're not way too high to be a plane or helicopter. They look like stars.
Well, are you out far enough from, shall I say, the main? I mean, because
on the outer skirts of town.
Yeah, because I was about to say there is this phenomena called light pollution, and light pollution is, of course, when you're in a major city. There's just so much ambient light from street lights, skyscrapers, just everything else. Yeah.
It was pretty clear where I was when I saw these.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and I would assume that a lot of places in Australia are pretty clear compared to other places. So you're in a good area to see what goes on in the night sky, and fortunate in that regard. So of course, aside from that, were there any other experiences that you've read about or heard about in Australia that stick out, kind of relevant?
No, just not that I can remember off the top of my head, but just the personal one about my mother's friend witnessing it, and me just looking at them, at these balls of light moving around in the sky at night.
Mm-hmm.
I've also, it's kind of unrelated, but years ago in 2011, I did have an abduction dream where I remember waking up and I'm lying on a metal bed or whatever, and it's in a lit room, and then these two unidentified beings, they weren't greys, but they weren't human. And I just remember them looking at me, and I'm paralyzed laying on the bed, and I'm in a state of fear because I just have this thought that they're going to do something to me, and I'm hoping that they're going to let me go. Because I'm hoping they're going to think I'm damaged goods, because this was after I had the car accident, so I'm covered in scars. And those are the thoughts going in my mind. I just hope they leave me alone, and I can't move my body. But I was eventually, with a lot of effort, able to move my right hand to try and bring it up towards them. And I'm looking beyond the heads of these beings, and I'm just saying, help me. And then the experience ended after that, and I just wake up from my sleep. That was in a full-on abduction experience in the dream in early 2012, sorry.
Wow. I mean, so terrifying. And so in your own sense, you've had kind of an encounter, potentially. It's like like you said, mostly shadow. No, any other physical description about these entities?
They were like not shadow, just humanoid-like, but not human. You could like a hybrid type being.
Okay.
They weren't full-on grey, but they were just something weird that you'd probably see in a fucking magazine about, weird. I'm not saying they're aliens, just the way they looked.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of dreams where after that, I've had a lot of dreams whenever I see a flying craft in the sky, I get like red alert danger feeling, and I start retreating to the closest shelter or hole I could crawl through or whatever, because they're trying to pull me up. I remember at one of the units I was living at, when I was just standing at the front, and I'm noticing these just the ships in the sky, and I'm like, oh, that's strange. And I thought, oh shit, I better start fucking running. And they're trying to pull me up, like they're trying to suck me up, and I'm holding onto the steel bar on the outside that's connected to the ground, to the roof of the unit, while my legs are lifting up off the air, and I'm just trying to pull myself inside with a great struggle. I've had a lot of those dreams where they just keep trying to abduct me, and I'm fighting it.
Wow. And I
haven't been getting them recently. It was quite a while ago, but a lot of them back years ago.
Incredible. So thank you for sharing that. And that takes some courage to share such dreams. Obviously, you're not alone in this, and many people, of course, have their own dreams that are very similar. So I'm just glad that you shared yours. Okay, so don't say that's funny, because I see the illustration a lot, and you may have even seen it before. I'm trying to remember who was it that responded to it. Maybe you saw it the time I published it on Facebook. But it's I'll look for it later, and if I find it, I'll send it to you in a private message. So right. In the meantime, I'll prepare for monologuing, and then our numbers are good, so that's actually impressive considering the ups and downs of tonight's show, though a lot of people actually enjoyed the kind of interaction we have. Certainly whatever else can be said about Brooke, it's never dull when she's on. Right. Many people might find it repulsive, or that's not what they're here for. They're here for the monologues. But people who think like that, try and put yourself in my shoes, and imagine trying to talk monologue for 12 hours. It's not that I haven't done it, but of course you're asking something superhuman of me, which, granted, I'm not baseline human, and I can go on for hours and hours. But it's let's put it this way. It's just honestly having people to conduct roundtables with. It's an important part to a lot of listeners' lives. It really is. They enjoy the different human interactions with different people on my show, and they just think that it's fun to listen to. They appreciate it. So it just is what it is. Okay.
Makes it entertaining.
Yes, that's right. And informative in its own right, or it can be. So I want to enter monologue. We're going to ask our men to hang out with us if they wish. Aristides is welcome to tune out, go to sleep whenever he wishes. If he wants to say goodnight first, he's welcome to do so. And otherwise, of
course. What's the topics you'll be addressing in the monologue?
We'll let Aristides have his say first.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. No, I'm still here enough to say goodnight, so you're okay if I hang up then?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we're fine. Thank you. Bless you. We love you dearly. Thank you so much.
Good night, everybody. Please donate to Douglas because I screwed up.
Thank you. That's deeply appreciated. Thank you. You're wonderful. You did what a decent human being would do. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good one, Aristides.
We'll talk about it more. Call me sometime, offline. We'll talk about it.
We will. Okay,
or something.
And feel free, if you happen to wake up on time, check in the morning. If you catch in on time, we'll probably have a little bit of a private conversation after the show's over.
Yeah, okay.
For a few minutes.
Yeah.
And
all right, good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night. Take care.
Good night.
Otherwise, I'll give you a call. Okay, bye for now. Okay, so that was Aristides, and I actually have his cell phone number, which I have contacted him a few times in the past. Once, actually, it was during an emergency when we had the DDoS, Dedicated Denial of Service attack, just before Peter Moon was coming on, right after he got back from Romania. I contacted Aristides by a text to let him know what was going on the cell phone. Of course, I would do the same with Nemo, except that Nemo's in fucking Australia, and the cell phone I have is provided by Lifeline, and I literally cannot call outside of the country. I mean, miraculously, but it's expected. They allow me to call Hawaii or Alaska, but Hawaii and Alaska are like, technically in the United States, even though they may as well be other countries.
Right.
Yeah. So, but it's how would we say it? The paradoxical nature of the American empire. But of course I'm not allowed to call Canada or Mexico or Australia or anywhere else other than the United States because I got a free phone service. So, okay. So that being said, as for the topics we're covering tonight, probably start off a bit with Trump and the Republicans, then go a bit into the geopolitics, take it from there to around the world, so to speak. The usual suspect nations, probably hit Israel just a little bit because, of course, that's in the news in its own way. Still had a lot of ongoing, shall we say, protests because of their politics. Of course, the communist Chinese are ever in the news, and since I'm one of the few real experts in that area, happy to go into that zone. Russia, of course, inescapable, and or Ukraine, their battle zone. So all that being said, our man, Mr. Nemo, is welcome to interject whenever he feels he might have something constructive.
I'll be staying on through the whole monologue.
Thank you.
But do you mind if I just quickly go away for a bit and have a shower and something to eat? I'll be back after.
Okay, yes.
Let's go.
Go ahead and do that, and just let me know when you return.
When I'm back.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So we're going to start into the monologue. The first thing that I'm going to do is, of course, check into the, shall we say, it says users' messages will now be hidden. So they're back, and so the trolls are assigned, and they're here all night, and they are doubtless paid for what they do, or I would certainly hope they're paid for what they do. If not, they're truly insane, and have nothing to do, which is pretty much, of course, what our Lady Brooke Gibson told the stalker, and that's all this individual is, just another gang stalker, another cultist of the Kings of Edom. She was pointing out that he has nothing going on in his life, and that's quite obvious. So with that, I'll be checking in regularly while speaking about what comes off the top of my head. And I want people to know, of course, that let's take a look at that mugshot. This is a mugshot that, well, the man in the photo wears a scowl, shadowless in some no space. His hair's a mystery, a cloud, an eddy, a fleece of spun gold, if you will. Harshly lit, slightly out of focus, no depth of field. It could be a driver's license photo, were it not for the badge in the corner. Fulton County Sheriff's Office. That provides the image with its context. The man's glare was practiced 1,000 times before it was captured, yet he seems to be seething at his lack of control. It is, at this point in history, the most famous photograph in the world. It's one of 19 similar pictures, all bright and weirdly washed out, the light sometimes gleaming like a white bar on the subject's forehead. A few of them are so brightly lit that they seem to be fading away. Others wear masks of a deathly pallor. Mugshots are meant to convey just the facts of a person's face, but the more you look, the more the facts fade away. Some of these people seem like they are from the same gene pool. A couple look like twins. The Greek myth of Medusa taketh many forms, but the most common is this. Medusa was a woman who, having angered the goddess Athena, was made into a monster. Athena punished Medusa by turning her hair into a writhing tangle of serpents, and then by ensuring that anyone who looked into Medusa's eyes would be turned to stone. In shaping their story of a gaze made violent, the creators of that early democracy were prescient about the man who has tried to destroy our own. Donald Trump's head may be covered in spray rather than snakes, but he is a Medusa all the same, reconfigured for the age of mass media. Once you look at him, your fate is already sealed. Now, but a few nights agone, into last weekend, the 45th president became inmate number P, as in Paul, or Peter, 011-35809 of Georgia's Fulton County Jail. Trump had his mugshot taken. It was shared with the public. We looked, of course, and he was prepared for our gaze. Hair, makeup, angle, pose. In the portrait, it is a portrait in the end. Trump glares directly into the camera. He seethes. He glowers. He turns in a studied performance. Photos like this are typically exercises in enforced humility. Trump's is a display of ongoing power. He treats his mugshot as our menace. As much as anything, this week last was the real start of the 2024 campaign, and the preview it offered suggested how much the next year will be dominated by variations on the tiresome theme of Trump, Trump, and Trump again. Even the former president's absence from the first Republican debate on Wednesday midweek last did little to distract from the storyline of the poll-dominating elephant not in the room, as the Fox News anchor Brett Baer put it. But if the subject is by now a familiar one, the plot has taken a notable twist, summed up in the extraordinary spectacle that unfolded in Atlanta late on Thursday evening. In a highly public display manufactured for maximum primetime impact by the world's most famous criminal defendant, Trump flew into the city on his private jet ahead of a Friday deadline before his surrender, then motorcaded to the Fulton County Jail, where he was arrested, fingerprinted, and had his mugshot taken before being released on a pre-negotiated $200,000 bail. There was no real news in this, of course, since he was indicted earlier last month. But that did not stop the breathless hours of coverage, the scenes of his plane slowly rolling down the tarmac, the extensive motorcade ride through Atlanta, his self-reported and highly suspect description of himself as 6'3" and 215 pounds. The big reveal of the evening was his photograph, in which he wore a navy suit and red tie. He glared straight into the camera for his big moment. I'd call it the trademark Trump glower. Eyebrows raised, vaguely menacing, closer to a scowl than a smile. It's the look he has personally cultivated for years. In the White House, his aides called it simply the stare. He stands charged with illegally seeking to overturn the results of the 2020 election in Georgia and nationally. If the Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis, has her way, he will go on trial as soon as October 23rd, my late and sainted legal father's birthday, alongside a rogues gallery of 18 co-defendants in a scheme that Willis has likened to a criminal racketeering conspiracy. Now, this unprecedented photograph of a former American president treated like a common criminal, which Willis seemed intent on orchestrating, unless somebody tells me differently, as Fulton County's sheriff had said earlier yesterday, just last week. We are following our normal practices. This will all go down in history, and not, it is safe to say, in any good way. Look at the mugshots of the Watergate conspirators. There is a grainy satisfaction in contemplating those black and white figures today, knowing how their stories ended up. Yet for now, Trump sees only political gain, and quite possibly the specter of a historic self-pardon, in that snarly snapshot from the Fulton County Jail. And why, after all, should he not? The 4 indictments this year have been good for his poll numbers with the Republican base, good for his fundraising, and good for his favored political move of presenting himself as a perpetual victim who must seek vengeance against his persecutors. And so that's set aside. Once again, hiding the troll. Going to enter a nice little acid kick 96 hello. And we take it from there. Even the big event, whose timing he did not orchestrate this week, tended to reinforce his preferred narrative of inevitable victory over a largely quiescent field of Republican also-rans. Trump's absence, his absence at the debate on Wednesday, midweek last, afforded the 8 Russell collaborationist, red Republican insurgent candidates who made it to the stage a chance to argue over policy matters, such as support for the war in the Ukraine and deficit reduction, without his oxygen-sucking presence. Only 10 minutes of questions in 12 long hours were actually about Trump and the ongoing challenge to American democracy that he presents. But it did not matter. The takeaway from the first debate of 2024 was not all that different from the takeaway from the first debate of the 2016 electoral cycle. The Republican Party is the party of Donald John Trump, whether he's on stage or not. The essential moment came at the top of the second hour, when the Fox News anchors finally, belatedly, uttered the T word, asking which Republican candidates would endorse the ex-president as their nominee, even in the increasingly likely scenario that he becomes a convicted felon. The responses that followed unrolled as a sort of democracy car crash. First, the young entrepreneur and aspiring Trump clone Vivek Ramaswamy's hand shot up, high, followed quickly by Nikki Haley's, Tim Scott's, and Doug Burgum's. Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, once touted as a possible Trump killer until his leaden personality and clumsy campaigning sent him sinking in the polls, did himself no favors by looking to see what the other candidates were doing, then raising his hand as well. Next to go was Mike Pence, the former vice president, whose candidacy has veered between sanctimonious reminders of how he stood up to Trump on January 6, 2021, and almost inexplicable acts of sycophancy toward him. A few minutes later, Pence would demand, in that deep baritone of his, that the other candidates weigh in on his January 6th choice to rebuff Trump and certify his 2020 electoral defeat. He said, "I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day." Did he think the audience would forget that he had just pledged to vote for Trump again? Criminal convictions be damned. Pence has long since perfected the ability to abase himself in public without seeming the least bit ashamed. Now, in terms of, in the end, 6 out of 8 candidates confirmed what we already knew. They would back Trump as the nominee, essentially, no matter what. The 2 exceptions were Asa Hutchinson and Chris Christie, prompting audible boos from the audience. Chris Christie said of Donald Trump, "Someone has to stop normalizing this conduct." Bayer and his co-anchor, Martha McCallum, didn't even bother to ask which felony, out of the 91 counts in 4 separate criminal indictments that he is currently facing, Trump might be convicted of. That was never the point of their hypothetical, which instead served to remind America that even Republicans, ostensibly running against the ex-president, are very likely to end up voting for him. Watching these hopelessly outmatched candidates, I kept thinking back to one of the great lines from last summer's January 6th hearings in the House of Representatives. Trump's former campaign manager, Bill Stepien, described how, after the 2020 election, he and others had been part of Team Normal, those who tried and failed to convince Trump that he had really lost the election, only to find themselves pushed aside in favor of Team Crazy, whose members, led by Rudy Giuliani, aided and abetted Trump's lies about the rigged election. The Republican debate stage in Milwaukee this week was filled with candidates who came from what passes for Team Normal in today's Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency. Figures such as Trump's former Vice President, Pence, Trump's former United Nations Ambassador, Haley, and Trump's former friend and advisor, Chris Christie. All three of them built their careers as governors in the pre-Trump Republican Party. Pence and Haley in the reliably red states of Indiana and South Carolina, respectively. Christie in Democratic New Jersey, a point he emphasized to little avail in his debate stage pitch for Republicans to go for a candidate who knows how to win a competitive race in unfriendly territory. But just like Stepien and the rest of Team Normal, they all eventually sold out to Trump. In this, they represent the very considerable part of the Republican Party that knew supporting Trump was a disaster back in 2016, and yet when it came time for the general election and divvying up the spoils of power that followed his unlikely victory, they did it anyway. If this were a different time, a viewer of Wednesday's debate might have concluded that it was not a bad night for Team Normal. Haley and Christie delivered several of the more memorable zingers while making impassioned cases for decidedly normal causes, such as supporting the Ukraine, a free country aligned with these United States over Vladimir Putin's murderous dictatorship, as Haley put it, or choosing to protect the Constitution over terminating it, as Christie put it. Both took a special glee in going after Ramaswamy, Trump for the millennial set, so automatic in his Trumpier-than-thou responses to any question that Christie lampooned him as a sort of yellow nigger ChatGPT version of a Republican candidate. It was a good dig, but also perhaps unintentionally revealing. ChatGPT might very well come up with a Trumpist candidate who sounds a lot like this one. Besides, the polls these days about the Republican race for 2024 are clear. Team Normal is a sideshow, and a highly compromised one at that. There should be little doubt that most of those who now claim to have moved on from Donald Trump, such as Haley and Pence, will nonetheless raise their hands and vote for him again, if they have to. For Republicans, for now, there is, once again, only Team Trump. So, while checking back into our latest trollery, then I get back into the train of thought where I can provide some sort of analysis. And this is, of course, I would say, one of the problems of being a public informant is that you're always dealing with the cult of the kings of Edom. And they are, of course, tireless. They send, of course, the enemies to attempt to throw us off. And it just goes on forever. It's just an endless war. The struggle for your future. But remember, it's your war, and ultimately, you have to fight it. It's not up to me. I'm here providing what analysis I can. And of course, I invest my time and energy. Once, of course, I decided to go into monologue is when they sent a dedicated troll who's just choosing a different name under which to attack again and again. And this might go on the rest of the night. I will admit I might get tired of this and just end the transmission. But if that's the case, it's... how should I put this? Isn't Nemo one of these minders? I'll make him such when he returns. So hopefully he can return as soon as possible, and then I can move him into a position of responsibility. I do want people to know that our nation is staring down a Trump-Biden rematch, uninspired, undecided, and anxious, as our nation is, that we've got 5 months to go before the Iowa caucuses. And with both President Biden and Donald Trump handily outpolling their primary rivals, our country is hurtling toward a repeat of 2020 that has left many voters frustrated, dispirited, and utterly dug in. We are a nation, of course, ultimately preparing for civil war. This is what makes what Sarah Palin said so incredibly dangerous. She is someone who is obviously trying to start a civil war. She's someone that I'll turn to in a second as our primary example of a shit disturber that is pouring oil on the fire. And I think that we have a situation in which we are going to have to come to grips with the fact that we have ultimately one true villain in this, Donald Trump. And obviously, if the nation is to live, someone's going to have to kill this son of a bitch. Now, keeping Trump off the ballot could be a convoluted process, even though he's as guilty as Jefferson Davis. There's this ongoing debate inside legal circles over whether the disqualification from holding office clause in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution forbids ex-President Donald Trump from being elected president again in 2024 because of his involvement in the January 6th conspiracy to remain in power after he lost the 2020 election to our legal president, Joseph Biden. Now, that document states, "No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability." Now, over this weekend last, WRAL's Will Doran assessed the arguments regarding keeping Trump on the ballot and came to basically no conclusion whatsoever other than, well, it's going to be a very difficult, convoluted process that this might In other words, the only real solution to this is a bullet through Donald Trump's brain. Otherwise, we're going to be faced with a civil war that's going to put a bullet through too many other people's brains. We are definitely in a position where, well, it's come to that. Sometimes government by assassination is better than government by a criminal clique, which is, of course, how Russia functions and what the Republicans want to turn America into a cloned copy of. Now, that being said, Putin's civil war threat, well, Putin speaking through Palin, well, that's a sign of very bad things to come. Now, as a phenomenon in itself, Sarah Palin's pithy comments about Donald Trump's arrest in Atlanta last week were neither surprising nor terribly significant. Her rant and rave, as reported, were characteristically over the top. I'll read a paragraph. Sarah Palin responded to Donald Trump's arrest in Georgia on Thursday night by talking up the possibility of civil war. Speaking to Eric Bolling as the former president was booked at the Fulton County Jail on election interference charges, Palin slammed those who are conducting this travesty and creating this two-tier system of justice. I want to ask them, what the heck? The former Alaska governor has said, do you want us to be in a civil war? Because that's what's going to happen. We're not going to keep putting up with this. Addressing Bolling, Palin went on to say, I like that you suggested that we need to get angry. We do need to rise up and take our country back. Now, it's unlikely that the perpetually overrated poll, that cunt last seen losing 2 congressional races in Alaska to a Democrat yesteryear, is going to lead the kind of violent insurrection she is not so subtly threatening. But it's a sign that the many attention-starved MAGA strap-hangers in or at the periphery of national politics are going to have a new mantra going forward. Having burned through more conventional measures to take our country back via normal electoral or legislative activity, Trump surrogates are embracing their cult leaders' increasingly incendiary talk about past, present, and future setbacks that must be avenged or prevented by any means necessary. So anyone shocked at my saying someone's got to kill this son of a bitch, just listen to the Republicans. Jack Smith's federal indictment of Trump sparked a lot of fiery rhetoric, as was reported back in June. We had Representative Andy Briggs of Arizona, who said on June 9th at 11:46 a.m., with 5.8 million views, no less, we have now reached a war phase. Eye for an eye. Time magazine notes that more recently, the threats have been more specifically aimed at the alleged persecutors. And here we are. And so we're hiding again the trollery. And this will go on until, our man Nemo is finished showering. Which I think he's drowned in the fucking shower. And then when he returns, there he is. He's back.
I'm just
Okay.
eating my dinner at the moment, then I'll be fully back.
Okay, well, this is what I need you to do. Okay, let's see what we can do here.
Do you want to give me the ability to remove any trolls?
I'm going to have to. So this is going to, let's see, standard moderator can review and remove chat messages or hide or put users in timeout. So you're going to be a standard moderator to start with. And,
Yep.
and so let's push that in there. So you are now a standard moderator. And so I can't keep my monologue going while monitoring this individual. And he's just going to go on and on. Now, what makes this so interesting is that YouTube is supposed to be able to track a person who continually makes new false channels, and they're supposed to be able to basically identify such people abusing the YouTube system by the IP address. So this person has literally gone through, let's count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, literally half a dozen false
He might
channels.
be using VPN.
Yeah, so it's either that or he's working with the NSA and therefore has as many IP addresses as he needs, which is the equivalent of the VPN if you're a civilian. Because this is all he has to do, he must be being paid for this, because there's no person in their right mind who would just sit down and do this. Because what benefit would they get from it? So obviously he's being paid, or he's truly insane, which all of the cultists of the Kings of Edom are anyway. So now you're a moderator, and now I'm going to count on you to keep track of this guy so I can concentrate on the monologue. I'm going to have to do that. So I'm delegating authority to you, and I appreciate your being here to even help me with this. So it's important now that you carry that out. You definitely, we couldn't do it without you. So this is something that I do want people to know, that this is how I'm stuck. It's obviously something where it becomes impossible to continue a monologue when you've got someone doing this, because then you're constantly forced to check in on them, and it does interrupt the train of thought, or my getting into a zone, getting into a space where I can monologue. So I presume you could do this while you're eating or finishing up eating, and that the rest of the night you can handle this. Thank you.
Yep.
Bless you. And so our man Nemo Albano has got this now, and we will, there might have even been a 7th channel, and maybe that's what our man Brandon Young was deleting earlier. So now the power is in yours, and I did notice the numbers went down by 1, so that may already have discouraged him. But definitely, I will say this one thing: he was definitely psychological warfare trained. So there he goes, and so get him. He's right there, and he's yours. So he's psychologically warfare trained, and he's going through all the normal quote-unquote trigger mechanisms that they train you to go for. Yeah. And so keep an eye out for him. You're going to be doing this for the rest of the night, because he seems to be coming up with a new channel every minute.
Yep. I got nothing better to do. All good.
Excellent. Bless you. So with that handled, I'm just going to turn my attention completely towards monologue. So in terms of what Time Magazine wrote about the threats now becoming more specifically aimed at the alleged persecutors, I'll read 2 paragraphs therefrom to help me get back into the zone, back on track of thought. Trump has repeatedly, I'm reading here, Trump has repeatedly been warned by federal officials to refrain from rhetoric that could incite violence or civil unrest. So this is the man who's truly inciting the violence here, not myself. Yet as he faces a 4th criminal indictment within a matter of months, he is only stepping up his attacks on prosecutors and judges. And within minutes of his attacks, his acolytes respond. A brief review of pro-Trump forums, right-wing messaging groups, and social media platforms immediately turns up dozens of potentially violent threats directed at Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis and her entire family. some encouraged others to find Willis's home address and post personal information about her family if she doesn't, quote unquote, back down. So he puts these people on the hunt, and they're willing to take out the family of a black African American female. And believe me, the troll in our chat room is an example of just the kind of person attempting to incite violence against myself. The cult of the kings of Edom, just think of the very term. Edom means red, as in the red sands of the enemy nations that surrounded the Holy Land at the time that Herod was ultimately, as an Edomite, installed by the Roman Empire. And this was the man who would have killed your God. Red is the color of the Republican Party. They are the cult of Edom. All of this is connected. This is not specious semantics, not mental gymnastics. All that I'm saying right now, being attacked so vociferously by someone in the chat in an attempt to keep me from saying it, well, if you can't do the math and add up the numbers, then you're already lost. This, of course, started as soon as I went into monologue, the individual not putting the energy into doing so while we were in roundtable. It speaks volumes. Now, Real Tech Geek, who was the man who actually prophesied, if you will, precognizantly went on record to bet that our man Brendan Zogit would return to the public eye in September, and saw himself vindicated. He was an individual who was emphasizing me. Well, I could show people in his Skype messages, not the general public. I could only show people who were on Skype. No point in showing it to Nemo right now. I'm certain he will take what I say as fact. Real Tech basically said, oh, you've got to get back into your monologues. It's something that I haven't done in a while. I don't regret not having done it in a while. We had plenty of other things to do with the program. But the moment I try to get back into monologues, I get an assigned troll. I think it tells everyone everything they need to know. Just as everything we said about the Temple of Satan in America earlier, as articulated by Peter Moon and myself. I hope you all begin to understand that none of this has been some kind of self-indulgence on the part of myself or any other member of Team Dietrich, inclusive Peter Moon in this case. All of this is now, well, it's self-evident. And therefore, well, you'd better not only listen to me, you'd better start spreading the word. So here's the scary thing that ensures this rhetoric will only escalate. By labeling his multiple indictments electoral interference, the very crime of which he himself is charged by both federal and state prosecutors, Trump has now made his rigged election claim for 2024 well over a year in advance. If and when he loses the general election, he will not have to contrive allegations of voting by non-citizens, as he did in 2016, in order to argue he actually won the popular vote, or demonize voting by mail, as he did in 2020, before, during, and after his electoral night victory declaration, or seize on fabricated anecdotes of fraudulent conduct by electoral officials, another 2020 hardy perennial. In the view from the MAGA fever swamps, it's now impossible for Trump to have a fair shot at regaining the presidency. If he wins despite the massive electoral interference he faces, he is fully justified in unleashing the vengeance that is so prominent a part of his 2024 message. if he seems to lose, it's clearly grounds for whatever extra-constitutional redress he and his cultists so choose. But with this terrible miscarriage of justice underway before our eyes each day in Washington and Manhattan and Florida and Georgia, why wait for the preemptive theft of the presidency to be consummated? Why not demand it stop right now, on pain of nation-rending violence? Or, as some hardcore conservatives like to put it, a Second Amendment solution. This that I've just said is not me talking. I'm reading from a Republican website. This is a conventional Republican website, no less. Team normal, as it were. So, you see, Trump's 2024 campaign is already infused with the smell of gunpowder and the clamor of insurrection. More conventional thinkers may believe his endless misconduct and his ever more relentless extremism will convince Republican primary voters to dump him in favor of some safer substitute who doesn't terrify half the electorate. But the MAGA take on the nomination contest is that doing anything other than sending Trump back out into battle represents complicity in a rigged election that happened in 2020 and that is already fully underway for 2024. That makes the rhetoric of civil war, and at some point a significant risk of something worse than rhetoric, not only inevitable, but certain to get worse and worse as the various legal proceedings against Trump run their course. And Sarah Barracuda, as they call Sarah Palin, isn't about to miss her chance to pour a little more gasoline on the fire. And of course, QAnon, where Ian West would source everything he said, despite how many times he would deny it. All of it, of course, was so obviously QAnon that he may as well have worn the t-shirt. They see more in Trump's mugshot than most. They say Tsunami Trump is coming. We've long suspected that Donald John Trump lives on another planet. But whoever thought it had such low gravity? Our favorite felonious punk may not actually be 6 feet 3 inches tall and weigh 215 pounds on Earth, as his Fulton County booking info falsely indicates. But anyone can spin this obvious lie into gold and make him look like a conquering hero. Anyone who's a QAnon adherent anyway. Yes, QAnon is still alive and unwell, and its advocates are still waiting for that storm to come. And it turns out Trump's latest arrest and the release of his mugshot are all part of the plan. After being mugshot, mugshoot it, which means shit farted, into this last weekend, Trump returned to X, which is what nobody calls the platform formerly known as Twitter, to send an X, which is what nobody calls a post formerly known as a tweet, to his supporters in the death cult, which is what any one of us with any awareness would call the party formerly known as the GOP, or the Grand Ole Party, what I always reference as the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, calling a spade a spade. The X-tweet includes Trump's mugshot and a grift summons. Remarkably, QAnon folks saw something in it other than a surly, glowering weirdo who looks like he's on day 2 of a 3-day strawberry yoo-hoo cleanse. As Vice News reported, within minutes of posting this mugshot, Trump was deluged with supportive comments from folks certain that the big reveal, it est, the arrival of the long-promised storm, was nigh. To read therefrom, supporters quickly claimed there was a secret code within Trump's tweet pointing out that the 3 letters at the beginning of each line spelled out E-N-D. The end! This was then linked to a message posted by Q in 2019 that reads, "There is no step 5. End." For QAnon fans who have been waiting for years for the conclusion of this conspiracy, this claim was too enticing to ignore. The crime is complete. They have finally arrested the president after they stole the election. Now the military can't ignore this anymore. One user of a QAnon-focused message board so wrote. I'm reading this from Vice. This is not spontaneously coming from me. To quote again, their job is to protect the Constitution and not the politicians. Here, QAnon referring to the military. Now the crime is complete. The entire bait has been swallowed. Brothers and sisters, welcome to Act 3. Yeah, Act 3 is here all right, but it looks like it's going to teach us a lot more about hubris than heroism. Meanwhile, for those of us not watching, Sound of Freedom on an endless loop while popping psychedelic toads like so much fiddle faddle, the X-Weeded photo, Trump's first activity on the account in over 2 years, looks conspicuously like the same asshole that's been relentlessly shoved in our faces for the past 8 years, only 10 to 20% more asshole-ish. To go back to reading quotes here, this interpretation ignores the fact that for years, QAnon influencers have been predicting that Trump would signal his return by returning to Twitter and writing, "The storm is upon us." They have also told their followers that Trump was going to return to the Oval Office. Now, millions of people continue to believe in this conspiracy, despite all the evidence to show that it was not orchestrated by a government insider revealing top-secret information, but was instead run for the most part by a former pig farmer in the Philippines and his son. Right. Like anyone who supports Donald John Trump is ever going to be dissuaded by anything that happens in consensus reality. It's nothing but 24/7 conspiracy theories with this lot. Some of them even think JFK Jr. is still alive and working with Donald Trump, even though his plane was clearly shot down by Jewish space lasers nearly a quarter century ago. I hope you understand my facetiousness in that remark, but I have to qualify it anyway. Yet even among conspiracy theorists, the QAnon folks are just too much. In an August 4th New York Times story aptly titled, "Even Conspiracy Theorists Are Alarmed by What They've Seen," conspiracy theory researcher Dr. Annie Kelly asked folks who've long done their own research since the preschool media era about the impact the internet has had on their culture of conspiracy. Unsurprisingly, QAnon came up. So now I'll be reading a few quotes from the New York Times. I think that I'll take on at least 4, about 2 sentences and 2 paragraphs. I'll quote. They're from different parts of the column. Obviously, I'm not going to read the entire column to you, but definitely I think there's some prize bits of information here that need to be relayed. With that, of course, here we go. Many expressed discomfort with and at times outright disgust for QAnon and the related theories claiming the 2020 election was stolen, and said that they felt as if the very worst elements of conspiracy culture had become its main representatives. Even those who pride themselves on their openness to alternative viewpoints, September 11th trucers, Kennedy assassination investigators, and UFO cover-up researchers, have been alarmed by what they've seen. In terms of 2 longer paragraphs, I'm going to draw out from this New York Times column. Let's get started. This is my reading here. The belief that the incentives of social media had shorn conspiracy research of its serious, scholarly edge was a common theme for our interviewees. The things that we're describing are not really the same thing. That from author and parapolitical researcher Joseph E. Green declared to me flatly, comparing the salacious videos of QAnon influencers with the archival work and conferences that he had been involved with. The scholarly work is never going to have that commercial appeal, he said. You know, just like if I tried to get somebody to watch a film by Ingmar Bergman, it's much more difficult than to get them to watch a film by Michael Bay. It's almost not even the same thing, right? That's pretty good. Another paragraph here. In the minds of many conspiracy theorists, Alex Jones and his imitators don't deserve the title. In his 2017 book, Trumpocalypse Now, subtitled The Triumph of the Conspiracy Spectacle, Ken Thomas, a towering figure in the world of 1990s conspiracy, termed the recent crop of opportunists looking to profit from the hard work of researchers conspiracy celebrities. And the conspiracy celebrity in chief, Mr. Thomas said, was Donald Trump, who referred to conspiracy theories he hadn't researched and didn't even understand. Which brings us back to QAnon's mugshot messages. And they were just as dangerously fun as everybody's favorite Michael Bay movie. In response to the mugshot, one Trump cultist ex-tweeted, "It's always darkest before the storm. Tsunami Trump is coming for the swamp." Wouldn't a tsunami make the swamp immeasurably worse? Shouldn't that be wet vac Trump or intracranial stent Trump? There were also folks desperately parsing the ex-tweet for hidden messages, hidden meanings, that simply had to be there. As the aforementioned Vice News noted, some posters, shit posters, seized on the time the ex-tweet was ex-tweeted, 9:38 p.m. Eastern Time. As anyone with eyes can see, that's 21:38 in military time, and Q drop 2,138 reads, "Battle stations ready! WWG 1WGA." Now, WWG 1WGA is the shorthand version of the QAnon mantra, where we go one, we go all. Apparently, the notion that Trump is a self-reported 6'3" and 215 pounds is risible enough to give even QAnon cultists pause. Yet, those numbers do make sense in the context of the Q conspiracy obvi. You know, they say that instead of obviously these days because they can't do long syllable words. After all, if you add 6, 3, 2, 1, and 5, you get 17. And Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet. Duh! Others, shall we call them mugshot truthers, were convinced the photo wasn't real because there was no shadow. The Fulton County insignia was smaller in his photo than in his co-conspirators' shots, and he looked thinner in the photo than he did outside the jail. Not 215 pounds thin, of course, but thinner! Like the Stephen King novel. Clearly, some QAnoners will never relinquish their febrile fantasies. Soon they'll be finding veiled messages in the way Trump holds his government-issued slipper full of toilet gin. But hey, they'll cross that bridge when they come to it. Because, as Kelly and her study of conspiracy theorists note, the fact that there's nothing on the other side but more buried clues is kind of the point. Now, I brought up Barbie earlier, probably to the surprise of many, but of course, not to the surprise of anyone who knows me. But, let's face it, When it comes to Barbie, well, how do I say it? She sped up the collapse of Trump's macho-based hate movement. Have you noticed Americans are beginning to reject hate? Trump's popularity, even among Republicans, is dropping like a stone. And parents are beginning to show up in large numbers at school board meetings to talk back to bigots and haters. MSNBC and CNN are filled with Republicans who have rejected Trump and hate. Increasingly, pastors are speaking out against Trump and hate. Trump called for enormous protests. Oh, huge! That's his word. Huge protests at his arraignments, but only a handful of people showed up. And the Wall Street Journal is calling for Republican presidential candidates to organize themselves in a way that will prevent Trump from becoming the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's nominee again. So as the investigative reporter Jordan Green noted over at Raw Story, another one of my sources I'll be reading from right now, on Telegram accounts linked to the Proud Boys, posts about the Maui wildfires, typically suggesting sinister causes or accusing the Biden administration of neglect, appear to outnumber references to the Trump indictment roughly 4-1. The New York Times reports that even in the weeks before Fani Willis's Fulton County indictment, a majority of Americans in 4 recent polls said Mr. Trump's criminal cases were warranted. And democracy expert David Pepper pointed out in his excellent Substack blog, Pepperspectives, which I'll read therefrom now. Recent polls on Trump are brutal, with more than 60% saying they won't vote for him in a general election. Recent elections in Ohio and Wisconsin confirmed that the far right's toxic brew of extremist policies and attacks on democracy are also deeply unpopular. Absolute losers at the polls. Political candidates who base their campaigns on hate are falling, and ordinary cordial discourse among Americans with different political views is beginning to return. The media has actually noticed this trend, but they think it's caused entirely by Trump's legal troubles. Well, that's no doubt a very large factor. I believe there's also another force at work here. That Nazi sex doll that we gave to our own children for generations, that was so personified by the lovely actress who got famous portraying the Joker's gun mall, Harley Quinn, starring in the movie Barbie. Seriously. By the way, one of the things, you can handle this, our man El Nemo. Get him. He's in there again.
Is that? I thought it was just a regular guy saying Trump for prison, like
2024.
against.
Okay, well, just keep an eye on him then.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on him.
Thank you. And thank you, Bob Goodman, if you're not the troll. But, I'm certainly just keeping eyes open, making certain, because believe me, one thing that I've done is give people leeway. And as everyone around me can testify, it usually goes south pretty fucking fast. You just try to be kind to people, and they take it as a weakness. But thank you for your discernment here. I leave it to your judgment. At any rate, one of the things the troll was doing, which got me to check into the chat room in the first when I thought about him, was he was making a lot of trans and homosexual remarks, a lot of remarks about agendered or binary, basically referencing my non-binary status. He was going at it with basically psychological training involved to try and provoke a response, to try and provoke an upset. So I might as well go all the way and just confess that I love Barbie the doll. Not as the sex doll either, produced by the Nazis, though I'm sure I would have been fine with that. Not humping it, mind you, because personally that doesn't do it for me. But literally the aesthetic, and certainly the aesthetic of the doll, I always appreciate it. Gender be damned. Honestly, they did produce, in the early days of G.I. Joe, we're not talking about those horrible 80s where they brought in the whole Cobra bullshit and everything was just crap with these tiny little figures that were the stupidest things in the fucking universe so that they could sell the vehicles that you would stick them in. I'm talking about the original 6-inch action figures. They honestly did, in those days, produce a G.I. Joe nurse. And she wasn't hideous, but she is, without a doubt, masculine looking. Now you might say, what did you expect? Because they're probably working off the same molds and just doing what they could to modify the facial features to an extent, but how far can you go and still retain articulated limbs? Because for those of you who don't know, G.I. Joe, the action figure for boys, had far more articulation than Barbie, the girl, did for girls, because Barbie is supposed to be eternally like stuck in a Barbie pose, right? She's always supposed to look like she's a ballet dancer on her toes. She's just always very, you can't do much with her. She doesn't move around much. I mean, she's not articulated per se, really, because the girls are not really doing with her what boys did with G.I. Joe, which is put him into poses with weapons and stuff. She just basically, you put clothes on her and parade her. She's truly like a doll on a walkway. It's, you know, what it is. But in terms of the feminine mystique, obviously the Barbie doll does it, and a G.I. Joe in drag does not. So, Barbie was what I would use as females in a toy world with G.I. Joe. Why on earth would you want anything else? So, take a look at the film they finally made, where she got, well, it's all corporate promotional, but it's the corporate promotional you're paying to watch, because it is fun as hell. So seriously, she really did something to just, I'll put it this way. When they're in prison, where you're obviously going to find violent men that are out of their minds, and they're locked up together to stew, to ferment, and just get worse. If you're not a criminal before you go into prison, you will be when you get out. And they tested the colors, and they found, because these guys have nothing to fucking do other than shank each other and rape each other, they work out all fucking day so they can pump up, and by the time they get out of prison, they're built like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and can tear any conventional human apart. I mean, that's what your tax dollars are paying for, are to make stronger criminals. It's beyond me, but that's what they seem intent on producing at an industrial scale. That's what your prisons do. They're a factory for taking criminals and bulking them up so they can rip people apart. It makes no sense, but your society doesn't make any sense anyway. It's a criminal society. But they tested color psychology, and they found, of course, that the prisoners were able to lift far more and promote their aggressive tendencies when they repainted the gyms blue. And under the blue gym color theme, these men really upped their weightlifting abilities, their accomplishments, and of course their aggression. And the prisons would experience much more violence, and men throwing the weights at each other, killing each other, dropping the weights on each other's throats and thoraxes, and crushing each other's Adam's apples and shit, you know. What'd you expect? But hey, then they tried repainting all the gyms pink. And the first thing they noticed was, Instantly, all the prisoners became weaker, physically weaker, unable to lift as much as they did before. They began to be less aggressive. They began to literally become more friendly to each other. Less rapes, less violence. They began to breathe easier. Everyone began to loosen up. And they came up with the solution: why don't we paint all prisons pink? But of course, nobody would stand for it. And that's because you live in a prison rape culture that values violence above sanity. The lunatics are running the asylum. But let's look at a national scale. And what Barbie did was she threw a big splash of pink all over America. So that pink bled off our cinema screens and into our psyche, and has been like Pepto-Bismol, pink bismuth, in a violently disturbed stomach, a real balm. Now, last week, there was someone I knew, and gay adults do this, who got together with some quote-unquote girlfriends, including a few Trump cultists, for a Barbie party. A group of boomer women all hanging out wearing pink and talking smack about the patriarchy. So before you scoff, consider these other random facts as well, random facts that are emerging from my psychedelic brain. The reason shock therapy, that's electroconvulsive therapy, technically speaking, or ECT, fell out of favor in America wasn't just because of the development of antidepressive medications during that era. It was also because of the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which showed how shocking it was, to use a pun. Deer hunting collapsed as a sport in large part because of the Disney movie Bambi. And sociologists credit the film and its Bambi effect with a rise in vegetarianism among boomers who were children when it came out. Now, I sure as hell still remember it, and that was, of course, not at a time when my parents could even take me to see the film. I saw it on TV. But if I were old enough where my parents actually could take me to see it, that means I'd be seeing the film's revival even if I were seeing it 66 fucking years ago. That's how old that fucker is. So think about how long its effect has lasted. Its impact has echoed through generations. Another point to be made is that teaching evolution and contrasting it with creationism in American classrooms became acceptable as the result of the movie titled Inherit the Wind, about the Scopes monkey trial. And then there was the nationwide revival of the then moribund, deathbound Ku Klux Klan, which was dying out in the 1920s. But it was revived. All this was entirely attributable to D.W. Griffith's movie The Birth of a Nation, which glamorized the KKK, leading to the Ku Klux Klan taking full political control of the state of Oregon that decade, the 1920s, that decade into which my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born. And, of course, our man, Mr. Brendan Zoget, has a lot to say about the Pacific Northwest, and will do so more when he's back on with us next, God willing. But the reason they took over in Oregon, well, it's easy to do that because it's an all-white state. and it's not a black anywhere to be seen. And, of course, it was settled by a bunch of crazed, violent psychotics responsible for genocide of colored peoples. Veterans from the Filipino campaign, in which the largest genocide in modern history took place prior to World War II. The slaughter of 3 million Muslim Filipinos, an ethno-religious genocide committed by the U.S. Army in the 1889 invasion of the Philippines. When these men came home, they were completely psychotic, totally unfit for any resocialization, and the government just settled them all in the Pacific Northwest, which is why today the Pacific Northwest is loaded, well, it's loaded with armed psychotics. It's intergenerational psychosis, mass psychosis on an intergenerational scale. That's why the Ku Klux Klan took over and became, well, the government of the Pacific Northwest. Why you have militia movements having such power up there. And, of course, everybody's got guns. So, all that being said, another point that comes to mind is the fact that the movie Jaws caused a drop that lasted for years in people willing to swim in the ocean, as well as an increase in shark hunting that has caused some species to become extinct, and all sharks worldwide to become endangered. And then there was the movie Gone with the Wind, whitewashing the crimes of the Confederacy and the brutality of slavery, which led to a revival in Confederate culture that echoes across the South to this very day. Given this history and the brilliant screenplay, acting, and production values of the movie Barbie, it would be naive not to think it's had an impact on American consciousness. The question is, how big is that impact? Well, a recent survey reported by The Hill found that fully 85% of conservatives who'd seen the movie Barbie said it increased their awareness of the patriarchy at work. Now, 57% of all viewers surveyed said the movie improved their opinion of women in leadership. The percentage of people surveyed who said that women were more effective leaders than men went from 19% before seeing that film to 29% thereafter. So, a movie ostensibly about a Mattel doll, it opens with a Barbie character proclaiming, "In Barbie land, corporations are not people, and money is not considered protected free speech." From there, the plot becomes even more progressive. Ken goes from the matriarchal Barbie land to the real world and brings back the idea of patriarchy, a cultural contagion that destroys Barbie land nearly as completely as Trump tried to destroy democracy in America. Now, I promise not to give away any more of the movie. I know there's people out there who can't stand spoilers for some reason. That's never bothered myself. But the analogies between the transformations of Barbie Land and the collapse of Trump's macho-based movement are startling. It's hard to imagine the screenwriters weren't either influenced directly by it or at least by the same social forces that brought it about. And it's hard to overestimate how widespread the impact of the movie has been. It's grossed over $1 billion United States dollars, and fully 22% of people who saw it hadn't been to a movie in years. Hopefully, this is the start of a trend like the one we saw during the latter Obama years. Between 2013 and 2014, hate in America experienced a significant decline. In an intelligence report released in March of 2015, the Southern Poverty Law Center concluded, as reported by the Fourth Estate, that means the American press, people, our mass media, the number of hate groups operating in these United States declined 17% between 2013 and 2014. They were, as SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, reported, at their lowest levels since 2005. But then Donald Trump came down the escalator at Trump Tower and, like Satan, opening his mouth and unleashing the hounds of hell, poured out a plume of hatred, bigotry, and a call for violence that has saturated our nation for nearly 8 long years. Some of the longest, if not the longest, in our lifetimes. Not as long for me because I was already dealing with the career beforehand with care provision for my parents, the career with private security contracts, as high stress as you can get, as high risk as you can get. Before that, the Department of Defense and the mass human trafficking in children. Before that, growing up in the Tenderloin, subjected to nonstop violence. Before that, there's never been a moment of rest in my miserable life. There is nothing anyone would ever want in terms of what I've experienced. Yet people hate me for it. It's incredible. As many have said, based on envy, that is impossible to understand in any rational sense. But then Trump came, and to compound all that experience on a personal level with myself, America entered a new phase of misery as a culture. There was an immediate jump in hate crimes, a trend that continued and increased steadily right up until this year. The Washington Post summarized the phenomenon succinctly in a 2019 headline. Counties that hosted a 2016 Trump rally saw a 226% increase in hate crimes. It's premature to proclaim the era of Trump-fueled racism and hate is even near over. But the sense I'm getting from hosting what is, after all, as modest as it is, still a national, online, essentially and effectively a call-in talk show, so to speak, for well over 10 years by now, is that America has begun its much-needed healing. Perhaps most surprising, people who had previously called in to promote Trump and conservative values are increasingly telling me, and indirectly via myself, my listeners, via the emails and other methods of communication that the rest of you can't see directly, that they've seen the light and want to work together to make America a better place for all. Beth Felker Jones wrote for Christianity Today. That's a circular, in case you didn't know, that she's seeing it in her own family and her church community as the twin sensations of Barbie and Taylor Swift's tour and Swift's open disavowal of hate sweep the nation. To quote a she, movie theaters are full of families and groups of friends dressed in pink and laughing together. The country's biggest stadiums are packed out with a tiny slice of those who would have come to see Swift perform had more tickets been available. She notes how the pandemic and America's political differences pulled us apart for years, but now, per her writ, things are changing for her kids and others. So, to quote a she again, now they're hungry for togetherness. They're hungry for large-scale shared cultural events and wearing dress-up clothes in public. So whether it's Barbie or the Trump prosecutions that have brought about what feels like the early stages of a sea change in the American Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times in my biological father's Deutschensprach, his German language, or the perfect storm of the combination of the twain around the same time, I'll take it. America is better for both. Because this is my being divisive again, but it's sorely needed. Look, Republicans, we tried it your way, and it doesn't fucking work. Now, let me see if I can gather myself for the assault. We're going to basically go in a direction now where, since I've opened up the vulnerability of the enemy, I'm going to have to, well, take advantage of it and hit hard while the enemy is down. Open them up, render them vulnerable, and then close in. That's the military in me. And whatever else I am, I've always been quite the militant. Anybody who knows me knows that. So, to go back into the history, the 1970s were a pivotal decade. And not just because it saw the end of the Vietnam War, the resignation of Richard Mulhouse Nixon, and the death of both the psychedelic hippie movement and the very political and sometimes violent SDS. I don't know if any of you remember that. Obviously, it's probably all well before your time. This was, of course, well, maybe I should get into that another time. That'll take us in a totally different direction. Most consequently, the 1970s were when the modern-day Republican Party was birthed. Prior to that, the nation had hummed along for 40 years on a top income tax bracket of 91% and a corporate income tax that topped out around 50%. Business leaders ran their companies, which were growing faster than any time in the history of America, and avoided participating in politics at all. Democrat Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Republican Dwight David Eisenhower, in the American perception, or as Americans were indoctrinated to perceive it, they had renewed America with modern, state-of-the-art public labs, schools, and public hospitals across the nation. Nearly free college, trade school, and research support, healthy small and family businesses, unions protecting a third of America's workers so 2/3 had a living wage and benefits, and an interstate highway system, rail system, and network of new airports that transformed the nation's commerce. When we handed America over to Ronald Reagan in 1981, it was a brand gleaming new empire with a prosperous and thriving middle class. The seeds of today's American crises were planted just 10 years earlier, circa 1971, when Lewis Powell, then an attorney for the tobacco industry, wrote his infamous Powell Memo. It became a blueprint for the morbidly rich and big corporations to take over the weakened remnants of Richard Nixon's Republican Party and then America itself. They then moved on to infiltrate our universities, seize our media, pack our courts, integrate themselves into a large religious movement to add millions of votes, and turn upside down our tax, labor, and gun laws. That effort burst onto the American scene with the 1980 election of Ronald Reagan. By 1982, America was agog at the new ideas this newly reinvented grand old party, not yet the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgency it is today, was putting forward then. They included radical tax cuts, pollution deregulation, destroying unions, and slashing the support services of the New Deal and Great Society once offered people because Republicans said feeding, educating, or providing health care to people made them dependent. Their sales pitch was effective, and we've now had 42 years of the so-called Reagan Revolution. It's time to simply say out loud that it has not worked. Republicans told us if we just cut the top tax rate on the morbidly rich from the 74% it was at in 1980 down to 27%, it would trickle down because, well, benefits to everybody else through piss from the people above you. The trickle-down effect, as in a flow of urine, they said the job creators would be unleashed on our economy, based on the fallacy of Ayn Rand and her Atlas Shrugged, that it takes a John Galt, the man who creates the jobs, to give anybody else meaning in their miserable lives. Instead of a more general prosperity, we've now ended up with the greatest wealth and income inequality in the world, as over 50 trillion United States dollars was transferred over 40 years from the bottom 90% to the top 1%, where it remains to this day. The middle class has gone from over 60% of us to fewer than half of us. Republicans told us if we just deregulated guns and let anybody buy and carry as many as they wanted, wherever they wanted it, would clean up our crime problem and put the fear of God into our politicians. The bumper sticker back during Reagan's time was, "An armed society is a polite society." With the NRA, the National Rifle Association, relentlessly promoting the lie that the founders and framers put the Second Amendment into the Constitution so patriots could kill politicians. Think of the insanity of that stance. 5 Republicans on the Supreme Court even got into the act by twisting the law and lying about history, which is why a historian like myself, a renegade military historian, is what you need so badly, because they lied about history to make guns more widely available. And, well, look at the result. Look at the latest shooting. I can't help but dwell on this for at least a little bit here. But I've got to take my breath in to do it, because it goes without saying this is an upsetting subject. It upsets me because it is so fucking obvious. It is something that should be understood by everyone as, what it is. Just something that should never have come to this point. And in any sane society, it never would have. I, myself, will be the first to confess, I love guns. That guns they're sexy as hell. And they just, there's something that are seductive, but what we have now is guerrilla warfare. The Jacksonville shooting that was first, I didn't even know about it until I was told about it by Troy Bellamy. It's just another in a long list this year. I am profoundly how do I say this? I can basically say that the Jacksonville shooter was one of what we would call, well, the chosen people. He's someone who believed himself part of a master class, and he took advantage of that to assert his power. And his power was that of the firearm, the power of life and death, to hold over others. He got to pick and choose who would die that day that he unleashed hell on earth for those at the other end of his scope, those at the other end of his barrel. The Jacksonville gunman who killed 3 people may not sound like much by today's standards. But hey, Sarah Palin got a lot of attention after Trump's 4th indictment and arrest. This is kind of a skip in logic, but understand that my mind works in ways that might be mysterious to you. It'll come around. On Newsmax, the former governoress of Alaska that I cited just earlier this monologue, she asked, "Do you want us to be in a civil war? Because that's what's going to happen. We're not going to keep putting up with this. I like that you suggested that we need to get angry. We do need to rise up and take our country back. Take our country back." Palin is a has-been, but her remarks indicate that many attention-starved MAGA strap-hangers in or are at the periphery of national politics are going to have a new mantra. Having burned through all the more conventional measures to take our country back via normal electoral or legislative activity, Trump surrogates are embracing their leaders' increasingly incendiary talk about past, present, and future setbacks that must be avenged or preempted by any means. All this is, of course, a reiteration of what I said earlier. But all this talk about civil war has many people worried, and justifiably so. Yet, I think we should consider the fuller context. To wit, we are already in a sort of civil war, a civil Cold War. It's slow motion, one-sided, and covert, to be sure, but it's plainly visible if you're willing to see it. Before we fear a civil war in the future, let's properly assess and appreciate the one in the present. Then, perhaps, we can prevent matters from getting truly worse. Since the beginning of this year, there have been more than 475 shooting massacres in these United States. Now, I'm sourcing this from a non-profit tracking group, the Gun Violence Archive. In most instances, 10 people or fewer died. Holy shit. Think about what I've just said. There's been 475 shooting massacres thus far this year, in which only 10 people or fewer died. This is war. By July, According to all calculations conducted by the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, with some of its staff realizing that gun violence is a disease, by July, the United States has been diagnosed by CDC as having eclipsed the number of mass shootings recorded each year from 2013 through 2018. Should the current pace continue, 2023 will see more mass shootings than in 2019 through 2022. I don't see anyone using adequate words to describe death on this scale. Either it's the price that we pay for our freedoms. That's always the Republican view. Or it's senseless or crazy, which is hopefully the Democratic view. But in any other time and place, in any other part of this world, we'd call this out for what it is. Intentional, political, seditious, treasonous. It's guerrilla warfare. Now, last weekend's massacre in Jacksonville, Florida, which I looked into after Troy Bellamy made myself aware of it. Last weekend's massacre in Jacksonville, Florida is but a case in point. A 21-year-old white supremacist entered a dollar store armed with an AR-15, a military-grade semi-automatic rifle, and a Glock, a semi-automatic pistol with a large volume of rounds, far more so than in any average gun, and shot to pieces 3 black people before shooting himself to death. He left behind copious writings explaining why political murder was a legitimate recourse against racial enemies bent on taking away the quote-unquote natural birthright of quote-unquote his white people. Now this shooter, whose name I don't consciously remember, and it's probably better if I don't use it anyway, was one of, in his own words, quote-unquote, the chosen. That's Thomas Jefferson's phrase, and he was a white slave owner who fucked his own half-black children to produce quarter-black children to try and see if he could eventually breed out blacks by himself. These are people who are historically considered to be the realest of Americans. According to Jason Opal, parties and presidents have since the founding flattered and favored the old rural majorities. American culture identified farm folk and small towns as the most authentic and virtuous parts of this nation. Or, as President Andrew Jackson, the infamous mass murderer, the exterminator of Native Americans responsible for the Trail of Tears, put it in 1837, the bone and sinew of this country. Everything was going fine for the chosen. They controlled this country until the revolutions of the 1960s, that tumultuous decade into which Douglas Dietrich was born. Specifically, until the federal government stopped balancing the country by law on the backs of black people. That's when the heirs of Thomas Family Fucker Jefferson's chosen people lost their status as the most American of all Americans. Since then, the new diverse America enrages tens of millions of people who predominantly live in small towns and in the South and mostly identify as white, straight, and Christian. Now, we have a question in the chat from Bubble Boy who says, "You're right about the Powell Memorandum. Would you have this state be in control of your own personal protection?" Now, as I've expressed before, I own firearms. The judge who awarded me my Social Security disability income, which people have to understand is not welfare. I paid for all of this, all of my life, through 3 different careers. I put money into Social Security disability insurance, which they will never be able to pay me enough in return. I'm not making any profits from SSDI. If people have heard my story before, they understand what happened, how I had to avoid prison time for quote-unquote not paying taxes, which I had no money to pay. All the while I was a care provider for my parents, I received checks that said 0.00 because all of it was taken as share of cost by the state of California. A true robber state. So that my parents would not be going into a state rest home or care facility. And then I was charged taxes on all this money I never received, but was getting paid in cyberspace because my parents were each eligible for 24-hour-a-day care, and I was taking care of 2 of them, so I was working 48 hours a day. I was making more money in cyberspace than the president. But I never received a dime. So when I was charged for back taxes on 10 years of that shit, and I had to pay it or go to jail, I had to hire, in this case, an ethnically Jewish tax attorney who settled for an offering compromise. So I had to pay a fraction of it, which was still tens of thousands of dollars to stay out of prison. And then I had to pay him. So in all, I wound up paying the equivalent of half of $100,000, some $50,000 to stay out of prison. All of this is as unjust as you can get. They can never pay me enough at what they pay me in SSDI to ever rectify that. Bubble Boy goes on to say, with all the ignorance and downfalls, human beings would be much less hostile if they could afford to live without being run ragged by commercial and banking interests. Well, that gets a bit obtuse. And at that point, we're entering kind of fuzzy territory. We're entering social theory territory. But to answer your question about would you have the state protect you? If we were in a normal functional state anywhere else in the world in a developed country, that would be enough. We are not, so I cannot afford to have the state protect me because we live essentially in a frontier. America is a frontier that is populated by, I have to say it, white savages who think that they are entitled to anything and everything they want. Barbie, the film, was about patriarchy. The worst of these white people are, inarguably, the males, who feel entitled to sex they never get, in general, statistically or demographically, and therefore get angry at women and want to kill them all for the sex they never get. This is all part of a vicious cycle where, well, that's what the Barbie movie is acting as pink bismuth, Pepto-Bismol, to counteract in terms of a pacifying effect on a pacifying, shall we say, placidity. A pacifying effect as in a feeling of balm in that upset stomach to calm America down. But as your renegade military historian, we can't just concentrate on the positive. I've got to point out what's wrong if we're ever going to find a solution. And though I've pointed out Barbie as a wonderful fact, we've got to do more. So I throw the question back at you. Are you going to say that firearms are necessary so we can kill politicians, which is what the NRA, that's their stance? Then you're taking on the stance of a communist, a radicalized communist militant. That's called Maoism. Maoism is the politics of endless revolution, that there must always be endless revolution so that there is no settled government. He took that to its logical extreme, and well over 100 million people died. Thomas Jefferson was a proto-Maoist. Thomas Jefferson said, every few generations, if not every generation, must water the tree of liberty with blood, that the spilling of mass human blood was the natural manure of liberty, that we must always kill our governors to install new governors, government by extermination, government by dictatorship of the proletariat. That is Bolshevik. That is, the very term Bolshevik is simply the Russian word for majoritarianism. That the mob, that's ruled by the mob. That's Maoism. Your original founding fathers were goddamn communists who wanted mass murder to be a cycle of every generation. By the way, what I'm saying is what the NRA is saying. Your NRA says this. Your NRA says we need these firearms to kill politicians every generation to install in majority rule, dictatorship of the proletariat, and that is called liberty. If that's liberty, you can fucking have it. There's no liberty in living a generation of turmoil without end. Every generation. Where we're killing the people in charge to install ourselves. That's hell on earth. Your founding fathers were slave-owning lunatics. Do you think they wanted blacks to have that power to overthrow them? The hell you say, as my dad would say, my legal father. What was Barbie about as a film? It may be ridiculous, I go back to that, in the eyes of the normal people. But you people are blind. Patriarchy. Why is it important? Because this white male patriarchy, when America truly was majority white, and to show you how that situation is still so precarious, imagine if the South, the solid South, seceded today. Brooke Gibson territory. Take away West Virginia, which is completely blue at this point. So super blue, there's no point in even fantasizing it would be part of that effort. You would have a Baptist dictatorship taking with it the majority of colored people in America. If the South were to secede today, it would be an overwhelmingly black nation held together by Baptist churches, keeping them under superstitious control with shackles over their brains, where once they had shackles over their ankles and their wrists, now they would be enshackled by their very soul. And the rest of America, the Union, would be, ironically, a majority white nation again. If the solid South were to secede today, the rest of the Union, with West Virginia included, would be a majority white nation. That's how tenuous the situation is. Meaning that the whites, if they just get rid of the Confederated States, the solid South, Dixieland, would be a majority white nation again, and What does that mean? It brings us back to the very fucking problem. It brings us back to this hell on earth concept of every generation overthrowing its government violently by, as Mao Zedong said, political power sourcing from the barrel of a gun. So, when it comes to these straight, white, Christian men who gave us this hell on earth that we're living today in fear of constant violence to the point where I need to be armed to protect myself because I cannot trust the state because it's simply not capable of protecting me at all, then we are back to the root of the problem, which is these men, this straight, white, Christian, male majority, was willing to give votes to blacks generations before they were willing to give votes to women. You're talking about the fact that these white male Christian supremacists, by the very nature of their privilege, which is always unaware of itself, they said, let's give blacks the vote after the American Civil War. They said, let's give these men who worked our fields the vote. But as for the white woman we're sleeping with, the woman who deliver our babies, the woman who bring our children, the next generation of whites into this world, no, not them. They don't get to vote. That's why generations later, the women's suffragette movement had to sacrifice themselves, literally throw themselves in harm's way, subject themselves to beatings, to arrests, to rape in prison, to earn women the right to vote in America, a right which white men were not willing to give them. They gave their votes to what they considered to be animals in the field niggers, before they gave it to the very woman they slept with, raised children with. This is how insane the white male culture is. They would give votes to a black man they considered less than human before they would give it to the womb. That's all they considered her to be. That brought their future generations into this world any right to a say in governance. By the way, Bubble Boy, I did catch what you wrote. I won't read it out loud, but I thank you for your message. Such being said, where we're at right now, getting back into the train of thought as to another way of understanding the chosen is by calling them what they call themselves. Real Americans. Make that all one word. All one word like they do online. REALAMERICK. Well, RICANS. Real Americans. Real America is not the real America. Real America, according to its adherents, is a nation inside the real nation. It is a confederacy of the mind and spirit, made of pure make-believe. Make that all one word too. Real Americans live according to God's law. They share the goal of ruling, in God's name, the real America. If real Americans can't dominate real Americans lawfully, they must take the law into their own hands. With the proliferation over 2 decades of semi-automatic rifles, they have. With these weapons of war, white power guerrillas have prosecuted their insurgency. They hit soft targets: schools, churches, nightclubs, Walmarts, anything that can't fight back. They foment anarchy, spread chaos, in the name ultimately of the cults of the kings of Edom, create an era of insanity. They be the very agents of chaos in service of the anti-gods. Voila! Their status quo is upheld by establishing an atmosphere of dread and fear that's designed to prevent reformers from using democratic politics to reform the existing order. At the time America lost the Civil War, when the Confederate States of America won that Civil War by a reign of terror in the deep solid South that forced the Union to withdraw occupation forces, to come to the Great Compromise. At that point, the Ku Klux Klan effectively ruled by a reign of white terror that brought about Jim Crow and kept the blacks effectively enslaved through World War II until the time of the 1960s, the decade into which I myself was born. Now, this white terror during Reconstruction is national. It is a white supremacist guerrilla war against anyone who's not a bumfuck country hick, against the rest of us on a national scale, where they're trying to get our federal government to withdraw from North America. You've seen the old protest signs. U.S. out of Vietnam. U.S. out of Nicaragua. U.S. out of Pakistan. U.S. out of Afghanistan. U.S. out of Iraq. U.S. out of Panama. Their bumper sticker, their t-shirt, their protest sign would be U.S. out of North America. That's what they're literally gunning for. And who would rule after that? Men with guns. Like in any third world nation. I don't mean to suggest that all of the more than 475 plus, there's more counting down even as I speak, that all these shooting massacres that this country has seen since the beginning of this year have been committed by white supremacists who identify themselves as real Americans, who are fighting to protect the orders of white power against liberal values and democratic politics. That's clearly not the case. However, these real Americans and the Republicans who serve them set the tone for everyone else. Since 2013, after the country produced for a second term for its first black president, they have deregulated firearms at a breathtaking pace, enabling any man of any color to solve his problems, and it's always a he, with a gun. Because their dicks are so fucking small and can only stay erect for so long. Moreover, that some shooters are non-white, in effect, hides the fact that more than 475 shooting massacres in under a year, more than the total of the previous 4 years combined, constitute guerrilla warfare, for which Republicans like Sarah Barracuda Palin should be grateful. However much she and other attention-starved MAGA strap-hangers might pine for actual civil war, that's not what her party wants. That would mean coming out of the shadows to take on the United States government fully and openly. There's no chance of winning that fight. it's better to remain hidden beneath the veil of plausible deniability. As long as the cold Civil War is slow-motioned, one-sided, and covert, the Republicans are winning. Which is why we must see what's really going on. This isn't only about the ideology of hate coming to the surface to kill people, though it's obviously about that too. This is about one faction of the country going to war, literally war, with another faction. It's a civil war of sorts, ongoing right now. We should say so. Now Bubble Boy has retracted all his messages. So...
Do you think he's a troll? You want me to block him?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Keep an eye on him, but no, I think he was, shall we say, he's not a troll because his messages were too subdued. They're not provocative in the sense of he's just he's afraid that he'll pay for what he said. In other words, what's he afraid of? One of the things he did say was, "You're right about Trump, Doug." That's basically what he said. So he's afraid he's going to suffer repercussions for that. That he'll be questioned. That there'll be potentially even violent response by armed people because everyone's got guns. Get it? This is what it's led us to. Bullets have scared people into not talking. See, most people are afraid to speak because in reality, at this point in history, bullets are cheaper than words. So a person's afraid to talk for fear of their very life. This is why we are on the subject of guns at all. So thank you for asking. But Republicans told us if we just deregulated the guns, let anybody buy and carry as many as they want it, wherever they want it, it would clean up our crime problem, put the fear of God into our politicians by direct threat to their very lives. Direct threat, in other words, to overthrow the goddamn government, which is the very subversion our Constitution considers treason. The bumper sticker back during Reagan's time was, "An armed society is a polite society." Instead of a polite society or politicians who listened better to their constituents, we ended up with school shootings and a daily rate of gun carnage unmatched anywhere else in the developed world, equivalent to the fatality ratios of an active war zone. Then Republicans told us that if we just ended sex education in our schools and outlawed abortion, we'd return to the good old days when, they argued, every child was wanted and every marriage was happy. Instead of helping young Americans, we ended up with epidemics of sexually transmitted diseases, unwanted pregnancies, and, now that abortion is illegal in state after state, a return to deadly back alley abortions that kill both the baby and the mother. This is what brings us back to Barbie. This is what brings us back to the patriarchy. Because guess what? White men have controlled women's reproductive rights throughout American history. More than a year after the Supreme Court ended federal protection for abortion rights in these United States, disagreements over abortion bans continue to reverberate around this country. Candidates sparred over the idea of a federal abortion ban during the August 23rd, 2023 Republican presidential debate. And abortion is likely to figure prominently in the November 2023 contest for a seat on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. When the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June of 2022, removing women's federal constitutional right to get abortions and giving states the power to pass laws about the legality of the procedure itself, The 6-3 vote was by 4 white men and 1 house nigger, a black man, and a white woman majority. Since that decision, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, more than 1,500 state legislators, who are overwhelmingly white men, have voted for full or partial abortion bans. This is not the first period in American history when white men have exercised control over women's right to bear or not bear children, including during slavery. Then it was a matter of numbers. The more people they enslaved, the more money white male enslavers could earn, either from selling the enslaved or from the forced labor of the enslaved. White men controlled people's reproductive rights during the 20th century as well, with the American eugenics movement. From the late 1800s until the aughts, the decade of the zeros, the 2000s, white proponents of eugenics, the selective breeding of people, tried to determine who was fit or unfit to have children. While the American eugenics movement affected people of other races and ethnic backgrounds, as well as men, it was particularly harmful to black women who, as data from 1950 to the year I myself was born, delivered from between my mother's loins into this world of woe, circa 1966, a time when all too many white men wish I was aborted. As the data from 1950 to 1966 proves, black women were sterilized at 3 times the rate of white women and more than 12 times the rate of white men. During both periods, slavery and eugenics, black women and their health bore the brunt of the consequences of white men's control. Now, as a researcher myself who obviously specializes by necessity in the history of race and racism in these United States, I study issues, historical issues, it must be emphasized, related to race, gender, and of course those 2 words every white man hates, social justice. I know of what I speak. Oh, look, there's a troll. Now you've got a troll. Michael Panzer, the very name, of course, and then, I love you, man. Hope you get some help soon. Maybe I'm being unfair. No need to ban him. Probably, maybe he means financially. But, you know, have to be on guard the way everybody's acting. You got people retracting their own messages. So it's hard to tell who's who these days. So, Michael Panzer, don't take it personally. If you're speaking financially, sure, it's appreciated. Otherwise, it is what it is, and we have to do what we got to do. Better safe than sorry right now at the moment. We've had too much going on. You know. So, thank you. Yeah. All such being said, to get back to the heart of the matter, basically we're talking about enslaved women being forced to reproduce. Well, basically then and now. Enslaved in a new sense, or rather the same old sense. African midwives, imported and enslaved as early as the 1600s, attended to the birthing needs of the enslaved and the enslavers until the beginning of the 19th century. You can see it in the movie Gone with the Wind. I don't know nothing about birthing no babies. This was a black woman who basically, poor dear, was trying to be like the other black woman, helping the white woman deliver babies. At any rate, you'd have to see the film to get it and understand. Probably wouldn't want to subject yourself to that. At any rate, after 1808, enslavers in these United States could no longer legally import enslaved people. With this shift, enslavers stepped up the forced breeding of enslaved women. White men, like Thomas Jefferson, the motherfucker who said, you've got to be able to violently overthrow your own legally elected government, which shows you what a lunatic that son of a bitch was, who raped his own black slaves and then raped each successive generation of children to produce whiter and whiter people, thinking he was doing them a favor by making them more white with each passing generation, thinking he was doing them a favor when he's just giving them more yellow kids. These same white men raped the black woman and girls they enslaved, and then enslaved the children born from those rapes, just like he did. Now, when my father saw that, dramatized, he said, shit, this guy's worse than Bill Clinton. He didn't know the half of it. How he was just exemplary of the norm. White men also forced the black woman and black men they enslaved to have sex with one another to generate more babies who would be born into slavery. This was a systemic way of ensuring enslaved women bore more children, which would increase profits for their enslavers. Because the black midwives and enslaved women often were blamed for or suspected of using birth control and abortions to resist forced pregnancy and the enslavement of their offspring, enslavers turned increasingly away from midwives to white male doctors to figure out why nearly half of enslaved infants were stillborn or died within their first year of life, and why so many enslaved women were infertile. These white doctors also helped with quote-unquote difficult births. Now, in the 12 decades after 1810, the population growth rate of the enslaved averaged about 30%, despite the ban on slave importation. This was just under the 1800 to 1809 average of 31.6%, which was a century high, an all-time high. In the 1800s, as the slave population increased, profits in cotton did as well. And after the legal importation of slaves ended, the value of black women of childbearing age increased significantly. The forced breeding of these enslaved women was linked to the profitability of the Southern economies. Then we came to the era of eugenics and control over all women's bodies. So all women technically became slaves as we modernized after the Civil War. Eugenicists believed that increased breeding by white people, whom they assumed had high IQs, would benefit American society. But people who did not embody their idea of racial perfection, such as black people, Native Americans, certain immigrants, poor white people, and people with disabilities, should be sterilized, typically via tubal ligation and vasectomy. How do I go on about this? Basically, in this deconstructed pseudoscience, which has nothing to do with real eugenics, American eugenicists, who were politicized as much as Soviet eugenicists were, often abused intelligence tests, IQ tests, to determine who was fit or unfit to reproduce and to predict who would commit crimes, end up in poverty, or have children who were mentally ill or intellectually disabled. And they worked to incorporate their ideas into state laws. No less than 32 states between 1907 and 1937 enacted forced sterilization mandates to prevent births by people eugenicists considered socially inadequate. State-mandated procedures resulted in the coerced sterilization of women, particularly African American, Native American, and Hispanic American women, from those, well, also those from Southern and Eastern Europe. People we would consider white today were considered white niggers back then. They weren't even considered legally white, just so you know. For those of you who don't know, the Americans hate Germans because Germans were not considered white. That's a fact. You can look it up. They considered them to be an indigenous people like Native American Indians. Huns, descended from the Huns, the barbarians, who they felt were trying to conquer Europe.
Was this the same with Irish and Scottish people too?
Absolutely. The Celtic people were considered not white. They had to fight for the right to be considered white, as was the case with Italians. This is all verifiable. Anyone can look this up themselves. Now, beginning in 1948, when the Americans definitively had already lost the war, were preparing the surrender terms to the Japanese that we call the San Francisco Peace Treaty. This is after the Roswell atrocity, when the Americans failed to beat the Nazis and the Nazis escaped into Unterland. The year 1948 was when President Harry Solomon Ship Truman directly delivered the executive order to integrate the military, which extended to other areas including education, employment, and commerce. That's when sterilization rates for black women increased. Not to mention that he gave the order for the termination of all Native American tribes. For example, in North Carolina, which had the country's third highest sterilization rate, far more women than men were forcibly sterilized. And in the 1960s, black women in that state made up 65% of the women sterilized, while only making up 25% of the population demographically, statistically. Meaning they essentially sterilized every black woman that they could catch. Abortion rights activists in this day and age have no idea how bad it was then. And it's going to get worse now. Between 1930 and 1970, close to 33% of the women in Puerto Rico, an American territory, without even the right to vote, were forcibly sterilized. This means it was a federal program, as they have no state legislature to render this the law. That means your U.S. government went in there and sterilized every black woman, which is the majority of Puerto Ricans, they could catch. In my own Golden, California, between 1997 and the year 2003, 1,400 female inmates, overwhelmingly black, were forcibly sterilized. California, in our prisons, we took all our black female inmates and rendered them infertile for the rest of their lives on the basis that we never wanted them to produce black children. And this is one of the most economically wealthy state nations. A state whose economy has surpassed that of the Greater British Empire, is on par with that of United Germany, and behind only the Empire of Japan, the Communist Chinese and American empires, and the American empire is number one only because of us, California being part of the goddamn Union. We did that. This brings us to the post-Dobbs era. White nationalists and some right-wing politicians in these United States see our nation's demographic changes as dangerous. The Census Bureau projects that in the 2040s, non-Hispanic white people will no longer make up a majority of the U.S. population. The nation's racial and ethnic makeup will then be what some call majority-minority. Those projections scare racists who believe in a conspiracy about white people being destroyed, which they label the Great Replacement Theory, because they fear losing social, political, and economic power. There is no way to know if this theory factored into the majority's votes in the Dobbs decision, but the argument that not enough white people are being born has been a common historical thread in the American anti-abortion movement. But while believers in the Great Replacement conspiracy want white women to have more babies, actual anti-abortion decisions like the Dobbs ruling harm black women more than any other group. Black women represent 39% of our country's abortion patients, but many live in communities that have limited access to family planning clinics, and they have disproportionately higher rates of complications during pregnancy. As a result, black women who experience higher maternal complications and mortality rates will be forced to give birth to more babies. This is another period in this country in which the reproductive health decisions made overwhelmingly by white men will harm black women. I'm left having to breathe and center myself to even go on. So there we are. Michael Panzer's going on about, I really am a fan. Okay, thank you. We just have to be cautious. Hopefully you understand that. This is one of those things where it's obviously, if you really have been listening for years, you would know why we have to be cautious. It's not something that would even need explaining. So there you go. Just make certain.
Just in case you didn't know, Doug was getting heavily trolled early on in the stream. This is why we're on edge and just keeping extra cautious on the chat.
Thank you. Appreciate that profoundly. I appreciate that you're explaining that, and it's necessary. And thank God that I have the ability to give Nemo Albano moderator powers. It's something that he's earned over the time that he's been with us. He's certainly earned my trust. So he's a individual who, is now helping to police the chat because it needs policing. Unfortunately, we wish it weren't the case. So I'm getting a warning from Christine Hart about Facebook's Christine Joanna Hart saying, Facebook crashed me completely once. No way back. They mean business, so be careful. Once it's gone, it's gone. So we do have to, of course, definitely, you just, if possible, establish another timeline. This is something that I can't do with anybody normal. I have to do this with maybe my 3D graphics modeler. In order to get that accomplished, I have to pay him back the $300 I owe him. So I'll have to do that sometime soon and start a new timeline based on a new IP address, which I may have at this point. We'll find out. At any rate, our dear Joanula Rainenbert says, crimes against humanity and the earth, blessed be. And honestly, love these incredible ladies, and they're very supportive, and hopefully I can get back to them both. Wonderful people, and I think that they understand what we've been going through with this. So it's the attacks are nonstop, of course, and the enemy has all the cards. They're in control of the media. So the agents of chaos run your fucking world, and I'm the only resistance you've got. So you'd better pay attention. Now, just along the theme of what Republicans promised us, Republicans told us that if we just killed off civics and history classes in our schools, which is why you need me so badly, we'd liberate our young people to focus instead on science and math, because history, after all, is, well, if you're majoring in history, you're a liberal arts major. So who needs that, is what they were saying. Look at the enemy, the communists. They don't do no art. Yeah, but of course no one wants to live in a communist society. Instead, we've raised 2 generations of Americans that can't even name the 3 branches of government, much less understand the meaning of the Constitution's reference to the general welfare. Republicans told us that if we cut state and federal aid to higher education, which in 1980 paid for about 80% of a student's tuition, so that students would have what they told us was skin in the game, we'd see students take their studies more seriously and produce a new generation of engineers and scientists to prepare us for the 21st century. Instead of happy students, when we cut that 80%, government support down to around 20%, with the 80% now covered by students' tuition, our nation is groaning under a $2 trillion United States dollar student debt burden, preventing young people from buying homes, starting businesses, or even beginning families, while students are drowning underwater. Banksters who donate to Republican politicians are making billions in profits every single week of the year from these bizarrely non-negotiable loans. Then Republicans told us that if we just stopped enforcing the anti-monopoly and antitrust laws that had protected small businesses for nearly 100 years, there would be an explosion of innovation and opportunity as companies got bigger and better. Instead, we've seen every industry in America become so consolidated that competition is dead. Price gouging and profiteering reign, and it's impossible to start or find small family-owned businesses anymore, anywhere at all, in downtowns, malls, and the suburbs. It's all giant chains, many now owned by hedge funds or private equity. Few family or local businesses can compete against such giants. Republicans told us that if we just changed the laws to let corporations pay their senior executives with stock in addition to cash, they'd be more invested in the fate and future of the company, and business would generally become healthier. Instead, nearly every time a corporation initiates a stock buyback program, millions and often billions of dollars flow directly into the pockets of the main shareholders and executives, while workers, the company, and society itself suffer the loss. They've socialized all the costs while privatizing the profits. Then Republicans told us that if we just let a handful of individual companies and billionaires buy most of our media, 1,000 flowers would grow like the Maoist contention of 100 schools of thought, and we'd have the most diverse media landscape in the world. At first, as the internet was opening in the 90s, they even giddily claimed it was actually happening. Now, a small group of completely right-wing companies own our major media/internet companies, radio and TV stations, as well as local newspapers across this country. In such a landscape, progressive voices, as you can imagine, are completely absent. Listen to me. I'm completely suppressed. I'm the most censored man on earth. Nobody knows Douglas Dietrich. And of course, no matter how much I dress up in Barbie fashion style, as I did for my promotional banner for tonight's program, nobody ever will unless you spread the word. It's your war. You've got to fight it. I'm not the one who's going to lose. It's you. So, beyond all that I've already articulated, Republicans told us we should hand all our healthcare decisions not to our doctors, but to bureaucratic insurance industry middlemen who would decide which of our doctors' suggestions they'd approve and which they'd reject. They said this will lower costs and increase choice. In all of the entire developed world, all the OECD countries on 4 continents, and of course, none of you likely remember the OECD. It's the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. That's an intergovernmental organization with 38 member countries, founded in 1961 to stimulate economic progress and world trade. A very important group to be a part of. An in crowd you wouldn't want to miss out on. In all their member states participating, which is the entire developed world, there are only 500,000, 500,000 medical bankruptcies a year. Every single one of them is here in the United States! Republicans told us, if we just got rid of our unions, then our bosses and the companies that employ them would give us better pay, more benefits, real job security. And as everyone can see. They lied and are working as hard as they can to prevent America from returning to the levels of unionization we had before Reagan's great Republican social experiment. Now, I'm just trying hard to breathe and respond to some of these lovely ladies with their supportive messages. They like my Barbie sense of fashion, even though it's blue instead of pink. It was the lightest sky blue I could find, the most peaceful color, a kind of United Nations cerulean blue that indicates a sense of peace and well-being. That I was... well, it's not really my clothes, of course. It's those of the blood boys that they maintain in their mildew-free closets on the estates. At some point in life, if I ever have any sort of secular power, I would, of course, have to arrange for a new wardrobe. All mine reeks of mildew. And, of course, I change as soon as I'm on estate grounds. But when I get back here to the crypt, I have to readapt my lungs to breathing in enough spores of black mold to kill any baseline human being. And it's here, of course, I have to take on the problems of the world. Now, Republicans told us that if we went with the trade agreement, during the GHW, George Herbert Walker Bush administration, Bush the Senior, which he had negotiated, NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and then signed off on the WTO, the World Trade Organization, that we'd see an explosion of jobs. Oh, there was an explosion. Lots of them, in fact. As over 60,000 American factories were torn down or left vacant because their products were moved to communist China or damn near everywhere else. Over 10 million good-paying jobs went overseas, along with those 60,000 factories. Republicans told us global warming was a hoax. They're still telling us that, in fact. And therefore, they say, we shouldn't do anything to interfere with the profits of their friends in the American fossil fuel industry and the Middle East. The hoax, as it turns out, was the lie that there was no global warming. A lie that the industry spent hundreds of millions over decades to pull off. They succeeded in delaying action on global warming by at least 3 decades, and maybe as many as 5. Between 30 to half 100 years, that lie produced trillions in profits and brought us to the climate crisis that is today killing millions and threatens all life on Earth. The Republicans, the Red Party, the party that, of course, means Edom. Edom simply means red. The kings of Edom transliterates into the Red Kings. Their cult wants the end of all life on Earth in service of the anti-gods, because destroying the creation made in God's image makes them gods unto themselves in their belief system, who can recreate the world in theirs, in their own image. And then, of course, there's the greatest Russell collaborationist, red, radicalized, right-wing Republican insurgent lie of them all. Money is the same thing as free speech, which they denounce as the opening line of the Barbie movie. 5 Republicans on the Supreme Court told us that if we threw out around 1,000 anti-corruption and anti-bribery laws at both the state and federal levels, so politicians and political PACs, political action committees, could take unaccountable billions, even from foreign powers, it would strengthen and diversify the range of voices heard in America. By God, it diversified for sure. We're now regularly hearing from racists and open Rushists, Russell collaborationists, and outright communazis, which is the only way to look at the Republicans and their radicalized libertarian movement. Nazis only in the sense of neo-Nazism, where they've taken the racial element and exaggerated it all out of proportion to the historical ideology, and completely communist in their Bolshevik desire to destroy the system for dictatorship of the proletariat, majoritarianism, or Bolshevism in the Russian language, a lexicon which could never be more oxymoronic because they're the fucking minority. It's the minority imposing itself as the so-called moral majority, which is neither in America. And many of these are elected Republican officials who would have been driven out of decent society before the Reagan Revolution. American political discourse hasn't been this filled with conflict and violence since the American Civil War between the states for rights, and much of it can be traced straight back to the power and influence of dark money unleashed by 5 Republicans packed onto the Supreme Court of these United States. We will have no legitimate government until we take those goddamn guns and kill every Republican on the Supreme Court. That's the way Thomas Jefferson would have done it, and the way your right-wing, radicalized Republicans say it must be so. The bottom line is that we, as a nation, voluntarily or involuntarily, have now had the full Republican experience. And now that we know what it is, we're no longer listening to the Republican politicians who are continuing to try to sell us this bullshit. We don't want to hear Republicans sermonizing about deficits that they themselves have caused, or welfare that they damaged and then exploited. As I've explained definitively, with red states being the true welfare queens, living off the hard work of those of us in the blue states of America. Or even whatever they're calling faith these days, be it the death penalty, forcing raped women to give birth at the barrel of a gun, or burning books. We're over it, Republicans. A new America is being birthed from the ashes of the Reagan Revolution, and you cannot stop it much longer, no matter how much you censor and suppress the son of Adolf Hitler. This brings us to what George Orwell, the author of 1984, could tell Ukraine about corruption in wartime. Yes, they have their problems with their own corruption. Just so that people understand, it is there in Ukraine. It's hard to reform a nation under invasion. Right now, they have to concentrate on national survival, racial survival, underneath a campaign of attempted genocide. War can unify a nation, but it can also contribute to the deepening of social tensions, especially when times get tough on the front line. A reflection forward and back, including the experience of George Orwell calling out the bad Brits during World War II. George Orwell left an entry in his diary on September 17th of 1940, as London was facing Nazi air raids. I'm going to read it to you now, or at least 2 paragraphs therefrom that stand out to me. There has, of course, been a big exodus from the East End, and every night amounts to mass migrations to places where there is sufficient shelter accommodation. The practice of taking a second ticket and spending the night in one of the deep tube stations, ergo Piccadilly, is growing. Everyone I have talked to agrees that the empty furnished houses in the West End should be used for the homeless, but I suppose the rich swine still have enough pull to prevent this from happening. The other day, 100 people from the East End, headed by some of the borough councillors, marched into the Savoy and demanded to use the air raid shelter. The management did not succeed in ejecting them till the raid was over, when they went voluntarily. When you see how the wealthy are still behaving in what is manifestly developing into a revolutionary war, you think of St. Petersburg in Russia in 1916. Basically, he was predicting a Bolshevik revolution in Great Britain. And throughout World War II, this legendary British writer was very much a contrarian. He predicted British defeat in that war. The still ongoing war against the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. He criticized Prime Minister Winston Churchill and was outraged by the behavior of rich pigs. His words, who did not show enough solidarity with the common people. This was something that all came true to pass. The British lost that war by their very standard of living, going from an empire to a slum, from world power to a ghetto, squatting in squalor on their choked little island, while the Thousand-Year Reich soars through the stars. Today, we know that internal social conflict did not prevent Great Britain from attacking the enemy. But we also know how much war contributes to the aggravation of social tensions and class hatred. This knowledge comes not only from the past, but also from what we are living through now in the Ukraine. The main Ukrainian anti-heroes of the current summer are the same rich swine that Orwell branded back in 1940. In the midst of a bloody war, they spend their downtime in the Maldives island chain, on the tropics, on the tropical equator, and they buy villas in Spain. They import luxury cars into the country and take their well-to-do children abroad, party in elite nightclubs, and take major bribes. This is something that just needs to be pointed out. It's a reality. All that being said, Ukraine has a chance to reform if it survives. We have to give it that chance. This is something that would never have come about if it were accepted into NATO in the first place. This is something that we're paying the price for now for a preemptive measure we should have taken decades ago. It is disgusting to me that we came to this point. Of course, none of my advisements were followed. Well, I'm not part of the privileged caste in America, where we also have class conflict. And in the end, that too is a factor in America's downfall. We're going to have a revolution of sorts. And, well, we must aim for the destruction of the republic and the birth of a democracy. This is something that requires, of course, a public that's capable of critical thought. It will take a century of progress to get to that point. And that can't be made by any dictatorship of the proletariat. No, America truly needs a Führer. An America Führer that can be brought about in the person of myself, so long as you get the word out, so that we can continue to survive not only as a culture in terms of the best we have to offer, but as a species. Because it's going to take a fully mobilized public under fascism to fight the challenges of global warming. You're not going to be able to mobilize when you've got people incapable of ascertaining what's reality, what's fantasy, what's a lie, and what's truth. We have no time for debate. A century of progress will require a century of, if you thought about it in presidential terms, a presidency of 25 terms or 100 years. A century of progress that only a person with the understanding of geopolitics and the experience that I've had with government at all levels can bring you. Now, when it comes to the hour and a half remaining, what I can tell you about in terms of the enemy, the war we're going to have to fight against the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, we'll turn towards Putin's deadly revenge on Prigozhin. A very public execution. The exposure thereby of the spectacular ruthlessness of Vladimir Putin. A healthy country uses justice to restore order. Mr. Putin uses violence instead. Prigozhin's death spells the end of Wagner, but Putin won't escape all-out civil war. Yevgeny Prigozhin, the notorious Russian mercenary leader, believed to be on board a plane that crashed on a Wednesday during my transmission not too long ago, has been confirmed dead by Russian authorities after genetic testing was completed. The head of the Wagner private military company was one of 10 people on that plane. But first, India claimed that the Chandrayaan-3 made a historic uncrewed landing near the moon's south pole. Not on it, but near it. If so, a first for the lesser developed world, the world less developed than the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich. India's purported moon success dents Putin's pride, which is why the Americans are propagandizing it, even if it is a lie. even as moon landing truthers call bullshit on India's moon landing period. If true, India has landed a spacecraft near the moon's south pole, an uncharted territory that scientists believe could hold vital reserves of frozen water and precious elements as the Asian Indian Empire cements its growing prowess in space and technology, with a lot of American propaganda help. India made history on a Wednesday, not too long ago, by becoming the first country to reach the lunar South Pole just while I was in transmission, as these things tend to happen. How would I say it? It's an uncrewed, robotic moonlander operated by India's space agency and known as the Chandrayaan-3, touching down on the moon's south polar region around 8:34 a.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday of the week before last by now, I believe. India made history supposedly when this Chandrayaan-3 mission purportedly landed safely on the moon's south pole, cementing itself as the first nation, period, by conventional propaganda. This isn't history here. We're now talking about propaganda when it comes to moon landings, because, of course, the Allies have given you nothing but a fantasy in that regard of space travel. If it takes till now and then the Indians do it first, something's got to be goddamn wrong. But thereby cementing itself as the first nation by conventional perception, ignorant of the real history of World War II, to successfully touch down on this largely unexplored region of the lunar surface. Reiterating that this success belonged to only humanity, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi said, "All the people of the world, the people of every country and region, India's successful moon mission is not just India's alone." But even with Modi's broad, pseudo-inspirational attribution, not everyone was excited to take credit for the scientific feat. Namely, the conspiracy theorists of Reddit, who were irked with the Bigfoot-esque quality of the spacecraft's camera. u/sat0725, who broached the topic on r/ meaning Reddit conspiracy. He asked, "So India just landed on the moon. Anyone think it's weird how the video quality is significantly worse than the American footage from the 1960s? Not saying the US moon landing was bullshit, but how did we get such good footage 50 years ago and today is garbage by comparison?" And even though several fellow Redditors began debating this exact question in more detail on r/Reddit/damn, that's interesting. That's an actual, site. With u/Mastercraft0 suggesting that the device, it probably also acts as a technical camera, offering images of if the solar panels looks okay, and if it's in correct orientation with the moon, etc., etc. The consensus largely remained the same. The video looked like a Y2K video game. IU/Frankie says, "Relax 311 at it. The pictures I've seen from India look so AI generated, it's almost laughable." Though it's unclear why such an advanced spacecraft may be lacking in the camera department, we can't entirely blame them, as u/Wuflu_Tang_clan, as in the Flu Tang clan, as in Wuflu, we know where it comes from. He so aptly observed, "They don't have Stanley Kubrick." So why were the Americans pushing such obvious bullshit? It's incredible when you look at that. Let's see what Patricia's saying here. Looks like they are allowing your posts. All I can say is let's hope for the best, Patricia. Let's put it that way. Let us hope for the best. Okay, Patricia. There we are. Okay. And with that, let's check something here. Got some guy telling me how beautiful I am. Half these people, the men who look at my Facebook timeline, think I'm a girl. Can't blame them for that. It's a, it's a female name. Though none of them would know it's a female name. So, there you go with that. Okay. Pia Chowdhury is wonderful, wonderful human being. So, and that, of course, was somebody else. I'm talking about all these ladies that are giving me support. Want to thank them all. Can never thank any of them enough. And, of course, the last person to speak after Pia Chowdhury, I'd have to do a reload of the page. Get that up there again, and that would be Patricia. What's her name? God, I guess she spoke in a different post, so I'll look that up later. At any rate, my thanks to them all, and hopefully they're reviewing our show. And thank you to El Nemo. Looks like Micah Cancer is like, Michael Panzer's like saying some stuff. I don't know what's going on, but, hopefully he seems to have calmed down. Didn't say much more after El Nemo was explaining things to him. Either way, let's talk about what India's moon landing means for geopolitics. Basically, by supporting a lie that the Indians did what they did, the Americans were fucking over the Russians. Putin's pride was dented as India's moon landing highlights Russia's decline. You see, India, according to this lie that they landed some piece of shit that can't even take footage on the moon surface, is supposedly just became the fourth country on Earth to stage a soft landing on the moon, when the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft, we are told, because there's no footage that makes any sense, successfully alighted on the lunar South Pole. Now, no other nation has made a landing on that part of the moon ever. And of course, they can't show us any footage and what they show us looks so stupid, which is just pictures of the goddamn solar panels of their stupid craft, and everything else is CGI, but we're all expected to buy this. The path of the Chandrayaan-3, such as it is, if it ever happened, which launched from southern India more than a month ago, took that fucking long to captivate the Indian public and dominate their headlines for days, because I guess that's their Barbie. Now, the symbolism of India's moon landing is hard to overstate, and it is all symbolism. We're not talking reality here. An aspiring power has achieved an unprecedented feat nearly 240,000 miles from Earth. India's space program originated in the 1960s. That decade, I was delivered into this vale of tears, and has launched hundreds of satellites. In 2008, the Chandrayaan-1 mission confirmed the presence of craters on the moon's south pole that scientists say contain ice. However, a previous attempt at a soft landing on the moon failed in 2019. So on the global stage, this fake landing represents a moment of arrival for India, with clear political gains for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, whom the United States is supporting as an ally against the Communist Chinese. India's goals of becoming a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council and joining the nuclear suppliers group may stand unfulfilled, but it is now, through the lie, as big a lie as the Allies winning World War II, part of a much smaller group of countries that have been to the moon, alongside only the Communist Chinese Empire, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, and these United States. And many aspirants, including Israel, well, the fucking Empire of Japan had already been there in World War II, crashing a suicide astronaut on the moon to pave the way for the Nazi space station, Lunastadt, that was ultimately established. But there's other aspirants that are truly just aspiring without succeeding. Russia, the United Arab Emirates, as well as, of course, Israel, have never succeeded in landing on the moon's south pole. But beyond the symbolism, the achievement can bring substantive benefits to India and the wider world. New Delhi's moon landing can enhance ongoing space research that has contributed to the development of communication and remote sensing technologies. India's space research has also helped monitor underground water levels and predict weather patterns back home on Earth, which is especially significant in one of the countries most vulnerable to climate change. The lunar landing could also boost India's economy by kickstarting private space exploration programs. A senior official at India's Ministry of Science and Technology said that India's space sector could become a $1 trillion economy. Indian space experts also speak of how the Chandrayaan-3 mission can accelerate efforts to fight climate change. The lunar mission involves research on helium-3, a helium isotope found in abundance on the moon that could serve as a renewable energy resource. However, the Chandrayaan-3 mission could introduce a new phase of great power competition by accelerating a long-running space race. India and Russia, partners on Earth, have competed to become the first country to land on the lunar South Pole, a Russian attempt having failed on Sunday, the same week that the Asian Indians would succeed by Wednesday. So the presence of water, which could be refined into rocket fuel in the future, suggests an opportunity for other countries to use the lunar South Pole region as a base for deeper space exploration. Perhaps in anticipation of such competition, in 2020, the United States established the Artemis Accords, which aim to promote space cooperation through shared rules and principles. Many American allies and partners have signed on, including India during Modi's visit to Washington in June. Both the Communist Chinese and revanchist revisionist Russian empires have not. With geopolitical competition in space poised to intensify, it could certainly change the way those on Earth perceive the moon and beyond. By contrast, Russia's failed moon mission is seen by some as emblematic of its decline, as that empire faces scrutiny and isolation over its invasion of Ukraine. So India, just last week by now, or feels like the week before last by now, they celebrated landing successfully on the moon. This is, of course, by sheer propaganda power, with the Americans helping them promote that lie, a massive, globally recognized accomplishment, years in the making, and a demonstration of that supposedly rising Asian empires developing scientific and technological prowess. But in Moscow, which saw a similar high-profile attempt fail just days earlier, the victory was rubbing salt into its very recent wound. India's achievement, which is completely false, a lie propagated by the U.S., was meant to join it to the U.S., Red China, and the former Greater Soviet Union as the fourth country to land a spacecraft on the moon, and as the Allied children are indoctrinated to understand it, and highlighted its growing capabilities as a force in space. Among the praise from world leaders, the Kremlin issued an official statement from Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, who dutifully offered his heartfelt congratulations to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the entire Indian space program, because he wants India back as an ally. They were his primary purchaser of Russian weapons technology. Of course, the Ukrainians have managed to kill the Russian weapon sales by showing that the Russian weapons aren't worth a shit. And if the Asian Indians face off the communist Chinese, they're going to be wiped out completely because they're all using Russian bullshit to defend themselves. So Putin's statement read, to appease the Indians in his hope that he would get them back into his camp where they had been forever. India was a Russian satellite state forever, buying even Russian cast-off aircraft carriers. So to get him back into the fold again, because they're his primary weapons purchaser, his statement read, "This is a big step forward in space exploration and, of course, a testament to the impressive progress made by India in the field of science and technology." Yet for Putin, the achievement carries the consequence of further embarrassment. His own lunar mission came to an abrupt halt earlier in the week when a thruster fired for 43 seconds too long, ending a much-needed chance to assert Russian power and pride at home and abroad. And that was the beginning of a week in which he was forced to attend an international summit by video conference for fear of arrest on an outstanding warrant for international human rights violations. It also preceded by days the suspicious sudden death of an emerging political foe. More broadly, the latest black eye comes as the 70-year-old autocrat is seeing challenges to his leadership for the first time in a nearly quarter century of tyranny, growing cynicism about his unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, limited economic expansion prospects, and a potentially destabilizing re-election bid next year. Almost unavoidably, the setback in space would be seen by some as emblematic of the empire's larger struggles. And I do want people to understand something. I personally have always been under the impression, from what little I could assess, which was orders of magnitude above what any of you could. My access to documents concerning the reality of the Japanese suicide mission to establish an astronaut on the moon, which was fictionalized and dramatized by Pierre Boulle, the author who gave us The Planet of the Apes, a French spy himself, an espionage agent, who experienced Japanese occupation firsthand in French Indochine, French Indochina. He was a man who wrote the book Garden on the Moon, required reading. Though he put the incident back by several years projected into the future rather than what happened in World War II when it historically took place, he's someone who nevertheless did his best to expose it to the public via the only route that was possible without being censored, via fiction. When he did what he did, and of course it brought forth, not in the book, but added context in its own way publicly to what little the public can access about the subject, to what I've said about what I know to be true based on the documents I was ordered to destroy by the United States government concerning the 1,000-year Reich in exile. Their establishment of a base on the moon was very much impacted. My impression was completely destroyed by the creation of an artificial Van Allen radiation belt using Project Argus, the launching of 3 successive atomic bombs, nuclear explosions, which rendered space, near space, the space around our planet Earth, impassable for human astronauts, the Raummänner, the spacemen of the Third Reich, from Unterland to the moon, for enough of a period of time where they starved out Lunastadt, Lunar City, the city on the moon, Now, all of that may have been reestablished after the artificial Van Allen radiation belt dissipated, and all those Rontgens, all that radiation fell to Earth, generating supermassive explosions in cancer throughout the human population worldwide. That's the collateral price of World War, as far as the Americans were concerned. All of this is something that Americans know nothing about unless you read our books. And, of course, the article published in Nexus Magazine, which is published on my website, DouglasDietrich.com, which you need to subscribe to just for that, if nothing else. Though there's other things on there. I don't have done nothing with the website in forever and won't do so until I find someone I trust who can help me work with it. But for the time being, no one was able to take it down like they intended. So by all means, access it. Read my article on the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. What happened on the moon? Some Germans that I have spoken to were under the belief that the moon base was repopulated or reestablished, that perhaps even the Germans in Lunastadt were able to survive the initial radioactive assault that would starve them out by making it impossible for resupply via the Operation Argus, Argus, which you can look up. And these people who believe that, if that's true, and either that or the Germans reestablished a population base there, understand that India was an ally of the Third Reich and the Empire of Japan in World War II. They had their own freedom-fighting army under Subhash Chandra Bose. Bose is spelled B-O-S-E. You can access his technology, some of the most advanced audio equipment in the world, through Bose Stereo Systems. That's his family. His army fought the Allies on the side of the Axis, and he was transported by submarine, Japanese I-boat or German U-boat, to both Europe and Japan and back to India to fight a world war, lead his forces from all over the world to fight the Allies for Asian Indian freedom. Subhash Chandra Bose is an individual I've spoken of in the past and doubtless will have to return to again in the future, who ultimately escaped to my Taiwan. The Japanese told the Allies he died en route when, quote-unquote, his plane exploded en route to my Taiwan. And the Allies, in order to prevent a panic, just went with it. Said, Japs told us he's dead. As if you could trust the enemy. That was the most bizarre headline from a bizarre time. He, of course, continued his war against the Brits. Understand that the Indians of northern India, not the black Dravidians of southern India, what the British called Elder India, because that was the first part of the Indian subcontinent that they colonized, but the Maratha Confederacy, which continued to fight off the Brits, was Aryan. Hence, the capital, New Delhi, is the Aryan capital of the subcontinent of South Asia, India itself. The Germans believed they were ultimately descended from the Asian Indians, the Aryans of Asian India, who migrated northwards through Iran, which is simply the Greek name for Aryan. So, if the Asian Indians were able to land anything on the South Pole of the moon, it's because, think of the logic here. Here's the Russians sending in a moon lander that gets knocked off. Well, the Nazis wouldn't want them anywhere near their territory. But then they allow the Asian Indians to land because there's a feeling of Aryan kinship with Asian India, the same Aryan kinship they felt with Japan, which is why during the great Aryan migrations, inland into Europe led to the so-called Indo-European culture. That means Indian European culture. The term they used to use was Aryan. And, of course, Asian Indian Aryans migrated via the maritime route to the home islands of Japan. This is why the Nazis felt the Japanese were Aryan brothers in the struggle against the Allies. If there's anyone they would tolerate, even help to land in the South Polar region, it would be the Asian Indians. So our man...
That's it. Sorry to...
Thank you. You put it up.
That's
you
what
put it
exact.
up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, that if the Russians tried to go to the South Pole, the National Socialists would just fuck them off and ruin their plans, but they'll allow India because they were considered kind of an ally to the Third Reich.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So you understand. And by the way, our man, tell them you put the links up. Tell them.
I provided the link for the full Nexus interview on Douglas's website in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Definitely appreciate it. That's our man. And, of course, add our noticer, TM. She says, truth. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. Always glad to see you with us. And so when it comes to these facts, keep that in context as the only thing that makes this real. And as I said, when it comes to Putin, of course, this is all being rubbed in his face. In an opinion piece, Leroy Chiao, a former NASA astronaut of Asian American, Chinese ethnicity, wrote, Russia's bedraggled. Russia's bedraggled space program mirrors the state of the nation itself, including the surprisingly poor performance of the Russian military in its war on Ukraine. Instead of making his nation a great power again, Putin has shown the world just how badly Russia is in decline. The lamentable state of Moscow's space program is just the latest confirmation of that. Now, of course, there are those apologists, Russian sympathizers, who would think that there were reasons to assume the atrophy was not as severe. Russia, for the most part, has been a reliable partner on the International Space Station despite geopolitical tumult, and for years was tasked with ferrying astronauts to and from that orbiting laboratory because America killed its own space shuttle service. Beyond that, major successes have been elusive. Everything they sent to Venus or Mars has crashed or been taken out, especially more recently. Challenges for Russia's space program include Western sanctions and an ongoing brain drain. According to Carrie Bingen, the directress for the Center for Strategic and International Studies Aerospace Security Project, the loss of bright minds to sustain the program will, in her own words, have longer-term implications for their technical abilities, but also for their standing as a space power within the international community. The Russians haven't done this in decades. The sanctions that have been levied against their aerospace industries and against their space program, they are having an impact. I'd also say there is a brain drain happening in Russia. Putin is sending his young people to fight an illegal war, not to go into the aerospace sector. Well, one of those implications is a pact signed in March 2021 by the Communist Chinese and Russian empires to jointly explore the moon as they solidified a larger no-limits strategic partnership they would announce less than a year later. Russia's ability to contribute to those efforts was questionable even before its most recent failure, which comes amid signs of cracks between Beijing and Moscow over Ukraine. But, as importantly, it's another dent in Putin's ambition to project Russia as an international power. During the last decade, he pursued such an objective through meddling in foreign affairs, like Russia's intervention in Syria's civil war, testing the defenses of the NATO alliance, and interfering in the 2016 American elections to hack Trump into the Oval Office, as well as working to undermine Western interests in hotspots like Iran, Afghanistan, or North Korea. At home, Putin set out to foment nationalistic pride, spending fortunes on public infrastructure projects like roads and bridges and massive sports complexes surrounded by newly constructed villages to bring the world to Russia for events like the Olympic Games and International Soccer's World Cup. With regard to space, Putin set out to build a state-of-the-art launch complex, but perhaps foreshadowing the difficulties that would beset the Russian program, the project was plagued by cost overruns and endemic corruption widely reported within the country that saw the price balloon past $2 billion United States dollars and dozens of officials fired or even imprisoned before the facility even opened. Now, with the value of the ruble having plunged and the war effort requiring an ever-growing capital commitment, the failure of the moon mission has proved just the opposite, a testament to Russia's inability to compete globally as it works in the shadow of Soviet successes, launching the first satellite, orbiting the first astronaut, and successfully landing an unmanned spacecraft on the moon in the last century. If indeed they ever even really did that. No. Of course, per Victoria Sampson, the Washington office directoress for Secure World Foundation, a nonprofit that promotes the peaceful exploration of outer space, she told the Fourth Estate, she told the American press that, in her words, Russia's Cold War legacy will be just that, a legacy, unless they can actually do this themselves. Now, Yuri Borisov, the head of Russia's state-controlled space agency, he blamed the fiasco on the long gap since its last lunar mission, which was in 1976, when Russia was a part of the Greater Soviet Union. To quote St, the negative experience of interrupting the lunar program for almost 50 years is the main reason for the failures. Now others have pointed to systemic problems like uneven and inexperienced leadership, the reliance on substandard building materials, and chronically low salaries within the sector for various failures. And, of course, something as simple as foolish pride can never be eliminated. Some speculated that Russia's rush to beat India to the moon could have led it to ignore issues that arose during the mission. Per Vitaly Yegorov, a popular Russian space blogger, it looks like things weren't going according to plan, but they decided not to change the schedule to prevent the Indians from coming first. But it also shows just how difficult it is to land on the moon, given that this was India's second attempt after a failed mission in 2019, following an Israeli moon mission that met a similar fate in 2019. And if they aren't going to let the Russians land, you can goddamn well bet the Nazis aren't going to let the Israelis fucking land. So,
exactly.
Yes, thank you. Now, as per the aforecited Bingen, well, what he was saying was that India's accomplishment today is a good reminder that space missions are risky and that the technology is hard. Now, despite the possible dent in Russia's pride, the aforecited Borisov said on Monday that abandoning the lunar program would be the worst decision, and that the empire should commit to more space missions as both the American and communist Chinese empires, as well as other nations, weigh both the political, scientific, and commercial advantages of a lasting presence on the moon. Now, of course, Peter Moon has joined us, the Moon Man himself, back here on Earth. I thought I heard some heavy breathing, so...
I was on mute.
Cool. Okay, that was from
Hi,
Nemo.
Peter.
There we are.
Hello, Nemo.
Yes. Welcome aboard, dear Peter, and good morning. So I'm so glad you came, and Nemo has been incredible. I've given him moderator status. We had a troll that was obviously assigned and just assumed over half a dozen different channels, established half a dozen different channels to keep attacking, asking if I would suck blood from his hemorrhoids, that kind of shit. Talking about, of course, cross-dressing, how I was presenting myself, basically attacking my non-binary status, the fact that gender roles aren't a thing for me that I assign myself to.
Yes, remind him that Aquino was a cross-dresser.
Yeah! Yes, they never think of that. Thank you so much. It's so true. And it's amazing how these people don't know their own heroes. So Nemo took care of this man and patiently was trying to communicate with several other people that we had to be concerned about, just in light of everything else that was going on. But aside from that, we're here now. You're helping us greet the morning, and by all means, take the stage, Peter. How are your dreams?
I want to remind people to contribute to Douglas, because I forgot to mention that when I was on the air last night. But do remember to contribute to Douglas, because it's every bit helps. And thank you for those who did contribute most recently. But in any case, I've been listening for a while, and of course, the South Pole seems to be the most topical aspect of the moon. And I haven't really paid too much attention to it. I did think it was interesting at the South Pole because, of course, the old German base there. Yeah. And then there was also the 2007 bombing of the South Pole of the moon, too. We can't forget that.
Thank you. Excellent point. Thank you very much. And please relate what you remember about it.
Well, I remember Mary Hardy, she came to stay with me, and I took her up to Massachusetts. I picked her up at the airport, and she was all excited. We bombed the moon. We bombed the moon. You know, like, what the hell's going on? What new insane thing was the government doing? Yeah. And, that's when I remember it. And, of course, I saw it on the news, and it was a very short kind of, you show this bomb coming. There was a camera on it. And boom, boom, boom. Like, what you bombing the moon for? They didn't really explain why. Of course, if you listen to Douglas, you might readily conclude.
Thank you.
That it was something to do with the old German base there. Yes. But what I found interesting, because I haven't been following this story, and I looked at some of these images. I looked up Indian moon landing images, and these images, even the videos, they're so lame.
Thank you. They're offensive. They're offensive to the sensibility.
Yeah. In other words, and as you're saying, it looks like a PR stunt against Russia. Yeah. And it's like it's a war. And this is what L. Ron Hubbard said. It's a PRO world. It's a world of public relations. This is why, anything he was saying about himself was fair game, because it was all public relations. What do people think? We didn't have the internet back in those days. Yeah. So you can get away with saying a lot. Yeah. And it's a game of information. And even John Lennon, who was an idealist in his half-baked ideas to...
Perfect way to express it. Half-baked, yes. Go on.
Be a political activist. And, he is quoted in saying, you've got, Hitler was right. You have to control the people. You have to control the people.
Thank you.
Because, and it's like you're talking about democracy. To me, this is absurd because, as Osho said, people are retarded.
Yes.
Are retarded. So it's like the idea that you can get democracy. What you want with democracy is you want to keep the people happy, satiated, but you don't want them being robots, or you want to empower people, but not to the point where they're going to become destructive. This is not a good thing.
Right.
So this is what we're dealing with in this crazy world. It's like people, you can't have a totalitarian dictatorship. And if you tell people, they need you as the Fuhrer, even if it may be true, doesn't work. It does, public relations wise, it ends up being self-defeating.
I can appreciate that.
Because of course, people, they can't, he's going to be worse than the next guy.
People need a leader that will care about them like a father genuinely cares about their children, who has the people's interest in his mind.
Well, yes. And what I would say, though, what is the best I think, weapon of public relations in that direction of making you more influential. You really don't want to be the Fuhrer, because then you become answerable to everybody.
I appreciate you're looking out for me. Yes, Peter Moon's looking out.
What about this? Because people will bring you their problems, and and unless you're in a position to just kill them off, Putin.
You have to be capable of bearing that kind of burden.
Exactly, precisely. But more to the point is, we talk about climate change and the polluters. There's no hope to do anything about this short of time travel, unless you defang China. And
there you have it. Go on.
Yeah, defanging China, and this is what we're doing. If we can reconstruct our what is it?
Economy.
Our theme, but then again, that can be dangerous too, because you don't want to poke the bear too hard. China has its own resources, so discretion becomes very important with what we're doing. But certainly, just to get on board with not accepting China for the way it is accepted, and you have corruption with China with Joe Biden. He's bought off. He's very low level, I think, because
yes,
he doesn't. He's a low roller in terms of big money, and he's in a position in life where he doesn't really need money personally. He doesn't.
No, I mean, he'd be an idiot if he were concerned about money. How much life does he have left? But go on.
Well, he evidently is, because that's just the way the game is played. It's
true enough.
It's just the way the game is played, and he's playing it the way they play it, and it's not in regardless of whether it's in his best interest or not, is kind of beside the point. But
right.
So it is with this mad world.
But to go back to Peter after just a few, shall we say, responses to what he brings up, your points are all well taken, and believe me, what you say is pure logic. It's just common rational sense. You don't go around and tell people, "Oh, make me your Führer, make me your leader," as I've done. But these are not normal times, and they're only getting worse. So understand that the logic I'm operating on is that we are entering a time of such an extreme crisis that people are looking for a leader in the Führerprinzip sense, meaning in the sense of the basically the man who's willing to take charge. Now we're entering such dire straits that at this point I feel that my lineage is no longer going to be so much of a hindrance in the near future. I'm not talking about right now, but in the near future, with things so bad that people are going to say, if only Hitler were back. So then it becomes, at that point, a selling point, and the fact that what I say is on record, while it is exactly as you say, basically self-destructive right now, it will not be such in the future. This is what I'm thinking is the long game. But the fact that they are censoring me so desperately right now shows you how much of a threat the enemy feels I am. So, but back to you with that. And of course with China, as you would probably agree with myself, this is not a war that can be avoided. It is simply, China is essentially pushing itself into a corner. It's not that we need to provoke it, because China has been dedicated to trying to assimilate Taiwan at all costs, to the point where they are also threatening their other neighbors. Now, just as an example, I don't know if you're aware of this. I'm sure it won't surprise you. The Chinese ministry just released an official map in which they are on this map, literally rendering in the map, as part of China, bits and pieces of territory from all their neighbors. All their neighbors. Bits of islands from Japan, from Indonesia, bits of land from Nepal, from the Asian Indians, etc. Just every single one of their neighbors is violated by this new map that they've released. And by the way, one of the reasons why the Barbie film is one of the highest grossing films, over $1 billion. I forgot to bring up, so thank you for reminding me, with the China issue, was because in the Barbie film, they show a Chinese map, a communist Chinese map, that shows the 9-dash line in which all the South China Sea is shown to belong to communist China. There's a frame in the film that shows this communist Chinese map so they could get the Chinese market. And that because of that, their film is banned in Vietnam, because that basically strips the Vietnamese of their coastline, and all Vietnam is the fucking coast. If the Chinese get the South China Sea, then Vietnam essentially at that point is absorbed in toto into China itself, and no longer exists as a sovereign state. So the Barbie film is outlawed. It's banned in Vietnam, but in China, it's made hundreds of millions of dollars because they've allowed it to show because of that goddamn map. So, again, this is the kind of, our media is now enslaved, slave-circuited to communist China. So in a very real sense, they're winning the propaganda war. And obviously, we've got to do something about that. But in the end, the war will be inevitable because communist China wants Taiwan. And if they take Taiwan, then, of course, the technology is deprived to America, and effectively civilization collapses. This is no exaggeration. And who's the only person that really knows anything about Taiwanese and Chinese and Japanese culture? Obviously, if America had listened to my advisements years ago, we would never have reached this point. So at some point, the America Führer concept of at least I know what the fuck I'm doing does come into play. That's what I'm hoping for, what I'm banking on. I may bank wrong, but we've all got to gamble. But, you know, with that back here.
It's more like they need you as their Fritz Kramer, their senior advisor. Because, you know, as the Constitution sits, that's why you said revolution, because you couldn't be president as being a born in Taiwan.
That's right. That's right.
For the Constitution, they'd have to change it. Yes, at this point, when we get into the relations with Taiwan, this becomes crucial to, you know, why do I consider my friendship with Douglas Dietrich a blessing? Because it's, Taiwan is pivotal to all, is the pivot point of world politics. There's no question of this. And this, I understand this, and it's where we're going. It's not only world politics, it's apocalyptic. It's everything. It all comes back to this. So, you know, it's interesting that the various and sundry individuals that come to assist you, like Nemo or whoever, they're here by, you know, unique circumstance they find themselves in.
Yes.
And unfortunately, you know, too many of the people can't deal with the heat. But or whatever it is, and then there's the trolls, and well, these trolls don't seem very talented.
Thank you.
In trolling, I mean, they're just you know, kind of trained to harass, and they're not really that good at it. I mean, they do have some competence. They can make some noise, but they're certainly not. You kind of get the idea as if I'm trying to think of some
example,
you know,
but here I'll say something.
When does Emperor Hirohito sit down on the orange crates with his generals and say, "We got to go after this"?
Thank you.
You know, and Emperor Hirohito would do certain things where he'd become hands-on.
Yeah.
As would any president during a war.
Yes.
Trump would get fairly hands-on in his sorties into what he was doing with the Mideast or whatever.
Yes.
But at what point do these guys say, "Oh, we're going to handle," and it just doesn't seem like they get it.
Thank you.
I mean, they view you as more of an as much as you're important. They view you as more of an irritation than a serious. Well, and then again, there's also interference from the art elect and interference from the Vox Arca itself. It's like people fully understand what we're dealing with. It changes the perception, and this is a slow game of changing perception so that people understand what is at stake. It's still a process of discovery for me.
Thank you. Yes, it is definitely we're changing people's perceptions and paradigms, and this is where Peter Moon becomes indispensable. He's truly pivotal, and it cannot be done without him. Understand that I simply cannot communicate with the public the way that Peter Moon can, not to the common man, not to, and I'll dare say to various other ethnicities or cultures that otherwise might find me too alienating in my own comportment. Peter Moon becomes that bridge where he has more of the sedate presentation, the manner of comportment that people feel more comfortable with, more at ease with, and that is profoundly important. Obviously, of course, I am a product of an extraordinarily rare environment, a convergence of several different environments that are not conventional. They're subcultures. So Peter Moon's point is well taken. One of the things that I have pointed out in the past was that when Trump got hands-on, I mean, it speaks for itself that Joseph Biden has done nothing original with foreign policy. We're all following, under the Biden administration, simply Trump's foreign policy. There's nothing that's been changed. It's Trump's foreign policy that has been carried out by Joseph Biden. I think that speaks volumes. So it was Trump that started us on the road away from appeasement of communist China. No one can really, there's no really doing that justice. There's no way to overemphasize how important that was to human history, that he did that, and established the Space Force to the point where, as I said, since he couldn't find any uniforms that weren't manufactured in communist China, he took the only uniforms we had out of stock, and that was woodland camouflage, which is why our Space Force wears woodland camouflage uniforms, because they're the only uniforms that were made in America that were left in our stockpile. So he was definitely, in terms of foreign policy, we'd have to consider that his strength, the way people considered foreign policy the strength of Richard Mulhouse Nixon, even though it was Nixon that ultimately started us on the road to the problems with communist China by opening the door to communist China the way he did. It's the full cycle was turned from Nixon. The cycle was turned by Trump. I mean, this is a point that does need to be acknowledged. And
Trump was extolled for having no foreign policy experience whatsoever, whereas Biden had all this connections with all the rest of the world.
What a joke! Yes.
Well, yeah, two very different backgrounds and two different very mentalities, and you know, Trump was a businessman who dealt with business, and Biden was a politician. They're two very different orientations, and I think businessmen tend to, well, they create wealth, whether it's through shenanigans or whatever. They're creating wealth, where politicians are more parasitic.
Yes.
By their very nature. It's not that capitalists aren't parasitic, but there's more parasitism in a government person than there is in a businessman.
Yes.
Even if the businessman is exploitive and whatnot, because, Trump's father learned how to exploit the government to do low-income housing. Trump didn't do low-income housing, but he was he knew how to seduce the Arabs with the money and build places that, because you have to remember in 1970, New York was a snake pit. I talked about the roach houses, in the hotels. Trump would go in and he'd make clean spaces. He'd make nice apartments for these Arabs to come in and, buy them, and money they had. So he very much exploited that, and he had all the legal machinations with Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn knew how to manipulate Manhattan politics like nobody, and what that was his best friend or best ally, I would say. I'm sure he didn't care for Roy Cohn socially, although I know he hobnobbed with him at what was it, a place called Studio 54.
Right.
And that whole Studio 54 culture, which was instigated by people from Army intelligence, couple gay guys from Army intelligence or whatnot.
That's what he was. Yes.
And it was very, but then it overreached its boundaries because it just became too flagrantly corrupt, and that doesn't work in the end. But and Roy Cohn himself became flagrantly corrupt. That's the most intriguing connection with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's also the type of person that will cut ties with somebody as well. He never had to cut ties with Roy Cohn because Roy Cohn kind of just went off the rails, where he was defying judges and flaunting at them, and he was disbarred. But by then he had AIDS and was dead anyway. Was dying.
At that point, he had nothing to lose and didn't give a shit. But by the way, I want Peter to know that I consider this to be through his help as much as through anything else. But this individual, T.G. McDonald, who was in our chat, was very supportive, said he really enjoyed everything he was hearing. He contributed 200 United States dollars. So I do want you to know that, all of this is important. He said, here's my Facebook profile where I write about you. And so I thank him for that. He says, thank you regardless of whether you read. We received $10 from our dear friend Nemo Albano. And so I want to thank him for that. Yeah.
Thank you both of you guys. And I want to say, separate to this, as I was listening to you, Douglas, I was actually listening to, I woke up early and I was listening to my old colleagues from Scientology, Ken Urquhart, and he was the LRH personal communicator and the butler of L. Ron Hubbard, and along with his messenger, and another guy who I knew, Mark Fisher, who was involved. They had this, Janice and Mark had this podcast they're interviewing all these people from this whole spectrum of Scientology history. And Janice she grew up, her mother was started the Celebrity Center, and she grew up on the ship. And so she's a wealth of information. She is I would call her the custodian of the history of L. Ron Hubbard and the Sea Org. She really is the custodial, and she accepts the good, bad, and the ugly.
Right.
And it's more important. Everybody can accept the ugly. She accepts the good and the bad, and she will say things. And I remember meeting with her in Manhattan, and just I was having breakfast, and I said, this is just like I feel like Hubbard is just one step away, because that's who she was. If she came down to see you, she was representing him, and she was talking with him behind her. And I could feel that. And I don't think, maybe possibly one time she dealt with me on the ship in an official capacity like that, maybe. But whether she did or not, it didn't matter, because I knew what it was like. I knew the feeling. Whether it was her or somebody else, it's like he's right there. And anyway, they're interviewing Ken, and Ken was giving his assessments of L. Ron Hubbard. First, they talked about some of his experiences, and I can certainly pepper the conversations they were having with certain details of accuracy and cogency that would only what they call I think they call their website or their podcast "Peeling the Onion," the Scientology onion.
Interesting term. Go on. Yes.
Well, if they ever get to me, it's gonna be the pure occult aspects of it. So it's best that people peel all this outer layers, because when you take away, and I guess what I'm alluding to here is particularly Ken and Mark were talking about all the positive aspects that they experienced in Scientology, as far as and Hubbard's technical expertise and maestro behavior in certain regards to the mind and whatnot. And of course, I was very much privy to that and appreciative and even accomplished in it. But so this is one aspect of him, and there were other aspects where he was, concerned a showman or just more than a showman, I guess what you'd say, public relations, Goebbels
type of mentality. Just
Yeah.
say anything about anything. But as I listen to this, it's like ideas began to filter because I said, I would never do a podcast with these people. It's not that I don't like them.
Mhm.
It's like I just don't want them. But the only way I could do a podcast with former Scientologists, I have done some with independent Scientologists, but it's like it goes open to a corridor that is just completely different in the context, because these people don't understand the occult aspects of occultism. It's just not their bailiwick. It's not. And the only reason it became mine, well, there's two reasons. One is because I became interested and I wanted to know about it. If Hubbard knew this, I want to know this. So I delved into it, but it fits my astrology chart. It's just like it's so much into my astrology chart, I can't get away from it. So, and I have acumen there. So, for whatever reason, but as I sit there and I'm counting my blessings, I'm beginning to see certain things that can take place in the future. I won't even mention them now. I won't mention them on the air, but it concerns you, Douglas, and it's not unpositive.
Okay.
But one of them I can share is that, I thought of, like, okay, so I had once had this vision, if things went right with my media deal and I had money that I would be forced to donate, in other words, for tax incentive reasons, because if you get to a certain point,
Yeah.
which I'm certainly not at now, you can donate, and it works for you. Instead of paying it to the government, you're basically paying it to a foundation that you believe in, like the Red Cross or the Cancer Society. Ho ho ha ha ha. And I remember Preston telling me, I think, that he would donate money to the Red Cross or something if they could find a cure for cancer, because his mother died for cancer. And that was noble. Naive, but noble. Because,
Right.
his mother didn't die for lack of medical cures
Right.
available. The medical cures available are, ozone therapy. It just costs a hell of a lot of money.
Right.
But so I had this vision. I said, well, man, if I had money, maybe I'd put up a building across the river from Atlanticron and copied it. And then I said, that's ridiculous, because it's just no. What do they need a building there for? It wouldn't even be occupied.
Right.
Then I thought, okay, and I did think this, and it's still in my heart. I said, well, I'd build a cabin up at the camp, make it more available. I told the owner that. He really appreciated it, because that would be relatively inexpensive. It's not like you're building a whole house.
Right.
It's like you could even, they even have these like mini homes now that you can. I don't know if you could ship them to Romania or assemble them, but there's all sorts of things that could be done on a lower level.
Right.
But I also thought, so I was thinking, like, what would it take to extract you from the crypt? I could make it a process of the World Genesis Foundation. How do we extract Douglas from the crypt?
Cool.
And replicate. And I was even thinking of getting my Hollywood friend. I said, well, maybe we could make a movie where we could replicate the crypt. And put it there, put it up in, put them up by the Russian River or something, or somewhere, and say, yeah, let's replicate the crypt. Just like this guy had this beautiful idea to replicate the chamber beneath the Sphinx and make it for a movie, and then make it a tourist attraction in Romania.
Yeah.
And use the money for the benefit of the country.
Yes.
It would be the country's biggest tourist attraction.
Yes.
So these ideas, and I'm thinking, like, wow, we could make the crypt make a crypt, make it make it a little better. Have it air conditioning, have it mold free, have it, our own crypt. Make it a movie. Actually, the movie wouldn't really be about your life, because your life is really not about the crypt in terms of the story that would be told. You have to make another movie, and it would be kind of like, you never saw Soupy Sales, did you?
Oh, yeah. Well, I remember him vaguely as The Price is Right, but very little about him other than, come on down! Go on.
Yeah, well, Soupy Sales was, he kind of was really, I did not like him as a kid. He was on and he was weird. He was offbeat. He wasn't weird like, what was this guy, Pee Wee Herman?
Yeah.
I heard that he just passed away. But,
bastard. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like he was weird. He was offbeat, and he became really famous when he told all the kids. He says, what I want you to do is go into your mother's purse and get $1, put it in an envelope, and write to Soupy Sales and send it to Soupy Sales. And he put his address, and he got thousands and thousands of dollars. I mean, it was an outrageous amount he got. I think it was like $10,000 or something.
Oh my God.
And of course, it became a fiasco, a scandal.
It should have been, yeah.
But I think he did it as a joke. I mean, I don't think he was doing. I mean, he was just a prankster, and he wore this like stupid clothes, almost like a Buster Brown outfit or something. He looked like a jerk.
Oh my God.
And but what he had was a set. He had a set. And the set was simple, sort of like Captain Kangaroo. It was being a little more complex. And then he'd have White Fang was this top paw that was, you didn't see the dog. It was called White Fang. It was a dog's paw that would come out and paw at the camera while he'd say, hey, White Fang. And sometimes he'd have Blacktooth, which is a black paw. And he'd talk to Blacktooth. And he's like, it was just shtick, and it was stupid.
Yeah.
And the only reason I ever watched it because it was on TV.
Right.
Or you were waiting for something to come. And my mother was very impressed one time when she said, Frank Sinatra came on the show and got a pie in the face, because he'd always throw pies in people's face.
Oh my
and she
God.
said, Frank Sinatra would not appear on TV at that period. It was beneath him. It was not good for his image. And she was a great Frank Sinatra fan, because he bought her a Coke when she was in New York or something, and went to see his act. Just loved him forever. So she was just shocked when she saw him come on Soupy Sales show and get a pie in the face.
Why would he subject himself to that?
Because he thought it was funny. I mean, he did have a sense of humor.
Okay.
He didn't always have a sense of humor.
He allowed Don Rickles to kiss him on the mouth on that Johnny Carson show.
Oh my
God. He loved Don Rickles, and he
probably a little too much.
But Frank Sinatra did have a sense of humor. He also could be very vindictive.
Yeah, he did comedy skits with Dean Martin and such.
So he Soupy Sales appeared on Soupy Sales because Soupy Sales, I guess, was really kind of making the headlines at that time. But the main thing I was talking about Soupy Sales is because he had a set, and the set was just a set full of shtick. And then my favorite show, possibly of all time, and you can see it on YouTube, was a show on Channel 9 in Los Angeles. It was called Shrimpenstein. And Shrimpenstein was just the most absurd, but the set was incredible. It was basically a show, and it shows that they're trying to make a Frankenstein, but it comes out diminutive, so he's this diminutive Frankenstein. He's mostly a head. They call him Shrimpy, and he's got a green head like Frankenstein.
Oh my God.
And the mad scientist he's just so ridiculous, and he's so funny, and it's all shtick. And somehow it worked. It was like a bunch of creative people put together this stupid ass show. I'll have to send it to you, a YouTube of it. And you come home from school, it would come on about 5 o'clock, and it was a show that as teenagers we would just enjoy, and my little brother and sister would enjoy it too.
and even an adult could enjoy it because it had a lot of adult humor in it. And but the it had the laboratory with the the test tubes and the bubbles and the Tesla coil and God knows what, all this stupid shtick. And the guy, his name was Gene Moss. He had the horn rim glasses and he wore a scientist lab coat. And he was just what an absurd but very talented. I don't know who wrote the script for that. I think a lot of it was ad lib, and it was just ridiculous. I remember them offering tickets for the first Super Bowl, and they were calling it was like $5 or $10 in there, and they were calling it the Blackout Bowl because this first Super Bowl was blacked out in Los Angeles because they were trying to sell tickets. And they didn't sell out. It was in the LA Coliseum. They didn't sell it out. I couldn't go. I wanted to go, but I think I had a cast on my leg, and it was on my birthday. The first Super Bowl was on my birthday.
Oh wow!
And I was 15 years old, and we had guests that day, so I couldn't go to the first Super Bowl, which would have been something. I did get to see it on my friend's TV, a little fuzzy, from Bakersfield TV. Bakersfield was far enough so we could watch it. But the point here is the set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The set to make a set of either a movie or I still like this idea of you with a one-man show. I would like to write. And then you have all this rich set. It's just like God, from just so much wealth of props. And it's like if you get the right people from Hollywood or Broadway, boy, can they come up with stuff, and they can do it. It's like they're pulling rabbits out of their hat. If you get the right people that know how to put a set together, because they know how to resource everything.
Yes.
They can resource anything and everything because that's what they do for a living. And if they're particularly good at it, wow. So that would be my dream. But I'm thinking, how do we get you out of the crypt? It would take a certain amount of, definite amount of financial wherewithal, maybe a good stroke of luck to get you a location. And then you'd have to keep the original crypt intact.
Yeah.
So that you could retrieve.
Yes.
Retrieved. And I would say this is another point of experience. When I worked in L. Ron Hubbard's office and there was a fire in the entire building on the corner of South Fort Harrison Street and Cleveland Street, where the building went ablaze. And that included the office where I worked. And it was, so what had happened was there was extensive water damage because
the sprinklers, the fire hoses,
the and I think the fire department was guilty too of flooding water. It was electrical fire. So anyway, what happened is all of L. Ron Hubbard's files were waterlogged.
Oh wow!
And they smelled of burnt, of fire. Not because they were on fire, but because the fire, smoke, and they were a disaster. There was an incredible stink. So what was done is then we had to start answering letters without the files.
Right.
Which was not what you wanted to do, because when you get a letter from somebody, you want to look at the file and look at the whole history of the person.
Yeah.
So there's a consistency. But it was a situation that couldn't be done. So what they did was they took the files in charge, he was my friend, and they gave him practically the whole, what they called the RPF, the Rehabilitation Project Force, was at his beck and call to help him take these letters, and with each file, what they do is they would put it, I don't remember I think they dried them out. So you have a whole file that might be waterlogged or having been exposed to water, and you take them, and it could be quite thick. You take them out, and you take each piece of paper inside. Now, it's like taking just say conservatively 50 pages of stuff, and they would hang it on a clothesline and dry it out.
Wow.
There was these huge clotheslines on the parking garage of the Fort Harrison Hotel, and they'd have these clotheslines, and they were just drying out letters. And they probably timed it till they knew exactly how long it would take to dry a letter out. Then they put the file back together. Before they put the file back together, they take the letter and they put in this machine that looked like a microwave.
Wow.
And it wasn't a microwave. It would do something to the paper
Right.
that would, quote unquote, decontaminate it and would come out smelling like bubblegum.
Wow.
And they did this with every paper in, I'm talking, if you can imagine a big sized living room,
Yeah.
maybe bigger than that,
Yeah.
of much bigger than a big sized living room, let's say, big in some, mansion. And you have double deck filing cabinets full of letters to Hubbard.
Yeah.
And so that was equivalent of, this project took like a year and a half or something, like it took a long time.
Of course.
But the point I'm saying is that bubblegum machine was what could be done, and demolding it, whatever, with all the stuff in your apartment.
Incredible thought, well, it's certainly something to be considered.
You know what? L. Ron Hubbard, they did that because they considered him so important.
That's right.
And that stuff was of only relative importance. It wasn't that important.
Right.
But because it was his property,
Yeah.
it was treated like the king's.
Of course.
And that's why it got that treatment. There was no question it would be done. Enormous resources. But in your case, your importance really is important in all of the stuff you might have. If it was treated with that regard, it could, would, or should be treated with that regard. And we don't know what resources might be afforded, to myself or that I could direct or redirect in the coming years, because we just don't know.
Right.
And as I say, I'm in my third Saturn return,
Yeah.
which is the time of your rewards. It's a time of me being an elder statesman, that happens when you're 59. I'm 1/3 of the way through it. I'm 1/3 of the way through it, and I can't complain. I only expect it to get better.
Yeah.
To harvest my rewards for whatever I've done in this life, and I'm anticipating. So hopefully, and I'm thinking of, how can we extract you from the crypt? It would just be so beneficial for so many different reasons.
Yeah.
And there's other subsidiary aspects around that it has to do with, what's the word, dovetailing our different lives.
Yeah.
Because as Clara, my friend, she said, we're so delightfully different that it makes for such a good banter.
Yes.
But nevertheless, it's like, and it's okay. It's like when you put a live attention on something, and really when we think, and people have started attacking the Blood Boys.
Have they really?
This guy said it, and I know Joe Ty said something about the Blood Boys to me.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's the real Team Dietrich, and you know what? They are a part of Team Dietrich, but Dietrich has just different teams. He plays in different leagues.
Thank you.
And listen, those kids are basically orphans.
Yes.
Whose life was saved.
Thank you.
And there's a bond there with Douglas saved his son's life.
Yes.
He's living around, near, or in the vicinity of Blood Boys whose life was saved, and Sugar Daddy has saved their life as well.
Yes.
So there is some compassion here. There is the aspect of of compassion. And I think it can be so condemnatory to say that people who are rich like Sugar Daddy don't care. It's like they care.
Yes.
They care. They are human beings.
Yes.
And sometimes people get rich. Somebody said this. People are rich because they are.
Yeah.
They are. It's not like they went out and tried to be rich. It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
And then they're in a tough position because people can't relate. If you've got millions of dollars, let alone billions of dollars, people can't relate to you in the way you can't relate to people in the way normal people can be related to.
That's right.
Because you have something, and they say, well, how can I use this? How can I put this person to use? On the other hand, there's something narcissists can buy you with gifts and money. That can be a problem with rich people too. In other words, so that they want to have golden handcuffs on you.
Yeah.
So it's like people that are very rich have a hard time relating to human beings, if only for the reason that it's a human problem with the human being, not with them.
Yeah.
Not with them, and it can build up a psychology of self-defense.
Yes.
And it can be very problematic. So it's like how to reach those people is tough. And then there's the whole science of manipulating the person. Like say with Scientology, and I will tell you this. This is what this one guy used to do. How are we doing on time here? We have a few minutes.
Oh, we have about 8 minutes.
Yeah, this was the technique that somebody, see, a lot of rich Scientologists would come from Europe because there's a lot of old money in Europe. So if somebody was really adept, he might just kind of leave his Scientology jobs kind of sort of, and he'd go live with the rich people, and he would use Scientology to help them with their lives. It would be like, and believe you me, if you have somebody's ear and they're impressed with you, you can keep improving their life.
Yeah.
And if they have businesses, you go, oh, well, this is what you need to do. Oh, this is what you need to do. And you become like Mr. Number One assistant. And you're going in and you're helping their family. You might be getting their family audited. You might be doing all sorts of things. There's so much with a knowledgeable Scientologist who's good at it. And there's this certain way of dealing with the public that's different with taking them behind doors and auditing and doing all this stuff inside the organization. It's like there's so much, and the people can be very impressed. So what you do is these rich people, they're so impressed. You say, God, what can I do? You help me so much. What can I do for you? Oh yeah, buy a whole bunch of books for these organizations. I think the guy might write a check for $200,000. Right. And the guy would get a commission that was very fat, like 15% of that,
wow.
Which was for Scientologists was very, very remunerative.
Yeah.
And then the Guardian's office would come by and say, "Oh, he can't have that much money. That's too much money. This guy, he was making like $300,000 commission or something." And Hubbard says, "Look, the rule is the rule. Leave him alone. Give him the money.
Wow.
Give him the money."
Cool.
But what I'm saying is. And this wasn't something he was taught, like this particular Scientologist. I think his name was Ken McFarland. He had an outrageous reputation. I never met him in person, but he knew how to pander. It wasn't like somebody taught him this. He used his own noggin, his own common sense, and other people would do that. The smarter ones would do it because it would be effective, but it was a whole psychology of endearing the person to you, and they were, you know what, it was genuine help. It wasn't dishonest. It was just saying, oh, good. Like say if a carpenter comes into your house who likes you and he renovates your whole house and says, I just love what you're doing. You're going to want to do anything, and he's not even charging you.
Mm-hmm.
you're going to want to throw him at least $10,000 if you
Right.
have it, at least.
Yeah.
And because he did much more work than that. So it's kind of like, and if they have this money, and this is the whole old money of Europe syndrome. There's tons of old money in Europe if you know the people, and because these people have idle time on their hands and they look into progressive things, they discover Scientology, and what I'm saying is, it's possible that we can get some support for you. I don't know how, I don't know when, but this is the direction, one of the many directions I'm thinking in, and I was, just thinking positive thoughts for you. We can, and I like the idea of talking to my friend in Hollywood. Hey, let's do the crypt. He would love the idea just because he's so good at it. In other words, like, but it all has to be a time and money thing.
Yes.
If any rich man is listening right now, please give Doug enough to buy his own home.
Thank you. No, it's very considerate. I appreciate that. Both of you, your suggestions are profoundly welcome. I do have this sense, this feeling of things, of course, changing quite a bit as time goes on, because our world is changing so rapidly. It provides many opportunities, and hopefully some of these can be taken advantage of in the most positive sense. And certainly my life can change by a number of things. It's as Peterman says, things do have a shelf life. What I do, of course, just so people understand again, at the estates, is work for food, is basically what I do. I do tutor the blood boys and receive blood in return. And of course, during holidays, my son helps to provide escorts and the like. All of this is a form of barter for my services as the history tutor, teaching in the liberal arts segment of their education. But such being said, you don't count on things to last forever. You hope something like that does, but we have such massive changes going on with our society. You can't bank on anything being stable. So